Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
On the outskirts of the city, within a pastoral-style chamber, junior brother Chen sat cross-legged, taking out a small bottle and drinking a sip of a 100-year-old body refining elixir before beginning to circulate the copper statue technique. He had prepared 5 bottles of the body refining elixir made from spirit ginseng snake gallbladder. 3 of those bottles contained 100-year-old concentration, and 2 of them were 120 years in potency. Their deliberate use was enough for Chen Yu to last for over a month. Chen Yu estimated that in about 2 or 3 months, the copper statue technique could likely advance to the copper bone small success stage. At that time, below the Qi transformation realm, aside from a very few top true disciples, there would be scant few who could threaten him. Suddenly, Chen Yu sensed an anomaly coming from the Iron Moon strange insect. Rustle, rustle. Concentrating his breathing and focus, from the quiet surroundings of the estate, a barely perceptible sound could be heard. In the dead of night, within the desolate estate, there was an air of cold, eerie assassin's intent. Through the Iron Moon strange insect, Chen Yu could share in the vision it saw, which was clear and effective within a mile. Humph. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth curled up with a hint of mockery and chill. Not much longer. Who goes there? A cry of alarm rose from the chamber where Fang Hefei was. Whoosh! Fang Hefei's figure darted out only to see more than a dozen men in black, with murderous intent in their eyes, surrounding several nearby chambers. Giggle, worthy of being an inner sect disciple of the Yunyu sect, you detected us so quickly. A pointed-faced woman in a black veil, twisting her waist, chuckled as her delicate hand flickered imperceptibly. Swoosh! Clang! Fang Hefei's form shook violently as a dark blue needle, vibrating with a faint glow, nearly grazed his robe and went through the solid wood door behind him. You wench! Fang Hefei broke out in a cold sweat, his face darkened, and he grabbed his precious thick-backed blade. If it had been a regular disciple with slower reactions, they might have been hit. The black-veiled woman, at the early stage of refining internal organs, exuded a morbid and sinister aura. Despite her attack missing, she seemed unfazed. TSKS, this kid has some skill. A man in a straw raincoat, clutching a dark scythe, hissed as several cold black wind blades, sharp and piercing, cut through the air towards Fang Hefei's lower body. Break! Fang Hefei's expression turned stern as his thick-backed blade drew a vast and persistent arc of blade light, ghostly shimmering, breaking open the remote black wind blades. This man in the raincoat was at the mid-stage of refining, and his dark and gloomy scythe was a peculiar treasure. The black wind blades emitted by that scythe were startlingly fast, difficult to catch under the night sky. Swoosh crackle! The pointed-faced black-veiled woman, holding a long purple-black whip, lashed out with a chilling torrent of dark wind, entangling Fang Hefei from the side. For a moment, the man in the raincoat and the black-veiled woman, scythe and whip intertwining, ensnared Fang Hefei firmly. The black-veiled woman, despite being at the initial stage of refining, occasionally launched 1 or 2 dark blue poisonous needles, vexing Fang Hefei to the point of itching teeth with anger. If it were a one-on-one fight, neither of the two would be a match for Fang Hefei, but together, they managed to suppress Fang Hefei in a short time. At that moment, a cold voice came from atop the building. The rest of you move out, kill all living souls in the estate. Drag Chen Yu out. Fang Hefei's heart sank. Then he saw, on the rooftop opposite, appeared a young man with a hooked nose and a black cloak. The fleeting surge of his inner breath was nearly reaching the late stage of organ refining, likely even stronger than the man in the raincoat. Chen Yu, won't you come out? Fang Hefei, entangled by the man and woman, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Obviously, these people's target was Chen Yu. Their cultivation technique aura suggested some connection with the Bone Demon Palace. Besides the 3 leaders with hooked noses, there were more than a dozen black-clad men at the Meridian Passage stage, all mid-stage Meridian Passage and above, each with a cold demeanor, openly exposing their murderous intent. Zoom, zoom, zip. A group of men in black dispersed in all directions, commencing their search for Chen Yu. Are you looking for me? In one of the rooms, the light suddenly came on, a lethargic young voice followed. In an instant, that chamber shone brightly in the midst of the night. Creak! The door to the house opened, and a young man of about 15 or 16 years old sat casually in a chair. It's Chen Yu, no mistake. The man with the hooked nose brightened, as he had seen Chen Yu's portrait. But uncertainty showed on the face of the one with the hooked nose. The young man sat leisurely in a chair, elegantly brewing a pot of tea, snacking on some pastries. The scene was far too calm and leisurely. Truly bizarre. Outside, mayhem was imminent, danger lurking everywhere, and here was someone in the Meridian Passage stage, leisurely having tea and pastries. It seems there are 3 at the organ refining stage outside, and numerous ones at Meridian Passage stage. Are you sure it's no trouble? Envil.com. Father Chen and Mother Chen emerged from behind, their faces filled with concern. Turned out, this chamber belonged to the parents of Chen Yu. Chen Yu had already ascertained the enemy situation through the Iron Moon strange insect. His first reaction was to protect his parents, after which he had no further concerns. Onward! Seize and kill this boy, the hooked-nosed youth commanded sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, zip. More than a dozen in black swiftly converged around the chamber where Chen Yu was, the icy stares and intangible murderous intent suffocating Father Chen and Mother Chen. Among them, 2 men even drew crossbow arrows. However, before the 2 crossbowmen could act, their bodies suddenly stiffened. Pft, pft. On the throat of each meridian passage stage crossbowman appeared a thumb-sized hole, followed by blood spurting like an arrow, and they fell dead. What? The nearby men in black cried out in shock. They had not seen clearly how their companions had died. Be careful! Hidden weapons. The man with the hooked nose, standing on the rooftop, faintly caught a glimpse of the darting black spots. The next moment, screams rose again. 2 more men in black, blood arrows erupting from their chests, fell to the ground, dead. What is that thing? The man with the hooked nose standing on the roof, his face transformed with shock. Next, his naked eye only caught a blur of black dots, splashing tiny beads of blood, instantly piercing through the remaining men in black. The screams were incessant. Around the side room, all the men in black, in less than the time of 5 breaths, died tragically on the spot. Their common feature was a hole the size of a thumb at their hearts or throats. All of them, without putting up any resistance, didn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's shadow. Hiss! The man with the hooked nose sharply inhaled, his back cold with fear. Meanwhile, in the opposite building, a young man was leisurely drinking tea, looking towards him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Just then, a turnaround occurred in the fight on the other side. Wave-breaking sea blade. Feng Hefei cried out in alarm, his treasured blade in hand unfurling a vast and boundless circular wave of blade energy, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind, barreling through a radius of 1 to 2 zhang. Chi Peng Peng? The man in the straw coat and the woman behind the black veil changed color together, their forms retreating in unison. On the woman's arm and shoulder, there were deep, bone-visible lacerations. The straw-coated man's clothes were torn in several places, and a cut appeared on his cheek. So strong? The 2 of them let out startled cries, wounded by Feng Hefei's single strike. At the outset, the 2 had joined forces against Feng Hefei and felt they had a slight advantage. But later, they found that Feng Hefei's inner breath of his cultivation technique was profound, his martial skills were extraordinary, and they simply couldn't suppress him. Having adapted to their attacks, Feng Hefei began to counterattack. Seeing Chen Yu easily kill off more than a dozen men in black, although he didn't catch the details, Feng Hefei refused to appear too weak. He finally launched his blade technique's fatal move, managing to wound both adversaries. Retreat quickly. Seeing this situation, the young man with the hooked nose on the roof couldn't help but lose color. By now, how could he not understand? They had kicked an iron plate this time. Just Feng Hefei's strength alone was probably close to the level of the true disciples of the 3 sects, and yet, they hadn't even seen Chen Yu truly make a move. Thinking of running away, Feng Hefei sneered coldly, his figure swift as a gust of wind, the thick back blade turning once again, slicing out a vast and long wave of blade light. Bang Perchi! The woman in black veil a step too slow, her back received a foot-long blade mark, piercing through to her vital organs. Thump! The woman in black veil cried out tragically and fell to the ground. Run quickly! The young man with the hooked nose and the straw-coated man, completely disregarding the woman in the black veil, fled for their lives. Especially the young man with the hooked nose, a strong sense of crisis lingering in his heart, he recalled the young man's leisurely smile as he killed off his subordinates. Inside the side room, Chen Yu set down his teacup and looked at the 2 men fleeing, murmuring softly, "This strength is far too inferior to the secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace." Back then, at the Baishan Spirit Garden, the red sand woman and the purple-haired young man, how powerful they were. The purple-haired young man that he fought was also at the mid-stage of organ refining and could have easily crushed these 3 already. Junior brother Chen, aren't you chasing after the strong enemy? After killing the woman in the black veil, Feng Hefei couldn't help but call out to Chen Yu behind him. He felt a bit frustrated. Ever since these people started chasing to kill, he was entangled with the 2 at the organ refining stage, narrowly escaping danger while Chen Yu was relaxedly having tea and pastries the entire time. One for each of us. Chen Yu smiled slightly, clapped his hands, and stood up. At this precise moment, the young man with the hooked nose and the man in the straw coat split up and ran. Both of them were at the mid-stage of organ refining. However, the young man with the hooked nose clearly had stronger abilities. "You're the team leader, I'll pick this one." Feng Hefei chuckled, fixing his attention on the slightly weaker man in the straw coat. Fine. Chen Yu, with a leisurely pace, chased after the young man with the hooked nose. Team leader. The hooked-nosed young man, having run few dozen zhang away, felt a chill in his heart. He naturally understood the implications of the term team leader. Feng Hefei's strength was already so formidable, approaching that of some true disciples, causing him apprehension. And the actual team leader was Chen Yu, whom he had once been so confident in capturing. Whoosh! Feng Hefei chased the man in the straw coat, moving further away, blending into the night. Meanwhile, Chen Yu strolled along for a while, without any hurry to chase the young man with the hooked nose. The young man with the hooked nose was puzzled. Why hadn't the other party chased after him? Furthermore, the sense of impending crisis in his heart still pervaded, unable to be shaken off. After running 100 zhang. The young man with the hooked nose suddenly felt a pain in his chest. A black dot shot towards him at an impossible speed to dodge. Whoosh! He instinctively operated his inner breath to protect his body. As a result, his hastily executed protective inner breath only caused the black dot to pause slightly, then it tore through and pierced his heart in an instant. Insect. The young man with the hooked nose stood stiffly, a blood hole pierced through his heart. After that, an iron-gray insect the size of a thumb emerged slightly silver, and with a whoosh, merged into the night and disappeared. A moment later, Chen Yu leisurely walked up to the corpse of the young man with the hooked nose, the iron moon strange insect affectionately rubbing against his palm. Quickly, several spoils of war were sorted out. A slender black-streaked treasured sword, 20-30 genuine yuan stones, a few booklets, including a sinister and gloomy bone token, with the remaining miscellaneous items being several inferior spirit stones. Obtaining a treasured artifact isn't bad. This token. Chen Yu first weighed the black-stained longsword and then closely examined another bone token. Swish swish. At that moment, a man and a woman were seen leaping towards them from a distance. That's the bone demon token. A familiar female voice carried over. Glancing sideways, he saw a stunning and enchanting young woman. Senior Sister Tong. Chen Yu wore an expression of surprise. Tong Yuling, how did she suddenly arrive at his estate? Beside her was a burly middle-aged man in the organ refining stage. His aura was powerful, clearly one of the elders of the sect, and he seemed to have reached the late stage of organ refining. Have you forgotten, junior brother Chen? Tong Yuling smiled sweetly. I had long applied for a mission to investigate the Bone Demon Palace's followers that have infiltrated the secular realm within a nearby area. After approaching, Chen Yu suddenly realized that Tong Yuling had broken through to the mid-stage of organ refining. Not only that, but Tong Yuling's skin was snow-white and delicate, exuding a faint, warm blush, making her radiant and charming demeanor all the more enticing. Originally, Tong Yuling's mission area was within the Bune 6 counties, including places like Yuyang City and Fengyang City. Recently, their mission team was investigating a force of the Bone Demon Palace's followers that had infiltrated the secular world and followed their trail to Xiangyang City. However, this circle of followers was particularly secretive and difficult to track down. Just today, these followers carried out a collective action with a larger number than usual, which finally allowed Tong Yuling and her companions to pick up on their trail. I just didn't expect that this place would be where junior brother Chen hid his beauty. Tong Yuling teased. Hide a beauty? If there were a few ladies like senior sister Tong, I wouldn't mind either. Chen Yu laughed heartily, responding with equal jest. You. Tong Yuling glared at him, a faint blush appearing on her radiant face under the night sky. Did you kill this person? The burly middle-aged man accompanying Tong Yuling stared at the corpse of the man with the hooked nose, his expression stern. Especially, the hole in the man's chest seemed to be pierced through by a fingertip, but upon closer inspection, it didn't quite look like it. But one thing was certain. The man had no other wounds on his body, and there were no signs of a struggle nearby. It appeared he was killed without a chance to fight back. This seems quite ordinary. Junior brother Chen has long had the strength to overpower an average person at the organ refining stage. Tong Yuling was not surprised. This man should be an inconsequential underling of the Bone Demon Palace, ambushed and easily assassinated by me here. Chen Yu shrugged his shoulders. No, that's not right. I have this man's information. He's one of the leading figures among the followers in the Bune 6 counties area, probably ranked within the top 5. The burly middle-aged man suddenly produced a small booklet. He flipped to a certain page, which had a portrait resembling the man with the hooked nose by about 70%. This person is cunning and cautious. Previously, one of our sect's law enforcers at the late stage of organ refining had a confrontation with him, but he managed to escape with ease. The burly middle-aged man looked meaningfully at Chen Yu. This is our leader, Senior Brother Pei. Tong Yuling introduced. So you're that Chen Yu. Senior Brother Pei actually knew Chen Yu, his expression suddenly full of sorrow as he sighed softly. A good brother of mine in the sect died in the battle at the Baishan Spirit Garden. Chen Yu expressed his sympathies. That battle had been too brutal. Below the Qi transformation realm, only Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong had fought their way out. Senior Brother Pei quickly suppressed his emotions and examined the items left by the man with the hooked nose, focusing on one of the booklets. The booklet recorded some confidential information in a unique and cryptic script. I'll take the spoils of war, and as for this man's head, I'll leave it to the two of you. Chen Yu smiled faintly. He handed over the bone demon token of the man with the hooked nose to Tong Yuling and the other. After a token refusal, they accepted it. By doing so, Chen Yu had his reasons. After all, Senior Brother Pei and his team were specifically tasked with dealing with the Bone Demon Palace's followers, a more dangerous mission. With more people on their side, they could reasonably take care of the Chen family within certain limits. Just then, swoosh, Fang Hefei arrived, carrying a man in a straw raincoat whose fate was unknown. Senior Brother Pei. Fang, what are you doing here? Fang Hefei seemed to be quite familiar with Senior Brother Pei, making it easier to communicate. Couldn't help it. Fang Hefei pursed his lips. It was supposed to be a mission for the Yan family castle, but since he's the leader, he had to stay here for a few days. The leader? Senior Brother Pei appeared shocked, and Tong Yuling was also somewhat surprised. After all, Fang Hefei was a significant figure among the inner sect disciples, just one step away from becoming a true disciple. This guy's not dead. Fang Hefei kicked the straw raincoat-clad man awake, who appeared pale, with all the tendons in his hands severed. Let senior brother Pei do the interrogation, Tong Yuling said with a smile. An hour later, senior brother Pei emerged from a firewood shed and muttered, based on the information in the booklet, coupled with this man's confession, a new base has been established near Xiangyang City. Upon hearing this, both Chen Yu and Fang Hefei were taken aback, because near Xiangyang City was relatively close to the Yunyu sect. The following day, senior brother Pei and others led the team, with Chen Yu and Fang Hefei assisting in the tactics, rooting out a Bone Demon Palace's minion stronghold near Xiangyang City. However, all that remained in that stronghold were some minor thugs, with the strongest being only at the early stage of refining internal organs. According to the interrogation, the young man with the hooked nose was the leader of this stronghold. After eradicating this malignant tumorus, Chen Yu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. In this way, he could leave with much less concern for the secular side of Xiangyang City. In addition, senior brother Pei also unearthed some information. The Wang family of Xiangyang City seemed to be colluding with the Bone Demon Palace, although they had not yet completely defected. This news, at such a sensitive time, naturally came as a heavy blow to the Wang family. As a result, the Wang family of Xiangyang City was eradicated from the secular world overnight. The speed was so fast that even the Mu family and Chen family of Xiangyang City were caught off guard. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yu gasped in shock. Currently, the three sects' confrontation with the Bone Demon Palace was already under immense pressure, steadily losing ground and morale was low. Under such frustration, they would absolutely show no mercy to traitors from within. After this battle, the various families of the surrounding county cities all felt threatened and dared not deal lightly with the Bone Demon Palace. The annihilation of the Wang family served as a stark example. In this battle, senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and others naturally earned a commendation, especially for annihilating the Bone Demon Palace stronghold. Chen Yu and Fang Hefei were also incidentally credited and rewarded with 5,000 and 3,000 contribution points respectively. In the suburban manner, Chen Yu, Fang Hefei, and Mu Sueking gathered together. Mu Sueking had finished dealing with her family's affairs and was preparing to head to Yan family castle with Chen Yu the following day. Actually, the Bone Demon Palace's minions also posed some hints and threats to our Mu family. This time, I am grateful that Brother Yu returned to help eradicate the Bone Demon Palace stronghold. Mu Sueking hesitated slightly before expressing her gratitude to Chen Yu. Originally, Mu Sueking's insistence on leading the team was to return to Xiangyang City to help her family deal with some related troubles. On that very day, several guests visited Chen Yu's manor. City Lord Chu, please come in. Family head Chen Tianwei, along with Father Chen and Mother Chen, courteously received a pudgy middle-aged man, Chu Fenjiayun. Chen Yu recognized this crafty old fox from a distance in the wing room. Chen Yu was, of course, aware of Chu Fenjiayun's intention for the visit. 2 days prior, Chen Yu had expressed his strong desire to resolve the engagement to his family, which must have alarmed Chu Fenjiayun. Greetings, Uncle Chu. Chen Yu emerged from the wing room, maintaining the surface formalities. Nominally, this old fox was still his potential father-in-law. Indeed, I was not mistaken. Just a few short months of parting, and nephew Chen has prospered in the sect and even gained a bit of fame in the sects of Chu country. Chu Fenjiayun appraised Chen Yu, his voice tinged with emotion. His own cultivation talent was quite mediocre, but he seldom erred in his judgment of people. After exterminating the Honghu 3 killers, he had seen the extraordinary in Chen Yu. If not for this, he would not have, back then, demeaned himself to offer his daughter, Chu Wanyu, to a young man who didn't even count as a young master of a minor family. Uncle Chu overstates it. My return this time is regarding that marriage arrangement. Chen Yu cut straight to the chase without any small talk. Now, as a sect disciple and an elder's favored student, he naturally need not pay too much attention to some of the worldly rules. Sigh. Chu Fenjiayun did not get angry. Instead, he sighed and said, "It is my daughter's misfortune not to be worthy of such an outstanding individual as nephew Chen." Chen Yu rolled his eyes in response. He thought to himself, it was your daughter who took a fancy to Yi Yunfei, the sect master's son and a true disciple. City Lord Chu, since your daughter and that Yi Yunfei have already set their hearts on each other, why not let them be? The son of the Water Moon sect master, a true disciple, marrying into the Chu family, what could be more joyous? Chen Yu genuinely did not understand. Why would they refuse such an excellent son-in-law and instead insist on him when he was once but an outer disciple? Would you really think I'm so short-sighted to not accept a true disciple as my son-in-law, preferring instead to marry my daughter to an outer disciple? Chu Fenjiayun gave a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and others were taken aback. It seemed there was indeed some secret at play. First, as far as I have investigated, Yi Yunfei's character involves toying with numerous women, and abandoning them after he gets his way. After he succeeds, he tends to discard them. Chu Fenjiayun wore a look of worry. A character issue? Chen Yu smirked to himself, considering it an excuse. Between large clans, the marriage alliances, personal sacrifices were negligible, regardless of character. Of course, the more important point is the second one. As per the information I've gathered and my analysis, the Water Moon sect had traces of being an evil sect many years ago. If it took advantage of Wan Yu's enchanting musical physique, ancient and special constitution, a concoction would help Yi Yunfei break through the bottlenecks of the Qi transformation realm more smoothly in the future. After finishing, Chu Fenjian's face was full of bitterness and concern. Used as a cauldron? Chen Yu's heart chilled. This was an evil cultivator's method. If that happened, Yi Yunfei might rise to power, but Chu Wanyu would undoubtedly be ruined and become a mere waste vessel. Chen Yu had no doubts about Chu Fenjian's revelation. Otherwise, the Chu family wouldn't be so foolish as to discard an excellent true disciple son-in-law and stubbornly insist on giving their daughter to Chen Yu, who was once just an outer disciple on the margins. Humph. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yu suddenly let out a cold snort. So, you had a clever plan to marry off your daughter to me, trying to avoid this risk. But did you realize that if it were just any ordinary disciple, they'd have been killed by Yi Yunfei long ago? The first time he unexpectedly encountered Yi Yunfei, if not for the presence of several fellow sect members, the latter would have acted against Chen Yu. The second time, during the meteoric iron gamble, Yi Yunfei and his mother, the sect master, targeted the malicious Qi inside Chen Yu, attempting to drive him into demonic madness. Had he been an ordinary disciple, he would have already been played to death countless times. Chen Yu's subsequent words were clearly unfriendly, even bordering on angry. Chu Fenjian offered a wry smile and remained silent. After revealing the truth, he had anticipated facing displeasure and even wrath from the other party. But now, Chen Yu, in the Yunyu sect, was no longer just an ordinary inner sect disciple. He had the backing of two elders. Such a figure was feared even by the mighty Chu family, let alone being someone they could afford to offend. After a long while, Chen Yu took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, "Since you've come to this conclusion, why not persuade your daughter to give up on Yi Yunfei, or change to a more suitable family? My daughter is stubborn by nature and has been bewitched by Yi Yunfei. No amount of talking would change her mind." And the other ordinary families, who would dare provoke the Water Moon sect master? Chu Fenjian shook his head. He didn't say, but in his heart, he knew that Chu Wanyu was even so naive as to believe that, after marrying Yi Yunfei, she could help the family share the burden of the Bone Demon Palace's invasion. Thump. Suddenly, Chu Fenjian knelt down and pleaded in a mournful voice, "I, Chu, am here to request nephew Chen to lend a hand. Just by maintaining the original marriage agreement, my daughter could be saved. With your current status, you would have nothing to fear from Yi Yunfei." This scene startled Chen Yu. "City Lord Chu, please stand up." Chen Tianwei, Father Chen, and others quickly helped Chu Fenjian to his feet. Chen Yu pondered with a thoughtful expression, weighing the matter. Yi Yunfei, he had already offended him, and if there was a chance in the future, he would not let him off either. With Chen Yu's current identity, having two veteran elders as backing, he indeed need not fear the direct threats from Yi Yunfei's lineage. As long as nephew Chen agrees, even if it is just maintaining a superficial marriage contract, we can think of other ways to coordinate and have the chance to rescue this girl. If nephew Chen agrees, my Chu family will surely express profound gratitude. Chu Fenjian continued. Maintain a superficial marriage contract? So, it's just a sham? Chen Yu asked with a smile. When that time comes, if nephew is willing, then it can be real. If not, once my daughter survives the crisis, we can annul the marriage agreement. Chu Fenjian spoke earnestly. What does the Chu family need to offer for Chen taking such a big risk? A glint appeared in Chen Yu's eyes. Chu Fenjian was already prepared and took out a wooden box, opening it. Chen Yu saw. Inside the wooden box were 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng, 2 fierce snake king gallbladders, and a land deed. Chen Yu's face showed a hint of surprise. It seemed that the Chu family was quite clear about his standing within the sect. No wonder they were keen on preserving this marriage engagement. As a small token of our appreciation, we offer these. If nephew truly marries my daughter, the Chu family ancestor promises to consider you as a young master and provide assistance with resources. Even if it's a sham marriage, the Chu family and your Chen family, in facing the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace, will form an alliance for mutual assistance. Chu Fenjian disclosed earnestly. Chen Yu looked pensively, while Chen Tianwei, Father Chen, and Mother Chen beside him appeared quite tempted. Particularly that land deed and the prospect of a real marriage alliance, with the Chu family willing to treat Chen Yu as a young master and provide resources to assist him. One must know. The Chu family, with the Qi transformation realm powerhouse at its helm, had assets far richer than the Chen family by countless times. However, what moved Chen Yu the most was the potential alliance for mutual aid between the Chu and Chen families. Invisibly, his family, his parents, would be more stable in secular life, and he would have fewer concerns to worry about. In addition to this, within reasonable limits, my Chu family will agree to one request from nephew, Chu Fenjian added. At that moment, a message was transmitted into Chen Yu's ears. Junior brother Chen, the Chu family has formidable strength and background. It is said that the family has a famous artifact refining craftsman, one of the 3 great artifact refiners in Chu country who has crafted high-grade treasures. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart stirred. The person transmitting the message was none other than Feng Hefei. That guy had been eavesdropping outside the door. Very well. The junior agrees to maintain this marriage engagement for now. Chen Yu finally responded. Sigh of relief? Chu Fenjian felt as if a weight had been lifted, and the heads of the Chen family such as Chen Tianwei all showed expressions of pleasant surprise. Chen Yu took the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and the 2 fierce snake king gallbladders. As for the land deed, he tossed it to family head Chen Tianwei without even looking. Chen Tianwei examined the land deed and was instantly overjoyed. In that case, Chu Fenjiayun got up, clasping his fists and smiling. On behalf of the Chu family ancestor, I form an alliance with your family. In a few days, 1 organ refining stage and several meridian passage stage martial artists will arrive here to help the Chen family stabilize order in this place. Actually, Chu Fenjiayun represented the Chu family on this occasion, and his status within the family was not too high. The reason he valued Chu Wanyu so much was mainly that the Chu family ancestor, for certain reasons, was extremely fond of Chu Wanyu, much more than other family members. Before Chu Fenjiayun left, Chen Yu subtly expressed the possibility of utilizing the Chu family's famous artifact refining craftsman to refine a treasure. Chen Yu still had some moon spirit ore at hand, which was more valuable than ordinary meteoric iron. If he could prepare a few more precious refining materials, there was a chance to refine a mid-grade treasure. A treasure's quality and power differ significantly with each improvement in rank, much like the difference between each stage of body tempering, meridian passage, and organ refining. After I return, I will report on this matter, but I cannot guarantee success. The famous craftsman, owing to having been saved by our family ancestor once, agreed to serve as a guest master in the Chu family, and his debt of gratitude has long been repaid. Whether this master craftsman will take action often depends on his mood. Even the Chu family cannot compel him. Chu Fenjiayun spoke solemnly. Understood, Chen Yu nodded. Special professions like artifact refiners and alchemists are highly sought after in the sect world and hold a very special status. In the manor's side room, Chen Yu watched as Chu Fenjiayun, Chen Tian, and the others left. Standing by his side were Feng Hefei and Mu Sueking. Congratulations, Brother Chen, on securing such a fine match. Feng Hefei chuckled. Beside him, Mu Sueking's face showed a slight unease. All right. With this matter resolved, let's prepare for the real task ahead. Chen Yu spoke leisurely. Their true mission to the secular world was none other than Yan Family Castle. Yan Family Castle was once a powerful secular force in this region, almost rivaling the Chu family in strength. Just in the past decade, Yan Family Castle had gradually declined, not only losing its Qi transformation realm family ancestor but also watching its number of organ refining stage experts dwindle. Nowadays, the castle's strength was not much stronger than that of the Chen family. Some time ago, the fortress master of Yan Family Castle had died a violent death, and several uncles within fought for power, with powerful clans rising nearby and even suspected infiltration from the Bone Demon Palace. Therefore, the current young master and his sister of Yan Family Castle had repeatedly sought help from Yunyu sect. Chen Yu and 2 others, as sect envoys, had gone to Yan Family Castle to stabilize the situation in that region. The following day, the 3 of them set out, leaving Xiangyang City. 2 days later, a fortress situated amongst rolling hills and rivers gradually came into view. 2 men and a woman arrived on horseback amidst the stream of people at the front of the castle. In front of the fortress, 3 or 4 martial artists clad in leather armor stood guard at the gate. The flow of people from about a dozen nearby villages converged here. Around the fortress, there were rivers, woods, lakes, and mines, and one could see the Yunyuan mountain range a bit further afield. This Yan Family Castle, I've been here before. There used to be a market here targeting the sect world, where primordial stones were the common currency. It's just that it's not what it used to be now. Feng Hefei remarked with a sigh. The 3 of them leisurely arrived at the front of Yan Family Castle and were just about to enter and deliver their message, when suddenly, the sound of horse hooves thundered. A cavalry troop burst forth from the fort, driving away all the nearby commoners. Subsequently, a few luxurious carriages came out of Yan Family Castle. On the city tower and gates, warriors stood by, presenting a strict and intimidating scene. What does this mean? Chen Yu and the others pondered while sitting atop their horses. Soon after, a few elegantly dressed men and women of various ages alighted from the carriages. Among them, a burly elder in his 50s, dressed in a wine-red robe, stepped forward and bowed to Chen Yu and his company. I am Yan Hong, here especially to welcome the 3 esteemed sect envoys. This elder's voice was loud and clear, and he exuded an air of vigor and authority. Some of the men and women around looked at the burly elder Yan Hong with a hint of awe in their eyes. Quite a prompt reaction. You come to meet us just as we arrive. Chen Yu noted, his expression showing some curiosity. Following the burly elder Yan Hong, more men and women came up and respectfully greeted the visitors. After receiving the mission, Chen Yu had a dossier in his hands. This Yan Hong was currently the most powerful person in Yan Family Castle, the brother of the deceased fortress master. In the past, Yan Hong, as the eldest son, was expected to be the fortress master, but the position was instead inherited by his younger brother, Yan Kong, the late fortress master. Yan Yuexi has the honor of meeting the 3 esteemed upper envoys. This is my brother, Yan Fei. A charming and delicate young girl greeted gracefully with a smile. Yan Yuexi? Chen Yu took note. She was an important member listed in his information, the daughter of the deceased fortress master. Yan Yuexi was naturally beautiful and had grown to be a famous beauty in the region. Even compared to Mu Sueking, this girl was not much less attractive, with a girlish tenderness in her demeanor that inspired pity and tenderness at first sight. Yan Fei has the honor of meeting the 3 esteemed upper envoys. said a young boy about 11 or 12 years old, standing beside Yan Yuexi, greeting them reverently. This young boy Yan Fei was the nominal young master of Yan family castle, the heir to the fortress master. Esteemed envoys, my humble home has prepared a feast and songstresses to wash away the dust from your journey. Yan Hong invited with a gesture of his hand. A feast and songstresses? Mu Sueking furrowed her brow upon hearing this, seemingly not fond of the idea. Feng Hefei had a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. Chen Yu nodded slightly, maintaining a poker face. Please, this way, envoys. Yan Hong showed a trace of surprise, not expecting the youngest Chen Yu to be the leader of the delegation. In response, Yan Hong ordered sedan chairs to be brought for the 3 sect envoys to enter. No need for the trouble, Chen Yu waved his hand. It was more convenient for the 3 to observe the actual situation of Yan family castle while riding their horses. Along the way, Yan Hong wore a smile, spoke respectfully, and inquired about their honorable names. Behind in the crowd, Yan Yuexi and several elders of Yan family castle accompanied them, sticking close to their side. Yan Yuexi lagged slightly behind. Rustle. The curtain of a sedan chair opened slightly, revealing the beautiful visage of an elegant woman. Mother, do you think we can rely on these 3 envoys? I'm worried that they might be swayed by my great-uncle. If that happens, not only will father's vengeance be hard to exact, but my brother and I will also have no hope of establishing ourselves in Yan family castle. Yan Yuexi whispered, her face etched with concern. Let's wait and see, and perhaps approach them at the right time. It's just that, all 3 of the upper envoys this time are quite young. I fear they might be deceived by Yan Hong's tactics. The beautiful woman sighed softly, feeling uneasy. At the same moment, in a large tree near Yan family castle, a masked man was lurking among the leaves, watching Chen Yu and the others enter the castle, the corner of his mouth revealing a hint of amusement. His gaze lingered for a moment on the lovely forms of Mu Sueking and Yan Yuexi, revealing a trace of greedy lasciviousness. Yan family castle. In a lavish and expansive hall, several Fanghua female performers danced gracefully, their snow-white shoulders and slender legs enticingly visible as they moved, captivating onlookers with their charm. A few musicians and singers accompanied them with soft music, creating a scene of birdsong and dance. Chen Yu and Feng Hefei sat at the head table, in front of them a long table covered with fine wines and dishes, delicacies from the mountains and the sea. Not bad. Chen Yu and Feng Hefei drank and enjoyed the music and dancing, smiling as they did so. Feng Hefei's gaze lingered more on the alluring figures of the singers and dancers. Chen Yu gripped a huge, golden roasted bear paw in one hand and an unfamiliar fine wine in the other, tilting his head back to take a sip. His gaze occasionally swept over the singers and dancers, nodding in approval. Since entering the sect, Chen Yu had never relaxed and enjoyed himself like this, especially with the invasion of the Bone Demon Palace hanging over the disciples' heads like a sharp sword. Sitting to the side, Mu Sueking kept a stern face, somewhat displeased with the behavior of the 2 men. On the other side, a few uncles from Yan family castle with Yan Hong at the helm occasionally toasted Chen Yu and company, offering a stream of flattery and compliments. Beside Yan Hong, 2 middle-aged men whispered with a knowing smile, upper envoys from the sect. Just a couple of naive youngsters, probably can't handle the pleasures of worldly glory and beauty, let alone get past the trial of seduction. Their faces bore ingratiating smiles, but inwardly, they were somewhat dismissive. Be careful, watch what you say in private. These sect disciples have unusual cultivation and better hearing than normal people. Yan Hong glared fiercely at the 2 of them. However, the way Chen Yu and Feng Hefei were enjoying themselves slightly eased Yan Hong's worries. At least, the upper envoys from the sect who had come this time were not those strict and difficult characters, making them easier to deal with. Is this what they call upper envoys from the sect? What's the difference between them and any lustful fools? Relying on them, my brother can hardly make a comeback. Yan Yuexi masked the disappointment and disgust in her heart. Sitting beside her was an elegant and noble woman, the same beauty who had been in the carriage before. This beauty, who at first glance seemed not even 30, had her hair up in a fine style, her eyes and eyebrows lightly made up and spring-like, her skin as smooth and tender as warm jade, and amidst her seductive charm, there was also a sense of dignity and virtue. Yuexi, it's too early to say. The beauty shook her head slightly. She had been observing Chen Yu and his companion, noticing that while their eyes often lingered on the singers and dancers, it was more out of appreciation, without evident lascivious thoughts. This beauty is Lady Yan, the widow of the castle master. As Chen Yu drank, his look swept over the beauty and moved on. The information he had accumulated indicated that Lady Yan was an important figure, the wife of the suddenly deceased castle master. It is said, before marrying into the Yan family, both the previous castle master Yan Kong and his elder brother Yan Hong had pursued Lady Yan. Clap clap. Suddenly, Yan Hong clapped his hands, and several comely singers and dancers approached, bringing with them a seductive fragrance as they gracefully approached. Which of you ladies can keep these 2 envoys company will be handsomely rewarded, Yan Hong said with a smile. At once, several beauties smiled sweetly, their eyes warm with spring, and positioned themselves close to Chen Yu and Feng Hefei, their gazes offering tender and gentle charm. Feng Hefei laughed heartily, embracing the women on both sides, drinking a cup of wine personally offered by one of the beauties. Two other girls, wearing elegant dresses and looking bright and respectable, nestled against Chen Yu's shoulder, their soft hands gently caressing, eyes brimming with seductive glances. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised, as the two beauties Yanhong had arranged for him indeed had unexceptional beauty and demeanor. Yet before he could reach out to embrace their waists, thump, Mu Swecking could no longer bear it and kicked the wine table in front of her over. The two of you, still having the leisure to enjoy yourselves here. Mu Swecking's pretty face was icy, and her voice trembled slightly, especially when it came to Chen Yu, who pained her heart. Once upon a time, Chen Yu had pursued her with all his heart, never sparing a glance at any other woman, no matter how beautiful. Sister Qing, we are just relaxing. It's appropriate to relax. Feng Hefei gave an awkward smile, shrugging his shoulders. Chen Yu, on the other hand, wore a look of innocence. It seemed he hadn't done anything, not even holding hands with the beauties. Haha, miss, please don't misunderstand. Our guests have traveled far and are weary. I merely wished the two lords to enjoy their drinks and relax, with no other intention. Yanhong hurried over to smooth things over. Enough of this, it's time to discuss serious matters. Chen Yu's expression turned serious, gesturing with his hand. Yanhong was startled, and his face showed a mixture of reactions, but he quickly waved his hand, ordering all singers and dancers to leave. In the hall, all the non-essential personnel departed. Only a few important senior members of Yan family castle remained, including Yanhong, the two uncles and mother and daughter Lady Yan and Yan Yuexi. This youngest lad is indeed the one leading the group. Lady Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. During the song and dance feast, she had been observing the three envoys from the sect. The only one she couldn't see through was Chen Yu. Esteemed envoys, having just arrived after a tiring journey, perhaps we could discuss matters tomorrow, Yanhong said with an ingratiating smile. His glance passed over Lady Yan and her daughter with a touch of wariness. Mu Swecking, displeased, said, let's talk about the overall situation. She was very concerned about this mission. For some reason, she always felt that this Yanhong was no good. At present, the Yan family castle is troubled by two main issues. The first is the sudden death of my brother Yankong, the previous fortress master. No successor to the fortress master has yet been established, which has left everyone uneasy. Yanhong's face showed a look of concern. Oh. Chen Yu's eyes flashed lightly, then let the young castle master succeed to the position. Problem solved. Today, he had met that young master, Yan Fei. Upon hearing this, Lady Yan and Yan Yuexi couldn't help but show looks of anticipation and joy. Perhaps, this upper envoy might truly be a fair and just person. The two women couldn't help but think. Lord, although that's what you said, the current young castle master is just over 11, still young and ignorant of the ways of the world, and not convincing enough to lead. That's one point. Yanhong's expression turned stern as he hurriedly spoke. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, relying on a little kid to be the castle master was not reliable. Secondly, the position of the castle master itself is under dispute. According to the ancestral rules, the eldest son has always assumed the position of castle master. In the past, my younger brother, with the help of demonic means, bewitched the old castle master and forcefully took away the position of the castle master that was rightfully mine. Now that he is dead, I have the highest prestige in Yan family castle and should rightfully have the inheritance rights to the castle master. Yanhong stated with conviction. That's right. The position of the castle master should have been my brother's from the beginning. The two uncles standing beside him quickly echoed. Oh. Chen Yu pondered for a moment. In many family powers, even the inheritance of the throne, the eldest son is established as the heir. Lords, don't just listen to their one-sided words. Yan Yuexi, with a delicate and lovely countenance full of anger and disdain, stood out. Let's hear what you have to say. Mu Swecking gestured with her hand, stopping Yanhong and the others, allowing Yan Yuexi to speak. Being a woman herself, she was more sympathetic to the weaker stance of Lady Yan and Yan Yuexi. The position of castle master of my father was determined by the old castle master, that is, my grandfather, and there's no dispute about it. Yan Yuexi's delicate face flushed, her voice quivering slightly. That year, my husband and Yanhong, the elder brother, had a public battle to decide the position of the castle master. I still remember, within 10 moves, my husband defeated elder brother Yanhong. Lady Yan added. Her beautiful eyes swept across the audience. This was a matter known to all back then. Furthermore, the recent death of my husband was very strange. He was talented, in the mid-stage of refining, and robust. Only in his 40s, how could he die suddenly? I suspect foul play. Impudent woman? You dare to slander. Tian Kong's death was purely an accident. Yanhong shouted angrily. In his speech, a surge of power belonging to the organ refining stage emanated from him, clearly at the early stage of refining internal organs. Silence. Feng Hefei let out a cold huff, and an immense and vast internal energy suddenly suppressed Yanhong and the others. His cultivation was not only higher, he also practiced top-tier martial arts which made him much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Let's all talk properly. We'll set this matter aside for now and move on to the next one. Chen Yu spoke indifferently. As the team leader of this worldly mission, he had considerable decision-making power. The second matter. The Wu family and Lin family around Yan family castle, initially just small clans, have suddenly risen in power over the last 6 months and have joined forces with bandits. According to rumors, disciples and minions of the Bone Demon Palace have been seen in that area. Yan Hong reported. Have the Wu family and Lin family attacked Yan family castle? Chen Yu asked. He had some information on the rise of the Wu and Lin families at hand. In the past, the Wu and Lin families were at most at the level of the Chen family in Xiangyang City and not on the same level as Yan family castle. Lately, they have encroached on several of our worldly industries, and although they have not directly attacked Yan family castle, they are already eyeing us like tigers their prey, Yan Hong said with a bitter smile. The two uncles at his side quickly supported him. If it weren't for elder brother Yan Hong holding down the fort, the Wu and Lin families would have already launched an attack. If the young castle master were to take charge, the people's hearts would scatter, and the consequences would be unimaginable. A moment later, Chen Yu and the other two had more or less understood the situation in Yan family castle, which could not be better described than as internal strife and external threats. For today, let's leave it at that. After observing for a while longer, we will draw our conclusions, Chen Yu said. After finishing his talk, he left the Great Hall with Fang Hefei and Mu Sueking. Soon after, Yan family castle arranged excellent rooms for Chen Yu and the others. Upon request, Chen Yu obtained a room with a separate courtyard, not far from Mu Sueking. At nightfall, Chen Yu sat cross-legged and circulated the Cloud Evil Heart method several times, feeling his cultivation stabilize and progress. In a few months' time, he hoped to reach the peak of Meridian Passage. Is the Lord present? Yan Hong requests an audience. A familiar, deep voice came from outside. Inside the chamber, Chen Yu saw Yan Hong once again, the elderly man now the most powerful in Yan family castle. To disturb you at night, I feel guilty. Please accept this small gift. Yan Hong offered an apologetic smile and presented a small, pocket-sized wooden box. What is the meaning of this? What kind of person do you think I am? Chen Yu's face was expressionless. Despite these words, he still opened the wooden box and his eyelids twitched slightly. Inside the pocket-sized wooden box, there were over 100 genuine yuan stones and a delicately made red soft armor. Half-precious soft armor. Chen Yu picked up the armor, showing a hint of surprise. This half-precious soft armor is infused with the fur of a fire lizard, which can ignore ordinary flames. It is said to possess a certain resistance to solar flame-based attacks. Yan Hong continued apologetically. Chen Yu maintained a poker face as he closed the wooden box. I take my leave now. I only hope that Lord Chen will consider the bigger picture for the sake of Yan family castle. Yan Hong bowed and withdrew. Seeing Chen Yu accepting the gifts, his smile widened, and he sighed a great sigh of relief in his heart. Inside the side room, Chen Yu stored away the gifts presented by Yan Hong, feeling quite emotional inside. This mission indeed turned out to be a relaxed and favorable assignment. From slaughtering the hook-nosed leader in Xiangyang City to now, Chen Yu had already gained quite a lot. When the opportunity arises to convert these gains into primordial stones and other needed resources, Chen Yu advancing to the organ refining stage and achieving copper bone small success would be worry-free. After organizing everything, Chen Yu put on the half-precious soft armor that Yan Hong had given him, covering it with his clothes, which added an extra layer of defense. Although the defense provided by his copper statue technique was remarkable, surpassing the half-treasure armor, an extra layer of protection was never unwelcome. While sorting his items, Chen Yu thought of something and his mind entered the light silver crystal space within his heart. Appear. In Chen Yu's palm appeared a crystal ore twinkling with faint moonlight, the same moon spirit crystal ore he had obtained from the ancient moon well. Chen Yu had always been unaware of its use. In terms of quality and value, it was certainly higher than ordinary moon spirit ore. But to date, Chen Yu hadn't found any information about it. The sect records only mentioned ordinary moon spirit ore and were rather vague. Swish, a black dot flashed, and a thumb-sized silvery iron bug shot over. The iron moon strange insect had always craved the moon spirit crystal ore in Chen Yu's hand while showing a normal reaction to ordinary moon spirit ore. The simple message transmitted by the iron moon strange insect confirmed the importance and allure of this crystal ore. Chen Yu put away the moon spirit crystal ore. Swoosh! In a flash, the iron moon strange insect disappeared. Brother Yu. Mu Sueking's voice came from outside. In the middle of the night, the typically aloof Mu Sueking was seeking him out for what reason? As it turned out, Chen Yu was overthinking it. I just had a chat with Lady Yan and her daughter. Brother Yu, you must help them. Mu Sueking got straight to the point. Help them? Because you sympathize with them, you want to help them take power in Yan family castle. Chen Yu smiled. It wasn't because he had received gifts from Yan Hong that he would say such a thing. What was the purpose of this mission? The aim was to maintain the balance of power in Yan family castle and the surrounding area. And Chen Yu believed the influential and revered Yan Hong, better suited for leadership, would stabilize the regional situation. If the situation was stable, then countless ordinary people could live in peace. Wasn't the mission accomplished then? Compared to that, what did the fairness of one or two people count for? Moreover, the position of fortress master was controversial. If a weak young boy was forcefully promoted, it would feel like going against the flow and disturbing the natural order. You've misunderstood, Brother Yu. Mu Sueking shook her head, firmly stating, I learned from Lady Yan and her daughter that Yan Hong is suspected of colluding with the Bone Demon Palace, even closely associating with the recently powerful Lin and Wu families. Moreover, the death of the previous fortress master, Yan Kong, is indeed suspicious. Bone Demon Palace? A sharp light flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Although logically, he felt supporting Yan Hong was more beneficial for maintaining stability. If Yan Hong indeed had ties with the Bone Demon Palace, that would change the situation. Do you have any evidence? No evidence. This is the conclusion from the investigations and analysis by Lady Yan's faction. But, Brother Yu, think about it, if it weren't for external interference, how could the previous fortress master, Yan Kong, have died so suddenly? He was once the top expert of Yan family castle, intimidating everyone around. Mu Sueking spoke earnestly. Not long ago, she had a long conversation with Lady Yan and Yu Shi. After the death of the fortress master, these two were marginalized and bullied by Yan Hong's faction. I believe Lady Yan is the weaker party. But here, there are two doubtful points. Chen Yu said solemnly. Doubtful points. Mu Sueking looked towards Chen Yu. First, the body of fortress master Yan Kong. Chen Yu smiled. I asked. Before the burial, the room where the fortress master's body was kept was burned down. This seems like the murderer's attempt to destroy the body and erase evidence. Mu Sueking said. Chen Yu made no judgment. The second point, given Lady Yan and her daughter's weak position, if Yan Hong's power was so great, they should have been eliminated or driven out long ago. This. Mu Sueking felt stumped by the second point. Lady Yan, Yu Shi, young Master Yan Fei still all alive and well. The situation is very complex. There are external forces involved, and not just one, orchestrating within Yan family castle. Chen Yu lightly clapped his hands. However, his face remained serene. Chen Yu's true purpose in coming to Yan family castle wasn't to solve a case. He merely wanted to gain some time for survival and growth, to amass more means of protecting himself before the Bone Demon Palace crisis erupted. Over the following days, Chen Yu truly didn't care about external matters, focusing solely on cultivation and understanding swordsmanship within this isolated courtyard. Visitors from Yan family castle were always refused. Meanwhile, Mu Sueking, being close to Lady Yan and her daughter, occasionally searched within Yan family castle. Feng Hefei often went out to enjoy himself, appearing carefree. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Within a dimly lit hall in Yan family castle, has there been anything unusual about those three over the half-month? Yan Hong's voice was deep. Nothing major. Team leader Chen Yu seems utterly unconcerned with external affairs. Feng Hefei often goes out, behaving frivolously, not seeming serious at all. Mu Sueking, that pretty girl, seems very concerned, but she hasn't found anything in the castle. A middle-aged man chuckled softly. Still, caution is prudent. As long as no issues are uncovered, Yunyu sect won't interfere with my leadership. For the sect, maintaining stability is more important than the small dispute over the fortress master position. Yan Hong gave a faint smile. In the middle of the night, in an elegant chamber at Yan family castle. My Lady Yan, haven't you agreed to that matter yet? A playful man's heavy breathing could be heard. Under the night moon, one could vaguely see a man wearing an embroidered mask. Beneath him, he pinned a beautiful woman, with her skirts fully peeled back and her skin flushing red. Amidst her tear-filled eyes, under the man's molestation, her delicate and voluptuous body trembled intermittently, exuding a layer of aromatic sweat. If any other servant in Yan family castle had seen this, they surely would have been astounded. At this moment, the noble and beautiful Lady Yan was actually serving this mysterious man in the embroidered mask. Lady Yan, complying with the man's various poses, then knelt lightly between the legs of the masked man, her fair and rosy face streaked with a few tear marks. Please, as long as you avenge my husband and help my son reclaim the position of fortress master, this lowly concubine is prepared to serve you for life. Lady Yan's delicate body half knelt, looking pitiful. I have already promised that you serving me in bed will momentarily ensure your family's safety. Wanting to take back control of Yan family castle? Only if both you, mother and daughter, serve me together. The masked man, with frivolous movements, lifted Lady Yan's beautiful face. No, I can serve you in any way, but Yu Shi is still too young, she absolutely cannot. Lady Yan's mouth was blocked, muffled sounds escaping as she shook her head. Really? If it weren't for my desire for both you, mother and daughter, to willingly share my bed, this small Yan family castle could hardly stop me. The masked man spoke confidently. He had toyed with countless beautiful women. In recent years, his preferences and tastes had gradually changed, and for some reason, he grew fond of mature beauties like these. Besides, he enjoyed the unparalleled delight of mother and daughter sharing his bed. No doubt, Lady Yan and Yu Shi were prime candidates. For a long time, the masked man concluded his enjoyment, immensely pleased by his service from Lady Yan. My promise still stands. As long as you agree to this matter and eliminate rivals to seize power, it will be easy. The masked man got up and dressed. Lady Yan wept silently, speechless. She could sacrifice herself, but she would never sacrifice her daughter. Ever since this villain started pestering her, she often had to bear humiliation to serve him. Otherwise, without this villain, they would have died at the hands of Yan family members long ago, or faced other unimaginable nightmares. Hihi, are you pinning your hopes on those three sect youngsters? I think they can't even protect themselves. The masked man chuckled. Huh? Suddenly, the masked man sensed something, his expression changing slightly. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, a wave of chill, invisible inner breath swept across the room, instantly annihilating all sense. Then, before Lady Yan's eyes, the scenery blurred. In the blink of an eye, the masked man had vanished. At the same moment, 10 feet away on the roof of a house, stood a man and a woman, looking towards the house where Lady Yan was. The man wore a purple robe, his demeanor slightly arrogant. Beside him stood a simply dressed young woman, above average in looks, grasping the leash of a slothful pet dog with its large nose sniffing at something. Brother Kun, the scent stops here. The simply dressed young woman spoke up. If Chen Yu were there, he would recognize the man in the purple robe as the true disciple, Kun Ling. Swoosh, swoosh, the two figures flashed, coming to the front of Lady Yan's house. But at this moment, the simply dressed woman's pet dog hesitated, shaking its head, then looked afar. It seems like he lingered here, but then he left. The simply dressed young woman's eyebrows slightly furrowed. This thief, truly cunning, his senses even more keenly superhuman. Kun Ling said, visibly annoyed. Their assassination target was none other than the second-ranked infinite thief on the hit list. Swish, swish, the man and woman, without lingering, quickly chased in another direction. Shortly after they left, swoosh, on the nearby ground, a faintly silver luminous strange insect quickly disappeared. Inside a house in a separate courtyard of Yan family castle. Kun Ling, why come to Yan family castle? Chen Yu's expression showed surprise. As his iron moon strange insect lingered nearby, it inadvertently discovered Kun Ling and the other. Chen Yu didn't ponder much. His days at Yan family castle were still spent leisurely mastering his cultivation and swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu and his companions had stayed in Yan family castle for over a month. The light and heavy sword technique he was integrating and refining had finally encountered a new bottleneck. Yet, to his delight, after using those 5 bottles of body refining liquid, Chen Yu's copper statue technique subtly touched upon small success in copper bone. Another half-month of diligent practice or consuming 1 or 2 more bottles might just allow him to succeed. His cultivation progress was also much quicker than expected. Perhaps it was due to the mysterious heart and further restructuring by the copper statue technique, making his foundation and inner breath more solid and pure. Or maybe, the massive blood evil power absorbed during the blood pool opportunity still stored deep within his body was clandestinely accelerating his cultivation speed. Chen Yu felt, just a little more, and he could reach the limit of meridian passage stage. At this moment, if he consumed a high-grade body-enhancing pill, he could undoubtedly reach the limit of organ refining stage and qualify to challenge the organ refining stage. But with a flicker in his gaze, Chen Yu chose not to do so. Instead, he took out the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and fierce snake king gallbladder given by Chu Fenjian, concocting a new body refining liquid. A bottle of new body refining liquid was concocted. Chen Yu decided to temporarily give up the rapid progress of his cultivation. Once I achieve small success in copper bone, my body's foundation will be more stable, which will further nourish my talent for cultivation. Chen Yu's gaze was resolute. Gurgle, he drank 1/3 of the bottle of body refining liquid and began to operate the copper statue technique. A layer of ancient coppery metallic patterns emerged on Chen Yu's skin, becoming more intricate and bright. Meanwhile, his body coordinated with the copper statue body refining method. His bones and muscles squirmed and crackled in succession, performing a series of difficult refining movements. After refining continuously for 2 hours, Chen Yu stopped. The ancient metallic copper patterns on his body, which were prominent and bright, quickly retracted and dimmed, his arms becoming as solid as steel. It seems a bottle is still not enough, or maybe it requires more time, Chen Yu murmured. And then, Chen Yu began to comprehend the later parts of the copper statue technique. Copper skin, copper tendons, and copper bone, these 3 levels in the copper statue technique, were actually just the entrance. It's like the introductory 3 tiers of a conventional martial arts system. After copper bone, there were the copper statue gang body and the true copper statue. The power of the latter 2 filled Chen Yu with longing. Chen Yu was stunned when he saw the body refining prescriptions required for the copper statue gang body and the true copper statue levels. The one he was currently using was the spiritual ginseng snake gallbladder prescription, the 3rd one. There was still a 4th one, 200-year fire spirit ginseng, 200-year ice snow lotus, moon spirit ore. Moon spirit ore? One of the 3 main ingredients in the 4th prescription. Chen Yu had a strange expression on his face. He had barely studied the latter content of the copper statue technique before, simply memorizing the technique's mnemonic and copying the prescriptions. No wonder he always felt that moon spirit ore seemed somewhat familiar. It seemed he had heard this term at the auction as well. Of course, this was just a discovery. Moon spirit ore. Chen Yu pondered. He still had 26 pounds of moon spirit ore. As the main ingredient for a higher level prescription, could it be of any use to him? Suddenly, Chen Yu remembered Elder Mao's description of the ability of moon spirit ore, ground into powder and mixed into moon spirit liquid. It has some mysterious effects on the body. Mysterious effects on the body? Moon spirit ore, as a legendary ore, not only had effects on artifact refining but also mysterious benefits for the body. The legendary moon spirit holy stone could even reverse and change one's cultivation aptitude, defying fate. Ground into powder? Let's give it a try. Chen Yu's face showed anticipation. Immediately, he took out a small piece of moon spirit ore to try. The first step. The moon spirit ore had to be ground into powder, which was not an easy task. After all, this was no ordinary stone. Fortunately, Chen Yu had the Xian heavy sword in hand, possessing immense strength. It took him a half a day to grind a small pinch into sparkling powder. The next day, Chen Yu put this pinch of sparkling powder into boiling water. Gurgling, a pot of boiling water quickly turned into a layer of mysterious silver liquid, with strands of moonlight shimmering faintly. Chen Yu did not know whether to take it orally or apply it externally. Let's take it orally. Chen Yu thought it better not to waste, believing it wouldn't hurt to ingest it. Instantly, a refreshing and nourishing sensation began to permeate Chen Yu's body, slowly spreading throughout his entire being. Chen Yu felt his flesh, bones, and internal organs all being cleansed and purified. That sensation was similar to the clearing chi pill, but much more profound and mysterious. An hour later, Chen Yu consumed the entire pot of moon spirit liquid, feeling not only that his body had been nourished and cleansed but also that his spirit was especially refreshed. This feeling is very mysterious. Chen Yu couldn't quite articulate what major changes had occurred in his body, but he felt that his whole being, including his spirit, experienced some benefits and enhancement. In the following days, Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that his progress in practicing the copper statue technique had significantly accelerated by 4 or 5 times. Even his cultivation of the Yunshe inner breath seemed to have sped up a little bit, or was that an illusion? However, when Chen Yu used the moon spirit liquid a second time, he found its effects had greatly diminished. It seems that only the first use truly works. Chen Yu was slightly disappointed. Suddenly, he remembered the moon spirit crystal ore stored in the crystal space. With higher quality, he wondered if it would be effective. But in the end, Chen Yu resisted the slight temptation. He would wait for an opportunity to fully understand the true purpose of this crystal ore before making a decision so as not to recklessly exploit a heavenly gift. On the 7th day after Chen Yu used the moon spirit liquid, Chen Yu stood in the room, slowly unfurling his arms. His body displayed a layer of even more detailed metallic copper patterns. The bright patterns came alive, reflecting off the muscle lines and merging into one. Crack crack! Chen Yu's bones emitted a series of crisp sounds. With each sound, the metallic copper patterns on his body suddenly condensed and then expanded a little more. This process continued for half an hour. Chen Yu's body was now covered in metallic copper patterns that were deeper and more solid and dense than before. When the copper statue technique reached its peak, Chen Yu could vaguely see through his skin to the bones within, which seemed to also have copper patterns floating on them. That copper pattern was hammering into the bones? Whoosh! Chen Yu's arm swung lightly, causing a muffled sound in the air nearby. He picked up the Xian heavy sword and discovered that the sword no longer had any feeling of heaviness, unless he applied the true meaning of weight from the light heavy sword technique. Copper bone small success. The hardness, explosive power, and defensive power of my entire skeletal structure have increased by nearly half. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. The early promotion to copper bone small success was probably due to the effects of the moon spirit liquid. Next, he was greeted with a second surprise. A few days later, inside Chen Yu's body, the Yunshe inner breath in his meridians condensed and expanded to an extreme. His inner breath cultivation had reached the peak of meridian passage stage. The moon spirit liquid promoted my body, advanced to copper bone small success, and then doubled the promotion of my cultivation. Chen Yu was ecstatically surprised in his heart. Everything had come much earlier than expected. The cause of this chain of changes was just that piece of moon spirit ore. Chen Yu's heart was exhilarated as he felt the Yunshe inner breath within him, so pure that it was probably even superior to those at the early stage of refining internal organs. He estimated that the moon spirit liquid had played a certain role in this. Ensuring such a solid foundation, I will have the potential and possibility to advance to the Qi transformation realm in the future. Chen Yu was filled with anticipation. Elder Mao had once determined that he had basically no hope of reaching the Qi transformation realm in this life. But Chen Yu believed that with his step-by-step solid foundation, inner breath much purer than his peers, in addition to a mysterious heart and ample resources, he might still be able to break through to the Qi transformation realm. Whoosh! With a thought, Chen Yu took out 2 high-grade body-nourishing pills from the light silver crystal space. After reaching the peak of the meridian passage stage, with such a solid foundation and such pure inner breath, he estimated that only 1 high-grade body-nourishing pill was needed to act as a push, allowing him to advance in one go. And he anticipated that this wouldn't lead to instability in his foundation after progressing to the organ refining stage. After contemplating for a long time, Chen Yu shook his head and put away the body-nourishing pills. The main reason was still the fear that advancing too quickly would raise more suspicion from the outside world. Even Elder Mao, his master, could not be completely guardless. After all, he possessed only the talent of a half-spirit body. Endure for a while longer, until my cultivation is even more stable and profound, it won't do any harm. Chen Yu let out a long breath. The copper statue technique, as a body cultivation technique, corresponds to the organ refining stage of the martial arts system when at the level of copper bone. He had now broken through to copper bone small success, which corresponded to at least the mid-stage of organ refining or higher martial arts cultivation, plus his ever-transforming strong body, was almost laying the groundwork for the late stage of organ refining. Therefore, it is said, as long as Chen Yu broke through to copper bone small success, he could almost roam unopposed below the Qi transformation realm, enough to cope with the current situations. The next night, Chen Yu was further consolidating the copper statue technique. Brother Yu, Mu Sweking's urgent voice came through. Sweking, what's happened to you? Chen Yu walked out of the room. Humph. You spend your days here leisurely, not caring about how miserable Lady Yan and the others are inside Yan family castle. Mu Sueking snorted lowly, her bright eyes revealing a hint of icy intent to kill. That bit of killing intent surprised Chen Yu. What had happened to Mu Sueking that she was so agitated? These days, my relationship with Yan Yuexi, the daughter of the fortress master, has gradually become closer. She told me her mother, Lady Yan, was actually humiliated by the infinite thief. Mu Sueking clenched her teeth tightly, her face as cold as frost. The infinite thief? Afterward, Mu Sueking narrated the related information she had discovered. Are you saying? Yan Yuexi saw with her own eyes, her mother serving that masked infinite thief in bed. Chen Yu was greatly shocked. Who exactly was the infinite thief? A dreadful individual ranked second on the hit list. Mu Sueking also said that the infinite thief not only humiliated Lady Yan but also wanted to play with both the mother and daughter in bed. As a woman, Mu Sueking naturally felt extreme indignation upon hearing this news. But, the task of dealing with the infinite thief isn't our responsibility, right? Chen Yu sighed lowly. Suddenly he understood why, on that day, he saw Kun Ling and another female fellow disciple tracking something. Brother Kun and senior sister Xiejing are currently responsible for hunting down the infinite thief. Especially senior sister Xie, who excels in tracking techniques, we could join forces with them. Mu Sueking said resentfully. That's a good idea, Chen Yu nodded. To deal with the infinite thief, at least disciples at the true inheritance level were needed to be confident in the confrontation. Just as the two were discussing strategies. Zip! A nimble figure suddenly leaped into the courtyard. Huff, huff. Feng Hefei panted heavily and blurted out, something terrible has happened. What could possibly be wrong with you? Chen Yu looked at him peculiarly. Wasn't Feng Hefei always fooling around outside? Recently, although it seemed like I was fooling around outside, in reality, I was delving deep into the city, discreetly investigating, following those subtle clues to pursue the truth and essence of matters. Feng Hefei spoke urgently. Get to the point. Chen Yu curled the corner of his mouth. Feng Hefei's face looked miserable. I've discovered that Yanhong's subordinates have been associating with both the Wu family and Lin family, and disciples from the Bone Demon Palace are involved too. I'm sure that they have all defected to the Bone Demon Palace. What? Had Yan family castle, the Wu family, and Lin family all defected to the Bone Demon Palace? That's good news. Why the sad face? Our chance to achieve a great merit is here, Chen Yu said with a smile, patting his shoulder. But, while I was investigating, I was discovered by the Bone Demon Palace and was chased all the way here to inform you. Feng Hefei said morosely. Having said that, he showed off a wound on his arm. Discovered? Both Chen Yu and Mu Sueking's expressions changed. Shoop, shoop. Suddenly, rapid movement sounds came from the surroundings of the courtyard, and several figures rushed over. Surround this place. Yanhong's deep and cold voice came from outside the courtyard. Surround this place. Yanhong stood on a high ground, his face gloomy, commanding about 20 to 30 men in black. Each of these cloaked figures possessed cultivation levels above the Meridian Passage stage, wielding blades, bows, and chains, encircling the courtyard where Chen Yu and his two companions were located. Alongside two other organ refining stage elders from the Yan family, Yanhong looked down coldly at the trio in the courtyard. Yanhong, do you really want to rebel? Attacking a sect envoy from your own sect, do you realize the consequences? Chen Yu's expression darkened. Unfortunately for the three of you, you had a chance to return to the sect safely, but the news has leaked, and none of you can escape now. A sinister coldness appeared on Yanhong's face. Leaked news. Chen Yu swept a speechless glance at Feng Hefei, who carelessly stirred the grass and startled the snake while tracking and investigating outside. Feng Hefei, with an embarrassed face, muttered, It's not completely my fault, you've been lounging around in the castle, leaving me to toil away. Humph. Just the three of you, at the early to mid-stage of refining, think you can take us on. Mu Sueking scoffed with cold laughter. The trio were all inner sect disciples, with profound cultivation techniques and martial skills, normally no match for secular cultivators at the organ refining stage. What if we join the fight, little girl? A hoarse and cold voice came from the night sky. Swoosh, swoosh. A black feathered bird of prey swooped down from the sky, with a robed elder standing atop it, holding a red patterned staff in his hand. This person released a majestic and surging internal energy, bordering on the chi transformation realm. Peak of refining. Both Chen Yu and Mu Sueking were jolted, their expressions growing serious. Feng Hefei said with a bitter smile, that was the old man I detected while tracking. I didn't expect them to react so quickly and pursue us all the way here. Woohoo! Suddenly, a couple of demonized jackals leaped out nearby, bearing several large, sinister figures atop them. Demonized jackals, members of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart. Such demonized jackals were standard mounts for formal members of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu had seen these mounts in the battle at Baishan Spirit Garden. Junior brother Chen, you are the leader. What do we do now? Feng Hefei was panicking. At this moment, the enemy's lineup was far superior to their own. Just the robed elder at the peak of refining, with his frightening energy close to the chi transformation realm, was enough to give the trio a hard time. At this level, it often required a couple of true disciples to join forces to stand a chance. 3 demonized jackal wolf knights, judging by the flowing internal energy, 1 late stage and 2 mid stage of refining, could normally handle 2 to 3 inner sect disciples under normal circumstances. Moreover, the 3 organ refining stages from the Yan family, including Yanhong, were relatively weaker, but their numbers were great, surrounded by many meridian passage stage men in black. What to do? We're outnumbered, so of course we run. Chen Yu rolled his eyes. Easier said than done. Into Chen Yu's palm appeared a yin fire pearl. The advantage of the light silver crystal space became apparent in this situation. Using a storage bag would involve a physical action of retrieving the item. With the light silver crystal space, Chen Yu's will alone could bring the item to his hand or another part of his body. With good use of this yin fire pearl, annihilating several organ refining stages or even slaying that peak refining elder was quite possible. Fire at them. Yanhong smirked from the high ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a group of crossbowmen emerged in the nearby area and immediately fired dozens of armor-piercing arrows, directly targeting Chen Yu's trio. Such armor-piercing arrows had been dealt with by Chen Yu before. They were very lethal to those at the Meridian Passage stage. In large numbers, they could also put pressure on those at the refining stage, requiring internal energy to counter. Ting ting ting. Chen Yu, Mu Swecking, and Feng Hefei, back-to-back, swung their blades, flicking away all the incoming armor-piercing arrows. A hint of coldness appeared on Yanhong's face. He certainly did not expect these arrows to kill the inner sect disciples. Providing some pressure to hinder their escape was enough. I'll count to 3, and you'll follow me to break through. Chen Yu whispered in a low voice. 3. As Chen Yu uttered the first number, it was loud enough that even the enemies outside, including the robed elder and Yanhong, could hear. Just when Mu Swecking and the others wondered what was going on. 2. As soon as he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. With a scream, Yanhong on the high ground suddenly fell to the ground. A thumb-sized blood hole appeared on his head. This scene threw the Yin family side into chaos, with the other 2 organ refining elders horrified. The attack from the crossbowmen also paused. The men in black surrounding the courtyard were elite troops secretly trained by Yanhong. With Yanhong dead, chaos ensued. Charge! Chen Yu shouted lightly, seizing the opportunity to break out with Feng Hefei and Mu Swecking. Whoever blocks me shall die. In Chen Yu's hand, the Xian heavy sword danced, creating a wind-like flurry of sword chi that was a blur of gleaming silver and shadows to the naked eye. Screams rose and fell as 4 or 5 men in black at the Meridian Passage stage were instantly shredded and their blood and flesh scattered. Now, Chen Yu's swordsmanship had exceeded the Iron Gang sword, blending lightness with heaviness into his execution. He was using light and heavy sword technique. His seemingly casual stroke was actually an area of effect sword chi whirlwind. That single slash directly slew 4 or 5 Meridian Passage stages, sending both friend and foe into shock. Quickly, junior brother Chen and his 2 companions leaped out of the courtyard, breaking through the encirclement of the men in black. Such an easy breakout occurred partly because of Yanhong's sudden death, which caused Yan Family Castle to lose its backbone, including 2 of the clan elders of Yan Family Castle who panicked. Haha, worthy of being the leader, Feng Hefei exclaimed jubilantly. After the trio broke out, only 1 man in the late stage of organ refining, mounted on a demonized jackal, was tightly pursuing them. Think you can escape? The robed elder wore a sneer, unhurried as he stood on a flying creature, chasing after junior brother Chen and the others from midair. The rest of the enemy's junior brother Chen did not take seriously. However, this robed elder posed a threat to junior brother Chen that even surpassed the purple-haired youth from the Bone Demon Palace he had faced before. We can't escape, they have mounts and flying creatures. Mu Swecking's brows were tightly furrowed. Just then, 2 more demonized jackal wolf knights, along with 2 or 3 worldly experts in the organ refining stage, 2 old men and an old woman appeared in the direction of the trio's escape. Those 3 old folks are from the Wu and Lin families nearby. I've seen them during my investigation. Feng Hefei recognized them at a glance. Suddenly, junior brother Chen and his 2 companions were blocked by the enemy from both the front and the back. We really can't escape, huh? Junior brother Chen sighed. His insects, close to the ground, had already sent out their senses. Actually, if junior brother Chen were to flee alone, it wouldn't have been a big problem. Now that his copper statue technique Copper Bone Small Success was mastered, almost nobody under the Chi transformation realm could threaten him. However, he couldn't just abandon Mu Swecking and Feng Hefei. Wish wish. Junior brother Chen and the other 2 alighted on a hill, flanked by some trees, which could diminish the advantage of their pursuers' mounts and flying creatures. We can only fight now. Junior brother Chen's Xian heavy sword in his hand suddenly swept back like a feather floating in the air, slashing towards the late-stage organ refining jackal wolf knight who was closely chasing them. Clang clang. The old man in the late-stage organ refining stage changed his complexion drastically as the spear in his hand almost fell out, and his palms were splitting, bleeding. It was hard to imagine that the light and breezy sword could suddenly carry such terrifying power. Bang! His figure was blasted back by the sword, nearly vomiting blood. That man barely escaped disaster, but his mount, the demonized jackal, whimpered and was crushed under junior brother Chen's sword, blood splattering on the spot. Not bad, huh? Junior brother Chen revealed a hint of surprise. The man's reaction was speedy, and his strength was exceptional. He managed to retreat by diverting his force in time, under the cyclical slash of the Xian heavy sword. The opponent's strength wasn't much worse than the purple-haired young man from the Baishan Spirit Garden battle. Team leader Zhang, are you okay? Two demonized jackal wolf knights supported the retreating spear-wielding man. Junior brother Chen's sword forced back team leader Zhang and crushed the demonized jackal, causing several others from the Bone Demon Palace to reveal a hint of surprise. Even the robed elder took another careful look at junior brother Chen. Wish wish, swish swish. At this moment, a total of 5 demonized jackal wolf knights from the Bone Demon Palace, along with the robed elder and several secular organ refining experts, surrounded junior brother Chen's trio. Junior brother Chen, junior sister Mu, it's my fault that I've dragged you into this, Fang Hefei said bitterly. Their current situation was so dire that escaping with their lives would be difficult, much less escaping unscathed. Brother Yu, are we going to die together? Mu Sweking's pretty face turned pale as she gazed at the upstanding and resolute figure beside her, silently resigned. Of the three, only junior brother Chen remained calm, not showing the slightest trace of panic. Tisk tisk, quite a number of people. Junior brother Chen chuckled to himself, looking at the circle of 8 or 9 organ refining experts and a group of Meridian Passage stage men in black, as well as the 2 flustered organ refining clan elders from Yin family castle. He wondered to himself how many could be killed if he used his one remaining Yin fire pearl. Just as junior brother Chen was considering whether to waste his last Yin fire pearl, a disturbance arose from behind. Ah! Shouts of agony rang out, and the men from Yin family castle and the Wu and Lin families at the Meridian Passage stage kept falling continuously. Thump, thump, shum. Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures, both male and female, charged over in this direction. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man wielding a long spear, slashing out an array of fierce spear chi, instantly cutting down 3 or 4 Meridian Passage stage men in black. Senior brother Pei. Fang Hefei cried out joyfully. Tong Yuling. Junior brother Chen was surprised to recognize one of the striking girls. Senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and the others were members of the Yunyu sect tasked with investigating and clearing out the Bone Demon Palace minions in the nearby area. Upon a closer look, including senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling, there were 5 members from the organ refining stage, all belonging to the Yunyu sect. The other 3, 2 in the early stages of refining and 1 at the mid-stage. Their overall strength was decent and had indeed become a formidable force. However, junior brother Chen was somewhat puzzled as to how senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling and the others managed to arrive just in time. Haha, good thing I was clever. When I discovered some signs during the investigation of the Wu and Lin families, I contacted the nearby secular strongholds of the Yunyu sect and left a message for senior brother Pei and the others, Fang Hefei shared with a touch of pride. He cursed inwardly, damn this leader, always neglecting his duties, so I had to figure out another plan myself. So that's it. Junior brother Chen nodded in approval, feeling relieved. He almost wasted his last remaining Yin fire pearl because of this idiot. Ha ha ha. This small Yin family castle has actually shocked the Qian steward of Bone Demon Palace. Your Excellency must be the person in charge of the Bune 6 counties area for Bone Demon Palace. Senior brother Pei laughed heartily, taking long strides towards them. Along with the 5 organ refining experts including Tong Yuling, as they collectively charged, the organ refining experts from the secular world of Yin family castle, as well as the Wu and Lin families, couldn't hold them back at all. On the spot, an organ refining elder from the Wu and Lin families was impaled and flung by senior brother Pei's spear. Senior brother Pei, truly deserving of being the leader chosen by Tong Yuling's side, casually flicked and killed a cultivator from the Wulin family during a casual conversation. Not good. The Yunyu sect has sent reinforcements. 2 old men from the Yin family castle, faces filled with panic. Previously, as Fang Hefei went out to scout and accidentally alerted the enemy, news leaked out. The Yin family castle immediately took action, deciding to trap and kill 3 upper envoys of the sect. As long as their actions were clean, Yunyu sect wouldn't receive any news in a short time. However, the Yin family castle had not anticipated that these 3 young upper envoys had much stronger strength than expected. In just 1 round of assault, they broke through the siege and even caused the inexplicable death of Yan Hong. Youngster, you actually know my identity. It seems that among the secular families that recently joined us, there definitely is a mole. The black-robed elder spoke with a hoarse voice. Facing the reinforcements led by senior brother Pei and others, the black-robed elder wore a trace of mockery on his lips, calm and composed. A steward from the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu and the other 2 shuddered, sizing up the black-robed elder who hadn't made a move yet. Just a moment ago, while breaking out, Chen Yu deliberately avoided this man, as the aura emanating from him made him instinctively sense a threat. What are you all standing around for? The black-robed elder's chilling gaze swept through the Yin family castle and the Wulin families, resting on the remaining 4 organ refining stage worldly experts. Making eye contact with them, all 4 worldly organ refining stage old men shuddered. After eliminating these Yunyu sect disciples, this old man will recommend you to become peripheral members of the Bone Demon Palace. The black-robed elder sent through a sound transmission. Upon hearing this, the remaining elders from the Yin family castle and the elderly men and women from the Wulin families showed a hint of joy on their faces. They joined the Bone Demon Palace precisely because they saw the palace's dominance, completely overpowering the three sects of Chu country, with hopes to unify the sect realm of Chu country. Attack. The four worldly organ refining stage experts no longer hesitated and flanked the Unisect's reinforcements from both sides. Whoosh! A surge of black and red chi flowed, and the black-robed elder's figure flashed and disappeared. Be careful. Senior Brother Pei suddenly shook his long spear in hand, sparking a wave of light purple spear shadows like a dragon, creating powerful chi energy that roared like a storm within a dozen meters. Buzzing! A flash of black and red chi wave and a red patterned staff descended from the sky, stirring up a violent and fiery black and red swirl. Open! Senior Brother Pei's spear penetrated the black and red chi wave, stabbing directly into the swirling black and red vortex. A scream came from ahead. Thump! A Unisect member in the early stage of organ refining was swept by the black and red swirl, his body instantly charred and he fell dead on the ground. Stamping? Tong Yuling and the other two organ refining members groaned as they hastily retreated a few steps, feeling a burning sensation all over their bodies. This was still thanks to Senior Brother Pei, who had just timely intervened, splitting at least half of the power of the black and red vortex. Otherwise, more than one person would have died. Red Evil Technique. Senior Brother Pei took a deep breath, a deep red scorch mark left on his arm from the previous strike. Hehe, not a bad reaction. My move Red Burning Death only killed one person. The black-robed steward was slightly surprised. His red-patterned staff, planted in the ground nearby, emitted an intensely hot red aura, raising the temperature around by several degrees. Meanwhile, the four-organ refining stage from the Yen family castle and the Woolen families, followed the black-robed elder's lead to attack. Seeing this, Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling exchanged glances. The two, one with a spear and the other with a sword, joined forces to meet the black-robed steward. The remaining two Unisect reinforcements barely held against the four worldly organ refining stages. Despite having similar cultivation levels, even being sect members, it was still very disadvantageous unless they were of the same rank elite. However, Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling were in even more critical situation. Fi, the black-robed elder swung his staff, sending a scorching chi wave patterned with black and red, carrying a furious heat wave, rolling towards Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling. Be cautious, this red evil technique contains tyrannical burning poison, don't let its internal chi force touch your skin. Senior Brother Pei's spear traced circles of light purple spear glow around them. The extending spear glow continuously swallowed and cut through the scorching chi waves. Break! Tong Yuling's sword, a treasured blue blade, slashed few fine serpent-like sword glow chi shadows, emitting a shimmering blood radiance, stabbing into the mass of scorching chi waves. Boom! Their attacks together caused an explosion on the spot, rolling heat waves accompanied by black and red heat waves, incinerating the surrounding trees and flowers. Hiss! Tong Yuling gave a low groan, a burning red mark left on her fair arm. Wow! Senior Brother Pei, leading the frontal attack, spat out a mouthful of blood, his body severely scorched and unbearable. Their combined strength failed to block the black-robed steward of the Bone Demon Palace. Haha, the steward's divine skills are unmatched. Keep pushing, everyone, each sect member we kill earns us credit. The four-organ refining stage from the Yen family castle and the Woolen families, seeing the overpowering strength of their black-robed steward, had their morale greatly boosted. On the hillside, Chen Yu and the other two faced an assault from 5 demonized jackal wolf knights. These 5 were all formal members of the Bone Demon Palace, similarly at the organ refining stage, but much stronger than their worldly rank equivalents. Among them, Mu Swecking and Feng Hefei were matched against 1 mid-stage refining and 2 early-stage refining opponents, fighting to a standstill. In a brief period, they even appeared to have the upper hand. Chen Yu's opponents, aside from the previously repelled Captain Zhang who was at the late stage of organ refining, included another mid-stage young man. Chen Yu swayed his heavy sword, casting fluctuating and elusive sword light and breezes, as light as a feather. His 2 opponents braced themselves firmly, daring not to clash directly with Chen Yu's heavy sword. Swoosh! The swaying sword light suddenly neared, breezily sweeping past the 2 opponents. Careful! Captain Zhang bellowed, his long halberd trembling violently as he utilized all of his strength, while another mid-stage organ refining youth made an astonishing surge of internal energy with a large blade in his hand, blocking in front of him. Not only that, after performing these actions, they abruptly retreated. Clang! Crash! That sword light, light as a feather, drew a residual arc, crossing over the long halberd and the large blade, sparking fireworks and emitting a sound like a broken gong. Captain Zhang's figure staggered back, his face flushed. Wow! The mid-stage organ refining youth spewed a mouthful of blood, his face pale, the large blade in his hand nearly slipping away. Too strong. Captain Zhang and the youth wore faces of shock. During the exchange, they had continuously avoided going head-to-head, mainly focusing on deflecting and clever force, all the while moving dynamically in battle. Even so, they were being suppressed by that bizarre swordsmanship to the point of vomiting blood. We can't drag this out any longer. Chen Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of the battle situation with Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling. The black-robed steward's strength was truly terrifying. Ordinary 4 or 5 mid-stage fighters put together might all be annihilated by him alone. End it. Chen Yu activated the peak state of cloud stepping, accumulating power in his heart, and from where he stood, faint overlapping after images whisked away. The next moment, a faint silver gang chi, light as feathers, swept toward the two men. Block it. The two paled, not expecting Chen Yu's movement and attack to suddenly speed up. Clang clang, boom chi. That swath of faint silver gang chi suddenly transformed into a dazzling silver full moon-shaped sword chi, heavy as 10,000 caddies, forming a sweeping sword strike that enveloped them both. Oh no! The mid-stage organ refining youth screamed, his entire arm holding the blade, breaking off and flying away, blood splattering everywhere. Ding ding dang! Captain Zhang, fully engaged in defending, shook his long halberd continuously, blocking a slice of the dazzling silver sword chi that swept forward. Even so, Captain Zhang's blood surged wildly. He was forced back by about 10 feet, with 1 or 2 deep sword marks embedding into his shoulder and arm. When he turned back, thud, the mid-stage organ refining youth was cleaved into two by Chen Yu's sword. No. Captain Zhang retreated in horror, his hand holding the halberd cracked and bled, losing all sensation. What is this thing? Just as he stepped back, he suddenly felt a pain in his foot as if something bit him, followed by a numbing coldness. Captain Zhang groaned softly, his figure unstable. In that moment, swish chi, a swift sword light as the wind and resembling a silver-white silk thread, swept by him. So light, so quick. Captain Zhang's body stiffened, a clean bloodline slicing from top to bottom, splitting his body in two. Thump! His eyes bulged as he fell dead. That final sword, light as a weightless breeze, was the true essence of the light-heavy sword technique. Captain Zhang. The other three Bone Demon Palace Jackal Wolf Knights cried out in unison. Captain Zhang and the youth, being among the strongest in their 5-person team, had been killed within moments. Meanwhile, the remaining three, facing the onslaught from Feng Hefei and Mu Sueking, were somewhat unable to cope. The strength of Chen Yu has increased more than just a notch since our last encounter. Feng Hefei's heart trembled with shock. Mu Sueking's face was also streaked with astonishment. The two people who had just exchanged blows with Chen Yu were not weaker than her joined forces with Feng Hefei. Swish! An afterimage flickered, as Chen Yu swiftly passed from the direction of a small hillock. The next moment, Chen Yu approached the area where the black-robed steward was clashing with senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling. This area, covered by violent burning chi, was basically unreachable for ordinary organ refining phase practitioners. The black-robed steward, with his strength alone, was suppressing senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling so severely that they struggled to breathe, their bodies sporting several burning scars, visibly on the verge of collapse. Seeing Chen Yu arrive, their faces lit up with a glint of joy. Destroy! Chen Yu, without another word, wielded his sword and generated a faint silver-clear whirlwind of sword chi, powerfully advancing into the blazing waves released by the old man. Pfft! The blazing chi wave in front of the old man was torn open, but a scoff crossed the latter's face. Junior brother Chen? Be careful of the burning poison from the red evil technique. Senior brother Pei urgently warned. Chen Yu noticed, upon tearing through the opponent's internal energy layer, some black-red hot currents splashing onto his body, bringing a burning sensation along with a strange heat poison trying to invade his body. Is this all? Chen Yu smiled faintly, his body radiating a deep metallic copper pattern, and from his bones and muscles, an invisible immense force surged forth. Pft pft. Those black-red hot currents, as if striking copper bones and iron skin, elicited no response. Not a single mark was left on Chen Yu's skin, unharmed. The black-robed steward exclaimed, his face uncertain and astonished. After achieving minor success with the copper statue technique, most attacks at the organ refining phase level were essentially negligible for Chen Yu. You're done for. Caught off guard, Chen Yu lifted the Xian heavy sword, drawing up a brilliant dazzling net of silver chi, enveloping the old man's body. Senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling, faces full of joy, intensified their assault. Clang bang! Chi! The giant net of sword chi collided with the red-patterned staff, creating a deafening blast amidst the roaring, rolling heat waves and wind sweeping around several meters. Meanwhile, senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling's blade lights and sword lights exploded within it. Pesky creature. In the middle of the explosive hot currents, the black-robed steward's figure burst backward, uttering a frantic voice as his hair wildly scattered. Release in a few hours at 1 a.m., with 2 additional chapters in the early morning, and an explosive release of 3 to 4 chapters or even more on the first day depending on subscriptions. The more subscriptions the more updates. Little beast. In the midst of the roaring chi force hot stream, the black-robed elder hastily retreated, emitting a frantic voice as his hair became disheveled and scattered. The astonishing clashing might made the others glance sideways. Whoosh! Only to see the black-robed elder retreat dozens of feet, his clothing torn in several places, forehead and legs bearing a few scratches. The recent confrontation was essentially a group beating by Chen Yu and his two companions. The key was, Chen Yu could withstand the burning poison of his red evil technique. The area of effect sword moves formed by the heavy light sword technique were eerily peculiar. If it were just Chen Yu alone, the black-robed steward wouldn't have feared at all. But with Chen Yu taking the brunt of the frontal attacks, senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling had no reservations, going all out with their attacks, which were not to be underestimated. For a moment, the black-robed steward suffered minor injuries. If not for a full-body half-treasure armor, the injuries would have been much worse. Beast, take your death. The black-robed steward's icy gaze locked onto Chen Yu. Whooshing, a wild and scorching dark red inner breath surged from his body, the red-patterned staff in his hand gleaming with bright red patterns, sweeping out a vast cloud of dark flame waves, resembling a mini firestorm cloud. That horrifying power caused Chen Yu and his companions to feel terribly dry and scorched all over. Junior brother Chen, be careful. Senior brother Pei and Tong Yuling's faces were filled with shock as the black-robed steward's strike nearly reached the Qi transformation realm. Just focus on attacking. Chen Yu called out softly, pushing the copper statue technique to its limit. His bones, muscles, and skin surface all flashed with a layer of metallic copper patterns. Crack crack. Amidst the cracking sounds of bones, Chen Yu's figure grew slightly taller and wider, like a majestic and glowing copper statue. Slash. Chen Yu's heavy sword in hand transformed into a whirl of faint silver, wind-like sword chi vortex, and upon contact with that dreadful dark cloud of flame waves, it burst out with a dazzling dark silver radiance. Boom, bang, the dark cloud flame wave exploded, turning into numerous dark red burning wave snakes, but most were shredded and engulfed by the splendid sword chi vortex. Spluttering, Chen Yu withstood a spate of violent red waves burning and beating against him, his breathing heavy and muffled. Fortunately, the half-treasure armor he wore, fashioned from the hide of a fire lizard, afforded him an additional resistance against such attacks. At the same time, slash, his heavy sword slashed out a crescent-shaped dark silver sword rainbow, cutting across the black-robed steward's staff. This kid. The black-robed steward was shocked, his staff-holding hand trembling slightly. His furious attack, although it somewhat overpowered Chen Yu, was entirely withstood by the latter without a sound, and with the immense force of the heavy sword, he managed to disrupt the steward's rhythm. At the same time, Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling's attacks arrived from the side and the rear, coordinating with Chen Yu's to throw the black-robed steward into disarray and danger. Boom, spluttering, under the fierce group attack, the black-robed elder's vitality roiled, and fresh wounds appeared on his body, a hint of blood tracing from the corner of his mouth. Senior Brother Pei, despite not being as defensively robust as Chen Yu, had an offensive ferocity comparable to those at the peak of refining, overwhelming the elder. A scream echoed. Splutter, Mu Sweking's sword swept by, slaying a demonized jackal wolf knight at the mid-stage of refining. Mu Sweking was somewhat surprised. Her opponent suddenly stiffened, grunted, and seemed to have stepped on a nail, which allowed her to vanquish her enemy. A similar scene played out on Fang Hefei's side. One at the early stage of refining stumbled, and amid cries, couldn't stand firm. Splutter, Fang Hefei took the opportunity to spin and slash, unexpectedly killing his opponent. The last mid-stage refining jackal wolf knight, in a panic to escape, was killed by Fang Hefei and Mu Sweking working together. Thus, the remaining 3 organ refining stage demonized jackals were annihilated in one fell swoop, leaving only the black-robed elder and 4 worldly mid-stage experts from the Bone Demon Palace. Fang Hefei and Mu Sweking were both surprised and puzzled. With their abilities, facing 3 opponents, they would at best have a slight advantage, with no idea when they might win. Mu Sweking suddenly noticed that the solace of 2 of the deceased enemies had a small blood hole. Go support over there. Fang Hefei and Mu Sweking, with no time to think further. At this time, 4 old mid-stage practitioners from Yin Family Castle and were pressing down 2 Sect aid members. Kill. The arrival of Fang Hefei and Mu Sweking immediately overwhelmed the 4 old men. Run. They're all dead. Qian Steward is also struggling. The 4 worldly mid-stage experts were of advanced age and had no desire to fight to the death. Following the death of 1 old woman at the hands of Fang Hefei, the remaining 3 elders fled in disarray. These turncoats. The black-robed steward's hateful voice came through. He was being brutally assaulted by Chen Yu's group, suffering considerable injury and extreme frustration. Escape. The black-robed steward realized that the situation was beyond salvaging and that if more practitioners at the stage of refining like Fang Hefei joined in, he might indeed meet his end here. Red burning death? The staff in the black-robed steward's hand paused abruptly, forming a whirl of dark red vortex, a raging hot breath of air swirling within it, engulfing the surroundings within 1 or 2 yards. Be careful. This area attack caused Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling to face a formidable challenge, with only Chen Yu able to withstand it firmly. Whisk! The black-robed steward's figure flashed, breaking away close to Tong Yuling's side, and then leaped to the opposite side atop a large tree. Wah! As the black-robed steward landed on the tree, his figure swayed, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. In the breakout, he was still hammered by the strong blows from Chen Yu and Senior Brother Pei. Fortunately, at this point, his flying mount, a giant bird with dark feathers, was approaching head-on. Don't think you can escape. Chen Yu and Senior Brother Pei were in hot pursuit, just a few steps behind. At a glance, the black-robed steward was about to mount the giant black-feathered bird. Swish! Senior Brother Pei launched a spear from afar, stirring up a wave of pale purple shadows like a dragon, striking at the black-robed steward. Chen Yu, who had not advanced to the stage of refining his internal organs, almost missed his ranged attack, but an idea struck him, and a dark grey poisoned sword appeared in his hand. Boom clang! With a flick of his staff, the black-robed steward blocked Senior Brother Pei's long-distance strike, stepped onto the back of the giant bird, and revealed a triumphant expression. But at that moment, a vague, Thin sword shadow, fleeting as lightning through the night sky, puff, stabbed into the belly of the giant black-feathered bird. It was the dark snake sword. The sword's characteristic was its silent and barely perceptible nature, especially invisible in the darkness of night. Under Chen Yu's immense strength, the sword, almost up to its hilt, pierced into the belly of the bird. No. The black-robed steward uttered a low cry as the giant black-feathered bird stiffened, poison striking its heart, and amidst its trembling shrill cries, it plummeted from the sky. It was well known that Chen Yu's dark snake sword was a weapon of extreme poison, further amplified by the touch of those in the Qi transformation realm. Good. Senior Brother Pei, his face alight with satisfaction, joined Chen Yu in the chase to kill the black-robed steward. Tisk tisk, taking down an enforcer from the Bone Demon Palace, that's indeed a significant feat. Fang Hefei came over, joining in to kick the enemy while they were down. Swipe. Without any hesitation, the black-robed steward's figure dashed forward, a faint dark shadow flitting toward the deeper parts of Yin family castle. He didn't look for an open area to run but instead chose the complex section with numerous buildings within the Yin family castle. This fox. Chen Yu sheathed the dark snake sword, pushed his movement technique to its extreme, yet still could not shorten the distance. The black-robed steward was, after all, at the peak of refining, and his cultivation provided a significant boost to his movement speed. In the night, the black-robed steward twisted and turned, gradually blending into the streets and houses deep within the Yin family castle. This man is heavily injured and greatly exhausted. We just need to control the situation, lock down the entire Yin family castle, and catch the turtle in the jar, Senior Brother Pei said with a smile. This move is ruthless. Both Chen Yu and Fang Hefei agreed wholeheartedly. At that moment, Mu Sueking, Tong Yuling, and 2 other members of the Yunyu sect gradually took control of the situation. The remaining 2 elders of the Yin family castle who were at the organ refining stage had already submitted, and another person from the 2 families of Wolin at the organ refining stage was executed. The 2 Yin family ancestors gave orders, gathering the castle's experts to block all passages of the Yin family castle. I'll go contact Lady Yan. Mu Sueking suddenly thought of something. With Yin Hong dead and the remaining 2 elders captured, the external threats eliminated, Lady Yan's lineage could take power. Zoom. Mu Sueking's figure flashed and she quickly arrived at the Yin mansion, heading straight to Lady Yan's courtyard quarters. She didn't notice. In the shadow of the rockery in the courtyard, a frail old man holding a staff lurked with icy coldness in his eyes. Lady Yan? Yushi. Mu Sueking knocked on the door with no response, but the lights inside the main room were on. Squeak. She pushed, and the door creaked open. Whimper. From the bed, a faint sound came. A beautiful woman and a charming young girl were tied up in front of the bed, drenched in sweat and struggling. Lady Yan? What's happened to you? Mu Sueking turned pale and warily looked around all corners of the room. Who was it that kidnapped the Yin family mother and daughter? Mu Sueking's figure flashed rapidly as she hurried over to break the ropes binding the Yin mother and daughter. To her discovery, the internal qi and movements of both women were sealed by a special technique. Be careful. Yan Yuexi looked at Mu Sueking in terror, pointing behind her. Beautiful lady, who are you looking for? A playful and teasing male voice came from behind. Mu Sueking felt a chill on her fingers and spine. Without turning her head, she slashed toward the figure behind her with her sword. Swish, but her sword cut through empty air. A mysterious man wearing an embroidered mask appeared ghost-like right before her. His incredible speed far surpassed Mu Sueking's, so much so that probably none from their lineage could compete with him. The infinite thief. A dreadful thought surfaced in her mind. As Mu Sueking was about to scream, her vision blurred once more, and her shoulder was pressed down by a palm. In an instant, a cold and peculiar qi sealed all her internal qi. Slap, slap. The masked man tapped her body twice more. You. Mu Sueking's body stiffened, her speech difficult. Beautiful lady, you do love to meddle. These mother and daughter were about to relent step by step and agree to serve me in bed together. It was you gave them hope. A cold killing intent flashed across the masked man's eyes. However, as he scrutinized Mu Sueking's pure and ethereal beauty, the killing intent in his eyes diminished, and he chuckled. What a wonderful beauty, untouched and innocent. Normally, I have no interest in such young girls, but an exception will be made for someone with your looks. Clang clang. At the same time, on the opposite roof of Lady Yan's courtyard, a man and a woman appeared. Sister Xia, the thief has indeed circled back here. This time, we must not let him escape. Kun Ling said with a somber expression. I saw a familiar figure go in, looks a bit like junior sister Mu. Dressed in simple elegance, Xia Jing watched her loyal dog-like companion, appearing to have more discoveries. In the courtyard's artificial hill, the black-robed steward's complexion was pale. He held a cane in his hand, hiding in the shadows, concealing his entire presence. Across from him, on the roof of the house, appeared a man and a woman, which made his expression turn grim. However, the gaze of those two was fixed on the chamber in the courtyard. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed a Yunyu sect female disciple enter the chamber, after which there was no further sound. What exactly is the situation? The black-robed steward's expression alternated between clarity and cloudiness, always feeling that something was amiss. The battle before had left him seriously injured, having lost his flying mount, and should he flee head-on, he would definitely not last. Therefore, He first infiltrated the residential areas within Yan family castle. He headed wherever the architecture and terrain were most complex, and, sure enough, temporarily shook off pursuit. However, the black-robed steward had not expected that he would find himself hiding in Lady Yan's estate. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The black-robed steward did not notice a little bug, the size of a thumb, that emerged in the artificial hills pool. Inside the chamber, the light remained on. Tonight sure is lively. The masked man sat on the bed, his gaze lightly looking out the window as if piercing through the night, controlling everything. Before the bed, Mu Sueking, Lady Yan, and her daughter leaned against each other, their movements sealed. All three women were rare beauties with distinct charm. Infinite thief. Now that the situation in Yan family castle is almost settled, why won't you let us go? Lady Yan clenched her teeth tightly, struggling to speak. Before, she had obediently served the infinite thief, who only promised to keep her family safe. To assist them in taking vengeance and governing Yan family castle, he demanded both mother and daughter serve him. Lady Yan had been enduring, waiting for the upper envoys from her sect, hoping they could stabilize the situation. Finally, they saw hope, today of all days, as Yanhong's actions were exposed, and the state of affairs was becoming clear. Blame this foolish woman. The masked man cast a cold glance toward Mu Sueking beside him. If it weren't for her beauty and charm, she would have been killed long ago. Blame me. Mu Sueking gave a bitter smile. The three women, with their movements sealed, could only barely speak. If you hadn't meddled, assisting these two, after they lost faith in the so-called upper envoys from their sect, they would have submitted under me long ago. Anger was evident in the masked man's tone. He could have forced himself upon them, but that might have led to the mother and daughter's destruction, and he would have lost half the enjoyment, unable to relish the bliss of having both serve him. Now I understand. The internal strife within Yan family castle, all began because of you? Mu Sueking suddenly realized something. Not slow on the uptake, are you? Without creating this crisis, how could I have slowly brought the mother and daughter to their knees before me? The masked man chuckled. Hearing this, Lady Yan quivered. Was it you who killed my husband? Suddenly, she pieced together several clues. Before, Lady Yan had thought her husband's death was orchestrated by Yanhong, perhaps in collusion with Bone Demon Palace. But now, upon reflection, her husband was powerful. To kill him without any noise was difficult, and not even a few practitioners at the organ refining stage could manage it. Haha, that's right. I killed your husband and then set fire to conceal it, letting the blame naturally fall on Yanhong. The masked man did not deny it. Upon hearing this, a chill spread through Mu Sueking's entire body. So, the source of all internal strife within Yan family castle was actually the infinite thief. Yanhong and others were merely puppets, silently manipulated behind the scenes, pushed to the current predicament. Using human nature's obsession with revenge, family, and power, the masked man had little by little breached the mental defenses of Lady Yan and Yenuixi. Yenuixi, why had she seen her mother serving the infinite thief? Mu Sueking felt cold inside. With the capabilities of the infinite thief, how could he not notice? Probably it was deliberate. Beauty, you've ruined my good time. I'm going to strip you of your clothes bit by bit, peeling away the reserved ardor and heat within the heart of a cool girl like you. The infinite thief's hot gaze swept over Mu Sueking's gentle and delicate figure. Mu Sueking's heart sank into endless darkness. However, she was now so weak that even speaking was immensely difficult, let alone having the ability to bite her tongue and commit suicide. Of course, before that, I need to take care of the annoying flies outside. The masked man's tone suddenly shifted. Creak. The infinite thief opened the door, his gaze sweeping over the courtyard's artificial hill. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same moment, a man and a woman leaped into view from both sides of the courtyard. It was Kunling and Xiejing. Infinite thief? You should just surrender. Kunling, clad in a purple robe, fluttered in the night wind, going clang as he drew forth a red-golden greatsword. Whoosh! Upon being brandished, strands of cold golden patterned blade radiance coiled around the blade, exuding a bone-chilling aura. That young man is likely a true disciple of Unisect. Inside the artificial hill, the black-robed steward was shocked. This purple-robed man's strength was definitely not inferior to his own, and possibly even greater. Swish-slash. Beside him, Xiejing unfolded a fragrant handkerchief with her bare hands, emitting threads of light purple mist oozing with extreme sweetness. Hiss! In the air, the light purple mist seemed to react with something, producing a puff of foul-smelling black smoke. You've actually countered my heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder. The masked man was slightly surprised, looking at Xiejing and the light purple mist rising from her handkerchief. Infinite thief, there is no escape for you today. Xia is someone I specially requested for her ability to counter your depraved techniques. She excels at tracking and is an alchemist, the bane of thieves like you. Kunling sneered. With that said, he swung his great sword, unleashing a massive golden patterned blade radiance like a python, accompanied by the fine rain of golden patterned blade edges, sweeping across 1 or 2 feet around. Child's play. The infinite thief let out a bizarre chuckle. In his place, several faint and indistinct silhouettes crisscrossed into existence. Pfft. In several fleeting moments, most of the afterimages were extinguished by Kunling's slashes. Meanwhile, one of the figures calmly widened the distance from Kunling. Such impressive movement technique. Kunling's ferocious barrage was utterly unable to seal the opponent's movements. Hidden in the darkness, the black-robed steward's heart trembled with shock. When it came to movement speed, the infinite thief was certainly a cut above him. Whoosh! The figure of the infinite thief flashed like a ghost, abruptly changing direction towards Xiejing. Sister Xie, be careful. Kunling couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. Humph! Xiejing gave a cold laugh, her hands whipping up a roll of alternating red and blue silk ribbons, transforming into a ring of swirling red and blue air flows, with energy shining explosively. This Sister Xie's cultivation was approaching the late stage of organ refining, her strength nearly on par with senior brother Pei. Hehe. The infinite thief let out a sinister laugh as his figure moved not back but forward, even slicing in at an eerie angle, his palm shooting out a patch of sharp grey air shadows. Hu! Xiejing's body suddenly stiffened, a flush of red appeared on her skin, and her body became feverishly limp. There was a thump as Xiejing collapsed to the ground. All the silk ribbons around her were scattered by the masked man's palm strike, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Disbelief in her eyes, she struggled to say, "You, but I clearly solved your toxic soft fragrance. Haha, did you think the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder was so easy to break? This fragrance is made from an ancient recipe. Its main ingredients are the gallbladders from Qi transformation realm level creatures, the 5 deer and the charming spirit fox, with special adjustments just for women. Beneath the Qi transformation realm, it's impossible to resist." With a sinister chuckle, the infinite thief reached out to grab Xiejing. If it were so easy to neutralize the powder, how could he have been so notorious in Chu country? Scoundrel, meet your death. Kunling attacked from behind, his domineering golden pattern blade radiance momentarily forcing the infinite thief back. Brother Kun, we must retreat quickly. I only neutralized some potency of the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder. This powder's power doubles against women, and I am powerless to assist you. Xiejing spoke with a heated flush, her breathing growing rapid. As she spoke, she swallowed several elixirs, only then did the burning desire begin to subside slightly. Kunling helped Xiejing up, his face looking terrible. You think to leave just like that? I'm not in a good mood. Leave the girl behind as a plaything and I'll spare your life, the masked man snorted coldly. With those words, he whistled sharply. Whoosh! From the dark corners of the courtyard, a strange, ink-black crow flew in. This peculiar crow's body color almost fused with the night. Caw-caw! The pitch-black crow emitted a strange, piercing call, its invisible sound waves piercing through the soul. In an instant, Kunling felt his blood and spirit fluctuate, and Xiejing beside him collapsed even more weakly onto the ground. This crow is a rare and strange species capable of disturbing the spirit, complementing the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder. The game begins. The masked man smirked, and in the midst of the crow's shrill cries, a slender soft sword appeared in his hand. Swish, clang, whoosh, the masked man's figure flickered, and only a fine arc of the sword could be seen whirling and twisting eerily through the shades of the night. What kind of swordsmanship was that? Kunling was horrified, as the strange crow disrupted his mind and vision. His broadsword swung up a curtain-like shield of golden blade radiance in front of him. Ding ding hiss. The fine sword arc sparked, almost piercing through the golden blade shield, the soft sword writhing like a snake in the night. HSS. Kunling recoiled in terror, a slash appearing on his cheek. This movement technique and swordsmanship. From the shadows of the rockery, the hidden black-robed steward was utterly shaken. If it came to a one-on-one fight, he was no match for the infinite thief. Not to mention, the infinite thief had so many inexhaustible tactics. Just when Kunling and the others were facing a dilemma. Rustle rustle rustle, a series of swift leaping sounds approached. By the footsteps, there were at least 20 or 30 people. Junior brother Chen, are you sure that the Bone Demon Palace steward ran over here? Feng Hefei asked in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense, surround this yard. Chen Yu shouted harshly. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and 4 other disciples in the organ refining stage, together with a group of Yin family castle's men, surrounded the yard completely. Bad news, we've been tracked down. In the rockery, the black-robed steward's face turned pale. Whoosh. Unable to hold back any longer, he burst forward and said to the infinite thief, Sir, today we are surrounded here by a bunch of Unisect juniors. If we join forces, there's a chance we can break through. Bone Demon Palace. The masked man eyed the black-robed steward. Yes, I am an outer palace steward of the Bone Demon Palace, the black-robed steward replied. Bone Demon Palace, die. The masked man's gaze suddenly turned icy, and in a flash, he vanished like a ghost. The next moment, a slender sword arc was already thrusting towards the black-robed steward's back. You. The black-robed steward cried out in terror, his staff shooting out a jet of searing crimson flow, but the sound of the strange crow by his ear caused his blood and spirit to tremble. Hiss. The masked man pierced the black-robed steward's heart with one sword thrust, and as a few strands of the searing crimson flow from the latter's staff hit the masked man, a layer of luminescent green patterns emerged through his clothes, outlining an ancient soft armor that covered his entire body. Upon closer examination, it was indeed a full-body treasured soft armor. With a thump, the black-robed steward fell to the ground dead, his face bearing an expression of utter disbelief. Thump. Chen Yu and his men had just surrounded the courtyard when they witnessed the black-robed steward fall at the hands of the masked man. Is this guy the infinite thief, ranked second on the assassination list? The members of the Yunyu sect present, including senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and others, all gasped in shock. Although the black-robed steward was seriously injured and the masked man's attack had the element of surprise, the fact that he could kill him face to face was truly terrifying. Senior brother Pei, you've arrived at the right time? Let's all join forces to trap and kill this thief. Kunling saw the many reinforcements with a face full of joy. Xiajing's condition eased somewhat, and a hint of anticipation showed on her flushed face. The infinite thief might be strong, but he was not in the Qi transformation realm. Under the encirclement of many organ refining stage experts, it would be a fight of a cornered beast. These detestable flies. The voice of the masked man was filled with disgust and resentment. He had planned for a long time. His wish to enjoy the mother and daughter together in bed was getting closer to success, but at the last moment, it was repeatedly thwarted. First, there was the pursuit of Kunling and Xiajing, along with Mu Sueking's meddling. Then, a group of Yunyu sect disciples searched for the black-robed steward, catching him in their net. Junior brother Chen, did you know that the infinite thief was here? Tong Yuling couldn't help but ask. I really didn't know. Chen Yu shook his head, his expression showing mild astonishment. Originally, Chen Yu had seemingly given up tracking the black-robed steward, but secretly, he had released the Iron Moon strange insect to follow covertly. The complex environment inside the fortress had no effect on the insect. Once the situation had stabilized to some extent, Chen Yu immediately gathered everyone to surround this estate. Unexpectedly, they caught a big fish here. The infinite thief has nearly 30,000 contribution points up for grabs on Unisec's hit reward, along with treasures and high-grade body-nourishing pills. Fang Hefei laughed heartily. Chen Yu's eyes suddenly brightened. Trap and kill this thief. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chen Yu, Fang Hefei, senior brother Pei, Tong Yuling, and another two in the organ refining stage, a total of 6 elites from the Unisect leaped over the courtyard walls. They besieged the infinite thief. Furthermore, Kunling and Xiajing, who were at a disadvantage, took the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, trying to pin down the infinite thief. Faced with such a lineup, the masked man's complexion changed dramatically. Want to kill me? A bunch of jumping clowns. The infinite thief sneered, and a dark pearl appeared in his hand, which he threw fiercely to the ground. Boom! With an explosion, a thick cloud of black poisonous fog instantly enveloped everything within 30 feet. Be careful. The sudden onslaught of the black poisonous fog obscured the vision of those approaching. Cough, cough. Several people began coughing uncomfortably and felt a stinging pain in their eyes after being enveloped in the fog. However, among them, there were those with rich experience or quick reactions. Break! Chen Yu struck out with his palm, sending a python-shaped fist force filled with venom, shattering the dense poisonous fog within a few feet. Senior brother Pei swung his spear, tearing apart the nearby poisonous fog. Both figures flickered rapidly, intercepting the masked man as he tried to escape from within the black fog. Stay! With his heart charged, Chen Yu deployed the pinnacle-level cloud stepping technique, exhibiting speed beyond the limits of martial arts. He gave his heavy sword a shake. Buzz! A faint silvery sword gang wind swirl formed, creating a wide-ranging sword technique that blocked the masked man's escape routes. Senior brother Pei was not to be outdone. His spear sliced through the air, creating a vicious and sharp light purple spear shadow. The wild, raging chi force swept over and enveloped the infinite thief. Faced with the joint attack of the two, which also had a wide reach, the infinite thief's color changed. He was confident he could withstand their attacks and make a full escape. However, any slight delay would result in being surrounded by Kunling, Fang Hefei, Tong Yuling, and other more powerful organ refining experts. The consequences were unthinkable. Yeah. Suddenly, a dark strange crow appeared in the night sky, emanating a sound that made one's mind sink and blood boil with agitation. At that moment, even senior brother Pei's attack hesitated slightly. Clang! The infinite thief gave his soft sword a slight flick, diverting senior brother Pei's spear. Not only that, a strange, fine shadow of sword chi left a half-inch deep gash on senior brother Pei's arm, forcing his body to stagger back several steps. The masked man revealed a slight look of pleasure, but his expression suddenly changed again. Whoosh! The range of the sword move coming from Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword, that faint silvery wind fan, had not lost any power. In fact, it was increasing. It seemed that Chen Yu was not too affected by the strange crow's sound. How can this kid be? The masked man's gaze swept over Chen Yu, revealing a hint of surprise. Chen Yu himself was also slightly taken aback. Just now, it wasn't just the protection of ice heart tears for his mind. It seemed that after consuming the moon spirit liquid, his consciousness had been purified, enhancing his resistance to external mental disturbances. Whoosh! The infinite thief's momentum was reluctantly slowed, and his soft sword spun in an incredible way, returning with a large ring blade chi shadow. A cold and overbearing inner chi burst open. Boom! Clang! The swath of faint silvery wind fan danced by Chen Yu immediately splintered apart, and his figure faltered. At the same time, a force of cold and overpowering internal energy nearly penetrated inside him. If not for the small success of copper statue technique, which hardened his bones, he might have suffered internal injuries. Such great strength. The infinite thief, shaken by a powerful force, glared at Chen Yu with resentment as he rapidly retreated. Just that pause. Kunling, Xiajing, Fang Hefei, Tong Yuling, and others caught up, launching various ranged attacks that covered him. Pft! Puff! In the area where the infinite thief's figure flickered, the sound of blasting chi force was incessant. Damn it! The masked man was in a sorry state, his clothes torn, revealing a set of soft armor glowing with green light patterns, covering and protecting his limbs. Ding ding hiss! Puff pong! Immediately, some cracks appeared on the full-body treasured soft armor, which took a lot of damage on his behalf. If it had been an average warrior at the peak of the organ refining stage, such a ferocious attack would have either killed them or crippled them. This guy, with his strange and powerful swordsmanship and ghost-like movement technique, also has a set of defensive treasures. Chen Yu, participating in the group attack, couldn't help but be shocked. Attack, defense, speed. The infinite thief was top-notch in all aspects, with no weaknesses. This thief, he had almost reached the pinnacle below the chi transformation realm. No wonder he killed the black-robed steward and disdained cooperation, he clearly had full confidence in his escape. Besides that, the infinite thief still had various means like the heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder and the strange crow spiritual pet. Fortunately, that heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder had been largely deciphered by Xiejing, the pharmacist, otherwise, it would have been enough to trouble everyone. Yeah, that strange crow in the night sky made weird sounds that disturbed the spirits, blocking the pursuit of the group. This crow is really annoying. Chen Yu gave a cold huff. Whoosh! His figure swiftly darted forward, the heavy sword in his hand swinging out a crescent-shaped dark silver sword gang, with a dull chi wind howling forth, slashing at the strange crow. Among those from the Yunyu sect, Chen Yu had the strongest resistance to the strange noise of the crow. Crack, crack. The strange crow, quick to react with a flapping of wings, dodged, only to be grazed by several heavy sword winds and, after a few wobbles in midair, suffered only minor flesh wounds. The crow's regular combat strength was comparable to the average warrior in the organ refining stage. However, just as the strange crow dodged the attack, its figure swaying, whoosh, a blur of a black line, hardly discernible to the naked eye, struck the crow's abdomen. Yagua! The crow let out a miserable cry as a small wound was torn open in its belly, and its body suddenly stiffened under the peculiar poison of the Iron Moon corpse worm, then thump, it hit the ground. Xiahe! The masked man cried out in surprise. Afterward, he witnessed a gruesome scene. A tall and upright youth rushed forward swiftly, his foot kicking the downed crow. Copperfoot! Chen Yu, as if kicking a ball, directly exploded the downed crow with a single kick, blood spraying everywhere. No, Xiahe! The masked man let out an enraged roar, but this moment of hesitation brought more attacks upon him. Pong pong, boom hiss, the attacks from Kunling, senior brother Pei, and others were certainly not trivial, and even with the full-body treasured soft armor, they managed to make the masked man vomit blood, throwing him into disarray. After spitting blood, the masked man revealed a trace of ferocity, forcefully suppressing his rage. At this moment, he was grievously injured, suffering a beating from many formidable enemies. The heavenly maiden drunken fragrance powder had been mostly deciphered, and even his treasured strange crow spiritual pet that had always accompanied him had been slain by Chen Yu. There was no point in fighting, the slightest mistake could cost him his life right there. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the masked man's movement technique, amidst ghostly shifts, took on an additional eerie and unpredictable intention. His speed, imperceptibly, increased by a fraction. Chen Yu and Kunling both felt a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen this kind of movement technique somewhere before. Right after that, clang! In the hands of the masked man, he suddenly switched to another strange ironwood treasured sword, its whole body presenting dark gray patterns. Whoosh hiss! That ironwood treasured sword in his hand transformed into a vast expanse of shadowy sword glow reminiscent of exploding ironwood, further splitting into numerous indefinite iron gray fine sword shadow chi forces. Whoosh! Poo-poo hiss! An area of about 2 or 3 jong in a fan shape was all covered by that fearsome shadowy sword glow, with fine iron gray sword shadow chi forces shrieking in all directions. Such a massive and eerie offensive instantly wounded and pushed back Tong Yuling, Xiejing, and Feng Hefei, 3 or 4 members of the organ refining stage. Ding ding hiss! Chen Yu, hardened by the copper statue technique, felt a piercing pain as the chilly sharp breath penetrated a few inches into his body, causing him to falter. Ghost pair sword, 6 evil sword manually Uri ghost sword LV Santong. Kunling staggered back a step or two, unable to restrain himself from speaking out. Ghost sword LV Santong? Chen Yu, Tong Yuling, and others wore expressions of shock and uncertainty. This movement technique, along with the inner breath style, does indeed resemble LV Santong. Chen Yu came to realize. At Hidden Lake Island, he had a brief encounter with Ghost Sword LV Santong, even clashing with him. At that time, LV Santong's casual attacks, using just a fraction of his strength, had almost injured Chen Yu. After unleashing the surprising swallow sword move, the masked man was also forced to spit out a mouthful of blood from the backlash of the group's attacks. Swish! He took a deep look at Chen Yu and the others, then with a ghostly drifting movement technique, widened the distance from the group and quickly sprinted out of the courtyard. There's no mistake. It's LV Santong. The movement technique and swordsmanship all come from the 6 Evil Sword Manual. In the younger generation of the Iron Sword sect, only he has cultivated this sword manual to such a degree. Moreover, that ghost pair wood sword is his personal treasured weapon. Kunling ground his teeth in anger. Then what are we waiting for? Let's chase together. Capture this man and bring him to justice, Chen Yu urged. This I'm afraid. Kun Ling, however, shook his head, his face showing a hint of helplessness. Senior Brother Pei and Fang Hefei also stopped in their tracks, showing contemplative expressions. Chen Yu sensed something strange and unusual. After the Infinite Thief's other identity was revealed, both Kun Ling and Senior Brother Pei hesitated. Junior Brother Chen, let's not discuss whether we can pursue and capture this thief. If the Infinite Thief is confirmed to be LV Santong, then the matter becomes complicated and difficult to handle. There truly isn't anyone in Chu country who dares to touch him. Fang Hefei spoke up. No one in Chu country dares to touch him? Chen Yu was genuinely shocked. What is so special about this LV Santong? Even Yi Yunfei, as the biological son of the Water Moon Sect Master, didn't have such a daunting influence. This has to do with LV Santong's grandfather. He is the Supreme Elder of the Iron Sword Sect, named LV Tiantong, colloquially known as LV Taizhou. Senior Brother Pei said gravely. Supreme Elder, LV Taizhou. Chen Yu was shaken. Having spent a few years in the sect, he had heard some rumors. LV Taizhou is a title of respect people gave him. This LV Tiantong in his own right is a Giwen realm powerhouse, sitting as the Supreme Elder of the Iron Sword Sect. Before the Bone Demon Palace emerged, LV Tiantong was the foremost individual among the three sects of Chu country. Moreover, he is still a trump card against the Bone Demon Palace for the three sects today. Without him, the three sects would have long since been defeated. The group spoke one after another, filled with reverence. Giwen Realm, Supreme Elder, LV Taizhou, number one person of Chu country's three sects. This series of titles, all bestowed upon one person, clearly depicted the terrifying and transcendent status of LV Tiantong. So that's how it is. Chen Yu took a deep breath. No wonder everyone hesitated and even gave up pursuing once LV Santong's identity was confirmed. It couldn't be helped. LV Santong's background was too terrifying. Compared to him, individuals like Yi Yunfei were insignificant. Previously, this LV Santong molested a female disciple and was caught red-handed by a Qi Transformation Realm Elder from the Water Moon Sect. However, that Qi Transformation Realm Elder could only give him a small reprimand. Kun Ling gave a bitter smile. Even a Qi Transformation Realm Elder could only afford a slight punishment. This matter is significant. We can only report it to the sect's upper echelons. For now, this mission is put on hold. Kun Ling and Xiejing exchanged a glance, their faces showing helplessness. Chen Yu and the others didn't suffer any losses, and even eliminated the black-robed steward and others, earning a merit for themselves. But their mission was aborted. By the way, inside the room, Xiejing suddenly thought of something, taking everyone into Lady Yan's room. Soon, the group rescued Mu Sueking and Lady Yan, mother and daughter, from the chamber. Upon learning that Yan family castle was stabilized and the enemies from the Bone Demon Palace were annihilated, Lady Yan and her daughter were overjoyed. Just letting LV Santong go after committing such atrocious acts. Mu Sueking's face was frosty, her teeth clenched in anger. She was almost violated by LV Santong. And that Lady Yan, having been humiliated and toyed with by this villain, who would seek justice for her. This exposure can only go through the upper echelons of the sect, our sect's Supreme Elder, to exert some pressure on the Iron Sword Sect. Senior Brother Pei sighed softly. One could foresee that even with conclusive evidence, if LV Taizhou decided to protect him, Unusect would be helpless against LV Santong. That day, Kun Ling and Xiejing left Yan family castle, starting their journey home. Before leaving, the pair briefed everyone about the situation at the front lines. In a recent joint battle, the three sects suffered a great defeat. 2 Qi transformation innates fell. One of them was a Qi transformation realm elder from Unusect. This news greatly shook Chen Yu and the others. An elder had fallen. It showed that the battle between the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace had entered a decisive stage. The fate of Chu country's sects will be determined in the coming 6 months, Fang Hefei said solemnly. Once the real decisive battle erupts, Chen Yu, Fang Hefei, Tong Yuling, Mu Sueking, and other young disciples will all have to enter the battlefield. After all, it would be a crucial fight for the survival of their sects. Late at night, Chen Yu, Fang Hefei, Mu Sueking, with Senior Brother Pei and Tong Yuling, divided up the spoils of war. This time, although they hadn't captured the Infinite Thief, the spoils from killing the black-robed steward and other members of the Bone Demon Palace were quite substantial. Killed 6 of the Bone Demon Palace organ refining stage, captured 5 artifacts, including the black-robed steward's staff, which is a lower-grade fine artifact. Other various items, including half-precious artifacts and demonized jackals, totaled up to 140,000 grade essence stones. Senior Brother Pei briefly summarized. In terms of dividing the contribution, Senior Brother Pei believed that Chen Yu and the three should take the larger share. Especially Chen Yu, who was indispensable. Senior Brother Pei decided to give the black-robed steward's red patterned staff to Chen Yu, plus an additional 20,000 grade essence stones, estimating that just the staff alone was worth double that of an ordinary artifact. Besides, Senior Brother Pei's side, having lost a organ refining stage sect member, needed to provide 1 artifact and 20,000 grade essence stones as compensation. Those who exerted the most effort had extra rewards, those who were sacrificed also had compensations. Everyone agreed on this distribution. In this way, Chen Yu grinned as he received the red patterned staff, feeling the faint warmth emanating from it when his fingers touched it. A lower grade fine artifact, plus 20,000 grade essence stones. Chen Yu was satisfied. These were merely the spoils of war. He also had the bribe from Yanhong and the profits from collaborating with the Chu Fenjian family. Moreover, this mission itself came with a certain reward. It can be said, this mission had filled Chen Yu's coffers to the brim. In the following days, Chen Yu and his two companions, along with senior brother Pei and others, reorganized the Wu and Lin families nearby and eradicated remnants and strongholds of the Bone Demon Palace. At Yan family castle, Chen Yu was fully in charge. In the end, the young castle master, Yan Fei, succeeded as the head of the castle, with Lady Yan and Yan Yuexi aiding him as advisors. After 10 days of reorganization, the area around Yan family castle stabilized. At that time, the Yunyu sect sent someone to urge Chen Yu and his two companions to return to the sect as soon as possible. Not daring to delay, Chen Yu and his companions set off the next day. Lady Yan and her family watched as the 3 Yunyu sect envoys left, their eyes full of gratitude. Mother, sister, I too want to enter the sect world. Young castle master Yan Fei declared, his eyes full of longing. Fei, the sect world is in chaos and fraught with danger. You have a lower grade spiritual body, and your qualifications are not weak. Be a good castle master, and one day you will be renowned. Lady Yan said lovingly. 3 days later, Chen Yu and his companions returned to Yunyu sect, handed over their mission at the sect affairs hall, and received their mission rewards. As team leader, Chen Yu earned 7,000 contribution points and a payment of 2,000 grade essence stones. In a side hall of the sect affairs hall, Chen Yu and his companions were received by Master Lin. After this mission, you can rest for a maximum of 10 days before being deployed to the front lines. Master Lin said solemnly. Now, all 3 sects were at a moment of life or death. Every Yunyu sect member, from elders to outer disciples, had to contribute to the survival of the sect. Chen Yu and his companions had anticipated this. I have now reached the copperbone small success stage. With the high-grade body nourishing pill, I can advance to the organ refining stage at any time, greatly increasing my ability to protect myself. Chen Yu felt calm inside. He had long been aware of the looming disaster of the war in the Chu country sect world and had been diligently cultivating and accumulating strength. Master Lin smiled again and added, the 3 of you are new talents of the inner gate, with impressive backgrounds. Your tasks on the battlefield will likely be defensive or logistical. But if the situation becomes dire, you may also be sent to the front lines, to fight directly. After returning to the sect, Chen Yu continued gathering materials for the spiritual ginseng snake gallbladder formula and began purchasing some artifact refining rare ores. One day, Chen Yu went to find his master. Elder Mao was at his residence, having returned from the front lines not long ago, his face somewhat haggard. State your business quickly, as I have to assemble a group of new disciples soon, to support the front lines. Elder Mao sighed. From his master's face, Chen Yu saw anxiety for the first time. Disciple has come for 2 matters. Chen Yu began succinctly. The first matter concerned LV Santong and the Infinite Thief, which he mentioned briefly. After all, Chen Yu had killed LV Santong's cherished crow during the melee. It has always been speculated that LV Santong is the Infinite Thief. I'll report this to the sect's supreme elder uncle and suggest that LV Taija properly discipline his grandson. Elder Mao's words bore a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. While he couldn't touch LV Santong, at least this would make him lie low for a while. The second matter. Before going to the battlefield, Disciple wishes to refine his weapons, incorporating ores such as Moon Spirit Oregon. Chen Yu continued. This second matter was his main purpose. In terms of cultivation, Chen Yu could advance to the organ refining stage at any time, which was not a concern. He now wanted to refine artifacts, preferably by visiting the Chu family. The Chu family? That's easy to arrange. Our sect is looking to have them send reinforcements to the front lines against the Bone Demon Palace. Elder Mao's eyes flashed. Ask the Chu family for reinforcements. Chen Yu's heart chilled. The Chu family was a clan power near Yunyu sect, but not a direct vassal like Yan family castle. Now, Yunyu sect asking the Chu family for reinforcements reflected the urgency of the situation. For this matter, the sect master and the Chu family ancestor have spoken. You'll accompany the chief disciple, Zhong Tianchen, on a visit to the Chu family the day after tomorrow. Elder Mao stated. Thank you, master. Chen Yu expressed his gratitude. Given the current situation, it wasn't easy for disciples to go out casually. By the way, refining weapons requires quite a few rare ores. If you tell me which weapon you want to refine and what spiritual ore materials you need, I can offer some guidance. Elder Mao suddenly showed interest. Chen Yu guessed that Elder Mao might want to trade for some more moon spirit ore from him. But this was also an opportunity. Chen Yu wanted to hear Elder Mao's opinion and trade for some artifact refining materials from him. Thus, he took out the Xian Heavy Sword and the Dark Snake Sword and demonstrated them in front of Elder Mao, unleashing only about 60 to 70% of their power. Using the Xian Heavy Sword you can leverage your strength and deploy most of its power. The sword's quality and materials are good, but it consumes a lot, so it's not suitable for upgrading. Moreover, as a heavy sword, the materials needed for its refining are several times that of ordinary weapons. Elder Mao mused. The Dark Snake Sword, on the other hand, is much shorter and can be refined into a mid-level artifact at a much lower cost. Mid-level artifacts are generally suited for the Chi transformation realm, and the organ refining stage couldn't sustain it for long. But if you upgrade this short sword to a mid-level artifact, it only needs to be used at critical moments. Coupled with the close-range advantage of body cultivation, its momentary explosion is likely unbeatable under the Chi transformation realm. Elder Mao smiled, seemingly imagining such a scenario. Elder Mao's suggestion made a lot of sense to Chen Yu. A medium-quality artifact generally requires one to be in the Chi transformation realm to utilize it fully. An individual at the organ refining stage could not sustain it even for a moment. The Xian Heavy Sword was Chen Yu's primary weapon, suitable for head-on confrontations. If he upgraded it to a medium-quality artifact, not only would the cost be greater, but the consumption would greatly increase, making it unsustainable in prolonged battles. On the other hand, refining the Dark Snake Sword into a medium-quality artifact, combined with the close combat advantages of body cultivation, could produce an immense burst of power in an instant. Moreover, this poisonous sword was ideally suited for unexpected attacks and assassinations. Next, Chen Yu used 5 kilograms of moon spirit ore to trade with Elder Mao for 4 kilograms of meteoric iron and 3 kilograms of brass crystal. Meteoric iron goes without saying, it can enhance the quality and power of a weapon, and this brass crystal not only increases the hardness of the weapon but also enhances its sharpness to some extent. Elder Mao explained. Meteoric iron and brass crystal, both were rare ore for artifact refining, and when added to the moon spirit ore Chen Yu already possessed, they were like a tiger given wings. Of course, these were just the main materials, there were other auxiliary materials for artifact refining. After the transaction, Chen Yu returned to his external residence and organized the assets he currently held. This secular mission had brought him many gains. By slaying the hook-nosed miner leader, he obtained an artifact, 20 to 30 genuine primordial stones, and other various small items. From the marriage agreement with the Chu family, he gained a 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and 2 fierce snake king gallbladders. However, the earth spirit ginseng had already been used. In Yan family castle, Yan Hong presented 100 genuine primordial stones and a piece of armor from a half-precious artifact. Ultimately, by annihilating the group of stewards from the Bone Demon Palace, he obtained an artifact-grade staff and 200 genuine primordial stones. The mission rewards also included 2,000 inferior-grade primordial stones. Just in terms of primordial stones, there were over 30,000, adding to which, Chen Yu still had 36,000 inferior-grade primordial stones on hand. However, the real bulk of wealth came from those 2 artifacts, especially the artifact-grade staff. In his room, Chen Yu took out a high-grade body-nourishing pill and after a moment of reflection, decided to give it up. Now, he only needed to take a high-grade Chi storage pill, which would immediately upgrade him to the organ refining stage without destabilizing his foundation. Since I'll soon be on the front line, keeping my cultivation level low will ensure the tasks assigned to me are less difficult. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. When it's time to keep a low profile, one certainly shouldn't show off. On the front line, even elders in the Chi transformation realm were falling, not to mention someone in the organ refining stage. 2 days later, in front of the central hall, Chen Yu stood next to a man dressed in a pine green robe. Greetings, senior brother Zong. Chen Yu was very polite. This man in the pine green robe had sharp eyes and an aura that bore an invisible pressure. It was indeed the chief disciple, Zong Tianchen. Meeting Zong Tianchen this time, Chen Yu felt an immense pressure, and even a hint of mental oppression. Senior brother Zong, it seems you have ascended too. Chen Yu showed a hint of shock. Since integrating the mysterious heart, his senses had heightened, especially discerning various energies, for which he had a strong intuition. Junior brother, you are keen-eyed. 10 days ago, I did indeed ascend to the Chi transformation realm, and I haven't yet fully concealed my aura, Zong Tianchen said with a light smile. The Chi transformation realm, chief disciple? Chen Yu couldn't help but admire Zong Tianchen's incredible talent, truly worthy of being the top direct disciple. What's rare? Despite being the chief disciple and a practitioner in the Chi transformation realm, Zong Tianchen carried no arrogance in his usual treatment of disciples. Junior brother Chen, I've heard that the Chu family owes you a favor, perhaps Master Gu could help refine a weapon. Who knows, maybe I could benefit from your good fortune this time. Zong Tianchen suddenly smiled. Originally, after advancing to the Chi transformation realm, Zong Tianchen wanted to refine his own lower-grade artifact. And, as the chief disciple and representing the sect in his capacity at the Chi transformation realm, he would bring reinforcements from the Chu family. That very day, Zong Tianchen and Chen Yu rode a sect-specific bird, cutting through the sky heading straight to the Chu family. In less than a day, they descended into a town where the Chu family was located, riding a black feathered large bird. In front of a picturesque garden architecture, the Chu family had, accompanied by several high-ranking members, welcomed Chen Yu into the complex. Along the way, there were pavilions, bridges over flowing water, and delightful scenery. Chen Yu did not encounter Chu Fenjiayun. At the Chu family, Chu Fenjiayun's role was, at best, mid-level, rooted in the secular world. Our ancestor has been waiting for quite some time, the Chu family head said with a smile, showing considerable respect for Zong Tianchen, the chief disciple. Shortly after, in an ancient attic, Zhong Tianchen and Chen Yu met an old man with white hair and a youthful face. It was indeed the Chu family ancestor. This was not just any small family's organ refining stage resident, this was a genuine Qi transformation realm practitioner. Greetings, Mr. Chu, Tianchen represents our master to greet you. Zhong Tianchen was neither humble nor haughty. Qi transformation realm? The younger generation is to be feared indeed. The Chu family ancestor sensed Zhong Tianchen's aura, a flash of sharpness appearing in his eyes. I remember, Tianchen, you are still just over 20 years old, aren't you? Advancing to the Qi transformation realm at such an age gives you a good chance to reach the Giwen realm in the future. The Chu family ancestor said with a sigh, his face showing a hint of envy. The path of cultivation is a race against time. By the time he himself advanced to the Qi transformation realm, he was already in his 50s or 60s. At such an age, even if one luckily succeeded in advancing, one's potential would have been nearly exhausted. Tianchen is 21 this year. After all, he missed the target of advancing to the Qi transformation realm before turning 20. I heard Master say that advancing to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20 is a threshold. If successful, there would be a greater hope of advancing to the Giwen realm in the future. Zhong Tianchen replied. From his tone, it was clear that not advancing to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20 was a great regret. Indeed, of the existing Giwen realm experts in Chu country, most had advanced to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20, but there are no absolutes. Nephew Zhong's gap with them during their youth was not significant. In the future, reaching the pinnacle of Chu country's martial arts realm would not be difficult. Chu family ancestor said with a smile. Then, his gaze fell upon Chen Yu. After the introduction, Chu family ancestor showed a peculiar expression. You are the one, Chen Yu, engaged to Wan Yu. Indeed, it's me, replied the junior. Chen Yu's face bore a slight embarrassment. He noticed that Chu family ancestor was evaluating him with several glances, and it was hard to tell whether the expression contained admiration or aversion. Next, Zhong Tianchen and Chu family ancestor discussed the details of sending reinforcements to jointly resist the Bone Demon Palace. On this matter, Yunyu sect and the Chu family had already reached an agreement. 6 at the organ refining stage, 32 at the meridian passage stage. This is already a significant force from our Chu family. Any more would leave our own forces too depleted. Chu family ancestor sighed. Essentially, this was Yunyu sect forcing the Chu family to provide reinforcements. The 3 sects took the lead in battle. How could they allow the Chu family to stay safe behind? At the same time, this was also a form of implicit alliance declaration. Once the Chu family sent reinforcements, they were seen as siding with the 3 sects camp, clearly distancing themselves from the Bone Demon Palace. After discussing official matters, Zhong Tianchen and Chen Yu requested Chu ancestor about refining their weapons. Chu ancestor did not dare to neglect them, although he couldn't guarantee 100% assistance from the artifact refining master. He allowed them to meet. After all, the Chu family had once promised Chen Yu a favor, and with Zhong Tianchen being the chief disciple, who might very well become a pinnacle figure in Chu country's martial arts realm, he should not be easily offended. An hour later, behind the Chu family's compound, on a separate mountain peak, Chen Yu and Zhong Tianchen met an old man with a goat beard, who was not particularly remarkable in appearance. Master Gu. Zhong Tianchen and Chen Yu greeted him politely. Seeing as old man Chu has put in a word for you, I agree to meet you. Bring out your materials and weapons, let me take a look. If they are of too low a grade or too cheap, I may not agree. The old man with the goat beard seemed somewhat reluctant. Immediately, Zhong Tianchen took out an ancient sword covered in rust and several artifact refining materials, including about 7 or 8 caddies of meteoric iron, along with other minerals of similar quality. This sword, it seems to have a long heritage. Master Gu curiously took the sword, examining it closely. After scrutiny, Master Gu expressed slight regret. It's a pity the ancient forging methods on it are largely lost, but the base materials are good. Refining it into a mid-grade precious artifact is not a problem. Thank you, Master Gu, said Zhong Tianchen with joy on his face. However, I will charge you 300 genuine yuan stones, and I'll need to keep 2 caddies of meteoric iron and 3 caddies of purple sand crystal. Master Gu added. No problem. Zhong Tianchen felt a twinge of pain but could not refuse. His own sect had artifact refiners too, but they were somewhat inferior to this master. Subsequently, Chen Yu showcased his dark snake sword, taking out meteoric iron, brass crystal, moon spirit ore, etc. Moon spirit ore. The old man with the goat beard displayed a hint of delight. The materials you've brought will allow this sword to be upgraded to a mid-grade precious artifact without much trouble. However, re-refining it will greatly reduce its toxicity. Master Gu said. How could this be? Chen Yu's complexion shifted slightly. One of the major characteristics of the dark snake sword was its toxicity. Of course, if you're willing to give up 3 caddies of moon spirit ore and 300 genuine yuan stones. I have a prized blood poison stone. Incorporating it will permanently preserve the intense poison inside, increasing its potency, and its future refinements will not be affected. The old man then revealed his true intentions with his next words. Chen Yu felt speechless inside. Clearly, Master Gu just wanted to get some moon spirit ore. I have a reputation you can ask around about. I won't deceive you. With this, I'll also give you an additional chance to refine a weapon. The old man's eyes showed a hint of hope. All right then. Chen Yu agreed. Thus, he would use 3 caddies of moon spirit ore to refine, which was ample. After all, the dark snake sword was small, and moon spirit ore was only one of the main materials. In addition, he would provide 3 more caddies of moon spirit ore and 300 genuine yuan stones as payment. Of course, Master Gu would take out a piece of blood poison stone to add to the dark snake sword, solidifying and enhancing the weapon's intense toxicity. Master Gu, we have a favor to ask. Could you help us finish forging the weapons as quickly as possible? We need to head to the battlefield soon, Zhong Tianchen said. No problem, but you'll have to assist. Master Gu's eyelids twitched. He could tell that Zhong Tianchen was in the Qi transformation realm and helping as an assistant, using true Qi to support the refinements, which would greatly enhance the efficiency of refining weapons. And so, Chen Yu and Zhong Tianchen, over the next few days, assisted Master Gu in refining their weapons. That night, inside Master Gu's house, while organizing the materials, Chen Yu stood in front of the smelting furnace and noticed an old, dim metal sphere. Chen Yu's gaze was drawn to the worn metal sphere. Thump thump, thump thump. From deep within, the long-absent urgent beating of his heart rang out. This metal sphere. Chen Yu's heart raced, thinking to himself, wasn't this one of the 3 that had appeared at the Hidden Lake auction? Thump, 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 thump. The increased heartbeat brought with it a sense of anticipation and longing. Faintly, Chen Yu felt a subtle fluctuation in the light silver crystal space within his heart. Master Gu, do you also have one of these metal spheres? Chen Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart. On the surface, he appeared very surprised and first clarified that he also had one, to dispel the other's wariness. In reality, Chen Yu had already set his sights on this sphere. This sphere, Master Gu casually said, was bought by a junior brother of mine at the Hidden Lake auction for 18,000, but he couldn't figure anything out from it. He sent it to me, hoping to melt it down and decipher its material composition. And the result? Chen Yu asked with a smile, taking out a similarly worn metal sphere. Originally, at the Hidden Lake auction, there had been 3 of these metal spheres, taken by Yi Yunfei, Chen Yu, and a dark-faced elderly man. No result. The material of this metal sphere is very hard, forged by a very ancient method, and it likely contains elements of a special spatial crystal. To this day, I have been unable to melt it down. Master Gu shook his head. I wonder if there's any difference between it and mine. Chen Yu casually picked up the worn metal sphere next to the melting furnace. Master Gu glanced at it but didn't mind. Just as Chen Yu grabbed the sphere, a familiar scene occurred. Whoosh! A deep suction came from his heart. The weighty heartbeat caused the space in front of him to feel overlapped and shaky. Immediately, the metal sphere in his hand trembled, and strands of mysterious and strange forces were sucked into the mysterious heart. The next moment, within the dark, fuzzy space of the light silver crystal space, threads of silver crystal light points lit up. These silver crystal light points quickly merged into the existing light silver crystal space. In an instant, under Chen Yu's conscious focus, the light silver crystal space rapidly expanded and soon doubled in size. Originally, the light silver crystal space was only as big as a palm and 3 inches deep. Now, it was still palm-sized but had grown to 6 inches deep, like a mini box. If only it could turn into a rectangular shape. Chen Yu focused his thoughts on the newly formed, glistening mini-space, feeling slightly regretful. If so, his crystal space could store the dark snake sword and bring out its unexpected effects more efficiently. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the still unsteady small space suddenly twisted. In the silver light, the small space suddenly stretched to more than a foot long, but its depth and width significantly reduced, turning into a small rectangular box. That's great. Chen Yu felt a rush of ecstasy in his heart. This crystal space in the mysterious heart, unlike the external storage bag, was a concept on its own. It was an independent small space, disregarding weight, where objects could be retrieved with just a thought, and items could enter it through thought. Even the Iron Moon strange insect could enter it. Ordinary storage bags couldn't hold living things, unless it was a specially customized pet bag, which was much more expensive than those of the same volume. You lad, do you know the origin of this sphere? The voice of the goat-bearded man came through. Master jests, how could I know about something even you couldn't decipher? Chen Yu secretly broke into a cold sweat. Just now, he almost gave himself away and was almost discovered by Master Gu. He put down the worn metal sphere and focused on assisting Master Gu. 2 days later, a new dark snake sword was successfully melded. What came into view was a subdued dark gray short sword. Upon close inspection, one could see a layer of dark lustrous patterns on the surface of the blade, very exquisite. Chen Yu infused his true qi and suddenly felt as if the sword was a bottomless pit, absorbing almost twice the true qi he normally provided. A strange gray flow and blood-red gleaming patterns arose on the dark snake sword. With one swipe, a residual shadow flickered lightly, almost without sound. Chen Yu felt that the killing power of this sword was now far superior to the Xian heavy sword. Probably below the Qi transformation realm, not many could survive its strike. By integrating moon spirit ore, this sword maintains its silent features at night, and in places with moonlight, it amplifies its power by 30%. Master Gu said with a smile. He was very satisfied with this refined poison sword, especially considering the material used was excellent. Zhong Tianchen, on the side, looked at the sword with a hint of astonishment. A Meridian Passage stage disciple like Chen Yu could prematurely possess such an excellent mid-grade treasure weapon. With Moonlight, the power amplifies by 30%. Doesn't this make the sword close to a top-tier fine weapon at night? Chen Yu asked in amazement. Pretty much. Master Gu nodded. The main characteristic of melding weapons with Moon Spirit ore was reflected here. 3 days later, Zhong Tianqin's weapon was also enhanced, and he looked very satisfied. Of course, enhancing a weapon and refining one were two different concepts. Their weapons were originally lower-grade treasure artifacts, further enhanced by a collection of precious spiritual ores and materials to mid-grade treasure artifacts. If one were to truly craft a mid-grade treasure artifact, it would take at least 10 to 15 days. After refining their weapons, the two took a troop from the Chu family and, a few days later, arrived at the Yunyu sect. No sooner had Chen Yu returned to the inner gate than he received a message from the sect affairs hall. Junior brother Chen, in 6 days, you will join the 6th troop reinforcement team to head to the front lines and help defend Luyun City. An elder said with a smile. Thank you, elder. Chen Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. The impending grand showdown between the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace meant all disciples were inevitably going to be dispatched to the front lines. Although frontline duties were inherently risky, the level of danger varied. The city defense task assigned to Chen Yu was relatively safer, sparing him from fighting on the very front lines or being part of a sacrificial squad. After confirming his mission, the first thing Chen Yu did was to attempt advancing to the organ refining stage. Now, his foundation was solid, his inner breath far purer than his peers, even comparable to those in the organ refining stage. He was just short of a breath away from advancing to the organ refining stage. Upon deciding, Chen Yu took out a high-grade body-nourishing pill from his light silver crystal space. As the elixir dissolved in his stomach, a warm and surging heat flowed within his body, slowly merging into his inner breath and meridians. Chen Yu sat cross-legged, circulating the Cloud Evil Heart method, and began his attempt to break through to the organ refining stage. At this time, the external network of meridians throughout Chen Yu's body had completely connected, creating an unceasing cycle, and his inner breath had refined to its utmost limit. This intensely pure inner breath began to assault the internal network of meridians. Previously, he had attempted this breakthrough multiple times but always fell short, primarily due to his aptitude. But now, under the medicinal power of the high-grade body-nourishing pill, it seemed as if the internal network of meridians was being cleansed, and the barrier tore like paper. He exhaled sharply. The cloud evil true chi within him, like a fierce wild horse, forcefully surged through the internal network of meridians, entering the 12 regular meridians. The internal network connects to the organs of the body, and during the cultivation process, it can greatly strengthen the organs and alter one's physique. Hence, this stage is known as the organ refining stage. After reaching the organ refining stage, the cultivator's physical strength increases, their inner breath becomes more profound, and their energy channels grow longer, making the use of general treasure artifacts much more effortless. 2 days later, Chen Yu's inner breath circulated through parts of the internal network and finally condensed back into the Dan field Qi. Within the Dan field, a blue-black cyclone slowly formed. Final stage of organ refining? From then on, all his inner breath had a source. As long as his body remained vital, the Qi could slowly regenerate the inner breath. This was also why, in the organ refining stage, the inner breath is profound and the energy channels are elongating. With a powerful exhalation, Chen Yu's fists vibrated, and the air roared with evil qi, forming a colossal python-shaped killing aura fist shadow with fierce black and blue patterns, displaying astonishing might of evil qi. Likely, ordinary cultivators in the organ refining stage facing such might of evil qi would find their spirits and vital energy somewhat diminished. With a casual punch, I can exert punch strength that condenses evil qi, and its shadow has become more solid. Chen Yu showed a pleased expression. His breakthrough to the organ refining stage had gone much smoother than expected. Throughout, Chen Yu had been methodical and steady. He noticed that his current purity of inner breath surpassed that of a typical mid-stage of organ refining. Moreover, after advancing, his cultivation level was very stable. In the following days, Chen Yu briefly consolidated his cultivation before starting to comprehend swordsmanship and master the Cloud Evil Fist technique. For swordsmanship, naturally, it was the Xian Heavy Swordsmanship, which Chen Yu now summarized into Xian Heavy Sword Technique. Xian Heavy Sword Technique. It extracts the strengths of various sword techniques, condensing the contrasting essences of light and heavy sword styles, encompassing the operational methods and skills of swordsmanship and inner breath. From this point on, this sword technique could be considered a newly independent martial art. Chen Yu was confident that this integrated sword technique could match top-tier martial arts, essentially the most elite at this level. Additionally, in Cloud Evil Fist technique, after advancing to the organ refining stage, Chen Yu could maximize its power. He felt that his fist technique was nearing the peak realm. Once the Cloud Evil Fist reaches the peak and the true essence is comprehended, there's a certain chance to condense Cloud Evil True Chi. Chen Yu yearned. If he could condense even a trace of Cloud Evil True Chi, not only would the power be overwhelmingly formidable, capable of injuring those in the Chi transformation realm, but it would also greatly increase the chances of advancing to the Chi transformation realm. However, condensing Cloud Evil True Chi in the organ refining stage was truly difficult. It demanded aptitude, insight, and opportunity, among other aspects. Several days later, The time to join the frontline battle finally arrived. During these days, Chen Yu's mastery of Cloud Evil Fist technique, unfortunately, had not reached the peak. Perhaps, going to the battlefield and experiencing the bloody and brutal scenes through killing could aid my breakthrough, Chen Yu murmured. He had encountered his fair share of combat before, but he had never experienced the bloodthirsty slaughter of the battlefield. On this clear morning, Chen Yu arrived in front of Yuntian Hall, where more than 200 people had already gathered. From Qi Transformation Realm elders to Meridian Passage stage disciples, both familiar and unfamiliar faces could be seen. Among them, Chen Yu saw many familiar faces, including Tong Yuling, Duan Xiaolong, Mu Sueking, Nanggong Li, Huang Fulin, and others. I will lead you to the front line of battle. Our Yunyu sect, Iron Sword sect, and Water Moon sect will engage in a life and death battle with the Bone Demon Palace. A clear and melodious female voice rang out. The speaker was a gracefully beautiful woman in palace attire, with a chibang haircut, a lovely countenance, and a clean, solemn complexion like snow porcelain, exuding a dignified and holy presence that commanded respect. Many sect members on the field were attracted to the Fairy Xia Yu, a beautiful lady adorned in luxurious attire. Fairy Grand Master Xia. Chen Yu thought pensively and looked towards the dignified and beautiful lady, suddenly recalling the recent betrayal in the Yunyu sect. At that time, Elder Chu betrayed the sect, gravely injured Grand Master Xia, and stole a batch of meteoric iron. Unexpectedly, Grand Master Xia turned out to be the leader of these reinforcements, her exquisite and noble temperament a delight to behold. Mu Sueking stood by Grand Master Xia's side, joining her master in the battle at the front line. In front of Yuntian Hall, the troop made a brief arrangement before setting off directly to the front line of the battlefield. After several days and nights of travel, a giant city embedded in a huge mountain range came into view for the group. Is this Luyun City? The disciples looked up in admiration. The colossal city, grand and majestic, embedded halfway up the mountain, with its highest point reaching near the cloud-wrapped sky. The walls of the city, made of dark green rocks, provided a visual impact of heavy and vast solidity. Boom, clang clang bang. From the other side of Luyun City, a series of roaring and clashing sounds came relentlessly, the explosive energy of inner breath true chi mingling with the collision of weapons. It was clear that on that side, the three sects were clashing with the Bone Demon Palace. Whoosh whoosh. Even from afar, the horde felt the intangible strong wind and the aura of slaughter. Inside Chen Yu, the cloud evil inner breath was stirring restlessly, seemingly sensing the massive evil chi on the battlefield. Yunyu sect reinforcements. Fairy Xia Yu held a flag, using it to signal a secret code to a similar flag atop the giant city. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon, above the city, several cloud ladders and ropes were thrown down. You should know, Luyun City stood hundreds of feet above ground, and the mountain on which it perched was steep, a challenge even for someone at the Meridian Passage stage to climb using light body martial arts. Most people chose the cloud ladders and ropes to quickly ascend to Luyun City. Zoom, zip, scrape. Some, at the body refining stage with decent light body martial arts, chose areas with slightly gentler slopes to scale swiftly up the rock faces. Before long, the entire Yunyu sect reinforcement group had entered Luyun City. On that same day, Chen Yu and some promising disciples were assigned tasks, mostly logistical or defensive support. That evening, Chen Yu and other disciples arrived at the walls at the front line to participate in their first defense support. On the city walls, there were some crossbow platforms and stone-throwing carts, all large-scale city defense weapons far beyond what the secular world had. Among these, Chen Yu saw several strong men pulling back a crossbow platform together, launching several heavy crossbow arrows at once, whoosh 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 piercing through the night sky. These city defense weapons' power far exceeded the ordinary, even someone at the body refining stage couldn't operate them. The Bone Demon Palace is attacking? All you newbies, it's your first battle, keep an eye on the weapons. If the Bone Demon Palace charges, help with the killing. A middle-aged man with a purple face and heavy armor spoke sternly. No sooner had he spoken, than screeching sounds of flying birds came from the night sky, hundreds of silhouettes weaving and diving among the darkness. At least those riding the flying birds were at the organ refining stage. The flying bird knights of the Bone Demon Palace, some holding crossbows for range attacks, others wielding various sorts of treasures swinging for melee assaults, accompanied by various mid-air slashing and stabbing shadows. Time and again, someone on the city wall met a gruesome end. These bird knights, each at the organ refining stage, were formidable and ephemeral. They would quickly flee after striking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. On the city walls, crossbow platforms fired volley after volley of heavy crossbow arrows, like a cold, piercing rain aiming for the birds in the sky. Some hulking men held spears, channeling their inner breath, throwing them through the air. The dense attacks barely held back the assault of the birds, downing only one or two bird knights. At the same time, kill. Below Luyun City, a wave of members from the Bone Demon Palace, about 2,000 to 3,000, surged towards the mountain wall, scaling it rapidly. Due to the prolonged warfare, the mountain's side had been piled up with rocks, wood, machinery, and bodies, creating a slope. These attackers, mostly at the Meridian Passage and body refining stages, with a handful at the organ refining stage, seemed defiantly fearless in the face of death, unhesitatingly scaling and killing their way up despite their losses. Nothing but cannon fodder. Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart. Soon after, some wielding shields approached the ramparts. Kill! Chen Yu and other disciples immediately joined the fight. Cloud Evil Fist? Chen Yu threw a punch. Evil Chi roared furiously, and a python-shaped fist-shaped shadow surged forth with black and green patterns, sweeping across everything in its path. Immediately, 3 or 4 figures, including one at the organ refining stage, were swept over by the massive python-shaped fist shadow and screamed as they met their deaths. The power of this punch surprised several sect members defending nearby. So much so, within moments, no one approached Chen Yu. But it wasn't long before the bird knights in the sky launched another lightning-fast attack, with arrows and various long-distance slashing sword shadows. Under the cover of these bird knights, the black tide of figures below mounted another fierce attack. Near Chen Yu, there were occasional screams of casualties. Clang! Suddenly, a piercing long spear shadow, accompanied by the shrill cries of a flying creature, swept directly over the heads of 2 or 3 people where Chen Yu stood. Get out of the way! Chen Yu launched a punch through the air. The python-shaped fist shadow of Evil Chi pounced forward, directly wiping out that long spear shadow. Not bad in strength. In the night sky, a man in black robes from the Bone Demon Palace stood on a flying creature, surprised at the sight of Chen Yu. Chen Yu and the others were about to counterattack. The man in black robes controlled the flying creature and swiftly moved away after the strike. The aerial attack from the Bone Demon Palace consists entirely of elites, mainly focusing on harassment, while the ground assault is carried out by death squads. Chen Yu sighed inwardly. The dual threat from the air and ground was indeed troublesome, especially the nimble elite aerial attacks, with fighters at the organ refining stage swooping down from time to time, or shooting arrows from a distance. As time passed, the battle over Luyun City raged on fiercely. The attacking figures at the foot of the city wall, which started from 2 or 3,000, swelled to tens of thousands. Even the flying birds in the night sky increased in number to 200 or 300. Not just that. Occasionally, among the combatants, a few would emerge who were in the postnatal Qi transformation realm, and even some in the Qi transformation innate realm. Tianyuan break. A green-robed elder from the Bone Demon Palace stood atop a flying bird, sweeping out a palm that unleashed a torrential vortex of black true Qi, roaring like a mountain flood and sweeping across a distance of 7 or 8 zhang. Boom! The tidal wave-like true Qi vortex turned everyone in its path, whether at the meridian passage or organ refining stage, into minced meat. With a single palm strike, he annihilated more than a dozen members on the city wall. Chen Yu's scalp tingled. The one who had launched the attack seemed to be an innate Qi transformation strong person. His attack, below the Qi transformation realm, meant certain death upon contact. Fortunately, as the defenders, they had a significant geographical advantage. The 3 sects here also had Qi transformation realm powerhouses who countered fiercely, shooting down several flying birds and annihilating large numbers of attackers on the ground. Atop the city wall, the sect members and disciples fought valiantly amidst bloodshed, with casualties occurring every moment. In the endless slaughter, many were exhausted, with huge consumption of inner breath true Qi, and had to retreat to rest for a while. Chen Yu made an estimate. Each round of defense lasted 2 hours before a half-hour rest. With Chen Yu's stamina, as long as he didn't squander it excessively, even fighting continuously for half a day wasn't a big deal. However, he still kept a low profile and rested when he needed to. When participating in the battle, he was far from sloppy, primarily focusing on honing his Cloud Evil Fist. The Xian heavy sword he carried on his back had not yet been drawn. During a change of guards and rest, Chen Yu suddenly noticed an eerie tinge of blood on the bright moon in the sky. What's going on here? Chen Yu felt an inexplicable eeriness and chill as he stared at the blood-stained silver moon. Ever since the last great battle, where the sects suffered heavy casualties, such a phenomenon began to appear in the night sky's bright moon. A middle-aged man at the organ refining stage said nonchalantly. The Bone Demon Palace particularly likes to start battles at night. Some suspect that the Bone Demon Palace seems to be performing some kind of blood sacrifice through the wars some sect members discussed among themselves. After half an hour, Chen Yu rejoined the battle on the city walls. By this point, the corpses of the Bone Demon Palace's cannon fodder, predominantly composed of peripheral members or vassal forces, piled up like mountains near the ground. Whoosh whoosh in several areas of the city wall, dark green flames burned, leaving behind some charred, unrecognizable bodies. Bone scale flame. Chen Yu's heart chilled. He had seen this kind of attack when he was in Baishan Spirit Garden. Swish, swish. A black-robed figure atop a flying bird threw down several black canisters with a sinister smile, and boom, one of them was hurled toward Chen Yu's area. Chen Yu was about to take action when, insignificant tricks. A surging gust of wind came from behind him, and he saw a faint purple domineering wind wave whoosh by, blowing the canister several zhang away. The canister exploded in midair, releasing a burst of dark green fireworks, narrowly missing a flying bird knight. Chen Yu glanced sideways. The one who had taken action was a purple-faced middle-aged man in armor, a postnatal Qi transformation expert. This man belonged to the Iron Sword sect and was one of the city defense captains in this area. However, from time to time, someone from the Bone Demon Palace at the Qi transformation realm would make a move, and the purple-faced man was quickly engaged elsewhere. Chen Yu still fought using Cloud Evil Fist. He didn't fear the ground attacks, whether they were from Meridian Passage or Organ Refining Stage, and he annihilated them ruthlessly. Gradually, the evil chi in Chen Yu's fist technique grew denser. Even the blood evil chi stored deep within his flesh and bones from the previous opportunity in the blood pool began to be stimulated bit by bit. Unconsciously, both his cloud evil inner breath and fist technique were progressively becoming more powerful by the minute. The only thing that troubled Chen Yu was the flying birds in the sky. His body technique talent gave him an unparalleled advantage in close combat, but he struggled a bit at long range. The flying bird knights would attack and flee, never engaging in prolonged combat, and were very agile. A brawny man holding a heavy javelin beside him fell dead, slain by a distant sword aura from a flying bird knight. Clang! A heavy javelin landed at his feet. Chen Yu's face revealed a moment of contemplation. He picked up the heavy javelin from the ground. It was significantly heavier than a regular javelin, weighing 100 or 200 pounds, with a spearhead sharp as a point. This kind of javelin, close in quality to a half-precious artifact, was specially forged by the three sects to counter the harassment of the flying birds, but its actual effect was limited. Because the flying bird knights were all elite at the organ refining stage and moved unpredictably in the air, they were difficult to kill and served mainly as a distraction. Go! Chen Yu gripped the javelin, his inner breath surged through it, and he activated the enormous strength of the copper statue technique as he hurled it violently. Swoosh! The heavy javelin turned into a dark, cold shadow, carrying with it dull exclamations of surprise and aiming for a nearby flying bird knight. Swoosh! The heavy javelin turned into a dark, cold shadow, accompanied by a muffled cry of alarm as it thrust towards a nearby flying bird knight. Not good. A sense of lethal coldness suddenly arose in that flying bird knight as the heavy gust from the javelin left his blood frozen. The power and speed of this javelin were truly terrifying. At a distance of over a dozen yards, even a mid-stage organ refining cultivator among the flying bird knights couldn't dodge in time. Unexpectedly, swoosh, the heavy javelin grazed past the rider's clothes, missing him by a hair's breadth. Chen Yu was taken aback. Clearly, this was his first time using a javelin. While he had plenty of strength and speed, his aim was lacking. But then, a dramatic scene unfolded. A scream came from behind the narrowly escaped flying bird knight. Splurge! The terrifyingly powerful javelin pierced through another, more distant flying bird knight, along with his mount, in a splash of blood. The pitiful shriek and the grisly death of that flying bird knight sent chills down the spines of the other riders near the Bone Demon Palace. Nice shot. Good strength in that throw. Even the purple-faced middle-aged man at the Chi transformation realm from the city defense couldn't help but praise. Haha, just luck. Chen Yu was somewhat embarrassed. That javelin throw which killed the enemy was pure chance, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. This kid always manages to stand out wherever he goes. From a corner of Luyun City, Yi Yunfei dressed in white, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Someone, give him some more javelins. The purple-faced middle-aged city defense captain ordered. Soon, two body refining stage logistics members carried over 20 javelins and placed them beside Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded, his peripheral vision stealing glances at the throwing expressions and movements of several burly men nearby. These javelin throwers were all strongmen from the three sects. Go! Chen Yu exerted his strength and hurled another javelin. Swoosh! A dark, cold shadow screamed through the heavy gust, its remarkable power and speed piercing through the night sky. Such momentum made the nearby throwers feel ashamed. However, the next 2 or 3 javelins from Chen Yu missed their mark, but they still managed to frighten 1 or 2 flying bird knights. Chen Yu was not discouraged, and the other throwers didn't mock him. This was because the hit rate for javelin throws was inherently lower than that of ordinary bows and crossbows. That was one reason. Secondly, the night environment reduced visibility, and the targets were fast-moving flying birds. Speaking hypothetically, even if one could hit accurately, the targets were organ refining experts who might block your attack with a treasured instrument. Therefore, the main task of these javelin throwers was to restrain and suppress aerial targets. Killing the enemy usually relied on luck. Swoosh swoosh, Chen Yu occasionally hurled a javelin or two, maintaining strength and speed while gradually improving accuracy. A normal person obviously wouldn't progress this fast, but Chen Yu's body technique talent in his area of expertise was nothing short of monstrous. Finally, on his 6th javelin throw, swoosh, an arc-shaped javelin shadow cut through the night sky and viciously struck a flying bird knight. Ayek. The knight was pierced through the shoulder, and the horrific power of the javelin even penetrated the wings of the bird beneath him. Thud. Falling from over 100 yards in the sky, both the member of the Bone Demon Palace and the bird smashed into a meat patty. Hiss. Both friend and foe drew a sharp breath. Especially a few nearby javelin throwers, who looked at Chen Yu with eyes full of inhuman awe. Other throwers might have decent hit rates, but none possessed such terrifying lethal power. In one night, Chen Yu had killed 2 flying bird knights with the javelin, an exceptionally dazzling deed for a newcomer to the battlefield. In the days that followed, Chen Yu began a life of slaughter at the forefront of the battlefield in Luyun City. 1. Survive. 2. Hone the Cloud Evil Fist. 3. Practice throwing the javelin as a ranged technique. Day after day of tedium. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This night, Chen Yu stood on the city wall, a heavy sword on his back and several javelins at his side, his eyebrows exuding a sharp and stern killing intent. Cloud Evil Fist? Chen Yu threw a punch, a domineering killing aura fist shadow taking form of a large python, its sinister green and black patterns surging, over a yard long, echoing out over 2 yards through the air. Ah! That punch killed 5 or 6 death soldiers of the Bone Demon Palace on the ground. Compared to his initial time on the battlefield, Chen Yu's fist technique became more overbearing and unyielding, marked by an even denser evil chi. Chen Yu felt that the life and death killing of the past half-month had propelled his cloud evil fist technique to greater heights than several months of arduous cultivation could have. Through such slaughter, the essence of the cloud evil fist technique gradually touched the pinnacle of its realm. The latent potential within his body, the evil chi hidden within his flesh and bones, was increasingly stimulated, enhancing his inner breath. Suddenly, Chen Yu spotted several shadows of flying creatures rapidly circling overhead. Go! With a piercing gaze, Chen Yu drew a javelin from behind him, leaned back slightly, and with his arms extended like a bow, hurled it with all his might. Get out of the way. Be careful. It's Javelin Demon Hunter Chen Yu. Some flying bird knights couldn't help but exclaim, warning some of their newer comrades. Swish! The javelin's screeching arc cut through the night sky like a cold and swift thunder. Ah! A scream echoed from the night sky above. A young man and the flying creature beneath him plummeted from the sky, smashing into the ground as a mangled heap. Humph! Chen Yu sneered, looking toward the now empty expanse of night sky. Is that the Javelin Demon Hunter? One of the 10 most troublesome individuals under the Chi transformation realm among the 3 sects camp. Yes, it's him. Be extremely wary. This man is the nemesis of us flying bird knights. Once hit by his thrown javelin, it's almost a certain kill for the enemy. The nearby flying bird knights from the Bone Demon Palace wore an expression of dread. Over the past half-month, Chen Yu's javelin throwing skills had reached first-class levels, supported by his innate talent in body techniques. But the most terrifying aspect was his fearsome strength. His thrown javelins could not be stopped by most creatures in the organ refining stage, nor by flying creatures. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yu's reputation on the battlefield of the Bone Demon Palace had begun to rise, earning him the moniker Javelin Demon Hunter and placing him among the top 10 most troublesome figures. On the battlefield of the Bone Demon Palace, the high-tier encounters, such as those in the Chi transformation realm, remained in a relatively balanced state. The 10 troublesome individuals were those under the Chi transformation realm of the 3 sects side who most vexed the Bone Demon Palace. Among them, 3 new disciples from Yunyu sect made the list: Chen Yu, Duan Xiaolong, and Cheng Xian. Chen Yu was troublesome because of his javelin. Duan Xiaolong, on the other hand, was known for his Thunder Blade's dominance over the wicked cultivation techniques of the Bone Demon Palace's camp, and his sword techniques' evolving profoundness. Furthermore, Iron Sword Sect's LV Santung, Fei Leshan, Li Binjiao from Water Moon sect, and others were also included in the list. Additionally, there were some older members. Chen Yu, with you guarding the battlements these past half a month, the pressure on our defenses has been greatly relieved. The middle-aged man with a purple face and in the Chi transformation realm said with a smile. About those military exploits, Chen Yu muttered. Rest assured, you've killed over a dozen of the Bone Demon Palace's flying bird knights, and for each kill, the military merit earned is in the tens of thousands. The purple-faced man replied with a smile. The 3 sects, to encourage slaying the enemy, had established a system of military merit. With earned merits, one could exchange for various resources, be it precious artifacts, cultivation techniques, spirit ginseng, elixirs, and more. There was even a dedicated team to roughly tally these merits. Like Chen Yu's killing of flying mounts, being a focal point, meant that his military merits would surely not go unnoticed. 10 miles across from Luyun City, a dense black-gray mist drifted, veiling some tents and buildings. Inside one of the spacious and luxurious rooms, Chier, are you certain that the thief who poisoned and incapacitated your arm was on that battlefield's watchtower? A middle-aged man with purple hair and golden armor, his face as grim as water, asked. Beside him sat a one-armed purple-haired youth, his face painted with traces of bitterness and murderous intent. Had Chen Yu been there, he would have recognized him. This purple-haired youth was the secret disciple they had fought at Baishan Spirit Garden. The difference now was that this Shang Guanqi had lost an arm, and the arrogance on his face had been replaced by even more sinister energy. He could turn to ash, and I would still recognize him? I saw him on the battlements a few days ago while overseeing the siege. He seemed quite esteemed, being called Javelin Demon Hunter. Shang Guanqi spoke through clenched teeth, filled with hatred. Looking closely, Shang Guanqi bore a 4 or 5 point resemblance to the purple-haired golden-armored middle-aged man beside him. Humph! Javelin Demon Hunter! The golden-armored middle-aged man sneered. Were it not for our mutual restraint at the Chi transformation innate level, that ant would be extinguished with a flick of a finger. Father, you must avenge me, Shang Guanqi said, seething with rage. When I'm on the battlefield, I'm a well-known Chi transformation innate. The moment I appear, I will be targeted to death by the 3 sects, which makes it inconvenient to take action. The golden-armored middle-aged man fell into contemplation. On the battlefield, the Chi transformation innate were among the high-end force, including the top-tier Giwen realm. There was a delicate balance maintained between the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace. However, I can dispatch those under the postnatal Chi transformation to deal with him. That fellow, called Javelin Demon Hunter, poses quite a threat. It would be a justified move. The golden-armored middle-aged man soon smirked. That's excellent. Shang Guanqi's face lit up with fervent glee. If a Qi transformation powerhouse acted, there was no reason for that boy to survive. Guardian Shangguan? The palace master has important matters to discuss. At that moment, a man in a black robe knelt outside the room, speaking respectfully. All right, I'll be right there. The golden-armored middle-aged man, known as Guardian Shangguan, stepped out of the room. He looked up subconsciously and noticed the silver moon overhead, which was taking on an increasingly thick shade of blood, the area around it starting to ripple with eerie blood-colored waves. Meanwhile, inside a large tent in the Bone Demon Palace camp, an elder dressed in a dark gold robe, holding a scepter, stood shoulder to shoulder with an attractively malevolent young man in a blood-red robe. Both were gazing up at the blood-stained moon in the night sky. Are you sure the rumored event will transpire? For its sake, the Bone Demon Palace has been willing to stalemate the three sects for 2 to 3 months with bones piling up like mountains and blood flowing like rivers. Under normal circumstances, we would have broken into the three sects' rear lines and exterminated at least one of them by now, the gaunt-faced old man stated indifferently. Master Fu, rest assured, given the current blood moon phenomenon, I can guarantee that it will appear, and it's drawing ever closer. I have been researching this secret for 100 years. The handsome, confident, and sinisterly smiling young man in the blood-red robe assured. 3 days later, deep in the night, Chen Yu, with a heavy sword on his back and a spear in hand, occasionally unleashed roars of python-shaped fists shadows, a vague aura of evil chi cloud looming around him. A fearsome, ghost god intimidating air of evil chi flickered in his eyes. That invisible evil chi melded with his spiritual consciousness, nearly making the Meridian Passage stage warriors tremble with fear with a mere glance, causing their inner chi to scatter. This was the site of the cloud evil fist reaching its peak domain. Chen Yu didn't rush to break through to higher levels. While felling enemies with his fists, he deliberately condensed and refined that intangible evil chi, minimizing its range. Sharpening his fist technique was unavoidable, but being too ostentatious was undesirable. Assisted by the ice heart tears and the baptism of the moon spirit liquid on his spiritual consciousness, the increasingly concentrated evil chi did not affect Chen Yu's clarity of mind. Despite being engulfed in surging evil chi, his gaze held a depth as cold and clear as a wintry pool. Even Chen Yu's spiritual consciousness, refined by the evil chi, had become much stronger than that of an average person. At the same time, Chen Yu occasionally glanced at some birds circling in the night sky. He had just reached behind him for his spear. Everyone, be careful. It's spear hunter Chen Yu. Those flying bird knights were very vigilant toward Chen Yu and were familiar with his image. Whoosh, whoosh, these knights kept a distance of 50 yards from Chen Yu. At this distance in the night, the precision and power of a thrown spear dropped by more than half, posing little threat to the prepared flying bird knights. It really isn't easy to earn military exploits. Chen Yu reluctantly put away his spear. The Bone Demon Palace hadn't remained fools after all. After Chen Yu had killed more than 20 flying bird knights, they marked him as a target to be closely guarded against. All newly joined flying bird knights were tasked first and foremost with recognizing the spear hunter. Whoosh! Suddenly, an unremarkable black eagle shot out from the flock, heading straight for Chen Yu's area. Chen Yu felt surprised. While other birds scurried away from him, this flying bird knight seemed to fly directly at him as if provoking a confrontation. He instinctively grabbed a spear. Whoosh whoosh hiss! As some nearby crossbow arrows and spears approached the bird, a black-robed elder on it swept out an invisible, faint black fog with one hand, deflecting them all. Not good. Chen Yu's heartbeat quickened, sensing an invisible crisis approaching. Ordinary flying bird knights would dodge arrows and spears, or fly around the edges. None appeared as calm and composed as this figure. Young one, meet your end. The black-robed elder let out a low shout, eyes flashing sharply, locking onto Chen Yu. Whoosh! The black eagle suddenly accelerated. Pale black true chi surged around the elder, emitting the oppressive aura of the chi transformation realm. In an instant, all nearby crossbow arrows and spears, and all kinds of remote air shadows, were torn to pieces. Chi transformation realm. Atop the city walls, everyone cried out in shock and chaos. At the same moment, go! Chen Yu hurled the spear in his hand with all his might, a blurry trembling arc of cold shadow, stabbing at the black-robed elder with astonishing force and speed. On the ground, dodging a spear wouldn't be difficult for someone at the Chi transformation realm. However, this was in the air, and the elder's mount, a flying bird, was nowhere near as nimble as on the ground. Boom ka! When the spear hit the pale black true chi around the elder, a muffled blast rang out, and shockwaves billowed. As a result, Chen Yu's spear, after piercing an inch or two, shattered inch by inch. The black-robed elder looked surprised, and his flying mount subtly shook. Despite not harming him at all, Chen Yu's spear had penetrated his true chi layer, subtly hindering his momentum. It must be understood. Other spears and crossbow arrows merely shattered as they neared his true chi layer. No breach. Chen Yu was alarmed and, after slightly delaying the advance with his spear, swiftly retreated. Be careful, that's a chi transformation realm from the Bone Demon Palace. The nearby city defense captain, a purple-faced middle-aged man, turned into a blur of purple shadow, rushing over swiftly. Roll out! The purple-faced middle-aged man thrust out a palm, a surge of pale purple wind like an inverted waterfall, meeting the black-robed elder head-on. The black-robed elder laughed heartily, dancing his hand into a dark python-like chi shadow that spun like thunder toward the city walls. Boom! The city wall trembled slightly, and stone chips and strong winds spread over an area of 7 to 8 yards. Bang bang bang! Several nearby combatants from both sides were lifted from the city battlements by the powerful gust. Get out of the way! The clash between the two chi transformation realm powerhouses forced the nearby people to scatter. Seeing the black-robed elder intercepted by the purple-faced middle-aged man, the members on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief. Many saw that the Bone Demon Palace's chi transformation realm elder sought to harm Chen Yu, but for some reason, Chen Yu's heart was still racing. The intangible sense of crisis was not subsiding, rather, it intensified. Just then, whoosh! From the suicide squad cannon fodder below the city wall, a black ghost-like slender figure suddenly emerged. So fast, that slender figure swept up a blurry afterimage, striking at Chen Yu within the city walls like lightning. Although Chen Yu had retreated 2 or 3 yards into the walls, that ghostly figure closed in on him in a leap, moving faster than the infinite thief he had seen, by more than a notch. That slender figure extended a hand wreathed in dark red true chi vortex, smacking the air across the distance. In that moment, the air nearby seemed to solidify, filled with a brutally hot and violent aura. Damn it! Chen Yu's heartbeat suddenly quickened as he mustered strength in his legs. Whoosh! His body leaned back, his heart powering up to burst forth with a speed far beyond normal limits, nearly grazing the ground as he flew backward. Ah! Screams emanated from nearby. 2 at the organ refining stage and 3 or 4 at the meridian passage stage were swept by the crimson vortex and instantly turned into segments of charred, shattered corpses. Hiss! Although Chen Yu retreated quickly, a split-off violent red airwave still struck a few feet in front of him. Cloud Evil Fist? Chen Yu roared as he retreated, throwing out a shadow of a python-sized fist wrapped in grotesque black and blue chi patterns while his body slid backward across the ground. Bang! That offshoot of red and black chi was domineering, and even with just half the power of the main attack, it instantly shattered Chen Yu's fist shadow. The remaining hot air and forceful wind surged onto Chen Yu. Boom! At the critical moment, Chen Yu could only operate the copper statue technique, defending and retreating with the help of the momentum. Even so, Chen Yu felt a scorching sensation all over, as if molten, corrosive lava were being poured over his skin. The cloud evil inner chi in his meridians dissipated layer by layer, with a few strands of searing flow almost penetrating his organs. Crack! Chen Yu's half-precious soft armor, which bore the brunt, burst open. The remnant of the attack was barely intercepted by his copper statue technique, but he felt a burning pain deep within his meridians and organs, suffering some minor internal injuries. Thud thud, thud thud. With his heart pounding, Chen Yu's robust self-healing powers kicked in, swiftly healing ordinary internal and external injuries. That slender figure revealed herself to be a black-veiled beauty in her 20s, her eyes flashing with surprise. She had been hiding among the Daredevil squad, and she was the real assassin? The black-robed elder's frontal attack from midair was merely a diversion, meant to restrain the other chi transformation realm cultivators. However, her sudden assassination attempt failed to kill Chen Yu. His reaction speed, boxing technique, and defensive power were all stronger than she had anticipated. Haha, let's see if you can handle my second palm. The black-veiled beauty followed his movements like a shadow, closing in again with a speed far surpassing Chen Yu's, and struck a palm from the air. Whirring, the black-veiled beauty's delicate hand twirled, conjuring a distorted dark red sphere of chi. Boom! That dark red twisted sphere of chi roared out, accompanied by the sound of a flame explosion, setting off a scarlet flame wind that engulfed an area of 50 to 60 feet. Ah! Continuous screams echoed as the move turned out to be an area attack. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people near Chen Yu were killed on the spot, including 3 or 4 at the organ refining stage. Thud, thud thud, thud thud thud. Chen Yu's heart chilled as he pushed his heart to the limit, entering an eruption mode. His retreating speed doubled. Stomp! Chen Yu's figure, in the midst of retreating, also soared into the sky. At the same time, he grasped the Xian heavy sword, and a vibrant, rejuvenated force surged out from the bones and flesh of his whole body. Buzzing swish, he swung the heavy sword in his hand, creating a thick and impervious wall of sword chi. But under the assault of the scarlet flame wind, the wall of sword chi immediately caved inward, showing countless cracks, consumed by the red chi. Bang! The heavy wall of sword chi shattered in an instant, and Chen Yu, along with his sword, was sent flying. Wow! Midair, Chen Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, but used the momentum to retreat an additional 20 to 30 feet. The second palm from his opponent was an area move, leaving no room for clever maneuvers, and Chen Yu almost took it head-on. Fortunately, he had entered the eruption mode in time, retreating from the core area. With the Xian heavy sword unleashing extraordinary power, he barely blocked most of the attack. Even so, Chen Yu still sustained light injuries. The blood he spat out was actually a result of his turbulent chi and blood, which he opportunistically expelled. After all, around him, more than 10 people had died, all dragged into the fray by him. If he didn't even cough up a mouthful of blood, it would be too unfair to the onlookers and too easy to be targeted and questioned. He's not dead yet. Seeing that her second strike only caused Chen Yu to spit blood, which seemed to severely injure him, a storm of shock rose in the heart of the black-veiled woman. Her expression darkened, and she flickered, ready to attack again. Retreat quickly. Just then, a sudden shout came from the other side of the city wall from the black-robed elder. You wretch, dare to hurt my disciple. A furious shout came from above Luyun City. Then, a whistling cyan silhouette, accompanied by a fierce wind and flying sand, soared directly through the air and approached. Not good. It's a chi transformation innate. The black-veiled woman's color changed. That cyan silhouette, without the aid of any flying creature, crossed the sky in an instant and swept over. Master. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. Run. The black-robed elder and the black-veiled woman hastily fled through the air. Elder Mao's face was filled with anger, his body wrapped in a layer of cyan chi, as he struck a claw through the air. Shoo! In the night sky, a flash of cyan light was seen. Boom! The black-veiled beauty, retreating a tad slower, had her layer of true chi instantly shattered. Wah! She vomited blood on the spot, her face pale. Rolling? The black-veiled beauty's clothes were torn, and she rolled down from the mountainside beneath the city wall, looking utterly embarrassed and filled with terror. It's Elder Mao, the monster. Buzzing? A layer of black ash flames appeared on the yin stone coffin, illuminating various eerie yin scripts, followed by surges of black ash flames and gloomy fog, which instantly engulfed the two men and a woman opposite. In an instant, a region of the sky was devoured by the black ash flames and fog, and explosions erupted within, each blast shaking the battlefield earth. From the glimpses, one could see the figures of a mysterious withered wood on the yin stone coffin, clashing fiercely with the two men and one woman opposite, darkening the sky and breaking layers of the nearby cloud-covered mountains. They stirred up dark whirlwinds, with powerful residual waves, that even those in the chi transformation realm had to avoid. From a great distance, the stormy turbulence and explosive roars from the clash zone left Chen Yu and others on the city tower with hearts pounding, feeling like ants looking up to deities. Clang! Suddenly, a dazzling orange sword radiance pierced through the rolling sea of fog and flames. Boom! 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 Immediately afterward, several earth-shattering explosions followed. Abruptly, several bursts of orange sword radiance fell from the sky, immediately slashing several trenches up to dozens of feet into the ground. Ah! 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 Screams followed incessantly, as figures swept over by the remnants of the orange sword radiance were all shredded into bloody mash. At that moment, members from both factions who were killed by the spillover numbered 2 or 3 dozen, whether they were at the peak of refining or even the postnatal chi transformation. Contact meant instant death. Puff! Several more waves of black ash flames erupted from the yin stone coffin, turning into hundreds of black flame strands, spraying all around. Among them, the area near the city tower bore the brunt. Get out of the way. Luyun City turned into chaos. Several strands of black flames drifted towards Chen Yu's area. Ah, ah, ah. Wherever the strands of black ash flames reached, regardless of being at the refining or meridian passage stage, one touch resulted in an instant pile of charred ashes. Roll. Chen Yu swiftly rolled his body, knowing he absolutely must not touch those black ashes. He saw with his own eyes how a water moon sect disciple wearing protective armor turned into a pile of ash upon contact, even melting the armor. A battle of the Giwen realm. Chen Yu collapsed in a corner within the city walls, gasping in shock. His reaction was quick and his luck not too terrible. Once touched by that black flame strand, any ordinary defense artifact was just like paper paste. Fortunately, the Giwen realm battle, traversing the sky, soon moved away from the battlefield area, reducing visibility to vague black dots. The people on the city wall finally heaved a long sigh of relief. Giwen realm? Such terrifying strength. At this level, humans can escape the binding of the earth, even breaking through the air. The members of both camps held great awe. That host of the yin stone coffin, what kind of existence is he, to contend alone with LV Taizhu and the other 3 supreme elders? Chen Yu felt lingering fears. In the distant sky, the area filled with black ash flames and fog, the figure on the yin stone coffin, resembling a ghostly corpse, gradually revealed a cold and ghostly face. Absolute yin ancestor? The 3 of us together, even if your cultivation has reached the middle stage of Giwen realm, will not get the upper hand. Why not leave the victory to the younger generation? The silver-haired elder holding the dazzlingly bright orange wooden sword, his eyes filled with fierce confidence. He was the Iron Sword Sect Supreme Elder, known as LV Taizhu. Without his presence as a trump card, facing the absolute yin ancestor and the yin stone coffin, the 3 sects would have been long wiped out. After all, after the Giwen realm, the power gap between each minor realm is not generally large. Often, staying in one realm for decades isn't considered strange. On the battlefield, the killing continued, the battle raging intensely, soaked in blood. At that time, the silver moon in the night was completely swallowed by blood, gradually revealing a sinister blood-red moon, with blood ripples beginning to soak the surrounding void. In the following days, Chen Yu no longer saw any traces of the yin stone coffin and the 3 sect supreme elders, these superpower fighters seemingly reaching a balance among themselves. In subsequent battles, Chen Yu was even more cautious, not daring to be careless. While honing his boxing and swordsmanship, he continuously accumulated meritorious deeds. As the battle intensified, his javelin demon hunting skills finally came into effect amidst the chaos, sometimes taking down birds at a distance, occasionally targeting the postnatal chi transformation warriors from the Bone Demon Palace, even if just for a slight restraining effect. However, facing the innate chi transformation, his javelin, as soon as it approached the innate true chi layer, would be shattered. On this day, another superpower emerged from the Bone Demon Palace camp, putting the three sects camp into crisis for a while. Three sects, I want to use your blood to offer to the moon. A chilling and ancient voice echoed through the night sky. Visible, in the middle of the battlefield, atop a 100 feet tall mountain peak, stood a dark golden-robed man with a withered face. The withered-faced elder held a pitch-black scepter, casually waving it downward. Whoom! A massive black mist dragon roared furiously, carrying fierce black wind, sweeping across 20 or so feet ahead. Amid a harrowing scream, a member of the Iron Sword sect, in the postnatal chi transformation stage, was swept away by a dragon-shaped black mist, his body torn into pieces. At the same moment, blood splashed on the spot from about a dozen members of the three sects. The upper echelons of the three sects immediately turned pale. It's the Bone Demon Palace Master. This person not only survived the great battle of good and evil in days past, but he also advanced to the Giwen realm. Some of the older chi transformation realm elders from the three sects were visibly moved. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From within the three sects camp, 5 or 6 figures quickly darted out, all of them in the chi transformation innate stage. Among them, Elder Mao, the master of Chen Yu, and Elder Nangong, were also present. In total, 6 chi transformation innate practitioners, 3 wielding knives and 3 wielding swords, formed a strange large sword formation. Buzzing and whooshing, the 6 swords and knives danced together, forming a large light shield with golden and silver ripples, with a diameter of 20 zhang, blocking in front of the dark gold-robed old man, Bone Demon Palace Master. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within the golden and silver light shield, rolling golden pattern blade radiance and silver-edged sword chi whirled fiercely towards the Bone Demon Palace Master. The dragon-shaped black mist wielded by the Bone Demon Palace Master was actually shredded. Trivial tricks. The Bone Demon Palace Master chuckled coldly, shaking the cane in his hand. A flash of black patterned electric radiance streaked, drawing several arcs of dark light up to 5 or 6 zhang long, with popping sounds. Instantly, the golden and silver ripples of the large light shield flickered faintly and dimly, revealing a few cracks, which then rapidly healed. At the same time, swoosh, swoosh, in Luyun City, a male and a female figure shot out. Both of these individuals were in the chi transformation realm, yet they possessed an aura far surpassing the general chi transformation innate practitioners. The male was a scarred sword-bearing youth, and the female a stunning beauty in a flower dress. The two swiftly approached the Bone Demon Palace Master. Clang! The scarred youth pulled out a crystal-clear treasure sword, filled with blue luminescence and unrestrained coldness, and with a slow draw, unleashed a vast surge of icy serpent-like sword shadows, whipping up several zhang-high icy whirlwind. The beauty in the flower dress held a peculiar pink golden lotus, shook with innate true chi, and the golden lotus suddenly bloomed, releasing a large swath of transparent golden pink petals, creating ripple-like waves as they rushed towards the Bone Demon Palace Master. Flower sword double evil. The Bone Demon Palace Master was slightly moved. As a result, with one sword and one flower, the duo's combined effort unleashed astonishing power. Alongside the golden and silver light shield formation, they managed to push back the Bone Demon Palace Master several steps. Flower sword double evil? These seem to be the renowned loose cultivators from Chu country, surprisingly recruited by the three sects. Many strong individuals present were caught off guard. Atop the mountain above Luyun City, the blue-robed sect master of the Yunyu sect stood alongside a middle-aged man with a beard shaped like the number 8 from the Iron Sword sect and a beautiful sect master from the Water Moon sect, all 3 sect masters standing side by side. Drawing flower sword double evil into the battle at such a great cost is not ideal. My Yunyu sect alone gave up several jin of meteoric iron. The Yunyu sect master lamented. The materials Iron Sword sect has provided are even more precious than those from your Yunyu sect. The bearded middle-aged man uttered in an unpleasant croaking voice. From the current standpoint, it appears worthwhile. This flower sword double evil is said to be a person of great fate, having inherited an ancient cave mansion, obtaining both a sword and a flower inheritance. When two of them join forces, they're proclaimed as unbeatable below the Giwen realm, capable of competing against ordinary individuals of the Giwen realm. The beautiful sect master from the Water Moon sect said with a smile. While the 3 sect masters were commanding the overall situation of the battlefield from the summit in Luyun City, suddenly, a vast expanse of blood-colored brilliance appeared in the night sky. Burst! Around the blood moon in the sky, the surrounding layers of blood-colored ripples became increasingly viscous. Moreover, in those blood-colored ripples surged an attention-grabbing ancient aura, replete with overwhelming sense of blood. That is, all 3 sect masters exclaimed in unison, fixated on the extremely viscous blood-colored ripples. In just a few breaths, amongst those blood-colored ripples, twisting like a vortex, a blood-colored light screen formed. Buzzing and whooshing, the blood-colored light screen, spiraling like a vortex, gradually expanded, reaching 100 zhang in length and width. On the battleground, peculiar phenomena were similarly occurring. On the ground of the combat area, the blood of the fallen warriors flowed slowly through the soil, guided by some mysterious force, forming a series of blood-colored stripes on the ground like a vast blood array, intersecting and covering several dozen li. Could this scene be the legendary? The Yunyu sect master was shaken to the core. Many eyes turned toward the astonishing phenomena between heaven and earth. Even the battle between Flower Sword Double Evil, the six-person sword formation, and the Bone Demon Palace Master halted. Ha ha ha, it has finally appeared. The rumored Blood Burial Heavenly Garden does indeed exist. The Bone Demon Palace Master, clad in a dark golden robe, fluttered in the fierce wind. Blood Burial Heavenly Garden. All three sect masters, including the Unisect Master, exclaimed in unison, their faces showing mixed feelings of joy and concern. Only to see, within the twisted blood-colored light screen in midair, vague silhouettes of ancient palaces, spiritual gardens, exotic flowers and plants, and rare spirit beasts appeared, many of which were legends that could only be seen in fairy tales. The Bone Demon Palace, through prolonged warfare with our three sects in this place and utilizing the fresh blood and souls of numerous fallen warriors, has managed to summon the Blood Burial Heavenly Garden using a blood sacrifice method. Elder Mao looked up, astonished yet showing a hint of delight in his expression. At the same time, inside the fog-enshrouded camp of the Bone Demon Palace, Blood Burial Garden, you have finally shown yourself. A handsome and eerily beautiful blood-robed man gazed at the scenes displayed on the blood-colored light screen in the sky, murmuring, through a war sweeping across the Chu country sect world, you have been summoned by blood sacrifice, a significant price indeed. But, compared to your value, what is the entire Chu country sect world worth mentioning? Atop Luyun City, Chen Yu and some members from the three sects, including the purple-faced middle-aged man in the postnatal chi transformation stage, looked up at the eerie blood curtain in the sky, all with surprised expressions. The Blood Burial Heavenly Garden? The legendary place has truly appeared in the world, the purple-faced middle-aged man exclaimed. Elder, what exactly is the Blood Burial Heavenly Garden? Several nearby disciples from the three sects couldn't help but ask. As the blood-colored light screen emerged, the entire battlefield's ground was covered with bizarre blood-colored patterns, and the massive force of blood and life spirit was absorbed by an invisible power. Gurgling, waves of ripples formed on the blood-colored light screen, seemingly delighting in painful drinking. The Blood Burial Heavenly Garden is an independent secret realm from ancient times. Originally, it is said to be an ancient garden cultivated by a powerful being, fostering various heavenly and earthly treasures and exotic beasts and birds. After many years, the original owner of the garden disappeared, and the space fell into the hands of a bloodpath practitioner who extensively remodeled the entire garden. For some unknown reason, every 100 or several hundred years, the garden needs to absorb a large amount of fresh blood and life spirit, the purple-faced middle-aged man explained. As a cultivator in the Qi transformation realm, his knowledge and experience far surpassed those of the disciples present. Absorb fresh blood and life spirit? Is that the condition for the appearance of the Blood Burial Heavenly Garden? A disciple from the Iron Sword sect asked. Indeed. It requires an extremely large amount of fresh blood and life spirit, not from ordinary mortals. It must be from cultivators, at least those in the Meridian Passage and Organ Refinement stage or above, with the Qi transformation realm being ideal. Often, it would require a bloody sect war and the garden's need for a massive amount of fresh blood and life spirit to possibly materialize, the purple-faced middle-aged man said gravely. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shudder in fear. Anyone with a bit of sense would understand. The war sweeping through the sect realm of Chu country might not be so simple, especially since the Bone Demon Palace intentionally concentrated the battlefield near Luyun City, because only when the quality and quantity of fresh blood and life spirit in one area reached a critical point, could the Blood Burial Heavenly Garden be sacrificed. Thump, thump, Chen Yu's heart pounded frequently, seemingly having a mysterious connection to the blood-colored light screen in the sky. This connection was similar to the one he felt when he encountered the old metal sphere, though not as intense. At that moment, the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace mutually and tacitly ceased fighting. A brutally intense battle of life and death, on the verge of reaching its peak, suddenly halted on both sides. Chen Yu noticed that the high-ranking figures from the three sects, those elders and sect masters in the Qi transformation realm, looked at the Blood Burial Garden in the sky with faces full of eager excitement and a few traces of worry. Over the next few days, the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace directly ceased conflict entirely. In the middle of the battlefield, a stone platform was erected, with some simple seats set up. The three sects and the Bone Demon Palace each sent envoys to negotiate at the stone platform. On this day, inside a side hall in Luyun City, Elder Mao gathered his few disciples. However, Elder Mao had 5 disciples, but only 4 were present. The eldest disciple, Qin Feng, the second disciple, Li Dequi, the fourth disciple, Cheng Xian, and the fifth disciple, Chen Yu. As for the third disciple, Wu Yu, he had perished on the battlefield. In this war that swept across the sect realm of Chu country, even a disciple of an elder wasn't guaranteed to survive. Elder Mao was relatively fortunate. Less fortunate elders lost more than half of their disciples. Among the 4, besides Chen Yu, the other 3 were injured, their complexions poor, all showing signs of exhaustion. Qin Feng, you seem to be over 30 years old this year. Elder Mao started. Revered Master, your disciple is 31, almost 32, and has yet to advance to the Qi transformation realm. I am ashamed of the cultivation you have bestowed upon me, Qin Feng said with a face full of shame. Elder Mao's face remained unchanged. He did not ask further but turned his attention to the second disciple, Li Dequi. It seemed he was not focused on cultivation. Dequi, you're over 20 now, right? Elder Mao turned to Li Dequi. The 4 disciples present all looked puzzled. Why was Elder Mao suddenly concerned about their ages? I will be 22 soon. In another 2 or 3 years, I will leave the ranks of disciples, Li Dequi said nervously. Being 22 with a refining organ mid-stage cultivation, he wasn't outstanding nor poor among the inner disciples. However, compared to Zhong Tianchen, who had advanced to the Qi transformation realm at 21, Li Dequi felt like burrowing into the ground. What a pity. Elder Mao sighed lightly, his face showing regret. Li Dequi counted as his external grandson, and he had always taken good care of him. Lastly, Elder Mao looked at Chengxian and Chen Yu with hope. The disciple just turned 17. Chengxian said. Your disciple, not yet 16. Chen Yu weakly replied. In terms of age, he indeed was the youngest in this sect. Not yet 16. The voices of Elder Mao, Qin Feng, and Li Dequi all showed a slight surprise. All along, they hadn't paid much attention to Chen Yu's age. Unexpectedly, disciple Chen Yu, with his half-spirit body talent, had cultivated to the organ refining stage at such an age. Very good. Both of you are under 20 and both are in the organ refining stage. Elder Mao's face showed a hint of a smile. Just as the 4 were puzzled, Elder Mao quickly explained the reason. The blood burial heavenly garden is about to open. You two are lucky to encounter a great opportunity that is rare in a century. Of course, it is also a dangerous challenge. A flash of sharp light crossed Elder Mao's eyes. Blood burial heavenly garden? The 4 disciples simultaneously showed shocked expressions. In the blood burial garden, many heavenly materials and precious spiritual fruits have been cultivated, many of which are treasures lost to the outside world. Not only that, within this garden, there are also various strange treasures and heavenly legacies left by the powers of the past. Elder Mao paused for a moment, his eyes filled with excitement and longing. Chen Yu and the others listened with hearts stirred and minds shaken. Last time, 200 years ago, a young disciple accidentally entered the blood burial garden and consumed blood soul grass and blood essence fruit, enabling his cultivation to break through to the Qi transformation realm in a short time. He also brought out many blood spirit ginseng and other materials over 500 years old, causing a bloody storm in the Chu country sect circle. 500 years old heavenly materials and treasures? Chen Yu and the others wore expressions of shock. It's known that the medicinal efficacy and value of various materials increase exponentially with each 100-year threshold. Materials over 500 years old can even tempt those in the Giwen realm. And these were still slightly inferior compared to the legendary blood soul grass and blood essence fruit. That's not all. Rumors say that 300 to 400 years ago, a young man, by a stroke of luck in this garden, made a spirit pet contract with an ancient beast and obtained great opportunities and legacies within the garden. Afterwards, his cultivation and strength soared, and at the peak of Qi transformation, he, along with the ancient beast, was able to contend against those in the Giwen realm. Just as he was about to break through to the Giwen realm, if successful, with the strong ancient beast as support, he would have hopes of dominating the sect circles of Chu country. But eventually, this person was ambushed and killed by several Giwen realm powerhouses, and that ancient beast also disappeared without a trace. Elder Mao said with regret. Chen Yu and the others yearned deeply, their expressions excited. The opportunities in the blood burial garden were just too great. If ordinary people could get even 1,000th of it, they could leap through the dragon gate. Moreover, in our sect circles of Chu country, there are several top-quality magic weapons, even higher-level divine treasures, and several powerful cultivation techniques of our sects, such as the Yuan Sha divine skill, which are said to originate from the blood burial garden. Compared to the value of the blood burial garden, our combined heritage of 3 sects is not worth mentioning. Elder Mao said ruefully. Master, why is it junior brother Chang and junior brother Chen's opportunity? Why can't we go in? Can't you go in, Master? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. No. Elder Mao shook his head. This blood burial garden was modified by a blood path great power. Its original intention seemed to be to extract fresh young blood from the outside world to cultivate a heavenly treasure. The target is the younger the age and the higher the cultivation, the better the effect. Thus, there's no restriction on cultivation for entering the blood burial garden, but there is an age restriction. Age restriction? Li Dequi and Qin Feng showed disappointed faces. As long as you are under 20 years old, no matter your cultivation, you can enter. And in the sect circles of Chu country, disciples who have reached the organ refining stage before the age of 20 are already rare elites. After finishing speaking, Elder Mao once again looked towards Chen Yu and Cheng Xian with a smile on his face. Obviously, Chen Yu and the others absolutely met the requirements. Disciples under 20 years old, from 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace, there really were many. But, to be under 20 and also have the cultivation of the organ refining stage, that ratio was much smaller. Those in the Meridian Passage stage were not forbidden from entering the blood burial garden, but their strength was too weak, and survival would likely be difficult. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Cheng Xian, their faces showed ecstatic expressions. My talent is just a half-spirit body. If there isn't some great opportunity, the chances of advancing to the Qi transformation realm are very slim. Chen Yu made a firm decision. This opportunity was truly rare, and despite the risks, he had to seize it. He not only aimed to advance to the Qi transformation realm after witnessing the combat of the Giwen realm powerhouses but was also quite eager for higher levels. According to Chief Disciple Zhong Tianchen, advancing to the Qi transformation realm before the age of 20 would later greatly increase the chances of reaching the Giwen realm. And for Chen Yu, advancing to the Qi transformation realm was already incredibly difficult. Thinking of advancing before the age of 20? That hope was too faint? Unless there was a great opportunity like Elder Mao just mentioned, like those two youths from the rumors. 3 days later, in a spacious hall in Luyun City, many figures gathered. Unisect's blue-robed sect master, Elder Mao, Elder Nangong, Fairy Xiaoyu, and other high-ranking officials were mostly present. In addition, there were many young disciples, all under the age of 20. This time, sitting at the head was a white-haired, green-robed old man, his eyes slightly closed, nearby high-ranking officials all very courteous. Has everyone arrived? The green-robed old man opened his eyes, looking like just an ordinary old man. Replying to the Supreme Elder, we have already gathered all the rising stars of Unisect and its affiliated forces, who have reached the organ refining stage before the age of 20. The blue-robed sect master respectfully said. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. More than 20 youngsters bowed, and Chen Yu was among them. Not bad, altogether 26 people. Although our 3 sects aren't as strong as the Bone Demon Palace in high-end combat power, the total number of our disciples adds up to more than theirs. When we go to compete in the Blood Burial Garden, we'll have a certain advantage. The green-robed elder said with a smile. Yes, the Bone Demon Palace was more agreeable than expected, agreeing to share the benefits of the Blood Burial Heavenly Garden with our 3 sects, allowing the new generation from both sides to compete fairly for resources and opportunities. The Unisect master said with a different expression. The Bone Demon Palace agreed so readily. Could there be a trick? Elder Mao said subconsciously. Enhance. Isn't it too straightforward for the Bone Demon Palace to agree? Could there be a trick? The secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace are also going in. They wouldn't harm their own disciples, would they? Moreover, once you enter the Blood Burial Garden, it becomes a fair competition. Outsiders can't interfere. Even if someone from the legendary Sky Sea realm were to force their way in, it would only cause the entire space to backlash and self-destruct, resulting in a loss greater than the gain. The Unisect master said. How long until the entrance to the Blood Burial Garden stabilizes? A white-haired elder in a green robe asked. These days, the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace had preliminarily reached a consensus. Once the entrance to the Blood Burial Garden stabilizes, the disciples of the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace will enter together. 3 to 5 days at the least, 6 to 7 days at the most. The Unisect master answered. We have enough time to make more preparations. The elder in the green robe nodded. Immediately, the Unisect master distributed a special medal token to each of the 26 disciples present. Chen Yu received the medal token, noticing the flicker of silver patterns and the appearance of 25 tiny silver dots. This is a type of sensing token specially forged by our sect. Once you enter the Blood Burial Garden, your positions won't be together. With this token, disciples from our sect who are close to each other can sense each other's direction. Unity and cooperation are the keys to success. Unisect master instructed. Before leaving, the sect's upper hierarchy distributed a small booklet to every disciple present. This booklet contains various rumors about the Blood Burial Garden. They are not necessarily accurate and are for reference only. Unisect master said. Upon opening the booklet, Chen Yu discovered not only some narratives about the Blood Burial Garden but also a list at the back. The list contained information about some of the secret disciples from the Bone Demon Palace. The 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace had been in conflict for a long time, and both had insiders. Therefore, it was not difficult to obtain the basic information of those well-known true disciples and secret disciples. Mei Changqing, 18 years old, peak of refining organ, the #1 secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace, cultivates the forbidden, evil technique no demon technique from the Bone Demon Palace. 6 months ago, he had a record of unbeaten confrontation with someone from the postnatal Qi transformation. The description of the first person on the list made Chen Yu feel a chill. The #1 secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace was indeed formidable, undefeated against the postnatal Qi transformation. Chen Yu knew well. When he had faced an assailant from the postnatal Qi transformation previously, he had almost no ability to defend himself. Pang Tiancheng, 19 years old, peak of refining organ, a secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace, extremely strong, almost invincible below the Qi transformation realm. His true identity has been discovered as the Demon Clown, the #1 on the execution list. Zhang Ping, 17 years old, late stage of refining organ, a secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace, his cultivation method is rather secretive. He once fought against 2 peak of refining opponents and killed them. The first 7 or 8 on the list all had the cultivation of late stage of refining or above. Among the top 10, Chen Yu noticed the description of Shang Guanqi, which even briefly mentioned his missing arm. Shang Guanqi, the son of Guardian Shang Guan of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu's eyes flickered. It seemed the enemy he had made was indeed no small figure. After leaving the Great Hall, Elder Mao called Chen Yu and Cheng Xian aside privately. In a few days, the entrance to the Blood Burial Garden will stabilize, and it is fraught with peril. Here, based on each of your situations, I will gift you some external objects and tools. Elder Mao began. First, he took out 2 kinds of elixirs, one white and one black, 2 pills each. Life extension pill and 100 poison relief. The former is for severe injuries, even in situations close to death, as it can save a life. The latter, 100 poison relief, as the name suggests, can neutralize most deadly poisons, effectively dealing with over 70% of severe poisons. Elder Mao stated. Thank you, Master. Cheng Xian and Chen Yu quickly expressed their gratitude. The value of these two kinds of elixirs was extremely high, and sometimes, they were even more valuable than a treasure. Then, Elder Mao took out a suit of dark silver armor and handed it to Cheng Xian. Master, is this a full-body treasure armor? Cheng Xian was astonished. Full-body treasure armor was worth more than twice as much as ordinary offensive treasures. Xianer, I have great confidence in your offensive capabilities and explosive power. This suit of full-body treasure armor is of prime quality and will greatly enhance your ability to protect yourself. Elder Mao said with a smile. Prime quality? Even Chen Yu was taken aback. Prime quality meant that its value was increased by at least half, even double. Thus, this suit of full-body treasure armor was nearly as valuable as a middle-grade treasure. Your defensive capabilities aren't weak, and you also have the Dark Snake Sword, which can unleash explosive power at critical moments equal to Xianer's. So, I will gift you a rare and precious item. Elder Mao then turned to Chen Yu. Saying so, he took out a pair of dark turquoise leather boots. Chen Yu took the boots and put them on under Elder Mao's indication. The boots were quite elastic and adjustable, fitting normal-sized individuals. As he stood up, Chen Yu felt an inexplicable lightness in his legs, making jumping and moving much easier. These shoes, with just a bit of true qi infused, can increase your speed by about 30% below the qi transformation realm. I believe, paired with your body cultivation's close-up burst, they will be a significant boost. Elder Mao explained. Thank you, Master. Chen Yu showed a pleased expression. These boots might not be as valuable as the full-body armor given to Cheng Xian, but for Chen Yu, they were extremely practical. In terms of speed, he was already quite fast, with his heart's power-enhancing capability, and now with these boots, his speed could be boosted again. If you want to thank your master, bring back some centuries-old heavenly and earthly treasures from the Blood Burial Garden. Elder Mao quickly showed his true colors. Chen Yu and Cheng Xian were astonished. Supreme Elder has set the rules. Disciples who harvest resources from the Blood Burial Garden, since it comes from life and death combat, may unconditionally possess 30%, and their master can take 10%. The other 60% are to be handed over to the sect, and the more they hand over, the richer the rewards they receive. Elder Mao explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and Cheng Xian were overjoyed. After all, activating the Blood Burial Garden costs a massive war, and only the newcomers from the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace can enter. Under such circumstances, it was very generous for disciples to be able to keep 30% of the harvest unconditionally. The next day, in Luyun City, Chen Yu once again exchanged all his recent battle achievements. In the subsequent decisive battle, Chen Yu's javelin demon hunting skills made some breakthroughs, and he killed some flying bird knights. However, with remaining battle achievements less than 100,000, he only exchanged for 200-year earth spirit ginsengs. After finishing the exchanges, Chen Yu took out two treasures from his mundane task, a black-spotted treasure longsword and a red-patterned staff. That staff, obtained from a steward of the Bone Demon Palace, was of fine quality among its peers. Luckily, in Luyun City, there was a temporary trading post established by the three sects. This trading post was just a simple shed. Chen Yu set up a stall on the spot, placing the two treasures for trade, only in exchange for earth spirit ginseng, secondarily for higher quality fierce snake king gallbladders. Both items were of good quality, especially the red-patterned staff. Several members of the three sects came by to inquire, but Chen Yu only wanted earth spirit ginseng that was over 100 years old, and fierce snake king gallbladders above the late stage of organ refining. Fierce snake king gallbladder, I have one here, but you have to trade your staff for it. An elder spoke up. One? Chen Yu inwardly scorned, but he sensed some waves of true qi faintly emanating from the elder, detected by his mysterious heart. Postnatal qi transformation? Chen Yu put away his disdain and looked at the dark, unassuming gallbladder the elder took out. The powerful aura emanating from the gallbladder was stronger than any he had seen before. This gallbladder, taken from a demonized fierce snake king, has strength comparable to the qi transformation realm, and it barely fell to the combined efforts of three postnatal qi transformation individuals. The elder said indifferently. Deal. Chen Yu promptly said. In fact, Chen Yu was slightly at a disadvantage, but a fierce snake king gallbladder at the qi transformation realm level was rare. The higher the quality of the main ingredients in the spiritual ginseng snake gallbladder elixir formula, the better the body refining effect. This high-grade fierce snake king gallbladder, Chen Yu planned to pair with the previously exchanged 150-year-old earth spirit ginseng. An hour later, Chen Yu also traded away the other treasure longsword, obtaining another 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and an additional 10,000 grade essence stones from the other party. After the trade, Chen Yu happily returned to his residence. Now, he had 4 earth spirit ginsengs over 100 years old, including one that was 150 years old, suitable to pair with the qi transformation realm fierce snake king gallbladder. Before long, Chen Yu concocted 4 bottles of body refining elixir. Over the next 3 to 4 days, Chen Yu took a bottle of 100-year-old body refining elixir daily, which might not achieve the best effect. But now, The effects of the 100-year-old body refining elixir were diminishing, and with the blood burial garden about to open, pressing at hand, Chen Yu couldn't be too concerned. It turned out that 100-year-old body refining elixir, after attaining small success in copper bone, was quite ordinary in effect. By the fourth day, Chen Yu took the 150-year-old body refining liquid and felt the copper statue technique visibly improved slightly, progressing toward copper bone mastery. These 4 days, besides taking body refining elixirs, Chen Yu also consumed the last high-grade body nourishing pill. Nearly a month, through the trials and tribulations of the battlefield, his cloud evil fist became more refined, and the evil chi emitted from his inner breath grew more robust. A high-grade body nourishing pill, combined with these days of improved insight, allowed Chen Yu to significantly advance his cultivation. Although Chen Yu was still some distance from the mid-stage of refining, the inner breath filling his chi was already quite formidable among his peers. This didn't even account for the purity of his inner breath, which was almost not inferior to an ordinary late stage of organ refining. On the 5th day, Chen Yu sat cross-legged, his gaze cold and sharp like spectral lightning, his divine light emitting a daunting evil chi presence. Whoosh whoosh, with a slow motion of his fists, a vague layer of evil chi clouds appeared around him, churning incessantly. Gradually, the evil chi around Chen Yu grew more majestic, and the evil chi in his punching momentum, along with the evil intent in his spirit, resonated and merged together. Boom! With a shake of his fist, a thunderous roar like cloud-bursting punched through, and a vicious python-shaped dark black evil shadow burst forth, its evil chi overwhelming. Merely the evil chi it emitted was enough to cause common refining individuals to tremble in spirit, fragmenting their inner breath somewhat. So that's it. The peak realm of Cloud Evil Fist is about elevating the spiritual aspect, refining the mind and will with continuous concentration of evil chi, bringing the fist's evil intent to a whole new height. Chen Yu felt his fist's power increase by 40 to 50%. His fist technique, even each and every movement, could bring forth a powerful spiritual evil chi, capable of invisible intimidation and impact on an opponent's spirit. As a result, he felt his spiritual power was much stronger than before. Cultivation has advanced. Copper statue technique has made great progress. Cloud Evil Fist technique has reached its peak. Within a few days, Chen Yu's strength and foundation surged significantly. Of course, this was also due to his recent experiences on the battlefield, which had brought about some enlightenment and triggered the latent evil chi within his body. Accordingly, Chen Yu's military accomplishments and previous spoils of war were all depleted, causing his worth to plummet. Half a day later, near the battlefield of Luyun City, the blood-colored light screen in the sky became more bizarrely luminous, the rippling waves within it calming down gradually. Within the blood-colored light screen, a large expanse of blood mist appeared, revealing vague phantoms of trees, mountains, and buildings, emitting an ancient spatial aura. The entrance has stabilized and formed. Below the blood-colored light screen, on a platform, several figures cried out in surprise. These people were the Chi Transformation Realm powerhouses from the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace, who guarded this place day and night, monitoring each other. The sight of the blood-colored light screen naturally caught the attention of both camps. In the Bone Demon Palace area, a simple wooden house, exuding a light fragrance, was furnished delicately. Is it starting? A gentle and serene girl, with hair flowing like water and a figure graceful as a fairy, her flawless beautiful face gleamed with a captivating beauty under the blood moon. Lu Xiner. An eerily handsome blood-robed man appeared as if out of thin air. My lord. The girl known as Lu Xiner's expression changed dramatically, and she immediately knelt on the ground with reverence, as if in the presence of a deity. If at this moment, Chen Yu and Duan Xiaolong were here, they would recognize her from a mere glimpse of her back. You are a piece that the Blood Moon organization has infiltrated into the Bone Demon Palace in the past 10 years. Now that the Blood Burial Garden is opening and urgently in need of manpower, this master needs you to retrieve an item from within the Blood Burial Garden. The blood-robed man spoke indifferently. Xiner is willing? It's just that my sister's Yin Lotus Curse body will activate, and she won't live past 16, Lu Xiner said in awe. If it weren't for me, your sister would have died years ago. As long as you accomplish this task, I will intervene next time and, at the cost of some vitality, ensure your sister lives until she's 20, the blood-robed man said. Thank you, my lord. May I ask what is the task that you wish me to? Lu Xiner breathed a sigh of relief. How would the world know that she was not only a spy within the Unisect but also had infiltrated the Bone Demon Palace? And all that she had done was for the sake of letting her sister smile brightly in life. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, the blood-robed man reached out and pressed a few points on Lu Xiner's body. Lu Xiner's delicate body shuddered. Now, you can unseal the power of another cultivation technique at the late stage of organ refining anytime. In this blood burial garden, you are not the main force I have selected, the task you need to do. The eerily handsome man's voice was low, piercing directly into Lu Xiner's mind. I understand. As soon as Lu Xiner raised her head, the blood-robed man had vanished from the room. The next morning, under the blood-colored light screen in the middle of the battlefield, many members of the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace had gathered. Among them, the largest number was a group of talents under 20 years old. The 3 sects camp. 28 promising disciples had gathered at Unisect, with the addition of 1 male and 1 female from a few days ago. Water Moon Sect had 30 young male and female disciples in the organ refining stage. Iron Sword Sect had the most people, totaling 35. Of course, not all of these organ refining stage talents were disciples of the sects. Some were from hidden families of Chu country or descendants of powerful independent practitioners who joined temporarily. Chen Yu stood among the young disciples of the Yunyu sect. Looking around, he saw too many familiar faces: Kun Ling, Huang Fulin, Cheng Xian, Fang Hefei, Tong Yuling, Nangongli, Mu Sueking, Xie Jing, and so on. Among them, Cheng Xian's cultivation had recently broken through to the late stage of organ refining. Therefore, the disciples of the Yunyu sect entering the blood burial garden this time included 3 at the late stage of organ refining, including the peak of refining. They were Kun Ling, Huang Fulin, and Cheng Xian. However, in the crowd, Chen Yu didn't see Duan Xiaolong, who seemed to have surpassed the age limit. What a pity, Tian Chen broke through to the Qi transformation realm at 21, just a year too late, the blue-robed sect master said regretfully. Zong Tianchen, as the chief disciple, was exceptionally talented but was just a year over the age limit. Not just in the Yunyu sect. The Iron Sword sect and Water Moon sect's chief disciples were also over 20 years old. However, the Bone Demon Palace was different. The palace's secret disciples had a strict age limit of under 20 years, the 3 sects allowed up to 25. Chen Yu then observed the Water Moon sect and the Iron Sword sect. The Water Moon sect also had 3 disciples at the late stage of organ refining and above, including Li Binjiao and the recently advanced Yi Yunfei. Iron Sword sect had 4 at the late stage of organ refining and above. Among them, those Chen Yu recognized were Fei Leshan and LV Santong. That LV Santong, as if sensing something, allowed a cold murderous intent to flash in his eyes, sweeping across Chen Yu's face, with a mocking sneer of pity on his lips. Back in the Yan family castle, Chen Yu and others had thwarted his ambitions, revealing LV Santong's identity as the Infinite Thief. The infamous reputation of the Infinite Thief put a lot of pressure on Iron Sword sect, leading to censures from all sides. Had it not been for LV Santong's grandfather, the #1 figure of the 3 sects LV Taija, the Iron Sword sect might have been forced to hand him over or even expel him. Due to this, LV Santong was severely reprimanded by his grandfather and was grounded for a time. It was conceivable. LV Santong's hatred for Chen Yu and his group ran very deep. Especially Chen Yu, who had killed his prized rare bird, the black crow, an ancient beast species so rare that several mid-grade treasures couldn't buy one. This LV Santong, such a strong killing intent. Chen Yu became wary. Considering the combined strength of LV Santong and the Infinite Thief with dual identities, how formidable might it become? In the time that followed, Chen Yu closely observed the Bone Demon Palace's secret disciples. The young talents of the Bone Demon Palace under 20 amounted to more than 50, surpassing any single sect among the 3 sects camp. However, the 3 sects combined had over 90 people, holding an overwhelming numerical advantage. Among the crowd from the Bone Demon Palace, Chen Yu saw the spiteful and venomous Shang Guanqi, as well as the Red Sand Girl he had seen previously. That Red Sand Girl, named Zhangping, ranked within the top 3 among the Bone Demon Palace's secret disciples, trailing only behind the chief disciple Mei Changqing. Additionally, he took further notice of the other 2 ranking within the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace, Mei Changqing and Pang Tiancheng. Mei Changqing, a youth with jet black hair and handsome features, stood with his hands behind his back, his face tranquil and his aura deep and impenetrable. On the surface, he seemed to be a harmless, good-looking youth. It was hard to imagine that he could be the chief disciple of a villainous martial sect. Chen Yu's intuition told him that the threat this person posed was even greater than that of the Qi transformation realm assailant who had previously attacked him. The last among the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace was Pang Tiancheng. Pang Tiancheng was a short and ugly youth, with a collapsed nose, skewed eyes, and one ear that was mutilated. The term ugly as a smashed pumpkin would be insufficient to describe him. He was the complete opposite of his name. But no disciple from the 3 sects dared to underestimate him, because Pang Tiancheng also had another identity, the Demon Clown, the #1 on the execution list. With a bounty even higher than that of the Infinite Thief, it was said that Zong Tianchen, the chief disciple of the Yunyu sect, had personally attempted to deal with the Demon Clown with the help of assistants but had failed. Only when the Bone Demon Palace emerged did the identity of the Demon Clown reveal itself to be Pang Tiancheng, among their top 3 secret disciples. Master Fu, the 3 sects have dispatched nearly 100 people against us, nearly double the number of your palace's disciples. A handsome young man dressed in a blood robe stood by the palace master of the Bone Demon Palace. Behind him stood a youth of average height with dark skin, dressed in a beast leather armor, lazily observing the disciples of both the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace, his eyes laced with a hint of disdain. The 3 sects are nothing but loose sand. When faced with immense interests, even brothers from the same sect could turn on each other, let alone disciples from 3 different sections. The palace master of the Bone Demon Palace, dressed in a dark gold long robe, looked down on the 3 sects disciples with a hint of pity. However, even if they truly join forces, what is there to fear? Master Fu's tone exuded an air of pride and strong self-confidence, as if victory was already within his grasp. Is this the disciple you recommended? Just one. Suddenly, Master Fu's gaze shifted toward the dark-skinned youth standing behind the blood-robed young man. Junior Luzhou, I pay my respects to Master Fu. The dark-skinned youth immediately dropped his previous nonchalance and respectfully saluted. Yes, just him. The blood-robed handsome youth grinned. As per our previous agreement, all his gains shall be mine. In the blood burial garden, your palace need not concern itself with his life or death. Master Fu exhibited a look of surprise, closely examining the dark-skinned youth. This mysterious man from the Blood Moon organization was almost solely responsible for instigating the war behind the scenes, conjuring up the blood burial heavenly garden. In the end, he had recommended only one person to enter. Master Fu's spiritual sense swept over the dark-skinned youth, discovering that the latter had reached the peak of refining and, aside from his pure and robust inner breath and muscles far sturdier than the average person, he possessed no other conspicuous features. This youth named Lu Zhou surely possessed no ordinary strength, being recommended by the blood-robed man. The problem was, with just him alone, he seemed insignificant in the face of the many talented disciples from both the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace. Master Fu, it's about time. Can we enter now? The gruff voice of a middle-aged man with a beard from the Iron Sword sect sounded. Master Fu looked toward the blood-colored curtain in the sky, where the heart of the mist swirling with the blood mist exuded the distinctive aura of an ancient space. We may. Master Fu nodded and waved his hand. Thereafter, the disciples from the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace, under the instruction of their elders, leaped into the void. Whoosh! A ghostly figure dashed into the midst of the blood mist with a speed that overshadowed all others, vanishing in an instant. Ghost Sword LV Santong. Many disciples from the three sects blurted out in unison. Swish! After LV Santong dashed into the blood mist, he disappeared in a flash, as if entering another dimension. Thereafter, the numerous disciples from the three sects, including the members of the Bone Demon Palace, began leaping into the midst of the blood-colored light screen. Master, Mei Changqing, a youth with long black hair, greeted Master Fu. Master Fu nodded slightly. Whoosh! Mei Changqing's clothes billowed, and a faint black aura emerged around him, covering his body in a mist that blurred his outline. Instantly, a wave of true qi from the qi transformation realm burst forth from Mei Changqing's body, creating a faint black windstorm around him with a menacing force. The qi transformation realm. How is this possible? When did this youth advance to the qi transformation realm? The elders and sect masters of the three sects were shocked and pale as they turned to look at the handsome long-haired youth. At that moment, the faint black aura swirling around Mei Changqing was even more potent than the postnatal true qi, bringing an oppressive suffocation to the many organ-refining stage disciples nearby. Mei Changqing? The qi transformation realm. Chen Yu and the other disciples of the three sects gasped in shock. Master Fu, I remember your disciple is only 18 this year. The beautiful female sect master of the Water Moon sect spoke with a face full of surprise and disbelief. All of a sudden, the higher UPS of the three sects, and even some disciples who had not yet gone in, were somewhat flustered. 18 years old and in the qi transformation realm? Members of the three sects, from the sect masters and elders to the multitude of disciples in the organ refining stage, all wore expressions of shock. Novel.com. This means, doesn't it, that Mei Changqing's promotion to Giwen realm is almost certain. Chen Yu felt a surge of astonishment in his heart. Before, when Zhong Tianchen reached Qi transformation realm at the age of 21, Chen Yu had felt immensely jealous, marveling at his incredible talent. 18 years old and in Qi transformation realm, indeed not bad. The blood-robed man muttered quietly to himself, while the dark-skinned youth standing behind him couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Ha ha ha. Yes, Changqing advanced to the Qi transformation realm in the past 2 months. Master Fu laughed heartily, his face filled with pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the three sects turned grim. Qi transformation realm at 18. I don't believe it. Those older than 20 can't enter the blood burial garden. Some of the elders did not believe it. However, in the next moment, everyone saw Mei Changqing, like a black feather, treading through the void with a leisurely pace, entering the blood mist. Swoosh! With a flash of bloody light, Mei Changqing's figure disappeared, entering the blood burial heavenly garden. Afterward, the remaining majority of disciples from the three sects camp felt exceptionally heavy-hearted, with faces showing wariness and fear, vaguely hesitant. With Mei Changqing's cultivation level, it was likely a slaughter for any organ refining stage disciples who encountered him. They were simply not at the same level. However, most of them did not back down but gritted their teeth and entered the blood mist. After all, the blood burial heavenly garden was a once-in-a-century great opportunity, and this secret realm space had a certain area, so the chance of encountering someone was not too great. Listen, everyone. Disciples of the three sects entering the blood burial garden are not allowed to kill each other. We must face the Bone Demon Palace together. At this time, the three sect masters communicated simultaneously, cautioning the disciples. Opposite, Master Fu's mouth curled with a hint of mockery. You go into, the blood-robed man said to the dark-skinned youth Lu Zhou beside him. Yes, sir. The dark-skinned youth gathered his energy under his feet and, with a boom, dashed into the blood vortex with astonishing force and speed. Zoom, whoosh whoosh. A group of disciples soon entered the blood burial garden. Chen Yu discovered a phenomenon. Very few people took their spirit pets or mounts with them. Could it be? Are there age restrictions for spirit pets as well? Chen Yu did not ponder further. Instead, he quickly stored the Iron Moon strange insect inside the light silver crystal space within his heart. Zip! Chen Yu felt a lightness under his shoes as if he were a soaring swallow, drifting into the blood mist. Before long, about 150 disciples from the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace had all entered the blood mist. How long will this opening of the blood burial heavenly garden last? Master Fu asked in a low voice. A month should be no problem. Once the secret garden has absorbed all the fresh blood and souls nearby, it will detach from this void and expel any foreign creatures not native to its land, replied the blood-robed man. Swoosh! As he passed through the blood mist in an instant, Chen Yu felt his body unnaturally heavy, followed by a wave of slight dizziness. Then, he felt as though he had stepped into a mess of mud, as his entire body sank down and a rank smell wafted from around him. Is this? Chen Yu was shocked to find his lower body sinking into blackish-brown mire. A glance around. The area was surprisingly a swamp extending for about a mile around, with hills and bushes visible nearby. In the sky, a blood moon hung, emitting a sinister dark red glow. The whole space was dim and desolate. Realizing Chen Yu's body was slowly sinking into the swamp, he was about to gather his energy to use a light body martial technique to escape this area. SCZT. From the adjacent swamp mud, the sound of a moving foreign object came. The next moment, he felt his legs being entangled, and saw a spotted snake tail as thick as a baby's fist coiling in the dirt. This luck is really bad. Chen Yu's face looked distressed, but he was not panicky. His copper statue technique had reached a small success in strengthening the bones, and he had made recent progress. The flower-spotted strange snake in the swamp, although at the strength of the organ refining stage, could not bite through him at all. If it were any other ordinary organ refining stage practitioner, they might have already been afflicted. Looking for death? Chen Yu exerted his power, pried the flower-spotted strange snake apart, and was just about to kill it. Suddenly, he paused. With so many dangerous beings in this swamp, killing this snake might attract many more with the scent of blood. Chen Yu simply grasped the snake's vital 7 inches. Tang? Holding the flower-spotted giant snake, Chen Yu leaped out of the swamp, his body seemingly weightless as he tread lightly on the surface of the swamp mud. Very soon, Chen Yu reached the edge of the swamp mud, and a thicket appeared in front. Clang? AHH. Faintly, from the thicket, the sounds of fighting and screams could be heard. Run! It's the Bone Demon Palace's true disciple. A shriek came, along with footsteps rapidly approaching this way. Bone Demon Palace's true disciple? Chen Yu's eyes flashed. The swamp was behind him, and now it was probably too late to hide, which would likely draw him into it. Considering this, he decided to resubmerge into the swamp. After all, the edge was only half a human's height deep. It was only a moment. Chen Yu's entire body was trapped in the swamp, only his nose and eyes exposed, hidden hastily by nearby rotting leaves. In doing so, he shifted from visibility to concealment, from passive to active, deciding whether to strike based on the situation. Swoosh, swoosh. Just then, a man and a woman burst out from the bush, dressed as disciples of the Iron Sword sect and the Water Moon sect respectively. Both were at the early to mid-stage of refining internal organs. Thinking of running, 2 figures, one tall and one short, leaped out from the bushes. The tall man, exuding a fierce and vicious aura, was clad in a dark green battle armor, the fluctuations of his inner breath faintly reaching the late stage of organ refining. The other, a short youth with a collapsed nose and skewed eyes, was extremely ugly. Yet his appearance made Chen Yu's heart skip a beat. Demon Clown, Pang Tiancheng. Chen Yu recognized him at a glance. The aura emanating from this person was even more terrifying than that of the battle-armored man from before. He activated the concealing chi technique, concealing his scent and using the swamp for cover. Ah, no, it's a swamp. The male and female disciples from the Iron Sword sect and Water Moon sect, faced with a swamp in front of the bush, were filled with despair. A swamp unconsciously greatly limited their speed of escape and offered a wide field of view. Die. The man from Bone Demon Palace in armor caught up with the Iron Sword sect disciple, revealing a sinister smile. Whoosh! He slapped with his palm, sending out a faint black palm force shadow with an eerie and wild breath, striking the Iron Sword sect disciple. Ah! The Iron Sword sect disciple screamed in pain as his body fell into the swamp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Despite having a protective treasure, a rotting and bluish bloodstain appeared on the back of his neck, and the tyrannically evil inner breath further shook his organs. Splurt! The armored man took a large step forward, holding a sharp knife, and with a swoosh, decapitated the barely breathing Iron Sword sect disciple. Blood spattered. The head of the Iron Sword sect disciple hit the ground, his face frozen in terror. At the same moment, the female disciple from the Water Moon sect screamed heart-wrenchingly. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yu drew a sharp breath. He saw the pretty female disciple from the Water Moon sect was pinned beside the swamp by Demon Clown, who gruesomely tore off her arms, legs, and then gouged out her eyes. Ah! The pretty woman from the Water Moon sect fell into a pool of blood, her body broken beyond recognition. This person really deserves 1,000 deaths. Chen Yu felt a chill in his heart, witnessing such cruelty for the first time, almost driven to attack. But he managed to stay calm. He had long heard of the infamous Demon Clown, ranked first on the beheading list with extremely cruel methods. Zhong Tianchen had failed to kill him with a team before advancing to Qi Transformation Realm. Not to mention the Demon Clown. The man in armor beside him was even stronger than Shang Guanqi, ranking among the top 6 in the Bone Demon Palace. Together, the two were virtually invincible below the Qi transformation realm. Brother Pang, there are 2 disciples from our palace approaching nearby. The armored man held a special bone token. Huh? At the same time, Chen Yu felt a slight vibration from the token he carried close to him. Could it be that a fellow disciple from Yunyu sect is approaching? Chen Yu was worried rather than pleased. Ordinary disciples, even true disciples, were insignificant in front of Demon Clown and his accomplice. Swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, 2 disciples from Bone Demon Palace, a man and a woman, rushed from the swamp and the distant hills. Brother Pang. Upon seeing Demon Clown, the 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples shuddered and hastily greeted him. These 2 were at the mid-stage and early stage of refining, respectively. Thus, the Bone Demon Palace formed a small team of 4 with Demon Clown as the leader. Chen Yu's heart sank. He wasn't worried about his safety. Using the swamp for cover, combined with the concealing Qi technique, even someone at the Qi transformation realm would find it difficult to detect him without careful investigation. What really worried him was the reaction of the token, indicating that disciples from Yunyu sect were approaching. Who exactly is approaching? Chen Yu sighed internally. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, weird noises came from the corpse of the Water Moon sect disciple. Crash! The swamp churned and splashed, and a massive creature violently surged out from it, its body 3 to 4 jong long, covered in black scales, opening its huge maw to swallow the remnants of the Water Moon sect disciple. It was a black-scaled giant crocodile, emitting a terrifying ferocious aura. Chen Yu felt this crocodile's presence was close to the Qi transformation realm lizard he had encountered in ancient Moon Well. It's a black-scaled ferocious crocodile. Demon Clown and the armored man exchanged glances, their expressions cautious. This crocodile's combat strength is nearly at Qi transformation realm. Its scales are impervious to water and fire, immune to ordinary treasures. This one seems about to step into postnatal Qi transformation, the armored man said. The 4 from Demon Clown immediately retreated a distance, not wanting to provoke the crocodile unnecessarily. The black-scaled ferocious crocodile did not give chase but swallowed another Iron Sword sect disciple's corpse, appearing very hungry. Then, it stirred up a patch of mud and wastewater, moving back and forth several dozen jong in a certain area. Finally, the black-scaled ferocious crocodile settled next to a fan-sized dark lotus. Ah, a female disciple from Bone Demon Palace exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen a lotus of this color." The dark lotus was deeper in color, blending with the swamp. Its petals bore faint dark water patterns, and at the center of the petals was a dark lotus pod. If not for the presence of the crocodile, it would have been difficult to spot. Mysterious water moth lotus. Demon Clown and the armored man, after taking a closer look, simultaneously revealed expressions of ecstasy. Mysterious water moth lotus. Demon Clown and the battle armor man both voiced their surprise, their gazes filled with burning desire, steadfastly fixating on the ink-colored lotus flower as big as a cattail leaf fan. Upon hearing this, another man and woman from the Bone Demon Palace both exclaimed, their expressions excited. Is it really the mysterious water moth lotus? This sinister treasure of legend has all but vanished from the outside world. The female disciple's face flushed with excitement. Smack! Demon Clown glared fiercely and delivered her a loud slap, leaving behind a red and blue handprint. Shut up! Do you want to attract even more people over here? The battle armor man grunted lowly. Brother Pang, I was wrong, it's just that the yin and water characteristics contained by this lotus fit my cultivation technique too nicely. The female disciple shivered and revealed a sycophantic smile. It fits you. Another male disciple from the Bone Demon Palace couldn't help but snicker. This lotus benefits the majority of sinister cultivation techniques immensely, capable of greatly increasing cultivation power. Everyone shut up. Demon Clown snapped coldly, shifting his gaze from the mysterious water moth lotus and looking coldly at the black-scaled giant crocodile lying beside it. Brother Pang, with this crocodile guarding the mysterious water moth lotus, a tough battle is inevitable if we wish to snatch the lotus. The battle armor man murmured softly. Prepare to strike. Pang Tianken's ugly face wore a fierce coldness. Just then, he took out a dark, dull wolf fang club, dragging its dark and ominous sharp aura, leading the 4 of them in an attack on the black-scaled giant crocodile. Whoosh! The black-scaled ferocious crocodile's eyes shone viciously, transforming into a black afterimage, mud splashing in all directions as it pounced towards the group of 4 including Demon Clown. Pop! Pop! Demon Clown and the battle armor man, using exquisite movement techniques, stepped on the swamp mud and swept past the black-scaled giant crocodile, the wolf fang club and a sharp knife striking swiftly in passing. Hiss! Among these, the battle armor man's sharp knife merely left a small blood trail on the surface of the black-scaled giant crocodile. Boom thud! Demon Clown's wolf fang club, however, was significantly heavy and actually managed to smash a small crack in the crocodile's scaly armor, its power astonishing. As the main force, the other male and female disciples were only there to restrain. The attacks from the male and female landed on the black-scaled giant crocodile, at most leaving only shallow marks, unable to break through the skin. You two, attack where I've wounded it. Demon Clown grunted lowly. The 4 from the Bone Demon Palace were all veterans of bloody battles, their cooperation was extremely tacit. At the same moment, on the edge of the swamp, Chen Yu stood within the mire, his eyes revealing surprise. This black-scaled giant crocodile was far stronger than the blood python he had encountered in the cave, especially in terms of defense, nearly twice as strong. As for the mysterious water moth lotus, Chen Yu had also heard of it. The lotus was a rare yin and water elemental treasure, containing the mysterious power of ghostly water, greatly beneficial to most sinister cultivation techniques, capable of significantly boosting one's cultivation power. Of course, the lotus was not limited to those who practiced sinister paths. As long as it wasn't an extremely yin cultivation technique, most cultivators consuming this lotus could enhance their cultivation power and strength. Chen Yu's Cloud Evil Fist was a technique inclined towards the yin and evil, naturally making the lotus very fitting for him. For a while, Chen Yu's heart raced. If he could obtain this lotus, not only would his cultivation increase, but the power of the Cloud Evil skill could also greatly rise, possibly aiding him in the future to cultivate Cloud Evil True Qi. However, snatching the food from the tiger's mouth, from these four, is too difficult. Chen Yu then focused back on the battle. In terms of combat, Demon Clown was incredibly strong. Not to mention his cultivation at the peak of refining, he was also practicing the Bone Demon Palace's Sect trademark technique, and the Wolf Fang club in his hand was a heavy-grade treasure, close to a medium-grade treasure in quality. And his movement technique was not much different from the Infinite Thief, extremely crafty in battle. Boom boom, Pu-Chi. Throughout the process, Demon Clown and the Battle Armor Man, as a team, essentially overpowered the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. The Battle Armor Man, clad in a full-body treasure armor, had a solid fighting style. Every movement of his sharp knife was precise whenever it struck, it was aimed at some wound or vital spot. After a short time, the black-scaled ferocious crocodile was riddled with wounds, overpowered and helpless against the four assailants, its injuries worsening, movements becoming sluggish. The four from Bone Demon Palace smiled, more relaxed in their approach to the fight. Chen Yu silently sighed. If it were a scenario where both sides suffered or one side won but with serious injuries, he might have a chance. However, from start to finish, Demon Clown and his group suppressed the black-scaled ferocious crocodile, none of them sustaining any serious injuries, the subsequent battle entirely predictable. Who else from the Yunyu sect could be nearby? The token worn closely by Chen Yu occasionally responded. Suddenly, he thought of something, taking out the Iron Moon strange insect from the light silver crystal space and sending it to scout the situation. On another part of the swamp, atop a hill, behind a little mound, a young man and young woman were hiding. The young man was dressed in white, elegant, and graceful, holding a folding fan made of light silver metal. The young woman, with a delicate and pretty figure, was naturally beautiful, a face blooming like a peony after the rain. It was none other than Mu Swecking. The elegantly graceful young man was also someone Chen Yu knew. Nangong Li. Senior brother Nangong, are we just going to let the people from Bone Demon Palace succeed and take the mysterious water moth lotus? Mu Swecking clenched her teeth slightly, her face showing unwillingness. Speaking of which, the mysterious water moth lotus was extremely compatible with her physique and cultivation technique. Although Mu Swecking was only a lower-grade spiritual body with combined cold water attributes, the cultivation technique she practiced also leaned towards this type. I'd like to, but these four people are not something we can handle. If we fall into Demon Clown's hands, Nangong Li lamented with a shake of his head. Someone from the Yunyu sect should also be nearby according to the token's response, they should be within 100 yards. Mu Swecking then looked towards the token in her hand. Maybe they were killed by Demon Clown and his people before we arrived. Look at the edge of the swamp, there are remnants of blood and flesh. Nangong Li was not optimistic. The two of them arrived in this vicinity by following the signal of the token, only to find Demon Clown and his group battling the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. What is that? Mu Swecking suddenly cried out in alarm. She saw a basin-sized toad, its body moist and covered with yellow-green bumps, approaching her leg. Mu Swecking, who was fond of cleanliness and carried herself with aloof dignity, was now faced with a scene that would horrify most men to the extreme. Mud swamp toad? Be careful of its poison. Nangong Li took one look and was greatly startled, swiftly pulling Mu Swecking back. However, the basin-sized toad had already sprayed out a dark green liquid, accompanied by a pale green mist. Mu Swecking grunted. A small droplet of the dark green liquid stained her slender, fair leg, immediately corroding it, with the surrounding skin turning purplish red and swelling. Beast. Nangong Li was momentarily choked by the pale green mist and, in his alarm and anger, swung his folding fan, unleashing a silver fan-shaped gust that enveloped the mud swamp toad. Boom! The mud swamp toad was quick to react, leaping to the side and only sustaining part of the attack. A bloody cut appeared on its bumpy skin, but it was not critically wounded. The two of them were shocked, fearing that the toad's strength was above the mid-stage of refining. Who is there? The four fighting Demon Clown exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the four had severely wounded the black-scaled giant crocodile, and it would only take a moment to kill it. Its disciples from Yunyu sect, and that woman seems to be Mu Swecking, one of the top beauties of the section. The man in battle armor glanced toward the hillside. Right now, the male and female from Yunyu sect were under attack by the mud swamp toad, their presence revealed, not far from here. I most enjoy butchering beauties and despise those who reap the rewards from behind. A ruthless and cruel light shone in Demon Clown's distorted eyes. Swoosh! With a blur of his figure, Demon Clown disengaged from the battle, closing in on Mu Swecking and her companion on the hillside at a frightening speed. Brother Pang, don't pursue them to death. The man in battle armor showed a hint of helplessness. He was quite familiar with Pang Tianquan's bloodthirsty behavior. His personality was extremely twisted and couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Fortunately, the black-scaled giant crocodile had been inflicted with heavy injuries, considerably reducing its mobility. Even without Demon Clown, the three in battle armor could wear it down slowly. This is bad. Chen Yu, at the edge of the swamp, thought to himself that something was amiss. The insects he had sent out had also just reached the area and discovered Mu Sueking and Nangongli. What was most unexpected was that Demon Clown, with a wicked and perverted nature, who delighted in the slaughter of beauties, had temporarily put aside the black-scaled giant crocodile. What should be done? In a flash of thought, Chen Yu's mind raced. He definitely had to save Mu Sueking. With their strength, they had no hope of escaping Demon Clown's pursuit. However, Chen Yu was even further from the hillside than Demon Clown, and he had no advantage over Demon Clown in terms of speed. A direct rescue seemed unlikely. In that case, Chen Yu's gaze shifted towards the three people in battle armor who were closer to him and were still fighting the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. Suddenly, a bold idea took root in his mind. He took a gamble. Chen Yu grit his teeth hard. If successful, he could achieve a double victory. Unless Demon Clown truly ignored the mysterious water moth lotus, a dark treasure of evil path. With a leap, whoosh, Chen Yu, covered in foul-smelling mud, holding onto the previously caught patterned giant snake, leapt out of the swamp. Sludgy splashing? With dark cyan boots infusing his true chi, Chen Yu's body became lighter, and he accelerated towards the three in battle armor from behind at an astonishing speed. Who is there? The man in battle armor detected Chen Yu's presence when he was just 20 jong away. The three were battling the black-scaled ferocious crocodile and were shocked by the sight of a muddy figure holding a 2 to 3 jong long patterned snake. Where did this fellow pop out from? The man in battle armor wore an odd expression, unable to make out the muddy person's features. But judging by his attire, he seemed to be a disciple of Yu Sect. The three did not panic. Even if it was a true disciple of the three sects, it was unlikely to threaten the three of them. But even if the opponent proved formidable, at worst, the three of them would abandon the black-scaled ferocious crocodile and concentrate on defense, able to hold out until Demon Clown returned. Here's a big snake for you. Chen Yu laughed heartily as he neared them to about 10 jong. Swish! He hurled the patterned giant snake in his hand with great force. The 2 to 3 jong long body slapped onto the other man and woman. Ah! The woman from Bone Demon Palace screamed, as the freshly freed patterned snake instantly wound around her legs. This patterned snake, comparable to the organ refining stage in strength, was especially powerful in the swamp. The Bone Demon Palace woman did not possess Chen Yu's formidable strength and defense. Save me. Bone Demon Palace woman let out a pitiful scream as the patterned snake broke her skin, the venom seeped in, and she was swiftly dragged into the swamp. Ha ha ha, how do you like this gift? Chen Yu himself was also taken by surprise. This patterned snake had previously ambushed him in the swamp. He had held on to its critical point, causing it to be semi-asphyxiated. He had intended to use the snake to disrupt the trio's formation, but never expected the snake to be so effective, dragging one of them into the water. Having unexpectedly succeeded, Chen Yu chuckled slyly as he produced a purple-handled, silver-tipped javelin in his hand. Seeing the spear in Chen Yu's hands, the armored man suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Be careful, it's the spear hunter of demons. However, the armored man's warning was already too late. Entering within 30 feet, Chen Yu, now at maximum power range, channeled his inner breath into the spear and threw it with great force. Swish! The spear transformed into a cold, purple arc, with a flash of its silver tip, carrying a thunder-like screeching. It struck another male disciple from the Bone Demon Palace. Ah! The man from the Bone Demon Palace screamed as the treasure armor he wore was penetrated by the spear with terrifying force. Hiss! The shaft of the spear went through his abdomen, creating a chillingly piercing wound, and the male disciple from the Bone Demon Palace fell dead. The nearby armored man inhaled sharply. That battlefield-renowned spear hunter of demons was much more terrifying than he had anticipated. In battle, Chen Yu's spear was mainly formidable because it targeted aerial foes. By seriously injuring birds or piercing their wings, those flying bird knights would tumble from hundreds of feet in the air and be smashed to a pulp. And now, the silver-edged spear in Chen Yu's hand, exchanged for battle achievements, was comparable to a set of treasure armament. The shaft's material matched the hardness of a treasure weapon, and the tip was fused with a bit of silver-edged stone powder, greatly enhancing its penetration power, and combined with Chen Yu's immense strength, it exhibited horrifying piercing ability. On the other side, Demon Clown, Mu Sueking and Nangongli, having just dealt with the mud swamp toad, saw the grotesquely advancing Pang Tianquan. Both felt a tingle on their scalps, naturally having heard of the cruelty and infamy of the Demon Clown. Run! The two immediately began to retreat, but Mu Sueking's leg, corroded by the toad's poison, made movement difficult. Seeing the Demon Clown rapidly closing in, Mu Sueking showed a look of despair. Nangongli took a deep breath and had to stop. Ah! Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from the direction of the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. It was Chen Yu who had thrown the speckled large snake, successfully pulling the female disciple of the Bone Demon Palace into the mud. It's junior brother Chen. Brother Yu. The two expressed surprise at the sight and could tell Chen Yu was strategizing a rescue diversion. If it were an ordinary person, they might have come to the rescue immediately. But the nature of the demon clown couldn't be judged by normal standards. Pang Tiancheng frowned, but without turning his head, his eyes filled with even more murderous intent. He rushed towards Nangongli and Mu Sueking. He was confident. Within 2 to 3 exchanges, he could kill Mu Sueking and her companion. Die. The demon clown swung his wolf fang club, unleashing a massive shadow of a cold black blade, a frigid oppressive air enveloping Nangongli and Mu Sueking overhead. That strike's tremendous power almost reached the Qi transformation realm. In terms of head-on attacks, the demon clown was undoubtedly half a notch stronger than the infinite thief. Not only was his cultivation technique fearsome, but he also possessed innate brute strength. Crack! Nangongli swung his pale silver metal folding fan, creating a storm of dazzling silver fan shadows accompanied by sweeping winds. Thousand Rain Sword? Mu Sueking's blue shining treasure sword swung out, releasing a great swath of blue rain-like crisp sword glows, resembling dazzling icy fireworks. Clang! Crack! However, as the large black shadow from the demon clown's wolf fang club swept over, both the fan shadows and sword glows were instantly shattered. Whoa! Nangongli spat out blood, his body violently trembling, and his metal folding fan almost slipped from his grasp. Boom! Mu Sueking was sent flying by the strike, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Together, they could have fought anyone above the late stage of organ refining, yet they were both sent flying wounded by a single attack from the demon clown. With a fierce look, the demon clown swiftly closed in on Mu Sueking. Suddenly, a second scream came from the black-scaled giant crocodile's battle zone. Another was dead. It all happened too quickly, in just a turning moment. Nangongli and Mu Sueking showed a hint of joy on their faces. Damn it! Unable to help it, the demon clown glanced back with a bone-chilling tone in his voice. At that moment, Chen Yu's spear had just killed the second person from the Bone Demon Palace and he was moving toward the only remaining armored man. Not good. The armored man was caught between Chen Yu and the black-scaled giant crocodile, unable to withdraw from the battle circle. It was truly because Chen Yu, throwing the snake and hurling the spear, killing two, approached so swiftly. Meanwhile, Spirit's secret technique intimidate the soul. Suddenly, Nangongli uttered a sharp, prolonged cry, directly rolling towards the demon clown. The demon clown staggered mentally and then looked at Nangongli with a sarcastic expression. The latter's Spirit's secret technique had almost no substantial effect. Spirit's secret technique mysterious gaze. Nangongli's eyes shimmered with a layer of rippling blue patterns, extending and revolving continuously into an endless abyss. The demon clown's body stiffened, his face showing a moment of daze. Nangongli's eyes, smeared with the essence of the green-eyed demon fox's eyes, could amplify the Spirit's secret technique. But in the next moment, the demon clown exuded a violent and bloodthirsty spiritual fluctuation, his spiritual power surpassing that of Nangongli, the caster of the secret technique. In an instant, the demon clown struggled out of mysterious gaze, his forehead sweating slightly. Nangongli's face turned deathly pale, revealing a hint of fright. Later I will gouge out your eyes and keep them as a souvenir. The demon clown licked his lips, his murderous intent and cruelty intensifying. However, before the words of the demon clown had finished, an unexpected change occurred. SSS? Pang Tianken's body stiffened again, pain shot through his foot as if he had stepped on a nail. What is this? Get away. Pang Tianken's face twisted ferociously as a shockingly cold chi force burst forth from beneath his feet. Pang Su, a bug, shimmering with a faint silver luster, was kicked away by Pang Tiancheng, fresh blood still dripping from his foot. Immediately afterward, a chill of stiffness and numbness spread from his feet, but fortunately, Pang Tiancheng quickly forced the poisoned blood out with his inner breath. A bug? Nangongli and Mu Sueking were both astonished. That bug, having endured a fierce kick from Pang Tiancheng that brushed the edge of the Qi transformation realm, writhed on the ground. Under the illumination of the blood moon in the sky, it seemed to be injected with adrenaline, quickly hopping around energetically. Posu? With a faint silver afterimage, the bug burrowed into the ground. Let's go quickly. Nangongli hurriedly called to Mu Sueking, but the latter's leg was injured, preventing her from reaching her peak speed. Fortunately, Pang Tianken's foot had been bitten by the iron moon strange insect, and the corpse worm's poison had infiltrated him, slowing his speed as he quickly took out an antidote. That bug. Mu Sueking appeared contemplative, recalling the situation back at Yan family castle. At that moment, ha ha ha, from the other end of the battlefield, Chen Yu's laughter echoed. He unleashed a long punch that created the shadow of a python with a dark green pattern on its surface. As the punch roared, it brought a formidable force of spiritual malice, impacting the spirit and vitality. Bang! Wah! The armor-clad man tumbled aside, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. The armor-clad man felt incredibly frustrated. He had merely exchanged a few blows with his opponent who not only had terrifying punch techniques but also placed him amidst a pincer attack with the ferocious crocodile. Under the dual assault, even the armor-clad man, with his powerful combat ability and protective armor, had sustained serious internal injuries. This scene brought immense joy to Mu Sueking and Nangongli on the other side. If the demon clown did not return soon, the armor-clad man would be in grave danger. What was even more critical was that the evil treasure, the mysterious water moth lotus, could potentially fall into the hands of someone else. It's really infuriating. The demon clown's face nearly twisted as he bellowed in resentment. Zhang Shua? In such a dire situation, he could no longer care about the life or death of Mu Sueking and Nangongli, and hurriedly turned back. At this moment, the corpse poison in the demon clown's legs had mostly dissipated, and he burst forth at peak speed, rushing back to the rescue. Only 5 breaths left. Chen Yu's heart tensed, estimating that the demon clown would return in about 5 to 6 breaths. Fortunately, he had just dealt with 2 individuals, utilizing the black-scaled ferocious crocodile to force the armor-clad man into a pincer movement, severely injuring him. The key now was whether he could harvest the mysterious water moth lotus within these 5 breaths. It was known that the severely injured black-scaled ferocious crocodile still had the capacity to fight, and the armor-clad man next to it, despite being injured, could still interfere. Bet it all. Chen Yu gathered his strength in his heart, his figure flashed, and he swiftly approached the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. Shua? Twisting his body, Chen Yu dodged the bite of the black-scaled ferocious crocodile, and a plain, unremarkable short sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the dark snake sword. Slash. Chen Yu's inner breath surged into the dark snake sword, which was now a medium-quality treasure. A layer of eerie gray flow and blood-red patterns emerged on the blade, creating a fleeting afterimage. At that moment, a strange scene occurred. In the space, when the blood moon shone on the dark snake sword, the entire blade emanated a layer of blood light, enhancing its power by more than 30%. Puchi? The dark snake sword burst forth with extreme power. Under the formidable strength of Chen Yu, it plunged into the head wound of the black-scaled ferocious crocodile. That sword pierced nearly to the hilt, releasing a brutal toxic power. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised by how smoothly the sword penetrated the crocodile's head. Indeed, this was due to several serendipities. First, the dark snake sword, integrated with moon spirit ore, saw its power increase by more than 30% under the blood moon, bringing it close to the level of a superior medium-quality treasure. Second, the black-scaled ferocious crocodile, being severely injured, reacted slowly. Chen Yu took advantage of the previous wound and slashed right into it. The hardest part of the crocodile was its outer scale layer, which had been previously sliced open by the demon clown. Peng Hong Long? Blood and mud splattered as the already severely injured black-scaled ferocious crocodile, having been stabbed in the head by the venomous dark snake sword, finally reached the end of its life. As for its struggle to escape into the swamp before its death, Chen Yu was unconcerned. Shua? Chen Yu's figure flickered, quickly moving close to the mysterious water moth lotus, and forcefully pulled it. Stop. At this time, the armor-clad man, having stabilized himself, finally reacted. He never expected that Chen Yu, with just one strike, would have dealt with the formidable black-scaled ferocious crocodile. Puchi? Chen Yu directly pulled up the mysterious water moth lotus along with a clump of marsh soil. Haha, just 3 breaths left. Chen Yu placed the mysterious water moth lotus into his storage bag, facing the dagger assault of the armor-clad man undisturbed. Even in direct combat, he was confident he could suppress this man, especially since the opponent was already severely injured. Suo Seng? Chen Yu gathered his strength, swiftly dodging the armor-clad man. He did not immediately flee. Instead, surprisingly, he approached the corpse of a bone demon palace man previously killed by a spear. The man's body had not fully sunk into the swamp. Puchi? Chen Yu stepped on the corpse, pulling out the silver-edged spear and murmured, "This spear is rare, only 3 exist. You thief." The armor-clad man's eyes nearly spewed fire, his pride severely wounded. Chen Yu snatched the mysterious water moth lotus and didn't forget to retrieve the javelin he had thrown earlier. This incident infuriated the armored warrior to the point of vomiting blood, his rage burning intensely. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." The furious roar of the demon clown quickly grew closer as his figure approached within 30 feet. Only about 2 more moments. Chen Yu laughed heartily, a triumphant look on his face, as he swiftly picked up his javelin and dashed away. Swoosh! Plop plop! Utilizing light body martial arts, Chen Yu stepped on the mire, gracefully running in a direction completely opposite to where Mu Sueking and another person were. Brother Yu is deliberately leading the demon clown away. Mu Sueking's expression was complex. She understood Chen Yu well enough. His seemingly wild and triumphant demeanor was actually a deliberate provocation of the enemy, and it was proving very successful. This guy's movement technique, when did it reach this level? But can he escape the pursuit? Nangongli was slightly worried. The 2 of them watched as Chen Yu led the demon clown and the armored warrior further and further away in the dimly lit blood-colored space. "Hey, clown bro, your stumpy legs may be short and stout, but you're not bad at running." Chen Yu fled the swampy region. During his escape, he didn't forget to verbally taunt the demon clown chasing behind him. Haha. The demon clown was so enraged that he was shaking with fury. Over the years, he had killed countless people, never sparing men, women, or children. Others would tremble in fear upon hearing his name. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Yet that triumphant kid had killed 2 of his fellow sect members and also stolen the mysterious water moth lotus. At this moment, the speed that Chen Yu displayed also astonished the demon clown duo. Thank goodness for these boots gifted by Master. When Chen Yu employed his light body martial arts, his feet felt incredibly light. Infusing them with his inner breath, his speed surged by 30%. With each concentrated burst from his heart, his speed could just slightly surpass that of his pursuers. Therefore, No matter how furiously the demon clown raged, he could not catch up to Chen Yu. There was always that slight difference. The armored warrior behind was even more powerless. Along the way, the demon clown pursued relentlessly. Occasionally, they would encounter one or two disciples from the Three Sects camp or the Bone Demon Palace. Isn't that you, Sect Chen Yu? What did this person do to provoke such a mad chase by the demon clown? Those disciples stayed well away. As soon as they saw the demon clown, the disciples from the Three Sects camp scampered off. Let this kid fend for himself. On a large tree, the seventh Prince Huangfulin camouflaged himself with branches and leaves, watching the demon clown pursuing Chen Yu without any intention of helping. He was one of the three at the late stage of organ refining among the Sect disciples. If he were to join forces with Chen Yu, adding the two disciples behind him, they might be able to stand against the demon clown. However, Huangfulin had a poor relationship with Chen Yu. Although he had compromised before, he would certainly not help Chen Yu proactively. Senior brother Huangfu. The male and female disciples beside him hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shut their mouths. After all, nobody wanted to risk their lives and provoke a terrifying figure like the demon clown. Along the way, Chen Yu occasionally encountered disciples from the Bone Demon Palace, luckily not running into anyone too formidable. What are you dawdling for? Let's join forces to kill this man. The demon clown bellowed angrily. Yes, Brother Peng. A few scattered Bone Demon Palace disciples nervously joined the chase. However, a few more ordinary disciples didn't make much of a difference. The average disciple couldn't keep up with the pace. What surprised Peng Tiancheng most was that Chen Yu, moving at high speed for so long, showed no signs of exhaustion. The reserve of his inner breath was so vast. How could this be the performance of someone in the early stage of refining internal organs? Using the terrain to his advantage, the distance between Chen Yu and the demon clown gradually increased. At one point, as Chen Yu passed over a hill, he attracted a pack of over 100 fierce wolves, creating chaos that also entangled the demon clown and the armored warrior. Among these fierce wolves, there were dozens with strength comparable to the organ refining stage. The alpha, a large-headed wolf beast, was as strong as the fierce crocodile Chen Yu had encountered earlier, and even faster. Under such circumstances, the demon clown and the armored warrior had to give up the chase to avoid the brunt of the attack. Brother Peng, that kid is slippery, and his defensive power is not weak. I saw several wolves scratch him, and it was like tickling him. The armored warrior gasped for breath. What do you suppose we should do? The demon clown gradually calmed down. After analyzing the situation, he judged Chen Yu's strength to be not much different from his own, if not slightly inferior. Call for reinforcements to hunt down this kid. I guess with the dangers of this space, even if he gets the mysterious water moth lotus, he won't have time to assimilate it. The armored warrior suggested. That's right. The most valuable part of the mysterious water moth lotus is the seeds. One emoli flower can produce a dozen seeds, which he won't be able to digest even in half a month. The demon clown's sneering eyes flickered with a chilling light. Immediately, the demon clown and the armored warrior gathered nearby members of the Bone Demon Palace and announced the news of Chen Yu's theft of the mysterious water moth lotus. Mysterious water moth lotus. This was a valuable treasure of the evil path, naturally very attractive to the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Upon hearing the news, the Bone Demon Palace disciples eagerly rubbed their hands together, joining in the siege against Chen Yu. For a time, the demon clown gathered quite a few strong individuals, with even 2 or 3 true disciples joining in. Among them was Shang Guanqi. Mysterious water moth lotus? Chen Yu? I didn't expect to find your whereabouts so quickly. I've carefully prepared for this entry into the blood burial garden, and I will definitely see to it that you have no grave to be buried in. The one-armed, purple-haired boy had a face filled with killing intent. Next, the demon clown started a massacre in the nearby area. The disciples of the Bone Demon Palace gathered and, while searching for Chen Yu, also launched a slaughter against the disciples of the 3 sects. Among them, Huangfulin, who had previously hidden in a tree, also couldn't avoid being pursued. Run fast. Huangfulin's face was grim as he led 2 disciples, a man and a woman, in a frenzied escape. The demon clown, accompanied by 3 or 4 others, pursued them for over 10 miles. The disciples of the 3 sects are really foolish and selfish. When they were pursuing Chen Yu, this guy just watched on the sidelines. The demon clown's face held a mocking expression. Finally, Huangfulin's group lost a female disciple, who was brutally killed by the demon clown, narrowly escaping with their lives. At the same moment, the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace, especially the powerful ones among the top-secret transmissions like Mei Changqing and Zhang Ping, began their massacre on the disciples within the 3 sects camp. In terms of individual comprehensive strength, the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace were indeed stronger. Importantly, they were more united, each hardened in a brutal environment, ruthless and decisive in killing. In contrast, the disciples of the 3 sects belonged to different factions, and it was not bad that they didn't kill each other. The disciples of the 3 sects fled in all directions, and those who were slightly slower were slaughtered. After escaping the pursuit of the demon clown, Chen Yu cautiously circled back. Since entering the blood burial heavenly garden, what Chen Yu had seen along the way was nothing but forests, hills, rivers, and various other wilderness terrains. He was certain that this was the periphery of the blood burial garden. According to the rumors he had received, the real core value of the blood burial heavenly garden lay in an inner spiritual garden, where many rare treasures were planted, including the legacies and treasures left by powerful beings. Several hours later, in a valley about 5 or 6 miles from the previous swamp, Nangongli and Mu Swecking hid in a mountain crevice, warily looking around. Just then, swoosh, a figure covered in mud drifted near, heading straight for where the two of them were. Brother Yu. Mu Swecking's face lit up with surprise as she recognized the muddy figure dashing towards them. Junior brother Chen, how did you find us? Nangongli was surprised. As he finished speaking, swish, a faint silver speck flashed, and a small bug scurried into Chen Yu's palm. I found you thanks to this bug, said Chen Yu with a slight smile. As it turned out, he had diverted the demon clown earlier, but he had instructed the bug to follow Mu Swecking and Nangongli. After all, when they were struggling for the mysterious water moth lotus, the two had attracted the demon clown, taking on a big risk. If the two, especially Mu Swecking, had lost their lives, Chen Yu would have had a hard time getting over it. Swoosh! Chen Yu leaped into the mountain crevice where the two of them were and set the bug to patrol and stand guard in the vicinity. After asking, Chen Yu understood that because of the demon clown and others clearing out the disciples of the three sects, and especially pursuing Chen Yu, the Sect disciples had to find somewhere to lay low for a while. Here, Chen Yu took out 2 emoli flower petals and 2 lotus seeds, 1 portion each, and handed them to Nangongli and Mu Swecking. Their eyes brightened. Mu Swecking bit her lip slightly. Brother Yu, if it weren't for you before, both senior brother Nangong and I would have had a hard time saving our own lives. You saved us, how can we accept your things? Chen Yu, however, shook his head and forcefully stuffed the items into her hands. Without Mu Swecking and Nangongli distracting the demon clown in advance, Chen Yu wouldn't have been able to obtain the mysterious water moth lotus. Hehe, with this lotus seed and petal, there should be no problem for me to break through to the mid-stage of organ refining. Nangongli accepted them without reservation. The mysterious water moth lotus is divided into 2 parts, petals and seeds. The petals can moisten and invigorate the meridians and heal hidden diseases. They help to break through small bottlenecks in the Qi transformation realm and below. The seeds, as long as they are not of a Yang attribute cultivation technique, can enhance strength, benefiting even those in the Qi transformation realm, especially those with attribute techniques. Used together, the effects are even better. Both Nangongli and Mu Swecking were stuck at the very limit of the early stage of organ refining and were just a little short of reaching the mid-stage. Especially Mu Swecking. Whether it was her special spiritual body qualification or cultivation technique, it matched well with the mysterious water moth lotus. Chen Yu took a quick inventory. He had over a dozen petals and seeds in his hand, which weren't a small number. The main ability of the mysterious water moth lotus was to enhance strength. Enhancing strength meant not only advancing one's cultivation but also refining the profundity level of the cultivation technique's true Qi. For instance, if Chen Yu's Cloud Evil Heart method could refine a few strands of Cloud Evil True Qi from within the True Qi, it would be an indication of reaching the pinnacle of his power. At this moment, Mu Swecking and Nangongli each consumed a lotus seed and immediately sat down to circulate their mental methods and internal True Qi. Chen Yu frowned slightly and then spoke, take out your tokens. Both were taken aback but still pulled out their respective sensing tokens. Thump! Chen Yu took the tokens, along with his own, 3 in total, and threw them all into the river below the valley. Mu Swecking and Nangongli were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood Chen Yu's intention. It's likely, in the process of the Bone Demon Palace clearing out the disciples of the 3 sects, they surely captured disciples of the Yunyu sect and obtained their tokens easily. Returning to the crevice, Chen Yu sat cross-legged, took out a mysterious water moth lotus seed, took a deep breath, and swallowed it. The Yu water lotus seed, once ingested, brought forth a cool, strange power that radiated throughout the body and seeped into every bit of flesh and meridians. It was as if a serene, icy spring was melting within him, refreshing and penetrating deep into the heart. What was so marvelous was that the force of this ice spring-like Yu water power, upon entering the meridians, merged instantly with the Cloud Evil inner Qi in his body, showing an incredible affinity. This was a stark contrast to the opportunity he found in the blood pool before. At that time, the blood evil power he absorbed was extremely violent and filled with malicious energy, with quite a few impurities, requiring the suppression and assistance of the mysterious heart to stabilize and absorb. Afterward, although Chen Yu's cultivation had greatly increased, his inner Qi contained impure malicious energy, and his realm was unstable. Yet, this Yu water power was exceedingly pure. Yin in nature yet not cold or malicious, it was like premium nourishment for all types of inner Qi except that of the Yang flame attribute. Chen Yu vaguely felt that this power was bringing a sort of yin and yang equilibrium to the body's organs and even his inner Qi. The Cloud Evil inner Qi inside him became active and agitated, greedily and eagerly absorbing, as if enthusiastically doing so of its own volition. During this process, the amount of Cloud Evil inner Qi increased, but not by much. However, Chen Yu felt that the very quality of his inner Qi seemed to have undergone a sort of refinement and balance, with the temperature and purity soaring straight up. Most noticeable was that Chen Yu felt all the inner Qi in his body joyous like a fish in water, greatly increasing its synergy with his spirit, effortlessly completing complex mental method pathways with but a thought. Gradually, That wondrous water power, under the lead of the cloud evil inner chi, entered the chi sea within the body and then started roaming through the internal network of meridians. Half a day later, Chen Yu took out a piece of black lotus petal and ingested it directly. In an instant, a refreshingly sweet and cool power, like spring water that nourishes all things, melded into his flesh and meridians. His cloud evil inner chi gave a jolt, and as it flowed through his meridians, it became even smoother. These black lotus petals, indeed, can nourish and promote the flow in meridians, assisting the breakthrough of various small bottlenecks under the chi transformation realm. Chen Yu's face erupted with joy. If his cultivation was at the extreme limit of the early stage of organ refining, perhaps with the aid of a black lotus petal, he could make a breakthrough to the mid-stage of organ refining. The cultivation of the organ refining stage is essentially the expansion of the internal meridian network. This network typically consists of the 12 primary meridians, connecting to the viscera and organs, and, depending on the grade of the cultivation technique, may also include branches of extraordinary meridians and points. And black lotus petals could nourish, make meridians flow more easily, and repair hidden illnesses. In essence, some of the meridian points, usually difficult to impact, would become nourished and activated, temporarily increasing their liveliness. Invisibly, this would increase the chances of a successful breakthrough. Of course, the premise is that the strength and quality of the inner chi and other factors meet the limit of that realm. At a certain moment, Chen Yu suddenly felt a marked fluctuation of inner chi nearby, accompanied by a slight icy and rainy aura. Chen Yu turned his gaze and noticed this fluctuation of aura was coming from Mu Swecking. It's a success. Mu Swecking had a look of joy on her face as her inner chi opened up new areas within her internal network of meridians, exceptionally smooth and stable. This quick. Both Chen Yu and Nangongli were somewhat surprised. In fact, just by taking the lotus petal, I could have succeeded in the breakthrough. However, that lotus seed also significantly increased my mental method power. After advancing to the mid-stage meridian passage, my inner chi is even stronger than those of a typical same rank. Mu Swecking spoke with joy. Her spiritual body's quality leans towards the cold water attribute, and so does her cultivation technique. Therefore, Mu Swecking's consumption of the mysterious water moth lotus had effects more than double the strength compared to the average person. As a result, right after her advancement to the mid-stage meridian passage, her inner chi was very profound and stable. After Mu Swecking's advancement, less than 2 hours later, a strong fluctuation of inner chi surged from within the crevice of the mountain. Finally made it? The effect of this mysterious water moth lotus is indeed excellent. My cultivation technique isn't of yin cold attribute, but it still benefits my inner chi, making the breakthrough of bottlenecks very smooth. Nangongli laughed heartily. In terms of spiritual body quality, he was even more gifted than Mu Swecking, a genius among geniuses. These two have both advanced. Chen Yu was slightly disheartened. After consuming a portion of the mysterious water moth lotus, his cultivation smoothly reached the limit of the early stage of organ refining. In terms of spiritual body quality, Chen Yu was far inferior to Nangongli. He was merely more attuned to the mysterious water moth lotus with his cultivation technique, but not as much as Mu Swecking. Apart from the reason of the quality, both Nangongli and Mu Swecking advanced to organ refining much earlier and had already reached the limits of that realm. Using the mysterious water moth lotus to advance was as natural as water flowing in a channel. My cultivation has reached the extreme limit of the early stage, and with another portion, advancing to the mid-stage won't be difficult. Chen Yu had this feeling. He hadn't advanced yet, but the water lotus seed made his cloud evil inner chi incredibly pure and strong, comparable to someone in the late stage of organ refining. However, advancing too quickly and relying entirely on external things might be a bit too hasty. Chen Yu hesitated slightly. His foundation was incredibly solid, with inner chi pure enough to match the late stage of organ refining. Even without foreign aids, he could advance to the mid-stage in at most a month. Logically, advancing next with the aid of the mysterious water moth lotus shouldn't cause instability in his realm. Moreover, the mysterious water moth lotus wasn't an ordinary natural treasure. It didn't simply crudely increase cultivation level. While Chen Yu was weighing the pros and cons, suddenly, the iron moon strange insect, connected to his mind, sent a signal of alert. Chen Yu frowned as he shared some vague images through the mysterious connection with the iron moon strange insect. What's wrong? Nangongli and Mu Swecking couldn't help but look towards Chen Yu. People from Bone Demon Palace actually tracked us down here, and they seem to be heading exactly in this direction. Chen Yu was somewhat perplexed. Upon hearing this, Mu Swecking and Nangongli's expressions changed simultaneously. The three of them had been hiding in the crevice all this time, never venturing out. Could it be that our breakthrough caused some disturbance? Mu Swecking said. No, it won't. Nangongli denied. The breakthrough of a minor stage in the organ refining stage isn't that noticeable, with at most a radius of 20 zhang showing some signs. Unless it's a breakthrough in the chi transformation realm, which would have a larger range. At the same moment, near the valley entrance, nearly 10 members of the Bone Demon Palace were hurrying this way. Leading them were none other than Demon Clown, a man in battle armor, and others like Shang Guanqi. Brother Pang, that person should be hiding in a corner of the valley. A male disciple with phoenix-shaped eyes spoke respectfully within the ranks of the Bone Demon Palace. However, unseen by any, an insignificant little bug vanished in a flash amidst the nearby stones. In a crevice of the canyon, Chen Yu and his two companions faintly saw the approaching figures of Demon Clown and the others. I see now, it was for this reason, such an oversight. Chen Yu sighed deeply. Once he finished speaking, he looked at the dried swamp mud on his clothes, which emitted an unpleasant odor. It turned out that Chen Yu had hidden in the swamp before, and such a distinctive smell, even with bathing, was hard to completely wash away in one go. If someone skilled in tracking were to follow even the slightest clue, they could indeed find him. Brother Yu, change your clothes quickly and mask the scent with something else. I have a bottle of perfume here that repels snakes and bugs, Mu Swecking said urgently. It's too late. Chen Yu shook his head. By now, Demon Clown and his men had gradually fanned out in an orderly manner, pressing toward the area. Trying to cover up with ordinary perfume was utterly counterproductive. It was impossible to evade a master tracker. In order to completely remove the swampy odor from his body, he would need a special medicinal liquid to soak in. The only plan for now is to temporarily split up. I'll draw them away first. Chen Yu's eyes flickered, quickly coming to a decision. Just as Mu Swecking was about to object, Chen Yu immediately interrupted her. Following me would just slow me down. On hearing this, Mu Swecking's pretty face turned red and then pale, and she slightly gritted her teeth. Nangongli felt a surge of reluctance but remembered how Chen Yu had snatched the mysterious water moth lotus. In such a short period of time, he had killed 2 organ refiners, seriously injured a secret disciple of the Bone Demon Palace in the late stage of organ refining, snatched the prize from under their noses, and even escaped unscathed from Demon Clown's pursuit. Even most of the true disciples from the top 3 sects wouldn't have been able to do this. Whoosh! Chen Yu's figure blurred as he darted out from the other end of the crevice. Over there, the nearly 10 disciples of the Bone Demon Palace could not help but exclaim. Chen Yu successfully drew the Bone Demon Palace's disciples. Brat, let's see where you can run. A cold, cruel light shone from Demon Clown's cute eyes. Chen Yu, you poisoned my one arm. Here in the Blood Burial Garden, I will make you pay. Shang Guanqi gnashed his teeth, his face twisting with malice. Shang? The two charged after Chen Yu, one after the other, at top speed. Little ones, just keep on coming. I'll stay right here to the end, Chen Yu chuckled. After speaking, he shot up the mountainside of the valley, scaling the steep cliffs with agility. The higher the valley walls rose, the steeper they became. Toward the top, they were nearly vertical at 90 degrees. Even those in the organ refining stage needed to use their hands to climb and couldn't simply leap up with light body techniques. Shang? The disciples of the Bone Demon Palace began to scale the cliff, doggedly pursuing Chen Yu. You few, take a detour and head to the other side of the valley to encircle him. Demon Clown was no fool. Right away, the man in the battle armor and 3 or 4 others took a different route. Thus, with 5 people including Demon Clown, they followed Chen Yu up the steep cliff face, relentlessly chasing after him. This kid, he climbs so fast. The 5 pursuers from the Bone Demon Palace quickly sensed something was amiss. Only Demon Clown managed to barely keep up with Chen Yu and not get too far behind. The others, including Shang Guanqi, were getting left further behind. On the other side, inside the valley crevice, Nangongli and Mu Swecking watched the scene in dumbfounded silence. Looks like junior brother Chen had already planned this. If it were a flat ground pursuit, he would easily be surrounded. But climbing a mountain not only tests cultivation and movement technique but also relies on the strength and agility of the body. Nangongli suddenly understood. Indeed, climbing such sheer cliffs demanded significant strength and agility. Chen Yu's body technique talent held incomparable advantages in this respect. In a moment, Chen Yu reached the peak of the valley first, dominating the wicked in speed. This place was 100 or so zhang above the ground, as high as 100 floors. Haha, little ones, Grandpa has reached the mountain top. Chen Yu smiled, looking down at the people below. At that moment, Demon Clown, the closest, was still 15 zhang away, and Shang Guanqi and the others were even further at 23 zhang. Such a gap. Even Chen Yu himself was somewhat surprised. Little ones, have a drink of fine wine. Chen Yu's face showed a wicked smile. The next instant, he unbuttoned his pants and a bright arc of urine sprayed forth, dancing in the mountain wind, drifting down towards Demon Clown and the others. A pale blood-colored space. At the mountain peak, the mountain breeze was cool. A tall and upright young man was whistling while unfastening his trousers, a stream of urine spraying forth. Below him, 4 or 5 disciples of the Bone Demon Palace were trying hard to chase after the young man's figure, when suddenly they were met with some drifting urine and water. Chen Yu, I want you to wish you were dead. The Demon Clown's face was almost twisted, furious to the extent of rupture, his voice piercingly cold. Boy, grinding your bones to dust and scattering them in the air is not enough to quell the hatred in my heart. Shang Guanqi's face was ashen, roaring with inward rage. The disciples of the Bone Demon Palace were enraged, issuing angry howls. Humiliation, bare, naked mockery and insult. Even though the urine and water hadn't completely touched their skin, having been repelled by the outburst of chi force protecting them. However, that counted as indirect contact, didn't it? This scene was witnessed by Mu Swecking and her companion, who were quietly retreating in the valley. It's really shameless. Brother Yu actually did such a thing. Mu Swecking's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. But for some reason, She thought that the tall figure on top of the mountain, albeit rude in his actions, held an inexplicable charm. At this moment, inside the blood burial heavenly garden, secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace were slaughtering the disciples of the three sects, the disciples in panic and unable to hide. Who would dare be so absurd and bold as to stand on the mountaintop, in the face of the pursuit of the Bone Demon Palace, offering them a fine wine of human creation? Let's go, Nangongli whispered urgingly. He guessed that Chen Yu was not doing this pointlessly, but to divert the attention of the demon clown and others, facilitating their retreat. Nangongli had guessed correctly. Chen Yu indeed wanted to cover for the two as they retreated. He was very confident in his own survival skills. But Chen Yu didn't want that after he successfully escaped, the demon clown and others would catch Mu Swecking and her companion. You little brats, is the wine to your taste? After urinating, Chen Yu laughed heartily, slowly and unhurriedly fastening his belt. At that moment, boy, prepare to die. The demon clown rapidly scaled the ascent, suddenly leaping forward and swiping a palm through the air towards Chen Yu. Thud! That palm brought forth a surge of oppressive palm strength, reaching the Qi transformation realm level, visibly a dense mass of dark concentrated Qi shadow the size of a water jar. Chilling and ferocious wind howled around it, and the sheer aftershocks of the Qi alone could injure an ordinary disciple in the organ refining stage. Such a fierce palm brought a bit of pressure to Chen Yu, second only to the last time he faced the pursuit of someone in the Qi transformation realm. However, Chen Yu was now much stronger than he was back then, and his opponent was not a true Qi transformation realm practitioner. Cloud Evil Fist. Chen Yu's body erupted with a torrent of evil Qi, his heart charging up as the cloud evil internal Qi rushed out like a maddened, red-eyed bull. In that instant, evil Qi shrouded Chen Yu's body, forming a patch of vague dark clouds, light and shadow intermingling, bringing a direct and spiritual chilling dread. What? Pang Tiancheng down below, who was leaping up to attack, felt his spirit and blood tremble, his Qi nearly collapsing by a fraction or two. It was the kind of deterrence brought upon by facing a peer with equal strength. For instance, Mei Changqing before his advancement, or perhaps Zhang Ping among the top 3 secret disciples. Buzz! A huge python-shaped fist shadow rolled with evil Qi, in a thunderous cloud-bursting roar, carrying a soul-striking dread, swept towards them. Boom! 2 similar styles of oppressive and cold forces collided on the edge of the mountain peak. In an instant, rocks on the edge crumbled to dust, stones and debris flying around wildly, the shockwave spreading across 20 to 30 feet. That astonishingly fierce clash made Shang Guanqi and others climbing below take notice with shock. That brat has never been this powerful, Shang Guanqi said, his face showing awe. In the face-off above, Chen Yu basically held his ground against the demon clown, at least not losing out in terms of might. Bang! Chen Yu's body took advantage of the force to retreat 40 or 50 feet away, only to feel a mighty and cruel Qi bursting within him, making his blood churn. There's quite a gap, but it's a good thing I took the mysterious water moth lotus, which greatly increased my strength. Chen Yu murmured. In that punch, in terms of martial arts realm, he was on par with the demon clown and even had a power advantage. It was only in cultivation and strength that he lagged behind. Swoosh! He stabilized his blood and leaped towards another end of the mountain peak. This kid! The demon clown roared in anger. After withstanding a blow, he uncontrollably fell several feet downward. After all, during the previous engagement, he had struck from below, while the other was hitting from above. Geographically speaking, Chen Yu had a considerable advantage. And besides, the immense strength in Chen Yu's punch had even suppressed him, naturally strong, by a few degrees. Puff! Pang Tiancheng extended a hand, sinking it into the hard and steep cliff face, halting his descent about 60 or 70 feet below the cliff's edge. At this time, Shang Guanqi arrived from below, climbing the mountain peak with Pang Tiancheng. Meanwhile, Chen Yu had reached the other end of the mountain peak. Down. Chen Yu circulated his copper statue technique, gripping the rock with a bronze hand, and plunged straight down. Ting! In the sudden descent, sparks and stone chips sprayed between the bronze hand and the cliff wall. 100 feet high cliff was akin to a 100-story building. During the rapid fall, even Chen Yu's bronze-like arms felt burning, stabbing pain, and swelling, with the skin scraping off. Without immense strength and formidable defense, such a feat would be impossible. Is that? On the other side, the 4-Bone Demon Palace armored men had just taken a detour and arrived. However, they saw Chen Yu's body descending like a falling cliff, with sparks and stone chips in tow. During this process, Chen Yu mainly relied on the copper statue technique's bronze hand to grip the cliff and slow down the rapid descent. Seeing that he was still about 2 hours distance from the ground, Chen Yu's descent speed was becoming faster and his arms could no longer hold on. With a stomp, Chen Yu was well prepared and his foot heavily stamped on the cliff face. In the next moment, using the cliff face to push himself, he leaped toward the river 10 yards away at the edge of the valley. His surroundings. Chen Yu had already thoroughly scoped out through his little bug, and he had clear escape routes planned. Of course, the escape route he planned was truly not something an ordinary person could execute. Swoosh! Using the force from the cliff and his descent speed, Chen Yu's body flew like a stone bullet and with a plop, he plunged into the river. Then, he followed the current downstream, racing forward without needing to exert much effort. Amidst a few splashes, Chen Yu's figure disappeared. He escaped. The armored man's face looked extremely ugly. And at this time, Demon Clown and Shang Guanqi, among others, had not even descended halfway down the peak. Without the ability to fly or the cultivation at the Qi transformation realm, they dared not leap directly from the cliff. From the height of a 100-story building, even jumping into the water, it's hard to escape unscathed. Moreover, jumping from such a high place, the wind resistance was enormous, and it was uncertain whether they would land in the river. If they hit the ground, they'd be nothing but a pile of flesh. He escaped. Demon Clown and the others descended, floating down one after another, each with a face like dark iron and extremely gloomy. From the start of the chase until now, no one had been able to keep up with Chen Yu's pace. Who could have predicted that he would choose to climb the steep mountain peak, faster even than a monkey? Who could have thought that he would stand equally against Pang Tiancheng in a fierce clash, despite having the geographical advantage? The most insane part was at the last. Using an almost cliff-falling method, he directly jumped into the water. Junior brother Pang, our Bone Demon Palace has a better understanding of the Blood Burial Garden's terrain. Downstream is the direction of the Central Spirit Garden. Shang Guanqi suggested. Chen Yu's powerful rise made his desire to kill several times stronger. He had an intuition that if he could not kill Chen Yu this time, there likely would be no chance in the future. And if he could kill Chen Yu and get a piece of the mysterious water moth lotus, even just a small share, it would be enough to help him reach the late stage of organ refining. Good. We're heading to the center of the Blood Burial Garden anyway, we'll have more hands to help by then. Pang Tiancheng nodded. His desire to kill Chen Yu was no less intense than Shang Guanqi's. Following the current, Chen Yu went all the way down. But within this pathway of the river, there were troubles beyond Chen Yu's expectations. There were many fish in the water that reached the level of fierce beasts. Fortunately, most of the fish were only at the meridian passage stage, and only a few were at the organ refining stage, which couldn't break through Chen Yu's copper statue technique. At the same time, Chen Yu was using the river water to wash away the marsh mud scent from his body. An hour later, the river below split into branches, and the water flow became smaller and smaller. Chen Yu stepped onto the riverbank, somewhat disheartened, and found a nearby range of mountains and woods. Vaguely, his heart's beating sensed the heaven and earth primordial chi nearby, growing richer and richer. Could it be? I'm nearing the center of the Blood Burial Garden. Just then, run. From the woods ahead came screams and terrified yells. Chen Yu's heart chillingly raced, sensing an intense crisis approaching. Go. With a thought, Chen Yu sent the little bug to scout the situation. Swoosh! The iron moon strange insect gave off a faint silvery sheen, turned into a small spot, and darted into the woods ahead. Sharing the visual with the bug, Chen Yu soon saw an alarming scene. Whoosh! A black-haired, lean young man darted through the air, emitting faint wisps of black chi, hunting down 6 or 7 disciples. The faint black chi swept across the body of a mid-stage organ refining female disciple from the Water Moon sect, passing by in a flash. In an instant, the inner power within the female disciple flickered out, and her delicate body was torn into pieces by the faint black chi. Ling Yu. Several men and women from the Water Moon sect cried out in alarm, their faces filled with unbearable grief. Among these people, there were mostly disciples from the Water Moon sect, with only 2 or 3 from Iron Sword sect and Yunyu sect. Mei Changqing, as a Qi transformation realm powerhouse, why must you push us so hard? We didn't take any precious materials like the bitter heart flower or blood yin mushroom in that cave, we left them all for you. A young man and woman stood their ground in front. Both wielded their sword and saber, displaying extraordinary power that touched the Qi transformation realm, shattering several strands of the faint black Qi. The young man was dressed casually without any attention to appearance. The other young woman, in a snow-white robe, looked stunningly graceful and ice-beautiful. These two, Chen Yu had encountered them before. They were Fei Leshan from Iron Sword sect and Li Binjiao from Water Moon sect, each with the strength to contend for the position of chief disciple in their respective sects. Li Binjiao had even made LV Santung yield at the Hidden Lake Conference. Mei Changqing, Li Binjiao, Fei Leshan. Through the bug, Chen Yu saw Bone Demon Palace and the top talents from the 3 sects. At this moment, Mei Changqing alone was slaughtering 6 or 7 disciples from the 3 sects. Among all present, only with Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao joining forces could they barely fend him off, and both of their corners of the mouth were bleeding. Just as Chen Yu hesitated over whether to assist in secret. Through the senses of the bug, Chen Yu saw a familiar figure in the fleeing crowd. It was Chen Yinger. In the woods, Mei Changqing's long hair fluttering, with the power of one man, he slaughtered 6 or 7 disciples of the 3 sects. The faintly sinister true chi he unleashed would kill any ordinary person at the organ refining stage upon contact. It was practically instantaneous death. And among the crowd, Chen Yinger's complexion was pale, her hair disheveled, her skirt torn, and there were still some bloodstains on her arms and face. It seemed she had already been injured. Among the remaining 6, her cultivation at the early stage of refining internal organs was basically the weakest. If nothing unexpected happened, the next one likely to die was her. Disciples of the 3 sects, none shall be spared. By entering the Blood Burial Garden, you should have been prepared for this. The so-called Blood Burial Garden is nourished by the fresh blood and souls of many young geniuses, to cultivate and breed the legendary treasures. On the handsome face of Mei Changqing, there was a look of indifference and ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Fei Leshan, Li Binjiao, and the others were all shaken to the core. Could it be that the Bone Demon Palace had allowed the disciples of the three sects into this spiritual garden generously, all to cultivate some supreme treasure? If that was true, then the force behind the scenes was too terrifying. Chen Yu quietly approached, heard Mei Changqing's words, and sensed the hints of a conspiracy. However, no matter the scheme, in the sect world of Chu country, he was just a minor character, powerless to influence the overall situation, let alone to strategize against those shadowy giants. At the current stage, Chen Yu had only one goal: to survive, to seize this once-in-a-century opportunity, and to grow. As long as he ascended to the Qi transformation realm, he would no longer be a bottom dweller in the sect world. And right now, Chen Yu had one single-minded purpose: to save Chen Yinger. Ants, embrace death. Mei Changqing let out a cold laugh, waved his sleeve casually, and a roll of faintly sinister true qi swept out, stirring up a chilling and ghastly cold gust spanning more than 2 or 3 zhang. His attack, let alone the true qi itself, even the residual wind could severely injure anyone in the organ refining stage. Block it quickly. Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao, backpedaling rapidly, flashed a look of urgency in their eyes. The two of them had to bear the brunt of the pressure. Otherwise, a casual blow from Mei Changqing could kill 3 to 5 people at the organ refining stage. At this moment, the only way for them to stand against Mei Changqing was to unite and act as one. If they were separated, they feared they would be wiped out in an instant without a trace left. Chop! Fei Leshan grasped a multicolored iron sword, slashing out a swath of dazzling sword shadows, like a fierce surge of surprised swallows. The internal energy within him pulsed and condensed, emitting a might that nearly rivaled postnatal true qi. What a strong sword! Chen Yu, approaching stealthily, was greatly surprised. In the meteor iron gambling battle, Chen Yu had once crossed blades with this man. Fei Leshan had practiced a secret technique that involved degrading his cultivation like dismantling one's power at certain intervals. By repeating this process, his internal energy became extremely concentrated. And at this moment, Fei Leshan had condensed his internal energy through some secret method to almost rival postnatal true qi. Ice profound blade. Li Binjiao, clad in a snow-white robe, raised her hand, and her body emitted a startling chill. Buzz SS. In a flash, several semi-transparent cold ice blades, large as scythes and resembling real frost knives, slashed through the air at even faster speeds towards Mei Changqing. Swish! Those urgent and piercing cold ice blades actually cut into the roll of faintly sinister true qi unleashed by Mei Changqing, even approaching the latter's layer of true qi. Even someone as powerful as Mei Changqing was slightly moved. The attacks of the two people before him had reached the limit of the organ refining stage, capable of posing a threat to the qi transformation postnatal realm to a certain extent. Boom! A flash of dark black true qi appeared on Mei Changqing, and those dim cold ice blades shattered instantly. At the same moment, the roll of faintly sinister true qi, even though torn by Li Binjiao, remained overwhelmingly powerful, destroying Fei Leshan's charged surprising swallow sword. Bang! Fei Leshan was driven back a zhang or two by a few gusts of faintly sinister black wind, his complexion even paler. Li Binjiao's form drifted back, her skirt ripped open with a bloodstain. As for the other disciples' attacks, they crumbled like paper-mache under Mei Changqing's assault, at most breaking through the residual waves carried by the true qi. Who SS? The surroundings were full of pieces of faintly sinister black gales, forcing all of the disciples into dire straits. Wawa, Water Moon Sect and Uni Sect, each had a disciple vomit blood on the spot, blasted away. AHH. Chen Yinger screamed, overwhelmed by the powerful residual black gales and knocked to the ground, her treasured soft armor already shattered. Swoosh! Just as Mei Changqing's long hair fluttered and he closed in dispassionately, the others looking towards Chen Yinger on the ground all showed a touch of reluctance. Mei Changqing didn't even give Chen Yinger a proper glance. In the next attack, just a fraction of true qi residual waves would be enough to erase her. And at that moment, Mei Changqing sensed a faint threat coming from the rear of the woods. After ascending to the qi transformation realm, his spiritual senses were far from ordinary, often able to detect some concealed malice lurking in the dark. From a corner of the dense forest, whoosh! Chen Yu's heart, deeply charged once, his body arching, grasped a silver-edged spear, his arm muscles bulged out, his internal evil qi frantically surged into it. This moment, Chen Yu's robust body's strength, including the copper statue technique, pushed to its limit. Heart-charging energy was about to reach the bursting threshold, and that evil qi, enhanced by the mysterious water moth lotus, reached a new level of strength. In an instant, Chen Yu brewed up a peak throw of Spear Hunt Demon, known far and wide, which included power, internal energy, and heart charge, all pushed to the extreme. To the point that even Mei Changqing felt a trace of a chilling sensation. Whoosh! A sudden change occurred. Mei Changqing suddenly felt a pain at the bottom of his foot, as if bitten by something. What on earth? Mei Changqing was shocked, his true qi shaking beneath his feet, causing a pale ghastly black qi to swirl wildly and blast a two-zhang hole in the ground, with debris flying in all directions. Just now, his attention was mainly drawn to Fei Leshan and another, along with the unidentified malice behind him. He had completely failed to anticipate an attack from beneath the soil. Whiz! A thumb-sized iron insect with grey spots, flashed with a silver light as it was flung away by Mei Changqing's true qi, falling to the ground in agonizing struggle. The ability to kill a practitioner at the peak of the organ refining stage didn't end the life of this insect, it seemed only to wound it. Buzz! The remaining light of the blood moon in the sky fell upon the Iron Moon strange insect, whose injuries began to heal at a visible pace. Attack! Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao, faces lit up with joy. They took advantage of Mei Changqing's momentary vulnerability and launched their attacks simultaneously. Mei Changqing had just been bitten by the insect, his leg going stiff for a moment, as he rapidly suppressed the poison of the corpse worm with his true qi. Whoosh! Mei Changqing's face held a look of anger as he waved his sleeve, and a fierce pale ghastly black qi surged like a dark wave. Boom boom! Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao were once again repelled, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. It was in this instant. A thunderous soul-shaking shriek flashed from behind. Whoosh! Only a cold purple shadow and a curve could be seen by the naked eye, its evil qi howling as a flash of cold silver edge, already nearing Mei Changqing's body. It was Chen Yu's spear, charged up to its peak power. Not good. The heavy pressure and piercing cold from behind sent a chill down Mei Changqing's spine. But at this moment, he had just suffered a bite from the insect, stiffening his leg, and had just clashed with Fei Leshan and the other, barely able to dodge in time. In haste, Mei Changqing could only muster 50 to 60% of his true qi to protect his figure. Thump! A spear with a purple shaft and silver edge, carrying an indescribable force and howling evil qi, viciously struck Mei Changqing's side of the back. In an instant, Mei Changqing's true qi exploded on his body, clashing with the spear, emitting a heart-stopping roar of impact. Bang! Mei Changqing's figure suddenly shook, almost losing his balance, his arm sweeping out a shrieking true qi to directly shatter the spear, comparable in hardness to a low-grade treasure. Spurt! His sleeve tore apart at the arm, revealing a pale flesh marked by a small cut. Spear Hunt Demon. Mei Changqing couldn't believe it, looking at the wound on his arm. From his shoulder, there was a scorching sensation, with even a bit of numb pain, as though he had been hit by a massive boulder. Just now, the insect's biting attack could barely pierce his skin and was repelled by his true qi. However, the spear had almost wounded him to the front. Ever since he advanced to the qi transformation realm, this was the first time he felt the sensation of pain. Injured in the qi transformation realm, the spear hunt demon, Chen Yu? When did he become so powerful? Some desperate disciples from the three sects present couldn't believe it, their faces showing mad joy. After all, this was the first time they had seen Mei Changqing injured in a fight, even if it was only a minor cut. Brother Yu. Chen Yinger climbed up from the ground, her face full of joy, a pale complexion regaining some color. Chen Yu. Fei Leshan's expression was complex, but more than anything, it was joy. With Chen Yu's strong long-distance support, their chances of surviving Mei Changqing's pursuit increased slightly. Is it him? Li Binjiao seemed to recall something, becoming even more incredulous. Brat, you actually injured me, Mei Changqing. Even in death, that would be an honor. For the first time, a cold fierceness touched Mei Changqing's calm face as his eyes scanned the surroundings. But Chen Yu didn't show himself. After making his strike, he quickly hid among the trees. Hidden dangers in the dark often provoke more dread in the enemy than obvious threats. Whoosh! The Iron Moon strange insect on the ground dashed once again, leaping to bite at Mei Changqing. Chen Yu had confirmed that this Iron Moon corpse worm possessed a powerful self-healing ability under the night moon, not inferior to Chen Yu's own formidable constitution. And in this blood burial garden, a blood moon hung ever-present, day or night. This was greatly to his advantage. Puff! Mei Changqing waved his sleeve, a gust of pale ghastly black qi dispersing the Iron Moon strange insect. The insect landed, struggling in pain, but under the reflection of the blood moon, it healed at an alarming rate. Seizing this opportunity, Li Binjiao, Fei Leshan, and the others exerted all their strength, launching an offensive against Mei Changqing. Chen Yu, hidden in the shadows, held the spear, silently gathering power. He couldn't attack lightly, he needed to keep Mei Changqing constantly on guard. What's critical is, Chen Yu didn't have many treasure-quality spears in his hands, and losing one just now was quite painful. Bang spurt! Mei Changqing's following attacks were more reserved, only enough to repel Li Binjiao and her companion. After all, he needed to deal with the insect's lunges constantly and be wary of the looming threat of Chen Yu's unreleased power in the shadows. You're doing pretty well, pushing me so quick to draw my weapon. Mei Changqing's expression darkened. In his hand appeared a dark green bamboo staff, his true qi flowing into it, emitting a terrifying presence that would make any ordinary practitioner in the postnatal qi transformation tremble. But at that moment, from the other side of the dense forest, a disciple from Bone Demon Palace darted over. Brother Mei, there's big trouble. The precious material cave has been attacked and plundered. The Bone Demon Palace disciple said with urgency. Brother Mei, something terrible has happened. The precious material cave we occupied has been attacked and plundered. The disciple of Bone Demon Palace panted heavily, his face filled with urgency. Who would dare to ambush and plunder our cave? Mei Changqing's steps stiffened, and his face drastically changed. Previously, they had snatched a mysterious cave full of spiritual treasures from the disciples of Li Binjiao, Fei Leshan, and 3 other sects. There were hundreds of years' worth of precious materials discovered in that cave. Li Binjiao, Fei Leshan and the other sect disciples, knowing they were no match for Mei Changqing and others, naturally retreated wisely. But Mei Changqing had no intention of giving up on the pursuit. Ever since entering the blood burial garden, whenever Mei Changqing saw disciples from the three sects, there was only one word for them: death. Before Mei Changqing, there were basically no survivors. Of course, his kind of killing, unlike the brutal slaughter of Demon Clown, was purposeful. This itself was a task that the master of the Bone Demon Palace had once instructed, to eliminate the disciples of the three sects as much as possible. There were two benefits to this. First, to eradicate the budding talents of the three sects so that the Bone Demon Palace could dominate the Chu country sect realm in the future, with fewer troubles. Second, to nourish and cultivate a peerless treasure in this garden space with the fresh essence of more young talents. This was also why, after entering the blood burial heavenly garden, the disciples of Bone Demon Palace began their slaughter of the three sects disciples. At this moment in the forest, all the disciples present, including Chen Yu and Li Binjiao, were extremely shocked. Who would dare to target Mei Changqing's territory? Fei Leshan and others remembered that after Mei Changqing and others occupied that precious material cave, they had dispatched a late stage of organ refining disciple, one of the top 10 secret disciples of the palace, to guard it, along with 3 or 4 other Bone Demon Palace disciples. It seems the infinite thief, LV Santong from Iron Sword sect. He killed one older brother and severely injured 2 in the cave while plundering. The Bone Demon Palace disciple answered. Infinite thief. A strong fury and killing intent emerged on Mei Changqing's handsome face. This was not only because the opponent was audacious enough to plunder the precious material cave that he occupied and injure his fellow sect members. During the previous war, this infinite thief had committed crimes within the Bone Demon Palace's territory, even successfully targeting several female disciples of the sect, causing shame to the Bone Demon Palace. You got lucky. Mei Changqing's eyes, filled with a gloomy light, swept over Fei Leshan and the others, then glided over a corner of the dense forest. Swoosh! Mei Changqing immediately withdrew and rushed toward a nearby cave. Wu! The disciples of the three sects present all heaved a sigh of relief, feeling a palpitation of post-survival. Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao, pale-faced and bitter, immediately took several elixirs to heal their injuries. Swoosh! On the ground, a small bug darted toward a certain direction. From the woods, a tall figure with a dripping wet young man emerged. Brother Yu. Chen Yinger, thrilled, leaped forward and hugged Chen Yu. Chen Yu noticed the shivering delicate body of the young girl in his arms, seeming not yet recovered from the previous fear of death. Thanks to Brother Chen's intervention. Fei Leshan cupped his fists toward Chen Yu, his face filled with gratitude. You've helped us out, and I'll remember this favor, Li Binjiao solemnly said. The surviving disciples of the three sects present expressed their thanks to Chen Yu. The expressions of Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao and others were very complicated. The young man from the Meridian Passage stage had once demonstrated his prowess in the meteorite gambling battle and soon made a name for himself on the battlefield as Spear Demon Hunter. Now, he was also using the spear to injure those in the Qi transformation realm, a feat difficult for the true inheritances of the three sects to match. No need for formalities, everyone. The three sects should unite to confront the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu nodded without further comment. Come here. Chen Yu immediately called Chen Yinger aside. At the same time, he ordered the Iron Moon strange insect to follow Mei Changqing and monitor the situation there. Here, put this on. Chen Yu handed over a piece of treasured soft armor from his body to Chen Yinger. But you? Chen Yinger hesitated nervously. Her previous treasured soft armor had been destroyed in battle, and her chances of surviving had dramatically decreased. Stop the nonsense. Ordinary low-grade treasured soft armor doesn't mean much to me. Chen Yu urged her to put it on. Chen Yinger, with teary eyes, grew somewhat dependent on her young cousin. And this, don't let anyone else find out. Chen Yu then took out a portion of mysterious water moth lotus, including seeds and petals. He remembered that Chen Yinger's practice of water circle technique should be a perfect fit with the mysterious water moth lotus, and she had a decent talent with her middle-grade spiritual body. Mysterious water moth lotus. Chen Yinger opened her mouth wide. This item was an extinct treasure of the evil path in the outside world. Even those in the Qi transformation realm could benefit from it to enhance their cultivation. Just then, the Iron Moon strange insect transmitted some fuzzy images and information. Chen Yu's mind stirred, his expression contemplative. You go back to Water Moon sect first. Li Binjiao and the others owe me a favor, and they should take care of you. Chen Yu said to Chen Yinger. But I want. Chen Yinger, slightly disappointed, trusted her younger cousin more than her fellow sect members at Water Moon sect. After all, neither Fei Leshan nor Li Binjiao could harm Mei Changqing in the Qi transformation realm, nor would they gift her a treasured soft armor and mysterious water moth lotus. No way. Chen Yu shook his head. I took the mysterious water moth lotus from Demon Clown, and am now pursued by the Bone Demon Palace and faced with escalating enmity. Listening to Chen Yu's brief narration, Chen Yinger's face was filled with shock. Her young cousin truly had audacity beyond measure, daring to snatch from the hands of Demon Clown. After finishing his instructions, Chen Yu's figure flashed, leaving the dense forest and approaching a cave ahead, based on the information transmitted by the little bug. At the moment, the images transmitted by the bug, a couple of miles away, were still quite blurred. Since advancing to the organ refining stage and especially after Cloud Evil Fist reached its peak, Chen Yu's spiritual power had increased, allowing him to share the visual perspective with the bug effectively within 2 miles. By now, Chen Yu had grasped the crucial information. Mei Changqing is pursuing LV Santong, and the rare material cave occupied by the Bone Demon Palace is unprotected. A gleam flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. He had already offended the Bone Demon Palace when he previously snatched the mysterious water moth lotus, resulting in being besieged and hunted. Just now, he had even injured their chief disciple, Mei Changqing. If that's the case, he might as well go all in and ruthlessly plunder and slaughter in this palace. Soon, Chen Yu utilized the cover of the trees and the shortcut route transmitted by the bug to arrive near a secluded cave entrance. This cave was emitting a rich aura of heaven and earth primordial qi, causing his mysterious heart to beat frequently, indicating that there might be plenty of valuable natural treasures inside. If not, the infinite thief, LV Santong, wouldn't have risked plundering it. Furthermore, Chen Yu had observed another thing. Even though LV Santong often did evil deeds, he still took considerable care of the sect's interests and the big picture. That day at Yin Family Castle, LV Santong did not hesitate to kill a steward of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu guessed that LV Santong's plundering of the Bone Demon Palace might partly be to create a diversion for the disciples of the Iron Sword sect being pursued by Mei Changqing. Meanwhile, a few miles away, scoundrel, meet your end. Mei Changqing, with his black hair fluttering, was chasing a scruffy man carrying a sword ahead. That scruffy man was LV Santong. At this moment, LV Santong displayed an incredibly fast movement technique, his body cloaked in an ancient cyan cape that stirred faint cyan streams of air, greatly boosting his speed, and outperforming Chen Yu's boots. This man's movement technique was already considered the best among the disciples of the three sects. Now, with the enhancement from this cape, his speed was not much slower than Mei Changqing's, who was pursuing him. Haha, Mei Changqing, I heard you have a beautiful 12-year-old sister. When I get the chance, I must have a taste. As LV Santong ran, he didn't forget to spew filthy words. You are seeking your own death. Mei Changqing's expression was frosty, his true qi violently surged, and his speed shot up, nearly taking to the air. However, in the postnatal qi transformation phase, he did not possess the ability to tread air. Wow, truly a qi transformation realm. LV Santong sneered as he suddenly threw several black pearls from his hand. Boom, puff puff. Instantly, dense plumes of black smog engulfed tens of meters around. Trivial trick. Mei Changqing advanced, waving one hand, a gentle breeze rising, creating a fierce gale that dispersed the smoke within 10 meters. But the next moment, his expression changed. Buzz buzz buzz. From the area where the smoke exploded, thousands of brown poison bees surged from several large trees, each possessing the strength of the body refining or meridian passage stages, furiously pouncing towards Mei Changqing. As for LV Santong, he had already slipped away from the other side of the smoke. Haha, when it comes to escaping, I, LV Santong, am top-notch. I always study the terrain whenever I commit a crime. Taking advantage of Mei Changqing being engulfed by the swarm, LV Santong quickened his escape. Destroy. Amid the swarm, a cold snort followed. A pale black tornado tore through, charging 5 or 6 meters. In the sky, a large number of poison bee carcasses rained down, a chilling sight. In just an instant, Mei Changqing had killed hundreds of poison bees, forcefully breaking through the swarm, and continuing the chase after LV Santong. At the secluded cave entrance, 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples were on guard nearby, one with a bandaged leg injury. Unbeknownst to them, in a large dense tree nearby, a corpulent Bone Demon Palace disciple lowly groaned. Suddenly, a small bug whisked past his throat. Then, a tall young man stepped forward and carefully positioned his body. A sentry. A faint smile flickered across Chen Yu's face. Back in the Baishan Spirit Garden, he had experienced a stint of sentry duty and was quite experienced in this area. Swoosh! The Iron Moon strange insect flashed, then darted towards the 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples guarding the entrance. Go! A silver-edged spear in Chen Yu's hand transformed into a chilling evil qi-filled purple-silver archlight. Pa! The Bone Demon Palace disciple at the mid-stage of organ refining gasped his last breath, his skull penetrated by the spear. At the same moment, swoosh, the Iron Moon strange insect swept across the heart of the other Bone Demon Palace disciple, dragging a trail of blood. Done. Chen Yu casually walked to the cave entrance and collected the storage bags from the 2. Upon opening the storage bags, Chen Yu's eyes brightened. Not many primordial stones in the bags, yet there were several valuable natural treasures. 300 years of blood ganoderma, 300 years of blood yin mushroom. Oh, and a segment of 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo. This is a sinister material for crafting venomous treasures. Chen Yu was pleasantly surprised. He had merely counted those materials that were more than 300 years old, ignoring those of 1 or 200 years. Additionally, Chen Yu stripped a piece of treasured armor from the body of the disciple in the mid-stage of organ refining, wiped off the blood, and clicked his tongue in satisfaction, quickly earning back what was lost. Chen Yu donned the treasure armor onto his body and sighed in his heart, in the blood burial garden. Instead of taking the trouble to search for all sorts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it's simpler just to rob and kill others. He put several rare materials into his storage bag. Among them, the most valuable was the 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo, even though it was only about a foot long. Yin fuzu is a precious material for crafting poisonous treasures, containing a force of decay that can also amplify the power of deadly poison. Not to mention, The wounds caused by the yin corrosion bamboo would make the skin and flesh continuously rot and corrode, inflicting great damage to the body. What's more, this was 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo. Chen Yu estimated that if this bamboo were to be fused and refined with the dark snake's sword, after another refinement, the sword would at least reach the fine quality of a medium-grade treasure. With the added effect of moonlight amplification, its value might even approach that of a high-grade treasure. Thinking of this, Chen Yu temporarily stored the 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo in the light silver crystal space. Once the blood burial garden ended, and he returned to the outside world, most of the benefits would still have to go to the sect. Though the Yunyu sect promised 3/10 to the disciples. But if there were some extremely valuable treasures, those in the Qi transformation realm and Giwen realm would be envious, and a mere disciple would likely have a hard time securing their rights. Therefore, Chen Yu would keep precious items hidden in the light silver crystal space. At this moment, the light silver crystal space, shaped like a small rectangle, was almost packed after accommodating items like the dark snake sword, yin corrosion bamboo, and yu water lotus seed. Chen Yu sighed, knowing that he must find a way to expand this space in the future. Go. Chen Yu commanded the insect to observe the nearby geographical environment. Mei Changqing, who pursued the infinite thief, would certainly not stay too long, whether he succeeded in the kill or lost the trail. Chen Yu's current looting in the chaos was very risky, and he must plan his escape routes in advance. The Iron Moon strange insect could share the sights it saw with Chen Yu, as long as it did not stray beyond 2 miles. Moreover, the insect was small and could enter the underground, crevices, and was far superior to humans in surveying geography and hidden dangers. Swoosh! Chen Yu slowed his pace and cautiously entered the cave. Along the way, Chen Yu saw traces of mined heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the mountain walls. Besides, there were some decade-old rare materials and ordinary spiritual ore that had not been harvested. Chen Yu understood after a bit of thought. Those entering the blood burial garden were each given only one storage bag by the sect, and with the various items and tools, they had limited storage space. Chen Yu would likewise not waste space on those ordinary valued materials. Typical storage bags could not lighten the weight, carrying too many items would affect one's speed and agility. Who's there? 20 Zhang into the cave, a cold shout suddenly came from around a stone wall corner. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 figures shot out from the corner, 2 men and a woman. The leader was a fierce-looking man with blue streaks across his face, holding a white bone spear. The fluctuations of inner breath emanating from this person indicated that he had certainly reached the late stage of organ refining. Rank 6 of the secret teachings of the Bone Demon Palace, known as White Bone Green Fang, Helion Tuesday. The relevant information about this person immediately surfaced in Chen Yu's mind. After all, this person's appearance was quite distinctive, wielding a bone spear said to be almost as powerful in battle as Demon Clown and Zhang Ping. As for the man and woman beside Helion 2, they were in the mid-stage and early stage of organ refining, respectively, and seemed to have sustained injuries. Be careful, it's Unisex Javelin Demon Hunter. One of the male disciples exclaimed. Haha, it seems my reputation is not small, since you all recognize my name. Why not surrender without resistance? Chen Yu laughed carelessly. Brat, you sure think highly of yourself. Even the infinite thief didn't dare to confront me head-on when he was here, he only used underhanded tactics. Helion 2 snorted coldly. Swish swash, he flicked his white bone spear, stirring up a cold and desolate spear shadow, and black waves of chilling air followed, assaulting Chen Yu. Spurt sizzle, in an instant, the nearby rocks and crystal walls were scraped off, leaving a layer of stone dust. Chen Yu was slightly startled. This man's strength was almost on par with Fei Leshan and Li Binjiao. Most peers at the peak of the late stage of organ refining were no match for him. At the same moment, the 2 bone demon disciples beside him assisted in the attack. Quick battle. Chen Yu dared not delay and took out the Xian heavy sword, with a surge of internal force. Buzz ch. The heavy sword created a pale silver sword gang that seemed light as a feather, but suddenly expanded to cover a Tuzhong area, enveloping the 3 of them. In an instant, dense silver sword light spread out into a large net of sword gang, within which 2 contrasting styles of sword gang, one bright and one dark, flickered. Not good. Helion 2's face changed drastically, and as his bone spear clashed, it trembled abruptly. Ding ding, clang ch. Sparks splattered from the bone spear, first shaken by a seemingly light sword strike that nearly made him lose grip, and then by another apparently heavy sword that lightly schemed by, leaving a blood mark on his arm. Ah! Within the short span of 2 breaths, the 2 disciples beside him screamed. Spurt ch. 2 segments of arms holding weapons fell to the ground. Bang bang! The 2 disciples, one male and one female, were flung out, weaker than imagined. It turned out they had already been severely wounded in a previous sneak attack by the infinite thief. The intel was wrong. Helion 2's face turned pale. The Bone Demon Palace also had information on the disciples of the 3 sects camp, including Javelin Demon Hunter, but the focus was on his ranged javelin. The overall strength and threat level of the Javelin Demon Hunter were ranked around the top 10 among the disciples of the 3 sects. But in this fleeting encounter, Helion 2 almost wanted to curse with frustration. This was hardly the strength of someone ranked in the top 10. This was clearly the fighting power of the top disciples from the 3 sects camp. Clang, clang, ting, chi. After Chen Yu crippled 2 disciples and sent them flying, he didn't bother with them further, focusing instead on this inheritor of the secret technique known as Whitebone Green Fang. To be ranked within the top 10 of the Bone Demon Palace, and as the 6th inheritor of the secret, his strength definitely could not be underestimated. Had it not been for Chen Yu's advancement in cultivation after consuming the mysterious water moth lotus and the significant increase in his Yunsha internal breath technique's mastery, he likely wouldn't have suppressed his opponent so easily. Brat, you must have killed the others outside. Just wait until Junior Mei arrives, you won't be able to fly away even if you had wings, bellowed Helion 2, still putting on a strong front despite being overpowered. He was confident. Mei Changqing's pursuit of the infinite thief wouldn't take too long. With a cold snort, Chen Yu pushed his copper statue technique to its limits, and the power of the sword in his hand surged even higher. Clang, chi. In the continuing clash, Helion 2's arm went numb, the web of his thumb split open and bled, and several new wounds appeared on his body. Green Demon Technique. Helion 2 suddenly roared, his inner breath suddenly surged with eerie energy, and the shrill scream doubled in urgency. Whoosh! In an instant, Helion 2's face and skin all over his body formed a layer of fierce greenish-black blood patterns, and the power of his inner breath increased almost reaching the Qi transformation realm. Not only this, Helion 2's strength and speed also suddenly increased by 3 or 4 parts. Chen Yu was taken aback. With the secret technique, Helion 2's combat power had briefly surged to a level where even the likes of Demon Clown and the Infinite Thief would have to avoid his edge temporarily. To death with you. Helion 2's face was twisted with ferocity, his hand wielding a bone spear emanating explosive terrifying black waves of qi, which he swept crazily towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu chuckled coldly, standing still and making no attempt to dodge. Thump, 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 thump. His heart was powering up, nearing its critical point, and his own strength and speed also greatly increased. Open. Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword traced a radiant arc resembling a full moon, drawing out shadows of black and silver qi stretching 1 to 2 zhang, colliding head-on with Helion 2. Bang, pang. The two forces, both approaching the level of the Qi transformation realm, collided inside the cave, creating a soul-shattering boom and a powerful gale that made the other two severely injured Bone Demon Palace disciples unable to stand. In the moment of the clash, Helion 2 shook and retreated 1 to 2 zhang, his face pale as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Qi. Simultaneously, a deep wound visible to the bone appeared on his body. On the other hand, Chen Yu stood firm, swaying only slightly. Apart from a few breaks in his treasured armor, he was completely unharmed. In this extreme showdown, Chen Yu had too great an advantage. If the level of attack was similar, it naturally came down to a comparison of defenses. In terms of defense and strength, Chen Yu had the upper hand. In this deadly fight, the opponent's secret technique had rebounded, and they naturally suffered a significant loss. Run. Under the heavy damage, Helion 2, his face stricken with terror, ignored the two nearby crippled disciples and made a run for the deeper parts of the cave. Chen Yu stood in place, not pursuing, a hint of mockery crossing his lips. Obviously. Nov.com. The frantic fleeing Helion 2 had overlooked another terrifying reputation that Chen Yu possessed. Whoosh, chi. A streak of evil and cold silver-purple light flashed across the dark night sky, emitting a muffled shriek like thunder, striking Helion 2 squarely. Ah! Helion 2 screamed as the javelin pierced him through. With the javelin powered to its peak, even Mei Changqing would have to be cautious, let alone a wounded and fleeing Helion 2. Vring, sha. Chen Yu flashed forward, arriving in front of Helion 2. The first action. Pulling out the javelin, to recycle and reuse. Chen Yu now somewhat regretted not making more powerful javelins so that he wouldn't have to be so sparing with them. Of course. Since each javelin weighed 2 to 300 jin, carrying too many would also impede movement. The second action. Chen Yu took off Helion 2's 2 storage pouches, opened them, and found 6 or 7 kinds of treasures that were more than 300 years old inside. There were also more than a dozen items that were 1 or 200 years old. The most surprising to Chen Yu was a 200-year-old earth spirit ginseng, though it had some blood-black markings on it, likely a slight mutation caused by the native aura of the space. However, this did not affect Chen Yu's preparation of another batch of high-quality body refining liquid. Besides that, Chen Yu also found a beast skin map in the storage bag, with incomplete and fuzzy terrain markings on it. The etchings on this map, they look a bit like the layout within the blood burial garden. Chen Yu revealed a hint of surprise. He organized his spoils of war, only taking materials that were over 200 years old, and refused to take heavier items, such as treasures that weighed several hundred jin. Mercy, my lord. The two severely injured male and female Bone Demon Palace disciples, prostrating on the ground, begged for mercy directly. They dared not flee. Even Helion 2 was penetrated by a javelin strike. With their wounded bodies, they had no hope of escape. What value could you two possibly have? Chen Yu said disdainfully. We will give you all of our gains. The two disciples offered their storage pouches trembling with fear. Chen Yu opened both storage pouches and glanced over them, showing disappointment. Combined, their spoils of war were less than half of Helion 2's. I have a major secret, as long as you spare our lives, said the woman disciple, biting down on her silver teeth. Damp and dark underground cavern. Chen Yu sat cross-legged, running the Cloud Evil Heart method. A clear and serene spring seemed to be melting inside his body, instantly transforming upon contact with the cloud evil true qi, the cool power of the mysterious water pervading flesh and meridians. This was the second Yushui Mo lotus seed that Chen Yu had taken. Last time, he and Mu Sueking took the first moth lotus together, including petals and seeds, which brought his cultivation to the brink of the early stage of refining internal organs and even enhanced the potency of his cloud evil true qi. Originally, that time, Chen Yu had the opportunity to break through to the mid-stage of refining, but was tracked down by Demon Clown. And this time, Chen Yu was very confident about the place he had found, suitable for cultivating in peace. After half the day, the power of the second lotus seed had completely integrated into Chen Yu's true qi and meridians. What was surprising was, the potency of cloud evil true qi had made obvious advancements, slightly exceeding that of an average practitioner at the late stage of organ refining. Not only that, Chen Yu felt that the Mo seeds had a certain harmonizing and improving effect on his physique, true qi, and blood. Only, Chen Yu hadn't opened the 12 primary channels within the internal network of meridians, so his cultivation level remained in the early stage of refining internal organs. No rush, he murmured. Chen Yu took the third Yushui Mo lotus seed. He planned to accumulate his cloud evil true qi potency even more, as it was the most direct factor affecting strength. Of course, taking them consecutively like this would lessen the effect somewhat. But Chen Yu felt it was worthwhile, given the environment of the blood burial garden, filled with both dangers and opportunities. With every bit of strength came an additional sliver of chance. Another half of a day passed. Chen Yu had completely absorbed the third lotus seed, and the potency of his cloud evil true qi increased a bit more. Exhale. Chen Yu flicked his palm, and a swirl of cloud evil true qi howled in his palm, stirring wisps of dark green and black currents, exuding a fierce and overbearing yin sheqi. Swish! With a slight stroke, the cloud evil true qi left an arm-thick, rough scar on the solid rock wall. This power, Chen Yu was somewhat surprised. The increase in effect was not much less than last time. Logically, the further one advanced, the smaller the increase should be. This made Chen Yu feel puzzled. He speculated that perhaps the previously stored blood evil qi in his body had been completely stimulated, hence the relatively significant potential growth. At this moment, Chen Yu's cloud evil true qi in terms of strength and power was approaching that of a peak of refining practitioner. Now I can advance. Chen Yu used a Mo flower petal. And then, the petal had barely been digested for a moment when the cloud evil true qi in his body almost automatically moved, pushing through new circulation areas in the internal network of meridians. It took less than half a day. Chen Yu had opened more than 2/3 of the area in his 12 primary channels. This meant that Chen Yu had stepped into the mid-stage of refining. The 12 primary channels are the internal network of meridians that connect to the viscera, enhancing the internal organs of the body. Having reached this realm, Chen Yu felt the strength and refinement of his true qi, after several cycles centered on the qi si, seemed to increase by a few more points. The true qi cyclone in his qi si had swollen significantly in size. Even more unexpectedly, Chen Yu felt that his copper statue technique had also made a slight advancement, moving a step closer to copper bone mastery. After all, cultivation during the organ refining stage clearly strengthened the organs which, in turn, slightly progressed the copper statue technique, which was normal. After consolidating for another half-day, Chen Yu slowly ended his cultivation, his face aglow, exhaling a long breath. The mysterious water moth lotus truly deserves its reputation as a demonic treasure. I may be at the mid-stage of refining, but the potency of my cloud evil true qi is comparable to an average peak of refining practitioner. Chen Yu couldn't help feeling amazed. With such strong potency, even if his talent was lacking, he would be able to reach the peak of refining with several months of normal cultivation. Next, Chen Yu did not continue to rush his advancement, as being too hasty could be counterproductive. Even now, using the moth lotus to forcibly elevate his cultivation to the late stage of organ refining wouldn't greatly increase his strength, because the power and purity of his cloud evil true qi had reached the extreme in this phase. Unless, Chen Yu could cultivate a few strands of cloud evil qi. But this was too difficult, necessitating a lot of time, more seeds, and coordination with mental insights to have a slight possibility. If the copper statue technique breaks through to copper bone mastery, my strength will surge, surpassing an advance to the late stage of organ refining. Chen Yu pondered with determination. At present, his copper statue technique was a hair's breadth from copper bone mastery. Seeking a breakthrough in this direction was much more realistic and easier than advancing to the late stage meridian passage or condensing cloud evil qi. Splash! Chen Yu walked slowly out of the cavern, stepping on the underground water. The snake pit mentioned by that bone demon palace disciple is only about 4 or 5 miles away from here. Chen Yu took out the map for comparison. According to him, the snake pit was teeming with snakes, with even a snake king comparable to postnatal qi transformation. The 200-year-old earth spirit ginseng Chen Yu had obtained must be paired with a higher quality snake gallbladder to have the maximum effect. If I can acquire the snake king's gallbladder, I'm certain I can advance to copper bone mastery. Chen Yu's heart raced with the thought. Of course, he also knew that this hope was not great and did not insist upon it. Even though he had the trump card, Yin Fire Pearl, which could threaten to severely injure a postnatal qi transformation practitioner. However, Chen Yu's minimum goal was to slay those fierce snakes whose strength approached the qi transformation realm. Swoosh! With the Iron Moon strange insect scouting ahead, Chen Yu cautiously made his way out of the cavern. After a day or two, there was no telling whether Mei Changqing and others from the Bone Demon Palace were still nearby. The Iron Moon strange insect, within a radius of 2 miles nearby, took a brief tour and did not discover any obvious traces of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu made his way toward the area of the snake den by following a concealed path. Along the way, the Iron Moon strange insect served as the vanguard, scouting information ahead, after which Chen Yu selected safe and hidden routes. After an hour, a gloomy and low cave came into Chen Yu's view, which was crystal clear despite being a mile away. Chen Yu noticed that within 2 to 3 miles of this area, besides snakes, there were very few other insects or beasts. Zoom. The Iron Moon strange insect, still serving as the pathfinder, headed near the snake den to get a clear grasp of the geographical environment. On the way, a ferocious snake sprang out from a corner, lunging at the Iron Moon strange insect. The Iron Moon strange insect remained unafraid, burrowing straight into the gaping maw of the ferocious snake and piercing a bloody hole in its abdomen. The venom of ordinary poisonous snakes could be ignored by Iron Moon corpse worms, let alone this even stronger mutant variety possessed by Chen Yu. Opposite the snake den, on a small hillside, 6 or 7 male and female disciples of the Water Moon sect, predominantly female, had gathered. Among them, Yi Yunfei, in white clothing, stood out conspicuously among the group of female disciples. Brother Yi, senior sister Yi, do we really have to enter the snake den? I have a natural fear of snakes and tremble at the sight of them. A female disciple in the early stage of organ refining spoke with a trembling voice. Humph, what a coward! The ferocious snakes in this den are over 70% at the meridian passage stage, and besides, we have specific measures against snakes. A female disciple in a yellow shirt snorted coldly. The woman in yellow stood side by side with Yi Yunfei, both were at the late stage of organ refining. The former was even at the peak of refining. She was the senior sister Yi the other disciples spoke of with much reverence. At this moment, having 2 of the 3 great late-stage organ refining disciples of the Water Moon sect present, the lineup was indeed impressive. Senior sister Yi, if she is unwilling to enter, we can't force her. Let her keep watch outside the snake den instead. Yi Yunfei gestured. In front of the female disciples, he appeared quite gentlemanly. All right, stay outside then. Take this whistle, if there's enemy activity outside, blow it, and even deep in the cave, I will be able to sense it. Senior sister Yi gave the timid female disciple a stern glare. Just like that. Aside from the fearful female disciple, the group including Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi, a total of 6 people, approached the direction of the snake den. Following behind the group, a silver spot iron worm the size of a thumb swiftly passed by. At the same moment, Chen Yu, closing in on the snake den by 100 feet, revealed a trace of surprise in his eyes. It's strange, really strange. Even Mei Changqing and others from the Bone Demon Palace have given up on conquering this snake den, yet these Water Moon sect disciples are still trying to advance. Chen Yu couldn't quite understand. Through the perspective of the insects, he noticed that among Yi Yunfei and his group, it was senior sister Yi who led, exuding great confidence. Senior sister Yi, are you really sure that the Snake King is in its egg-laying period, with its strength reduced by 30 to 40%? This mission is crucial for the safety and well-being of all of us, Yi Yunfei said cautiously. Rest assured. How many times have you asked the same question? I deal with snakes often, and even the snake pets I own carry a few traces of ancient snake bloodline. Senior sister Yi replied impatiently. Then we shall rely on senior sister Yi. If the Snake King is laying eggs, it will be convenient for us to acquire the black jade crystal and heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. If we're lucky and manage to slay the Snake King along the way, that would be a treasure trove. Yi Yunfei laughed heartily. The disciples of the Water Moon sect, their spirits lifted, pressed on into the snake den. Swipe. Just then, a figure emerged near the snake den. Who goes there? The disciples of the Water Moon sect let out a collective cry of alarm. On closer inspection, the newcomer was a tall and strapping young man. It's you? A cold killing intent flickered in Yi Yunfei's eyes. The spear-wielding demon hunter, Chen Yu. The other female disciples of the Water Moon sect looked at Chen Yu curiously. So, you're Chen Yu, the one said to have pilfered the mysterious water moth lotus, making the demon clown hunt you across the world. Senior sister Yi raised her eyebrows, her tone unfriendly. Indistinctly, Chen Yu sensed a hidden greed in senior sister Yi's expression. The mysterious water moth lotus meshed well with the cultivation techniques of the Water Moon sect's female disciples. Chen Yu, what are you doing here? If not for the imminent threat of the Bone Demon Palace, I would already have you killed. Yi Yunfei's expression was somber. Though his words were such, he had already exchanged meaningful looks with senior sister Yi in secret and even felt the urge to make a move. Whether it was the precious value of the mysterious water moth lotus or his animosity towards Chen Yu, Yi Yunfei harbored a deadly determination against Chen Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make a proposal. If you clear the way and help me kill the Snake King and obtain the Snake King's gallbladder, I am willing to share half of the mysterious water moth lotus with you, Chen Yu said with a light smile. Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi glanced at each other, feeling perplexed. It was so unexpected. Chen Yu, all by himself, was actually proposing a collaboration with them. On their side, they already had 2 major late-stage organ refiners, plus a few additional inner sect disciples. In the perilous snake den, was Chen Yu, alone, going to cooperate with their group of 6? Was he not afraid of being devoured down to his bones? Good. We accept this deal. Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi were stunned for a moment but then showed welcoming smiles, adopting an exceedingly friendly demeanor. This is like tender meat delivered to our mouths. Yi Yunfei was overjoyed. Thank you, all. Chen Yu strutted into the Water Moon Sect's squad as if completely unaware of their covert, malicious intentions. Chen Yu's voluntary participation made Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi ecstatic. It felt like just as they were getting drowsy, someone came to offer a pillow. How perfect. Outside the snake lair, although they harbored murderous intentions towards Chen Yu, they hesitated to act. Firstly, the 3 sects were allied against the Bone Demon Palace, which made internal killing inappropriate and potentially scandalous. Secondly, the open terrain outside made it challenging to deal with Chen Yu, who possessed the strength of a true disciple, making the possibility of success low. But they never expected Chen Yu would voluntarily join them. Just then, after a brief surge of happiness, Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi regained some composure. Was such good fortune even possible? Was Chen Yu a fool? Yi Yunfei didn't think so. During several confrontations, both overt and covert, he had never managed to outdo Chen Yu, who instead thrived. Could there be some trickery here? Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi secretly communicated through transmitted messages. Yes, indeed, it's abnormal. Let's not act rashly for the moment. But, as long as we're sure he's alone, it would be easy to deal with him. Senior sister Yi nodded slightly. The two decided they would observe more before making any decisions once they entered deeper into the snake lair. There were rumors that Chen Yu was still alive after being pursued by Demon Clown and others, which was no simple feat. Chen Yu followed Yi Yunfei and his group into the snake lair with a smile that was not quite a smile. Having this group as a shield and aiming to kill the Snake King could actually be feasible. If I can use the dangers inside the snake lair to eliminate Yi Yunfei, my nemesis, that would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chen Yu calculated in his heart. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as they entered the snake lair, venomous snakes frequently sprang out from all around, highly aggressive. The space inside the snake lair was cramped, leaving little room for avoidance and combat. Senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, along with the disciples of the Water Moon Sect, looked after each other, dealing with the vicious snakes that attacked from time to time, ignoring Chen Yu. Chen Yu, however, was leisurely. Holding the Xian heavy sword, the seemingly cumbersome weapon moved as lightly as the wind, cutting the approaching vicious snakes into 2 before they could even get close. Even the ordinary organ refining stage vicious snakes were neatly bisected. This lad, when did he advance to the mid-stage of refining, surpassing peers in strength? Yi Yunfei was secretly alarmed. They had intentionally ignored Chen Yu, wanting to gauge his strength, and the result was somewhat unexpected. In fact, Chen Yu was intentionally showcasing some of his skills to make the people from the Water Moon Sect wary, ensuring they wouldn't turn against him too quickly. After all, he still needed these people to lead the way, especially senior sister Yi, who seemed to have a deep understanding of snakes and was quite confident about advancing through the snake lair. Before long, the group gradually disappeared at the entrance of the snake lair. Neither Chen Yu nor Yi Yunfei and the others noticed anything amiss. At that moment, near the snake lair, the female disciple of the Water Moon Sect who was left to keep watch had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood. Inside the snake lair, the people from the Water Moon Sect steadily advanced. Chen Yu followed silently. At first, the Water Moon Sect people wanted to test his capabilities, some of their methods were restrained. But afterward, the number of vicious snakes that sprang up kept increasing, with a higher proportion of organ refining stage ones. Not all disciples of the Water Moon Sect could kill the general organ refining stage vicious snakes in one hit like Chen Yu. Once their numbers overwhelmed them, several female disciples from the Water Moon Sect immediately panicked. A female disciple of the Water Moon Sect got bitten by a venomous snake and groaned. However, the Water Moon Sect was prepared, swiftly protecting the bitten disciple while administering a snakebite antidote. Quite well prepared, Chen Yu chuckled. Gradually, the number of attacking vicious snakes grew, putting significant pressure on the members of the Water Moon Sect. Afterward, it became quite common for the female disciples to get bitten, but with antidotes at hand, it wasn't a big problem. Why hasn't this lad been bitten yet? Yi Yunfei secretly resented. He had been waiting for Chen Yu to be bitten by the venomous snakes, hoping to refuse him the antidote or even take the opportunity to attack. Senior sister Yi's face also flashed an unusual expression. It should be noted, their group of 5 or 6 was looking after each other, almost forming a battle formation to fend off the swarm of snakes. Yet Chen Yu was on his own and had remained unharmed. Until a specific moment, Chen Yu deliberately let a few venomous snakes bite him several times. Ding! The result was that the snake bites, including one from an organ refining stage vicious snake, could not pierce his skin. This guy. The smile on Yi Yunfei's face froze. He hadn't anticipated that Chen Yu's physical defense would be so formidable. It seemed, trying to use the ordinary snake swarm to harm Chen Yu was not very feasible. Senior sister Yi, we can't hold on much longer. Several female disciples of the Water Moon Sect pleaded, all transmitting messages. Senior sister Yi, feeling helpless, retrieved several packets of medicinal powder from her storage bag and handed each person one. The disciples showed relief, including Yi Yunfei. Everyone covered themselves with a layer of white medicinal powder. As a result, once the powder was sprinkled on their bodies, the surrounding swarm of snakes retreated. Afterward, the vicious snakes below the organ refining stage level avoided them, at least not getting closer than 10 meters. Only the organ refining stage snakes were less affected and continued to attack from time to time. Even so, their attacks became somewhat less fierce. Indeed, Chen Yu wasn't surprised. He had previously wondered why the people from the Water Moon sect dared to advance into this snake lair. Even though they were confident that the Snake King was in its breeding period, dealing with the overwhelming Armichius snakes was still daunting. Later, he realized that this senior sister Yi was a snake expert. That was exactly it. Chen Yu had agreed to use himself as bait and join the team of the Water Moon sect. However, senior sister Yi of the Water Moon sect did not give Chen Yu the medicine powder. Slightly apologetic, "This medicine powder is only enough for the 6 of us." Chen Yu did not mind. The medicine powder worked in a certain range around the body. He didn't have any medicine powder, but he could stick close to the female disciples of the Water Moon sect. Thus, he could still enjoy the effects of the medicine powder. Seeing Chen Yu sticking to the female disciples of the Water Moon sect like a pesky plaster, senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei's faces twitched slightly. Several female disciples of the Water Moon sect showed disgust. They wanted to move away, but their movement technique was far slower than that of Chen Yu. They couldn't shake him off. In such a perilous environment, if they diverted their attention because of this, they could easily be bitten and entangled by the surrounding snakes. Reluctantly, the female disciples of the Water Moon sect had no choice but to let Chen Yu cling close to them. Hehe, with beauties for company, slaying snakes, and exorcising evils is not boring at all. Chen Yu, smelling the fragrance of the women beside him, wore a smile on his face. Little did he know, senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei were grinding their teeth in hatred towards him. They had tried many strategies but were unable to deal with Chen Yu. Instead, he stuck to them like a pesky plaster and took advantage of the female disciples. Senior sister Yi, it seems that conventional methods are not enough to handle this person. He wants the Snake King's gallbladder, doesn't he? Let's help him kill the Snake King then. Yi Yunfei communicated through a whisper, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That's the only option. Senior sister Yi had been harboring a killing intent that had been brewing for a while. Yet, Chen Yu remained calm and collected, never falling into danger, thriving better than everyone else. Brother Chen, after a bit more traveling, we will reach the cave where the Snake King resides. At that time, we will uphold our agreement and help you slay the Snake King to obtain the Snake King's gallbladder. Senior sister Yi said with a smile. No problem, with you all present, confronting the Snake King will definitely be feasible. Chen Yu's face lit up with joy. However, let me say the ugly part up front. Senior sister Yi changed her tone, speaking earnestly, the Snake King is at the postnatal level of Qi transformation, and even during its spawning period, it is not something we can handle easily. We only promise to help you slay it, but when the time comes, junior brother Chen, you will also need to act and must be the main force. Senior sister Yi emphasized the word help heavily. The meaning was clear. Chen Yu had to actively participate in the front line, not to sit back and reap the benefits. Fine, but as 2 individuals at the late stage of organ refining, you also need to take a main role. That half of the mysterious water moth lotus from me isn't easily earned, its value far exceeds a single Snake King. Chen Yu nodded. After reaching an agreement, the group quickened their pace. However, as they approached the last stretch of road near the Snake King's cave, the resistance they met was astonishing. Swoosh, swoosh, vicious snakes as thick as a grown man's arm constantly sprang out, their strength at least comparable to the organ refining stage. Seeing the number of these organ refining stage vicious snakes reaching dozens, the group faced an unprecedented crisis. Chen Yu's spine sweated coldly. If they were to be surrounded and entangled by dozens of organ refining stage vicious snakes, even with his copper statue technique's defense, he would not die but would certainly lose a layer of skin. At a critical moment, Chen Yu secretly held a Yinfire pearl in one hand. He did this just as a precaution, believing that the Water Moon sect would surely have measures. Indeed, senior sister Yi took out a pinch of pale blue crystal powder and scattered it around. Whoosh! As soon as the crystal powder hit the ground, the temperature around plummeted, instantly forming a layer of frost on the ground, with cold currents sweeping through. The mass of snakes shivered from the cold, unaccustomed to the sudden drop in temperature, and their offensive sharply decreased. Fear of cold is a snake's natural instinct. Although these were abnormal vicious snakes, senior sister Yi's crystal powder was no ordinary object. Taking advantage of the stiff and slow-moving snakes, the group intensified their attacks on the surrounding snakes. Among them, Yi Yunfei, under tremendous pressure, threw out a few black canisters. Boom! A swathe of black-green eerie flames erupted around them, causing the mass of snakes to emit a series of piercing, miserable screams. This was the bone-scale fire unique to the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu was not surprised, as it was quite normal for the Water Moon sect, with its strength, to obtain such war trophies on the battlefield. Soon, the snakes that were dead retreated. The group continued forward for a while. This should be the place. Senior sister Yi pointed to a chilling cave in front with a foul wind and cold air rushing toward them. The group approached cautiously and slowly. According to the agreement, Chen Yu followed senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, walking at the forefront. Entering the entrance of the cave, A dark-spotted giant snake, about 6 or 7 jong long and as thick as a man's waist, lay in a dark corner deep within the cave, motionless. Snake King? So big. The female disciples shivered one after another. That's just the skin shed by the Snake King. Senior Sister Yi shook her head. Huh? Chen Yu and Yi Yunfei took a closer look, and indeed, the Snake King in front of them was just a shell, a dead thing without any reaction. The group surveyed the environment inside the Snake King's cave. In a certain part of the cave's stone wall, there was a layer of deep black crystal. In the corner where the Snake King lay, there was also a small pond. Above the pond, there was a milk-white stalactite brewing a drop of crystal clear, jade-like liquid. Drip drop? The pond contained a small pool of crystal clear liquid, which looked pure and flawless. Heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. And black jade crystal. Indeed, it's here. Senior Sister Yi's face showed joy. Yi Yunfei looked at the pool of liquid and the layer of black crystal on the stone wall, extremely delighted. Black jade crystal, isn't that the legendary main material used to forge high-grade treasures, a spiritual or extinct in the sect realm of Chu country? Heavenly bamboo shoot liquid, it is said, gathers the essence of heaven and earth to form a mysterious liquid. Consuming just a small sip can instantly restore vitality and ordinary injuries, providing a precious spiritual liquid crucial for survival and turning the tides at critical moments. Chen Yu was amazed. These two items in front of him were far more valuable than the Snake King's gallbladder that he had intended to hunt. The appearance of two items in Snake King Cave captured everyone's attention, enough to induce envy even in those of the Qi transformation realm. Black jade crystal is a main material for forging high-grade treasures and is naturally very precious. Most in the postnatal Qi transformation typically do not possess high-grade treasures. As for the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid, its value was even higher. Although it couldn't greatly improve one's cultivation or power, its near-miraculous effect could instantly restore one's vitality and heal injuries. Of course, this restorative effect was limited to ordinary injuries and the maximum limit was the Giwen realm. Beyond the Giwen realm, its effect was very minimal. Even so, this liquid was enough to drive anyone in the Qi transformation realm mad with envy. Senior Sister Yi of the Water Moon Sect, how did you know that there were heavenly bamboo shoot liquid and black jade crystal in the Snake Cave before? Chen Yu still had a doubt in his mind. This was also the reason why Chen Yu joined the team of the Water Moon Sect. Inside the gloomy Snake Cave, Senior Sister Yi, Yi Yunfei, and Chen Yu were at the very front, cautiously entering the lair of the Snake King. The atmosphere among the crowd was very tense. On one hand, the value of the two precious resources was too great. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, although very confident, did not let their guard down against Chen Yu. If Chen Yu made any sudden moves, the two wouldn't hesitate to strike, joining hands with the people of the Water Moon Sect to kill him. On the other hand, the cave was fraught with dangers, and while the multitude of snakes were already present, the Snake King had yet to appear. The two of you, as the saying goes, to the finders belong the spoils. I don't want the black jade crystal, but I am willing to trade 6 types of treasured materials, each older than 300 years, for half of the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid, Chen Yu directly proposed. His tone was sincere, he truly was moved by the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. If he possessed this liquid, combined with his powerful self-healing physique, his chances of survival would greatly increase, giving him a certain ability to protect himself even against those in the postnatal Qi transformation. What's more, Chen Yu wasn't asking for a distribution, but proposing a trade, which was a compromise. The main reason wasn't that Chen Yu feared the people of the Water Moon Sect, but rather he still needed to use these people to obtain the Snake King's gallbladder. 6 types of 300-year-old treasured materials. Upon hearing this, Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei were somewhat surprised. The value of all sorts of heavenly treasures increased greatly with each century they aged. The deal was not exactly fair. But, as Chen Yu was part of the team and had fought his way here with them, sharing the burden, he was entitled to certain gains. No way. Senior Sister Yi's eyes shifted as she scoffed coldly. Without me, would you have been able to fight your way here alone? Whoosh! The disciples of the Water Moon Sect formed a formation, bracing themselves against Chen Yu. Unless, on top of the 6 types of 300-year-old materials, you add 10 mysterious water moth lotus seeds, Yi Yunfei said with greed in his eyes. 10? Chen Yu sneered inwardly. It seemed the other party had no intention of a fair deal. 10 mysterious water moth lotus seeds were practically all the seeds he had left. At that moment, murderous intent surged around Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. As long as they killed Chen Yu, they could claim the mysterious water moth lotus and monopolize all the black jade crystal and heavenly bamboo shoot liquid here. If they could monopolize it, why should they share the profit with an outsider, especially one who could be considered an enemy? Fine. Chen Yu let out a long sigh, seemingly reluctantly agreeing. Huh? Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei were surprised by his acquiescence. This insincere deal had been accepted by the other party. If this was truly the case, they would consider it. After all, Chen Yu's strength was no less than either of them, and the Snake Cave was too perilous for a fight to the death. Whoosh! But the next moment, Chen Yu's figure blurred as he dashed with a speed almost rivaling that of the Infinite Thief, heading straight for the pool where the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid was located. His astonishing speed shocked the two and left others unable to even see his figure clearly. At that instant, While Chen Yu verbally agreed, his heart had suddenly charged with power, and he activated his greatly enhanced pure inner breath, boosting his sneaker's speed by more than 30%. Stop! Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei roared in shock and fury, rushing after him. However, their reactions and speed were a half-beat too slow. In just 1 or 2 moments, Chen Yu reached the edge of the small pool at the foot of the Snake King's cave. The small pool contained a basin-sized puddle of clear and lustrous liquid, pristine and flawless all heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. Hehe, you two better act quickly. Chen Yu squatted on the other side of the small pool, positioning himself with the pool between him and the chasing Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. In doing so, if the two attacked from afar, using moves like inner breath palm force, they would end up striking the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid as well. Because Chen Yu was squatting at the edge of the pool, with his shoulders level with the rim, using the pool's heavenly bamboo shoot liquid as cover, certain that neither person would dare to attack recklessly. Yi Yunfei's brewing inner breath almost came to a forced halt, so angry he almost coughed up blood. Despicable scoundrel. Senior Sister Yi's face was filled with rage, nearly choking on her breath. This was utterly shameless. All the disciples of the Water Moon sect stared, dumbstruck, at Chen Yu squatting beside the small pool. No one dared to attack recklessly for fear of damaging such valuable treasures. Senior Sister Yi, what's the harm in letting that kid temporarily get the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid? Yi Yunfei suddenly whispered in secret. Watching as Chen Yu took out several bottles and jars to gradually scoop out the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid from the pool, Yi Yunfei, instead, calmed down. Soon enough, Chen Yu had taken half of the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid without stopping, continuing to scoop. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei had grim faces but were brewing with an intense killing intent. A few breaths' time. The heavenly bamboo shoot liquid was mostly taken by Chen Yu, leaving only a shallow puddle of the remaining liquid in the pool. Chen Yu had no intention of stopping, and was unwilling to spare even the last bit of the residue. A sneer formed at the corner of Senior Sister Yi's mouth. Swish! From a dark corner, an inconspicuous little flower snake, about 3 feet long and 2 fingers thick, darted towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu felt a tinge of chill as his eyes barely caught a fleeting shadow. The little snake's sudden burst of speed was comparable to that of the infinite thief, LV Santong. This is not one of the fierce snakes from the snake den. Chen Yu's thoughts raced as he recalled that Senior Sister Yi was an expert on snakes, and suddenly realized something. He sneered inwardly, showing no intention of dodging. Moreover, he squatted beside the little pool, and the little snake's attack was too fast and it was an ambush. Even if he could dodge it, it would be quite embarrassing. This would only put him in a passive position, to be mobbed by the disciples of the Water Moon sect. Whoosh! A faint silvery black spot darted out from Chen Yu's sleeve, gone in a flash. Splash! The little black snake, which suddenly lunged at Chen Yu, stiffened, let out a hiss, and was bitten by the Iron Moon strange insect, splashing blood. Chen Yu was slightly surprised. Given the Iron Moon strange insect's biting force, it was unexpected that it didn't instantly penetrate the snake. It seemed that this snake pet was not an ordinary breed. Little flower. Senior Sister Yi cried out in distress, watching as her snake pet was bitten and a chunk of its flesh was taken by the insect, causing the snake's body to stiffen. Her face filled with murderous intent, she produced a silver whip in her hand, ready to deal with the insect. Chen Yu's mind worked quickly, and he instructed the insect. Swoosh! Taking advantage of the moment when Little Flower was bitten and stiffened, the Iron Moon strange insect burrowed into the snake's mouth. No! The color drained from Senior Sister Yi's face as she saw the insect burrow into Little Flower's belly. Then, the flower snake writhed in pain, clearly tormented by the insect tearing inside it. Stop! Senior Sister Yi's face was full of urgency and anger as she pointed her silver whip at Chen Yu, and several female disciples pressed towards him. She had also realized that this insect was Chen Yu's spirit pet. Senior Sister Yi, you may attack me, but I believe your snake pet will die first, while I might not. Chen Yu said teasingly with a smile, slowly stood up. In the instant when the little flower snake attacked him, Chen Yu had figured out some issues. Why Senior Sister Yi was aware of some situations in the cave, her knowledge of snakes was one aspect. Another important factor was this snake pet. Being a snake of a special breed, it seemed to be unattacked by other snakes in the Snake King cave. Of course, this snake must have a spirit pet contract with Senior Sister Yi, and it should be able to convey some vague information when scouting the Snake King's den. Chen Yu, have your insect come out of Little Flower, leave half of the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid, and we'll act as if nothing happened before. Senior Sister Yi suppressed her anger and murderous intent. Her snake pet was a rare ancient breed, comparable to some of the lower-tier ancient creatures. This snake could easily break through the defenses of those in the organ refining stage and contained lethal potent poison, posing a threat to those at the peak of refining. However, her snake pet was completely restrained by Chen Yu's Iron Moon strange insect. If a normal insect entered a venomous snake's body, survival would be difficult. However, Chen Yu's Iron Moon strange insect, which might be a variant of the Iron Moon corpse worm, as inferred from the name corpse worm, had an extraordinary constitution. Alright then, Chen Yu still counted on these people to help deal with the Snake King. With a thought, the Iron Moon strange insect shot out from Little Flower's body, which hissed and returned to Senior Sister Yi's palm. Senior Sister Yi looked distressed, feeding Little Flower several precious elixirs. As for the other half of the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid and other compensation, they shall be held until you all help complete my request, then paid together. Chen Yu chuckled. Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi had chilling murderous looks on their faces, almost ready to lash out at all costs. Chen Yu remained calm. Having already revealed the Iron Moon corpse worm and planning to reveal enough of his strength to make others wary and helpless, they would naturally have to choose to help him against the Snake King. One could say, according to Chen Yu's plan, he was leading the people of the Water Moon sect, step by step, into his trap. Boom, splurt. Just then, sounds of fighting came from outside the cave, along with a surge of intangible oppression. Who goes there? The disciples of the Water Moon sect were shocked, especially senior sister Yi. Besides her, who else knew about snakes and could have fought their way here? Whoosh! Soon, 3 or 4 figures pushed their way into the cave. These 4 emitted a cold and sinister presence, startling senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. Upon identifying the silhouettes, the two cried out in shock, Mei Changqing. The leader, a handsome young man with flowing black hair, it was Mei Changqing. Behind him stood Demon Clown, Shang Guanqi, and the armored man who had fought Chen Yu in the swamp. Hiss! Senior sister Yi, Yi Yunfei, and the others inhaled sharply. These 4 were essentially among the top 10 secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Apart from Shang Guanqi, the other 3 were all above the late stage of organ refining. Just Mei Changqing's cultivation in the Qi transformation realm was enough to sweep the field. Chen Yu, you are indeed here? And the people from the Water Moon sect, perfect, let's deal with you all at once. A bright smile appeared on Mei Changqing's handsome face. That smile conveyed a deadly chill. Chen Yu, you harbinger of disaster. You've brought the calamity of death upon us all. Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi's faces were filled with a look of doom. At that moment, the 4 highly secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace had blocked the entrance to the Snake King's cave. Demon Clown and Shang Guanqi revealed cruel and cold smiles. The members of the Water Moon sect felt their hearts sink utterly, overwhelmed by a suffocating pressure. Most of that pressure came from Mei Changqing. Among the 3 sects present, only Chen Yu managed to remain calm. Mei Changqing, you are formidable, said Chen Yu, but I wonder how you tracked me here as if you knew I would appear at this place. You should know that people like Helion Tu were all erased by me, leaving no survivors. Chen Yu's gaze flickered as he looked towards Mei Changqing. Before asking, he deliberately complimented the other party, knowing that an enemy's praise was far more useful than flattery from his own people. Chen Yu wanted to understand what might have been left on his body that the other party could have exploited. However, the information in his words struck a chord with Yi Yunfei and others from the Water Moon sect. To have exterminated Helion Tu and others? Could it be that Chen Yu had wiped out a small team of Bone Demon Palace that included Helion Tu? Helion Tu, known as the White Bone Green Fang, ranked 6th among the secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Such an opponent was not someone either Yi Yunfei or senior sister Yi could confront directly. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi realized one thing: Chen Yu joining their team was definitely a case of a sheep in wolf's clothing. Perhaps Chen Yu had the strength to stand against their entire team, or at least, he wasn't afraid of being surrounded and attacked by them. At this thought, senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, amidst despair and fear, felt a trace of bitterness in their hearts. Brother Mei, no need to waste words with him, just terminate him directly, said Shang Guanqi, his face dark with coldness. However, since Mei Changqing did not speak, none dared to act rashly. Chen Yu, you are the first who has injured a disciple among my 3 sects. With so many elite disciples from the Bone Demon Palace falling by your hand, it's clear that it's not by luck. This time, I truly consider you as an opponent. Mei Changqing spoke slowly. His gaze, cold and sharp as lightning, fixed on Chen Yu, sizing up the famed spear demon hunter for the first time. The young man before him was excessively youthful, which surprised Mei Changqing. Faintly, Mei Changqing had an intuition if he couldn't kill him during this encounter, Chen would rise drastically, soaring dramatically. Injured Mei Changqing. Chen Yu actually managed to wound a supreme talent from the Qi transformation realm. The members of the Water Moon sect, including Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi, felt a storm surge through their minds. Even Mei Changqing, the top prodigy of the Qi transformation realm from the Bone Demon Palace, didn't dare overlook him and even considered him a rival. Brother Mei hasn't mentioned the reason yet. Could it be that he isn't fully confident in eliminating me this time? Chen Yu said with a wry smile. Upon calming down and analyzing the bodies you left behind, I noticed that you didn't take any common treasures or 100-year materials but specifically took away 2 viper gallbladders, said Mei Changqing, his lips slightly pursed. Chen Yu was stunned. Mei Changqing's thought process was meticulous. Mei Changqing's team had previously passed by a snake lair nearby and decided not to advance to this area. But during their passage, they had killed 2 peak of refining stage fierce vipers and disdained everything else, except a female disciple who took the snake gallbladders. I speculated that these types of gallbladders were useful to you, and perhaps not enough. Thus, I placed 1 disciple skilled in tracking in a hidden area near the snake lair, to guard against your bugs. Mei Changqing revealed a smug smile. Novel.com. Learning the truth, Chen Yu's heart shuddered. In the perilous and bizarre world of sects, staying low-key was the key to survival. Chen Yu grabbing the mysterious water moth lotus, toying with the demon clown, killing Helion II, and wounding someone in the Qi transformation realm, had already become the biggest threat identified by the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Once the enemies seriously focused on you, various clever tactics became hard to guard against. However, to compete for opportunities and break the restraints that kept the half-spirit body from advancing to the Qi transformation realm, Chen Yu could no longer afford to remain low-key. To advance to the Qi transformation realm, or even to do so before 20 years of age, Chen Yu had to seize this once-in-a-century chance to make a bold move. It was a critical moment to decide whether he became a snake or a dragon. Kill them all. Mei Changqing's eyes flashed with icy light, filled with murderous intent. True Qi vibrated, and the imposing aura of the Qi transformation realm suddenly descended. In an instant, the female disciples of the Water Moon sect felt a suffocating heaviness, struggling even to mobilize their inner breaths. Next moment, led by Mei Changqing, 4 persons rushed towards the Water Moon sect's small team and Chen Yu inside the Snake King's cave. Chen Yu was situated in a small pool in the deepest corner. To reach him, the 4 elite disciples of the Bone Demon Palace had to get past the 6 people from the Water Moon sect. Naturally, they had no intention of sparing any disciple from the 3 sects. The sound whooshed. Mei Changqing swung out a faint, gloomy black Qi swirl, accompanied by a cold, chilling wind, violently sweeping towards the Water Moon sect members. The entire Snake King cave spanned only about 10 or so feet in radius. Once the fight started, the limited space made dodging extremely difficult, especially against someone of the Qi transformation realm like Mei Changqing. Everyone unite! Fleeing will surely lead to certain death. Aware of the situation, Senior Sister Yi quickly called the 4 female disciples to form a defensive stance. Being at the peak of refining herself with considerable strength, her silver whip, a middle-grade magical weapon, shone brightly, transforming into a whip shadow that surged like a long rainbow. Cling, cling, cling. The 3 female disciples, each wielding a treasure sword brimming with cold air, swung out chilling sword shadows. In an instant, the sword shadows released by the 3 treasure swords merged into one, forming a cold sword wind whirl that spread across 2 or 3 feet in radius. This was the Heavenly Water Cold Sword Formation, which had appeared during the meteorite gamble. This time, the sword formation was executed by 3 disciples in the stages of refining, and while the cold swords weren't from the same source, its power surpassed the previous occasion. Cling! Yi Yunfei drew a recently refined middle-grade treasure cold sword, just as he prepared to integrate it into the Heavenly Water Cold Sword Formation. Suddenly, a short and ugly man lunged forward with a hideous smile. Demon Clown! Yi Yunfei's blood congealed as if he felt a ferocious crocodile pouncing on him. Pang Tiancheng, holding a wolf fang club, swung it and created a colossal, cold, and dark phantom blade that bore down oppressively with its icy and overbearing Qi force. At the same time, the entire snake den shook slightly, and cold winds burst explosively. Senior Sister Yi and 4 others combined their forces and clashed with Mei Changqing. Ah! Screams echoed, and instantly 2 disciples from the Water Moon sect were swept across by a faint sinister black energy and perished on the spot. The sword formation's cold sword winds were effortlessly shattered by a casual strike from Mei Changqing. Bang bang! Senior Sister Yi and the remaining 2 female disciples staggered back, their faces pale. This is the power of the Qi transformation realm. Senior Sister Yi looked terrified, already injured internally. Had it not been for the sword-A-Ray's enhancement, presumably, apart from her, the 4 female disciples would have died. It's impossible for the Water Moon sect to hold. Chen Yu's expression was grave as he flashed forward, grabbing the Xian heavy sword and charging into the fray. Die, thief! A resentful and sinister growl came from a one-armed, purple-haired youth. It was Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi's hand tensed, his pumped skin flashed with light purple spots, and suddenly, a chilling purple-black energy orb condensed in his hand. Oddly, Chen Yu sensed a hint of danger. Shang Guanqi, besides his internal energy, emitted a mysterious and powerful force, seemingly entering a special state. Just then, a faint purple gleam flickered in Shang Guanqi's pupils, boosting his spirit significantly. This is the bloodline power of the Shang Guan family? Shang Guanqi has actually awakened his bloodline power. At the same moment, the armored warrior, wielding a sharp dagger, swung and released a long, narrow black blade shadow from the side, striking towards Chen Yu. He looked surprised, feeling both unexpected and envious towards Shang Guanqi's awakening of the bloodline power. Facing the attack from 2 secret disciples, Chen Yu suddenly felt immense pressure. Especially Shang Guanqi, although he hadn't advanced to the late stage of organ refining, the pressure from his bloodline power was already stronger than the armored warrior. Simultaneously, clang! Yi Yunfei and Demon Clown clashed with swords and clubs. Boom! Yi Yunfei staggered back several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with panic. Only in actual combat did he realize the terrifying strength of Demon Clown, a top 3 secret disciple. Even after advancing to the late stage of organ refining, he couldn't withstand a single strike. We must end this battle quickly. The situations on the other fronts weighed heavily on Chen Yu's heart. Die! Boosted by his bloodline power, Shang Guanqi's speed surged, approaching the level of the infinite thief. His hand, covered in light purple spots, exuded a frightening force that stifled the blood. In an instant, the power of his strike increased a notch, rivaling the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace's secret disciples. Trying to kill me. Chen Yu sneered, suddenly withdrawing the Xian heavy sword and lunging barehanded at Shang Guanqi. Thump thump. His heart charged up, and Chen Yu's speed and strength surged, dodging the armored warrior and closing in on Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi showed a sneer, his palm covered in purple spots, erupted a condensed purple-black swirl, enveloping Chen Yu. However, the moment Chen Yu closed in, an inconspicuous, dim short sword suddenly appeared in his hand, a fleeting afterglow flashed. Pucci. The violent purple-black swirl was torn open by the blood-soaked dim short sword, like slicing through paper. How is this possible? Shang Guanqi cried out in shock. His bloodline power was only partially awakened but had already amplified his comprehensive combat power by 3 or 4 times. Little did he know, Chen Yu had advanced to the mid-stage of organ refining. His internal power had increased significantly, comparable to the peak of refining. Combined with his heart charging up, both strength and speed increased by 40 to 50%. His sword strike was now capable of threatening the Qi transformation realm. Slash. Chen Yu forcefully slashed, cutting through Shang Guanqi's treasured armor. Save me. Shang Guanqi screamed in terror, retreating rapidly. He recognized the poisonous sword, even a scratch could be fatal. No way. The armored warrior behind was shocked, his sharp dagger sweeping out a sharp and urgent black blade shadow that cut through the air towards Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu disregarded the attack, closed in on Shang Guanqi, and slashed again with the dark snake sword. Piuchi. The dark snake sword pierced Shang Guanqi's chest, his body stiffened, his expression one of fear, resentment, and reluctance. Ding. The black blade shadow cut by the armored warrior through the air struck Chen Yu's back, sparks flying. A white mark appeared on the skin of Chen Yu's neck, deep copper patterns emerged, and he was completely unharmed. His copper statue technique, nearing copper bone mastery, rendered him nearly immune to most attacks below the Qi transformation realm. However, the treasured armor he wore was slightly cracked. The armored warrior was stunned. His attack, although from a distance, was concentrated and carried about 70 to 80% of his true power. Thud. Shang Guanqi, pierced by the dark snake sword, was poisoned and turned into a blood-black corpse, falling to the ground. Thud. Shang Guanqi fell to the ground, dead, his face twisted with ferocity and unwillingness, and there was a faint trace of regret. In the past, he had narrowly escaped death from Chen Yu's dark snake sword by sacrificing an arm. He harbored resentment in his heart, obsessed with his grudge. It was as if by a cruel twist of fate that he met his end today under this very sword. Although Shang Guanqi had just begun to awaken his bloodline power, making him different from before, Chen Yu was no longer the young boy at the Meridian Passage stage, and the dark snake sword was no longer a low-grade treasure. Its poisonous power had grown even more potent. Shang Guan, the man in the battle armor behind him, with a face full of shock, instinctively distanced himself from Chen Yu. Chen Yu's face was filled with killing intent, as he was just about to take care of the man in the battle armor. Screams echoed from another direction. 2 female disciples beside senior sister Yi were killed at the same time, torn to shreds by the faint, ghastly black wind like pieces of paper. Fwa! Senior sister Yi was sent flying backward, vomiting blood, her face pale with a look of utter despair. Clang bang! At the same moment, Yi Yunfei was sent flying back a distance by the demon clown's Wolf Fang Club, his face as grey as death, his body marked with several injuries. Chen Yu's expression drastically changed. At the moment of killing Shang Guanqi, 4 of the 6 from the Water Moon sect had died, leaving only senior sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. And senior sister Yi was critically injured, which meant it would take only 1 or possibly 2 or 3 moves for her to be killed. Yi Yunfei was also seriously injured and in dire straits. Mei Changqing and Pang Tiancheng, faces gloomy, looked at the poison-killed Shang Guanqi with disbelief. After Shang Guanqi activated his bloodline power, his strength was comparable to the top 3 secret techniques, and along with the battle-armored man, they were nearly invincible except for Mei Changqing. Yet, Chen Yu had killed him in a mere 1 or 2 exchanges. This is bad. Chen Yu's figure flashed urgently, sheathing the dark snake sword and switching to the Xian heavy sword. Swoosh! In the next instant, he was beside the critically injured senior sister Yi. A mocking smile crossed Mei Changqing's lips as a layer of faint, ghastly black qi coiled around his hand, emanating the might of the postnatal qi transformation stage, as he was just about to take action. Just then, hiss! A strange noise came from outside the cave entrance, accompanied by waves of pungent wind. All 6 people inside the cave felt a chilling coldness throughout their bodies. Instinctively, everyone looked towards the cave entrance, their faces filled with horror as they gasped in cold air. Unknown to them, the cave's entrance was swarming with ferocious snakes, filling the snake cave pathway, and was made up entirely of snakes at the organ refining stage. Among them, there was one snake far superior to the others, measuring 7 to 8 jong long and as thick as a grown man's waist, the dark-spotted giant snake. Snake King. Everyone's hearts tightened at the sight of the dark-spotted giant Snake King, held in highest esteem and protected in the center. The aura emanating from this snake was faintly surpassing that of the postnatal middle stage. Even someone as strong as Mei Changqing showed a hint of seriousness. If it were just one Snake King, Mei Changqing would not fear, confident of escaping unscathed. But surrounding the Snake King, there were many organ refining stage ferocious snakes, a significant number of them being mid to late stage elites, truly the cream of their kind. A rough estimate. There were at least 40 to 50 organ refining stage elite snakes, with more reinforcements continuously arriving. The worst part was the disadvantageous terrain. The 6 people remaining were all blocked inside the relatively narrow Snake King cave, practically without any room to maneuver, facing head-on slaughter. Combat with monstrous beasts using human bodies? Naturally, this was an unfavorable situation, and not everyone possessed Chen Yu's formidable constitution. His swish, one after another, huge ferocious snakes lunged in from the entrance of the Snake King cave. To death? Mei Changqing's face grew cold as he swept out a gust of ghostly black wind, covering several zhong in front of him. Pfft. In an instant, 2 or 3 organ refining stage ferocious snakes lay dead. But at the same moment, even more snakes entered the cave, some lunging across the ground, others climbing on the walls or ceiling of the cave. In just a moment, more than a dozen organ refining stage ferocious snakes had entered the Snake King cave. Suddenly, the 6 people inside the cave fell into panic. These organ refining stage snakes, some being of the same elite rank, were comparable in strength to the top 10 secret techniques of the Bone Demon Palace. Even the demon clown had fallen into a life or death struggle with the snakes. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, already heavily wounded, were cornered by several fierce poisonous snakes, surrounded by peril. Boom! The cave's wall shook, wind and shockwaves exploded, and dust filled the air. Beasts! Came Mei Changqing's outcry as he clashed with the dark-spotted Snake King. Bang! Mei Changqing was pushed back several zhong, his blood churning, his face flushed with a trace of alarm. The dark-spotted Snake King's body was left with several blood marks, a powerful force surging within its massive frame, and a layer of dark grey chi patterns swirling. For a moment, all 6 people present were suppressed by the swarm of snakes, forced to retreat to a corner of the Snake King cave. Unbeknownst to them, just earlier, the 6 who were fighting were now forming a defensive position in the corner, watching each other with caution. Mei Changqing, Pang Tiancheng, and the battle-armored man on one side, Chen Yu, Senior Sister Yi, and Yi Yunfei on the other. But both sides understood that now was not the time for internal strife. Once overwhelmed by the snake's assault, even those in the Qi transformation realm might fall here. Hiss hiss! The menacing eyes of the Dark Snake King flashed a chilling gleam as it issued a shrill summons for more Meridian Passage stage ferocious snakes to attack the 6 people cornered. Boom boom boom! Mei Changqing attempted to counterattack several times but was driven back each time by the Dark Snake King's onslaught, his clothes torn in several places and his face smeared with dirt. The confined space allowed for nothing but frontal combat, and Mei Changqing found himself relentlessly suppressed by the Snake King. Moreover, the Snake King's attacks were never solitary. It was always accompanied by 1 or 2 elite ferocious snakes. We've all been duped. It turns out the Snake King was laying in wait. I originally thought it was in the nesting period, but it seems it has devoured another demon beast of the same rank and needed 2 or 3 days to digest. Senior Sister Yi bitterly smiled. Chen Yu focused his gaze and indeed noticed the Snake King's abdomen was bloated, but there were no signs of egg-laying. Senior Sister Yi's snake pet had sent back blurry images, falsely identifying the Snake King as being in its nesting period. This beast is cunning. It never strays far from the cave mouth, Mei Changqing said, his expression one of anger and resentment. The Snake King's massive body only needed to block the cave mouth partially, enabling it to press down on the group at intervals. Its attacks were infrequent, but the intimidation was overwhelming, and it held a strategic high ground. It has a considerable corpse of a demon beast of the same rank inside. It hasn't fully digested it, and its movements aren't agile, nor are its attacks frequent. That is its only weakness, but benefiting from the terrain and its numerical superiority, we are at a disadvantage. Senior Sister Yi lamented. If they were in a slightly more spacious area, with Mei Changqing, who was at the Qi transformation realm, the chances of breaking through the encirclement would be high. Unfortunately, the Snake King held a geographical advantage and, with a relentless stream of ferocious snake minions, had the group well and truly cornered. Let's focus on staying alive for now, Chen Yu said, as he began to weave a protective net with his Xian heavy sword, adopting a defensive stance. Puff puff hiss, bang bang, every ferocious snake that approached the protective net was either cleaved in 2 or sent flying away. In terms of defense, Chen Yu's Xian heavy sword, combined with his immense strength, was like a one-man barrier. His copper statue technique provided strong defense, and occasional bites or strikes from the ferocious snakes were largely negligible. Therefore, not having to contend with the Snake King, Chen Yu was more at ease than anyone else present. Since this beast is holding its ground and not attacking lightly, let's kill off more of its minions, Mei Changqing said calmly. A strong offense being ineffective, it was better to prioritize defense and conserve some vital energy and strength for a long-term plan. Once Mei Changqing gave up on attempting a breakout and joined the defensive effort, everyone felt a bit more relaxed. Generally, Mei Changqing and Chen Yu could fend off more than 70% of the onslaught. The occasional attack from the Snake King, due to its infrequency, was handled with ease by Mei Changqing and the others. Unseen by all, the situation sank into a war of attrition. The Snake King, unable to break them quickly, regrouped and summoned an even larger number of ferocious snakes for wave after wave of attacks. After an hour, the relentless waves of attacks from the horde of snakes seemed never-ending. Aside from Mei Changqing and Chen Yu, everyone's forehead was bead with sweat, they were massively drained of energy, their arms ached, and they were slightly wounded. Fortunately, they had senior sister Yi, an expert at treating snake poison, who kept the group's fighting capabilities intact. The Snake King's attack frequency is increasing, it's slowly digesting the demon beast within its belly, we must break out as soon as possible. Senior sister Yi said gravely. Mei Changqing couldn't help but look serious. This Snake King was beyond postnatal middle stage in strength. Once it recovered its peak combat abilities, combined with the many ferocious snakes, even Mei Changqing would have a tough time escaping unscathed, not to mention the rest of the Bone Demon Palace, who would likely meet their end here. I have a Soundwave secret technique that has proven effective against swarming beasts in the past. The armored warrior from the Bone Demon Palace suddenly spoke up. Junior brother Yuan, since you have this secret technique, it's worth a try. Pang Tiancheng said eagerly. This secret technique does drain me a bit. I'll give it a try, but you all better cover your ears. The armored warrior with the surname Yuan nodded slightly. Who? The armored warrior stretched out his arms, crouched down, took a deep breath, his abdomen swelling and expanding, as if he had turned into a giant balloon. Woohoo! A roar that echoed through the cavern, like the thunderous outcry of elephants and lions, sent powerful sound waves rippling, causing layers of stone dust to fall from the nearby rock walls. In an instant, the assaulting horde of snakes faltered, and those of weaker strength even staggered, bleeding from their eyes and mouth. This effect is quite satisfactory. Mei Changqing remarked with a hint of surprise. Chen Yu observed. Ferocious snakes below the mid-stage of refining organs showed weak resistance to the sonic attack. Those in the mid to late stage of refining organs, however, demonstrated a much stronger immunity, affected only slightly. But aside from being taxing, this secret technique requires a moment or two to build up. I can only use it every 3 breaths and not more than 3 consecutive times, else it would injure my organs. The armored warrior appeared slightly more composed. 3 times? I'm afraid that won't be enough. Senior sister Yi shook her head slightly. There are too many ferocious snakes, and the Snake King is blocking the exit. Moreover, your Soundwave secret technique only has a significant effect on ferocious snakes below mid-stage of refining organs. Then, the group made an attempt to break out. Woohoo! The armored warrior unleashed the sonic attack, intimidating a group of ferocious snakes, with Mei Changqing leading the charge to break through. However, they barely made it to the cave mouth before they were overwhelmed by the frenzied assault of the Snake King and the incessant rush of ferocious snakes from behind. Bang bang! The team was in disarray and driven back to the corner of the cavern. Wham! The armored warrior, having used the Soundwave secret technique repeatedly, was in poor health and spat blood after being counterattacked by the swarm of snakes. This won't work, the armored warrior said with a wry smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Mei Changqing and the others frowned slightly. The Soundwave secret technique still had a certain suppressive effect on the horde of snakes. The downside was that it could not be used consecutively. Additionally, it was less effective against stronger elite ferocious snakes. Perhaps this could work. Please transfer the Soundwave secret technique to me for a trial. My physique and organs should be stronger than yours, and perhaps I can use this secret technique for a longer sequence of consecutive attempts. Chen Yu suddenly spoke up. I suggest this, teach me the Soundwave secret technique and let me give it a try. My physique and inner organs should be stronger than yours, and perhaps I can use this secret technique more times in succession. Chen Yu's proposal took the armored man aback. Indeed, his Soundwave secret technique did not require high internal energy, but it demanded a strong body and organs. The stronger the body and organs, the greater the power of the technique, and the more times it could be used in succession. Chen Yu had made this proposal precisely because he had recognized this point. Such secret techniques were generally quite rare, and in sects, they were taught only to disciples with access to the true heritage and secrets. Yet the armored man's Soundwave secret technique was able to deter a group of snakes in the organ refining stage, causing the slightly weaker ones to tremble with dizziness and bleeding from the sonic attack. This could be a good approach. Mei Changqing, Pang Tiancheng, and the armored Yuan all exchanged looks. If a couple more people learned this secret technique and took turns using it, then there would be hope to completely suppress the snakes. All right. The armored man nodded and agreed to teach the technique. However, before Chen Yu could feel elated, he had transmitted the secret technique to Mei Changqing and Demon Clown using a voice transmission technique. Chen Yu was a bit depressed. Bone Demon Palace would not be so foolish as to prioritize teaching a secret technique to an outsider, even if Chen Yu might be better suited to it. The snake's offensive gradually stabilized, and simple defense and rotation did not seem to be affected. Half an hour later, Mei Changqing and Pang Tiancheng had begun to grasp the intricacies of the secret technique. This secret technique is tailored to the inner breath heart method, and using true qi to perform it feels quite awkward and requires adjustments. Mei Changqing slightly frowned. True qi was much stronger than inner breath, and the meridian pathways it traveled were vastly different. The technique itself was based on inner breath, and it already made substantial demands on the organs and required years of practice. If it were switched to the more intense true qi, even a slight error could damage the organs. As for modifying the heart method and its intricacies, that was something attempted by martial arts masters, and even someone as gifted as Mei Changqing could not complete it quickly. Moreover, Mei Changqing needed to be alert to deal with the Snake King and lacked the energy. On the other hand, Pang Tiancheng was the first to learn the secret technique. Who? With a loud roar, Pang Tiancheng sent a wave of sonic energy sweeping out. The resulting sonic wave affected everyone else slightly, causing a minor vibration in their blood and qi, but no serious harm. For the snakes, the impact was minimal. Brother Pang, you've just learned the basics of this secret technique, which can only affect fierce beasts at the Meridian Passage stage. To master it to great success would require years of tempering your lungs and vocal cords, the armored man said, shaking his head. To some extent, Pang Tiancheng could be considered a genius, as he had learned the basics of the secret technique so quickly. Why not let me try? Chen Yu interjected. The armored man hesitated and glanced at Mei Changqing. The three of them communicated with voice transmissions, eyeing Chen Yu with some skepticism, seemingly not quite convinced. To start learning this secret technique is not difficult, but to cultivate it to the full might of great success that I possess, one would need years. The armored man shook his head, but then, suddenly, he saw a Yushui Mo lotus seed and petals appearing in Chen Yu's palm. Deal, said the armored man, his face showing delight. Chen Yu quickly pocketed the lotus seed and handed over only the petal. You first transmit the secret technique to me, and once I confirm it's correct, I'll give you the lotus seed, Chen Yu said with a light smile. The mysterious water moth lotus was most effective when its seed and petals were consumed together. The seed, in particular, was key. Fine. Right away, the armored man used a voice transmission to pass the sound wave secret technique to Chen Yu. Copper Lion Roar. Chen Yu, upon receiving the secret technique, felt that its name matched well with his copper statue technique. However, the copper statue technique focused only on body refinement and had no martial arts or secret techniques. Next, Chen Yu stepped back slightly and began to contemplate the copper lion roar in silence. The principle behind the execution of this secret technique wasn't complicated. The difficulty lay in certain requirements for one's body, organs, and vocal cords. It so happened that Chen Yu practiced body cultivation techniques and every part of his body had been tempered by the copper statue body casting method. Additionally, the long-term transformation by the mysterious heart had metamorphosed his physique. His physique and organs were much stronger than the average person's. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, faster than the previous two, Chen Yu had successfully learned Copper Lion Roar. The secret technique seemed to fit extremely well with his body technique talent. Whoosh! Chen Yu took a deep breath, his abdomen swelling like a small bucket, air vibrating in his throat, pressing down the surrounding atmosphere. The man in the armor suddenly showed a hint of shock. Who? A thunderous roar that seemed to shake the mountain like the roar of a copper lion, accompanied by the low rumbling of thunder, swept across the entire Snake King cave. Boom! Several chunks of rock split from the ceiling above, and dust flew. The other people present, their chi and blood shaken, felt a sudden tremor in their hearts and a pain in their organs. Wah! Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei, already heavily injured, were struck by the sudden sonic assault and vomited blood. Pang Tiancheng and the armored man had blood seeping from their ears, their bodies swaying, their brains ringing dizzily. Stop it! Demon Clown roared angrily. Chen Yu's sonic attack had not harmed a single fierce snake but had left the others nearby utterly disoriented. How is this possible? The armored man turned pale with astonishment and disbelief. Chen Yu's sonic attack, while lacking in control, was at least as powerful as the armored man's, if not more so. Is there something wrong? Chen Yu gave a sheepish smile, looking at the angry faces of the people next to him. Besides Mei Changqing, several others had been more or less injured in their fragile organs by the sonic attack just now. Sonic attacks initially cause the eardrums of others to vibrate, making their blood and chi surge. When reaching a certain level, it can directly shatter the internal organs, and blocking one's ears is futile. Next, Chen Yu attempted to control the direction of the sonic waves, while the others protected their vital organs with their inner breath. A moment later, a majestic roar, deep as a bell, burst from Chen Yu's mouth, stirring up dust and gas around him as the mountain walls peeled off layer by layer. This time, the sonic assault morphed into a fan shape, sweeping the fierce snakes in front, with only a minor reverberation affecting those beside him. Whoosh whoosh! Several fierce snakes were shaken off the mountain wall, bleeding from all orifices. Even the elite snakes in the mid to late stage of organ refining stiffened and were dazed for a split second. Under one mighty roar, the entire cave fell into a brief silence, stunning the majority of the demon snakes in the organ refining stage. The snake's offensive slowed for nearly a couple of breaths. Such powerful force. The man in the armor regretted so much his intestines turned green. He really hadn't expected his opponent to be such a fiendish talent. Mei Changqing and Pang Tiancheng looked at each other with dark and unsettled expressions, glaring fiercely at the armored man. Hehe, here you go. Chen Yu handed a mysterious water moth lotus seed to the armored man. Did you feel any discomfort in your organs when you performed the Copper Lion Roar? The armored man couldn't help asking. The Copper Lion Roar he taught to Chen Yu, although not tampered with recklessly, had one minor detail slightly altered. This would amplify the power of the sonic attack but significantly increase the load on the organs. It was a strategy that the armored man and Mei Changqing had discussed. On one hand, they couldn't change too much, as it would be easy to detect, and Chen Yu would be wary when cultivating a strange technique. On the other hand, they wanted to use Chen Yu to master this amplified version of the Copper Lion Roar to lead the charge for everyone. After success, Chen Yu's organs would be unwittingly damaged. At that time, capturing and killing Chen Yu would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Discomfort? I actually feel quite refreshed, as if the vicious energy accumulated in my body from practicing Cloud Evil Fist has been vented. Chen Yu laughed heartily. Refreshed? The man's face twitched, almost spewing blood in frustration, fainting on the spot. But how could he know? The slight alteration to the copper lion roar might not suit normal physiques, but it was, in fact, more suitable for Chen Yu's robust body, essentially a custom fit for him. Mei Changqing and Pang Tianquan's foreheads streamed with frustration, their animosity towards the UN surnamed man intense. Try it. How many times can you launch the sonic attack in succession? The armored man was shocked in his heart but suppressed the regret on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Chen Yu gathered his strength as if transforming into a bronze lion, sending out waves of sonic blasts that shook the mountain, causing the cave to tremble faintly. Thump, thump. Several weaker snakes were bloodied from all 7 orifices, many fainting dead away. In one breath, Chen Yu let out 5 sonic roars. As a result, in the area ahead, the snake's offensive became a vacuum, with only a couple of powerful elite snakes dizzily spinning in place. The Snake King was now like a lonesome commander, his divine eyes showing a hint of panic and confusion, a bit stunned. 5 rounds of sonic attacks in one go, with each interval less than 2 breaths. The armored man, with his surname Yuan, was dumbfounded, appearing as though his pride was wounded, crestfallen. It seemed. Chen Yu, the newly minted apprentice, had surpassed him, the teacher. It took a while for Mei Changqing and Pang Tianquan to accept this reality, looking at Chen Yu with an inhuman gaze. Such a fiendish talent was truly unprecedented. This boy must not be allowed to live. Mei Changqing had an intuition, a faint sense of the immense potential and threat that Chen Yu posed. Of course, at this critical juncture, they needed Chen Yu's sonic attacks even more to help break through the Snake King cave. Otherwise, even if Mei Changqing used all his trump cards, he could at most ensure his own escape, with only about a 50% chance. Very well. Mei Changqing masked the murderous intent in his heart, saying lightly with a smile, Yuan Li can launch 3 rounds of sonic attacks in succession, Brother Chen can launch 5, and they can be alternated or overlaid, enough to help us break free. As long as they could shock and restrain the snakes, a lone Snake King would not stop Mei Changqing's team from breaking free. Hehe, breaking free is possible. But I have a somewhat presumptuous request. Chen Yu suddenly smiled. Speak. Mei Changqing understood that Chen Yu was the key to a safe breakout. Relying on Chen Yu to emit more than 5 rounds of sonic attacks, with greater power than Yuan Li's, just his presence was enough for the task. Kill the Snake King. Chen Yu uttered each word distinctly. At these words, the complexions of Mei Changqing and the other 2 changed. Chen Yu, do not overreach. The Snake King is comparable to the postnatal middle stage or higher, killing it is easier said than done. Pang Tianquan barked angrily. Chen Yu simply smiled at Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi pondered and said, the Snake King has not fully digested the demon beast corpse within its body, and its actions are slower than usual, with less than 70% of its combat strength. If someone from the Qi transformation realm joins in, complemented by junior brother Chen's sonic attacks and our collaboration, the odds of victory are actually not small. Alright, I agree with you. Mei Changqing suddenly consented, his eyes flashing with resolve. In reality, killing the Snake King was hardly more difficult than breaking through. Additionally, there were many precious resources within this snake den, and once the Snake King was slain, they could seize all precious resources in the cave by clearing it out. Chu Country, Luyun City Battlefield. The blood-colored light screen condensed above the battlefield, its blood-colored mist transformed into a frenzied vortex state, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Below the blood screen, near the stone platform, many high-ranking individuals from both the 3 sects and the Bone Demon Palace gathered. Among them, the sect master of the 3 sects and the palace master Fu of the Bone Demon Palace were seated cross-legged with closed eyes, each on opposite sides of the stone platform. Suddenly, from the distant Bone Demon Palace camp area, a sound of breaking through the air came, accompanied by a furious roar. Who is it? Who killed my child? My child, having just awakened his bloodline power, how could he die so suddenly? A chilling voice approached from afar. Guardian Shangguan. Members of both camps, many from the Qi transformation realm, looked toward a middle-aged man in purple hair and gold armor floating in the air. This gold-armored middle-aged man, with facial features and purple hair similar to Shangguan Qi, was indeed Shangguan Qi's father, Guardian Shangguan. In the Bone Demon Palace, besides the Supreme Elder and the Palace Master, Guardian Shangguan was one of the few with the highest strength and status. Guardian Shangguan, are you sure that Shangguan Qi is dead? Palace Master Fu showed surprise. Shangguan Qi had actually awakened his bloodline power, something even he was unaware of. If this were true, almost no disciple from the 3 sects could have directly slain Shangguan Qi, unless that Shangguan Qi was seeking his own death, challenging some of the powerful ancient demon beasts in the blood burial secret realm. Half a year ago, I arranged a lifebound token for Qi'er. When he is in mortal danger or dies, the lifebound token would react. Guardian Shangguan took a deep breath. After speaking, he opened his palm, revealing a cracked black token with blood patterns. The elders of the Bone Demon Palace looked at each other, many sighed in pity. In both the three sects and the Bone Demon Palace, only some high-status true transmission or secret transmission disciples would go to great lengths to set up a lifebound token. Normally, a lifebound token, which is fused with the host's vital blood beforehand, forms a mysterious connection. Once the lifebound token breaks, there's an 80 to 90% chance the host has perished. Moreover, Shang Guanqi was in a high-risk area like the Blood Burial Garden. Guardian Shangguan, we must wait until the end of the Blood Burial Garden incident to interrogate our sect's disciples and track down the perpetrator. An elder of the Bone Demon Palace comforted. I have essentially confirmed who the suspect is. Guardian Shangguan's expression turned cold as he scanned the area of the Unisect. Specifically, his gaze fixed on Elder Mao. Oh, Guardian Shangguan, do you suspect that my disciple, Chen Yu, killed your son? Elder Mao was astonished. He knew something of the enmity between Shang Guanqi and Chen Yu. If Shang Guanqi hadn't awakened his bloodline power, Elder Mao would think it quite normal. But after the awakening of the bloodline power, the enhancement in combat capabilities was extraordinary, especially since Shang Guanqi's cultivation was higher than Chen Yu's. Among the disciples from the three sects who entered the Blood Burial Garden, that Chen Yu was my son's only enemy and the biggest lifelong rival. His death is definitely related to him. Guardian Shangguan spoke with conviction. Before the Blood Burial Garden opened, he still remembered Shang Guanqi clenching his teeth in hatred, often muttering, Chen Yu. Ha ha ha. I honestly hope that it was my disciple who killed him. Well done. So satisfying. To kill a secret disciple of your palace, a top genius with awakened bloodline power, what glory that is. Elder Mao laughed smugly. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three sects camp all clapped and laughed, although they thought that Chen Yu probably didn't have the ability. Entering the Blood Burial Garden means fair competition. If you die, you can only blame your inadequate strength or poor fortune. A group of elders all echoed Elder Mao. The leaders of the Bone Demon Palace, including Master Fu, remained silent. You. Guardian Shangguan's eyes blazed with murderous fury, but he had to swallow it down for the moment. He understood the reasoning. But the person who died was his beloved son. If any of the high-ranking officials present were in his shoes, they would likely not be calm either. Blood Burial Garden, deep in the Snake Cave. Boom! Puchi! An impressively fierce battle unfolded at the entrance of the Snake King's den. 6 disciples, divided between the Bone Demon Palace and the three sects, joined forces to combat a mottled Snake King. Roar roar! Chen Yu and a man surnamed Yuan took turns using the Copper Lion Roar, sending out bell-like sonic booms and waves that occasionally swept towards the Snake King and surrounding snakes. In the process, Chen Yu activated the Soundwave secret technique twice for every one time the man named Yuan used it. Besides the Snake King, the surrounding snakes suffered massive bleeding from their 7 orifices and became dizzy, slashed remotely by Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi. In terms of power, Chen Yu's sonic attacks were stronger. Whenever he launched the Copper Lion Roar, it could intimidate the group of snakes, and even occasionally, kill some weaker organ refining stage vicious snakes. Even the Snake King was slightly affected by his Copper Lion Roar, though the effect was minor. For a Snake King not at the peak of strength, and facing attacks from Mei Changqing and the Demon Clown, it still proved somewhat effective. Vile beast. Mei Changqing, holding a dark green bamboo staff, dragged a vast shadow of dark black bamboo behind him, exploding like a dark bamboo forest with astonishing power. That dark green bamboo staff was actually a medium-grade treasured artifact. For those who had just entered the postnatal chi transformation, medium-grade treasured artifacts were rare and suitable weapons. Boom! Hiss! Hiss! In that burst of dark bamboo shadows, the strikes hit the Snake King, leaving trails of blood and continually accumulating. Pang Tiancheng, holding a wolf fang club, occasionally stepped up to help, fiercely striking the wounds. The Snake King, already slow due to not fully digesting the demon beast inside its body, weakened further under the slight impact of the sonic attacks. Strike. Chen Yu, holding the dark snake sword, found an opening to stab the sword into one of the Snake King's wounds. Puchi! The fierce poison from the dark snake's sword entered the Snake King's body. Although it could not inflict a fatal wound on a postnatal demon beast, it was enough to worsen the injury and reduce its mobility. At one moment, swoosh! Amidst the chaotic battle, a little bug burrowed into an injury on the massive body of the Snake King. This detail was subtle, unnoticed by anyone in the chaotic fight in the dimly lit cave. Chen Yu's eyes flickered as he let out a slight sigh of relief. Afterward came the battle. The Snake King increasingly found himself struggling and even began to flee in panic. However, the Snake King was seriously injured, plus the undigested demon beast carcass inside him and the chaos caused by poison and insects in his body, drastically reduced his combat ability and mobility. This made it impossible for him to escape the siege. Hoo! Chen Yu and the armored man together launched a sonic attack. Mei Changqing, holding a dark green bamboo staff, relentlessly pursued and struck the Snake King, causing him to shriek pitifully. Until a certain moment. Die. Mei Changqing's dark green bamboo staff transformed into overlapping sharp shadows of bamboo, and with a pu-chi sound, he pierced through the Snake King's gaping mouth and throat. Boom! The Demon Clown's wolf fang club viciously struck the Snake King's eyes, splattering blood. The Snake King struggled for a long time, bleeding profusely, and gradually losing the ability to resist. Swoosh! Chen Yu suddenly flashed, reaching a spot abdomen of the Snake King and thrusting his hand into a gap gnawed by the insects. Hula! With a yank, Chen Yu pulled out a huge snake gallbladder, his face showing delight. Meanwhile, the Iron Moon strange insect emerged from the Snake King's body, its body appearing plump, seemingly having had a satisfying meal. Chen Yu noticed that the aura of the Iron Moon strange insect had somewhat increased. It seems the Snake King's body was a treasure trove. The Iron Moon strange insect had benefited from gnawing on some critical organs inside. Just as Chen Yu stowed away the snake gallbladder, he suddenly felt a deadly chill approaching, accompanied by the pressure from the Qi transformation realm. Thump thump! His heart suddenly pounding, Chen Yu rolled to the ground, using the Snake King's body as a shield. Bang! A dark bamboo shadow swept across the Snake King's body, creating a half-inch deep blood groove and splattering flesh and blood. Chen Yu gasped, his back soaked with cold sweat. To know, the Snake King's skin was almost as good as a medium-grade treasure, barely weakened even in death. This strike, had it been aimed at flesh, would have been no different from striking paper. Quick reflexes. Mei Changqing's lips curved into a cold sneer, pointing his dark green bamboo staff obliquely at Chen Yu, who was rolling across the ground. Run! At the same moment, Yi Yunfei and senior sister Yi hurriedly ran towards the cave exit. The demon clown sneered menacingly and, together with the armored man, chased after the severely injured Yi Yunfei and his companion. Chen Yu, however, was tightly watched by Mei Changqing. One-on-one, facing a Qi transformation realm opponent. Chen Yu felt a heavy weight in his chest, facing the biggest challenge of his life. The crucial point was that Mei Changqing was not taking him lightly at all, even drawing his weapon. Swoosh! A reddish-black small orb appeared in Chen Yu's hand. Yin Fire Pearl. Mei Changqing's expression slightly changed, recognizing the origin of the orb. The Yin Fire Pearl could severely injure those in the postnatal Qi transformation if within its core range. But soon, Mei Changqing's face showed a trace of scorn. Had you secretly used this pearl, you might have threatened me a bit. But now that you're blatantly using it, in a prepared state, the pearl would hardly threaten those in the postnatal Qi transformation. Is that so? Chen Yu coldly chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, Mei Changqing felt a movement under the rocks beneath his feet. Whoosh! The next moment, a silvery black dot bit into Mei Changqing's soul. I won't make the same mistake twice. Mei Changqing sneered, channeling true Qi under his feet and stomping hard on the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, and that stomp drove the Iron Moon strange insect deeper into the rock layer, its life and death unknown. However, before Mei Changqing could gloat, Chen Yu on the opposite side began to swell like a small water tank, the air currents around him whirling violently. Thump thump! Thump thump! As Chen Yu was brewing the copper lion roar, his heart was gathering energy to the limit. Hoo hoo! A deep, resounding roar like a great bell shaking the mountains, seemingly emitted by an ancient beast, echoed. Whoosh! At that moment, both sides of the mountain vibrated slightly, sending stone chips flying and creating numerous cracks. Nearby weaker snakes burst their bodies, splattering blood and flesh. Only to see a thunderous wave of sonic energy surged forth, a cyan-black evil wind forming a fan-shaped blast and hitting Mei Changqing. What? Mei Changqing felt his blood surge and his mind momentarily dazzled, buzzing loudly. That earth-shattering roar even affected him, a being of the postnatal Qi transformation. Even the demon clown and the armored man, who had chased more than 10 yards away, heard that roar and felt their hearts tremble. Mei Changqing was shocked. He hadn't expected Chen Yu's copper lion roar to be held back. Originally, Chen Yu's previous use of copper lion roar had only been at 80% power, proven in practice to slightly affect the Snake King. But now, not only had he unleashed full power, but he also utilized a mysterious surge from his heart to increase the explosion's force. The power increased by a full 30 to 40%. Boom! Caught off guard, Mei Changqing's body shook violently, his blood roiling, his eardrums nearly bursting. Had it not been for his true Qi protecting his body in time, some of his organs would have been damaged. Critically, his body stiffened, even flickering half a breath. Half a breath, in an evenly matched battle, was enough to affect the outcome, even life and death. Although Chen Yu was not on the same level as Mei Changqing, it was enough to throw the Yin Fire Pearl to the closest area to Mei Changqing. No! Mei Changqing roared angrily, watching the pearl crash in front of him and burst into a billowing crimson and dark flame. Boom! A terrifying wave of red flames and dark wind instantly engulfed Mei Changqing within nearly 30 feet. A terrifying dark red flame and black light wave instantly engulfed Mei Changqing within a radius of nearly 30 feet. ZZZT! Chen Yu had, in the moment he threw the Yin Fire Pearl, powered his heart for a leap, darting toward the direction outside the snake cave. As he sprinted through the air, he faintly heard Mei Changqing's shocked and angry roars behind him. It was confirmed. Mei Changqing, caught in the core power circle of the Yin Fire Pearl's explosion, even if he immediately deployed his protective true Qi, could hardly escape unscathed. The most the Yin Fire Pearl can do is heavily injure Mei Changqing. Chen Yu's expression tightened as he accelerated his sprint out of the cave. Just then, boom, sounded. The mountain wall behind him shook and roared, seemingly the section of the tunnel in the cave had been collapsed by the Yin Fire Pearl. Huh? Chen Yu's face registered surprise. Logically, the mountain walls in the snake cave were extremely hard, normally the meridian passage couldn't scratch them. It seemed a bit far-fetched for the Yin Fire Pearl to destroy a section of the tunnel. In actuality, Chen Yu overlooked 2 points. Firstly, the tunnel in the cave, being relatively narrow, while the explosion of the Yin-Fire Pearl could encompass a radius of nearly 30 feet. In the confined area, the power of the Yin-Fire Pearl was more concentrated. Secondly, before Chen Yu threw the Yin-Fire Pearl, he had powered up an amplified version of the Copper Lion Roar. That roar vibrated the walls of the tunnel, creating a resonance that led to some cracks in the walls. Hence, a single Yin-Fire Pearl, in a chain reaction, had blown away a small section of the tunnel. Wow! Enduring a hit from the Yin-Fire Pearl, Mei Changqing, in his shock and rage, spat out a mouthful of blood, his protective true chi shattered, and even the medium-grade treasure armor turned into a heap of charred fragments. Mei Changqing swayed, his complexion pale, having sustained no light injury. Boom! Rumble! Before he could catch his breath, a pile of collapsing rocks and stones instantly buried him. No! Mei Changqing let out a shocked cry, his true chi bursting out wildly, but still he was buried in the rubble. At the same moment, Demon Clown and the armored warrior were separately pursuing Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei. A few dozen feet from the cave entrance, they heard the rumbling noise from behind. Of course, they didn't hear Mei Changqing's voice and assumed it was damage caused by fighting. The two hesitated briefly but then decided to follow the prior arrangement with Mei Changqing, taking responsibility to chase the two from the Water Moon sect. As agreed, Chen Yu was left to Mei Changqing alone. They were very confident in this arrangement. After all, the Bone Demon Palace's top talent in the Qi transformation realm, dealing with someone in the mid-stage of organ refining, was like capturing something without a fight. Split up and run. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei exchanged glances after running to the cave entrance. What the Water Moon sect pair truly feared was Mei Changqing. If Chen Yu, alone, were caught by Mei Changqing, he likely wouldn't last more than a couple of exchanges before being killed. If Mei Changqing caught up to them, their deaths were certain. If they split up, at least their overall chance of survival would be considerably higher. Little did they know, the Mei Changqing they feared in their hearts had been severely tricked by Chen Yu in the cave. Seeing Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei split up, one for each of us, Demon Clown and the armored man exchanged glances. Senior Sister Yi and Yi Yunfei had already suffered serious injuries in the cave battle, significantly weakening their combat strength. Among them, Demon Clown went after Senior Sister Yi, while the armored man pursued Yi Yunfei. The two had just chased for a few feet when, whoosh, another extremely fast figure streaked out from within the cave, its speed evidently above the four fugitives. The Bone Demon Palace pair subconsciously thought it was Mei Changqing. Chen Yu, Demon Clown, with a glimpse from the corner of his eye at the blurry figure, felt a sudden shock. Could it be? Mei Changqing, with his strength, had failed to stop Chen Yu? When Chen Yu ran out of the cave entrance, Gurgle, a disheveled and bedraggled youth, covered in blood, crawled out from the rubble. Chen Yu. Mei Changqing's eyes revealed an icy and bone-chilling coldness as he uttered each word forcefully. Whoosh! An extremely potent, pale sinister aura surged from his body, forming a black whirlwind that crushed the rocks around him. At the same moment, Mei Changqing produced two transparent and brilliant elixirs, swallowing them in one gulp. Very soon, his pale complexion began to ease. With these two precious elixirs to help, my injuries and vitality will recover significantly in a short time. Mei Changqing's face showed a twinge of pain. Whoosh! A residual image streaked by, as Mei Changqing dashed past the ruined tunnel region. His speed shot to the extreme, despite his heavy injuries, far surpassing any of the promising disciples in the Blood Burial Garden. 2 hours later, in a dense forest within the Blood Burial Garden, whoosh, whoosh, two figures, one chasing the other. The person in front, a tall and stalwart youth. The pursuer behind was a fine-looking youth with long black hair, but his clothes were torn, with dried blood on his body, his complexion pale and gloomy. These two individuals were naturally Chen Yu and Mei Changqing. Haha, Mei Changqing? You've been pursuing me for 1 or 2 hours without properly recovering from your injuries. Aren't you afraid of developing a chronic condition that will hinder your advancement to the Giwen realm? Chen Yu sneered with laughter. Throughout the escape, he led his pursuer in circles, intentionally passing through areas dense with obstacles. Even though his dark cyan boots aided him and he could accelerate with his heart-stored energy, he was still slightly slower than Mei Changqing. It should be known that Chen Yu's inner breath was now exceptionally refined, comparable to the peak of the organ refining stage, and his movement technique had long surpassed the limitations of his original level. With the added power from his heart-stored energy, he was more than capable of contending with the infinite thief. However, Mei Changqing, because of his injuries, could only muster 80 to 90% of his peak speed. Gurgle. As Chen Yu fled, he quickly took out a small bottle and drank a mouthful of a crystal-clear liquid. In an instant, a suction force surged from Chen Yu's heart, rapidly absorbing the medicinal effect of the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yu's vitality was restored, and his spirit climbed to its peak as he continued to accelerate using his heart-stored energy. This cunning little thief. Mei Changqing gritted his teeth. During the relentless pursuit, he could feel his injuries threatening to flare up. Throughout the chase, he had a slight speed advantage. But Chen Yu never directly confronted him. Instead, he used the terrain and various obstacles in the Blood Burial Garden to offset Mei Changqing's assaults. At one point, Chen Yu deliberately ran into groups of fierce beasts, even drawing out Qi transformation realm level fierce beast kings to create chaos. Nevertheless, Mei Changqing, who had pursued the infinite thief before and learned from the experience, was well prepared. He firmly locked onto Chen Yu, determined to capture and kill him. He had originally planned to whittle down Chen Yu's strength, slowly wearing him out with his advantage in the Qi transformation realm. Because Mei Changqing found that Chen Yu seemed to be using some secret technique to dramatically increase his burst speed, he believed the other wouldn't last. But 2 hours had passed, and Chen Yu showed no signs of exhaustion at all. What was even more baffling was that Chen Yu had obtained the legendary Heavenly Bamboo Shoot liquid, which allowed him to recover his vitality and minor injuries in an instant with just a small sip. Every hour, Chen Yu would take another small sip. It seemed that the Heavenly Bamboo Shoot liquid's effects on Chen Yu were astoundingly beneficial. Furthermore, Chen Yu's recuperative ability and self-healing power from his robust constitution far exceeded those of ordinary people. Mei Changqing, who occasionally resorted to long-range attacks during the pursuit, did hit Chen Yu at times. But not only was the latter's physical defense strong, but he also cunningly used various obstacles to minimize the damage as much as possible. For someone with Chen Yu's robust constitution, minor injuries were quickly healed. Mei Changqing realized this. Could it be that this kid possesses a legendary bloodline constitution? Mei Changqing mused to himself. Along the way, the two of them whizzed past some disciples from the 3 sects or the Bone Demon Palace with incredible speed. Mei Changqing, Chen Yu, disciples from both camps witnessed their pursuit and were stunned. Their speed was simply too fast. Ordinary disciples, even if they wanted to help one of the two, were powerless to do so. Atop a mountain forest, Kunling, Fang Hefei, Tong Yuling, Xiajing, and several other Yunyu sect disciples were dealing with nearly 10 organ refining stage long-armed apes, one of which, the largest, was close to the Qi transformation realm. These long-armed apes were guarding a towering tree that bore some blood-red fruits. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 2 incredibly fast figures shot past nearby, one after the other. So fast? Kunling looked closely and exclaimed in shock, Qi transformation realm, it's Mei Changqing. The one in front seems to be junior brother Chen. Fang Hefei and Tong Yuling exchanged a look of shock and concern. It is junior brother Chen, but it looks like Mei Changqing is in a sorry state. He seems very ragged and angry, and his clothes are torn as if he's been seriously hurt. Kunling said in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Chen Yu's speed had reached such a level, and it seemed that Mei Changqing was at a disadvantage, unable to do anything about it in the short term. Should we help junior brother Chen? Tong Yuling asked. Help. Fang Hefei rolled his eyes. With their speed, we simply can't catch up. Just Mei Changqing alone could wipe us all out. Right now, we are struggling just to handle these long-armed apes. If we want to take the legendary blood essence fruit from the tree, we will have to pay some price. Kunling said with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Several hours later, Chen Yu maintained peak speed until he reached a lake. There was no longer any sign of pursuit behind him. Whew! Chen Yu let out a long sigh of relief. His body, especially his legs, felt slightly fatigued. Sustaining the heart's stored energy to increase his burst power put a substantial strain on his body. An hour earlier, as his injuries gradually worsened and his vitality was overly depleted, Mei Changqing finally gave up the chase. After all, Mei Changqing had also exerted a great deal of effort fighting a horde of snakes and had taken on the Snake King, which had severely depleted his vitality. Scrape. Chen Yu found a hidden hollow near the lake, killed the fierce beast that occupied it, and sat down inside. Subsequently, he took out a large, blood-drenched Snake King pill, with a hint of joy on his face. Without hesitation, Chen Yu took out the 100-year-old earth spirit ginseng and other items and prepared a bottle of high-quality body refining liquid. This bottle of body refining liquid should last me for 3 days. Advancing to copper bone mastery shouldn't be a problem. Chen Yu anticipated eagerly. Once he achieved copper bone mastery, he would be invincible in the Qi transformation realm based solely on his physical strength. What's more, his robust constitution far exceeded the copper bone mastery of others, and with additional methods at his disposal, even an average postnatal Qi transformation practitioner could be contended with. This would be of much more significant practical significance and battle power increase than his promotion to the late stage of organ refining. Chen Yu held a bottle of body refining elixir, just about to take a sip. Swoosh! Just then, a flustered figure in white clothes rushed from the nearby lake. Chen Yu felt that the figure looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yi Yunfei. Encountering Yi Yunfei here was not surprising to Chen Yu, as he had been running in circles, specifically picking places with many obstacles. The linear distance was not far. Yi Yunfei's clothes were tattered, with multiple visible injuries, and his complexion was poor, but there was a hint of relief on his face. During the earlier escape, he had played a trump card, critically injuring the armored man from the Bone Demon Palace at a critical moment, narrowly escaping the fatal pursuit. Fortunately, Mei Changqing had not chased after him, otherwise, with his grievous injuries, no amount of hidden cards would have spared him. I really should thank that Chen Yu for playing the scapegoat at the crucial moment. Yi Yunfei sneered. At the critical moment, Chen Yu had attracted Mei Changqing. In a one-on-one situation, he was doomed. This had given him the chance to escape. Using the enemy's hand to eliminate the hatred in his heart while narrowly escaping, Yi Yunfei couldn't help but feel extremely relieved. Suddenly, Yi Yunfei felt a chill at his back, and a dull forceful wind howled towards him. Swish! A cold spear traced a purple arc through the void, its evil chi roaring, and the silver-edged cold light flashed, striking Yi Yunfei. Yi Yunfei tried his best to dodge, but was still pierced through the shoulder by the spear, barely half an inch from his heart. Piercing? He saw the tip of the spear that had penetrated his body, blood dripping down. Spear. Chen Yu. Yi Yunfei's body stiffened, his face turned deathly pale, and disbelief filled his eyes. He struggled to turn around and saw a familiar, tall youth rushing steadily from nearby woods. Thump! Yi Yunfei fell to the ground, weak and desperate with fear. He was already severely injured, and with the powerful force of the spear piercing his body, he had lost all ability to fight. You, how is this possible? Yi Yunfei stared at Chen Yu, shocked and despairing, unable to believe that the other was still alive and well. Letting me be the scapegoat so you could escape? Haha, sorry to disappoint you, but Mei Changqing is probably recovering from his injuries. Chen Yu slowly closed in. However, his eyes were sharp, glancing over the hand Yi Yunfei was tightly gripping. When he was about 10 meters away, a cunning and eager gleam flickered in Yi Yunfei's eyes. He was clutching an ice split ball in his hand, a trump card given by his mother, the sect master, before entering the blood burial garden. There were 3 of these balls. Previously, when facing the pursuit of the armored man, he had used one to critically injure and repel him. But suddenly, Chen Yu stopped mocking and pulled out another silver-edged spear. Facing a dying man, he had the means to strike from a distance. Why wait until close range to act? No. Yi Yunfei roared weakly, ready to throw the object in his hand. Swoosh! With a flash of a purple-silver shadow, the spear crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. Thump! Yi Yunfei was pierced by a second spear. His body flew out several meters, struggling briefly before dying. Chen Yu reached Yi Yunfei's body and found a small bead resembling white frost next to his hand, smaller than his yin fire pearl. So this is the ice split ball secretly made by the Water Moon sect. Chen Yu picked up the frosty bead, feeling the potent deadly cold power resonating to his heart, chilling his palm. This ice split ball, which he had seen on the battlefield, ranked alongside the Bone Demon Palace's yin fire pearl. This ball, when integrated with internal breath and thrown, activates a burst of extremely cold wind carrying numerous ice particles, delivering powerful lethal force. Its power was comparable to a full-fledged attack from someone in the postnatal chi transformation stage. In terms of lethality and range, this ball might be slightly inferior to the yin fire pearl, but the target struck by it would be encased in frost and even slowed down in movement. Afterward, Chen Yu picked up Yi Yunfei's storage bag and began to check its contents. Quickly, he found a second ice split ball inside, now having 2 in total. Being the son of a sect master, Yi Yunfei naturally had numerous spoils of war. Just his high-quality treasure sword was worth a lot. Among these, Chen Yu found several rare materials over 300 years old and nearly 10 from 200 years old. Apart from these treasures, Chen Yu also found 2 pieces of black jade crystal, likely mined on the fly by Yi Yunfei in the Snake King Cave. Black jade crystal, being a primary material for crafting high-grade treasures, was naturally precious. This item would definitely be useful to Chen Yu in the future. In a corner of the storage bag, Chen Yu found an old metal ball, his face lighting up with joy. At the auction in the hidden lake, 3 old metal balls were bought at a high price by Yi Yunfei who had caused disruption. This ball, small in size and made of unique material, had been studied by Yi Yunfei and kept close to him. Humming? Holding the old metal ball, a deep suction emerged from his heart, drawing in the sparse, mysterious forces within the ball. Next moment, in the dark space of the light silver crystal space, twinkling silver crystal light points lit up. Just like last time, these silver crystal light points rapidly merged into the existing light silver crystal space. Buzz! The light silver crystal space suddenly began to expand and stretch. Chen Yu's face brightened with joy as he quickly focused his consciousness on this space. The feeling of being connected by flesh and blood allowed him to change the shape of the space according to his thoughts. Soon, the light silver crystal space, following Chen Yu's intention, maintained a length of over a foot, but its depth and width increased slightly more than before. After the modification, the light silver crystal space remained a small rectangular shape, just over a foot long, but the width and height increased, giving it much more volume. With the dark snake sword, mysterious water moth lotus seeds, 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo, and ice split balls stored inside, there was still 1/3 of the space left empty. Chen Yu would prioritize placing important or urgently needed items inside it. After clearing up the battlefield spoils, Chen Yu threw the corpse of Yi Yunfei, along with some unidentified items, into the lake. Splash! In the lake, several ferocious fish devoured the body. Chen Yu picked up the spear, wiped it clean, and then swiftly returned to the previous hollow in the tree. Gurgle! Chen Yu drank 1/3 of the 200-year-old body refining liquid and began to operate the copper statue technique. He estimated that it would take 3 days to fully digest this high-quality body refining liquid. Several miles away, inside the Snake King Cave, Mei Changqing was sitting cross-legged, tending to his injuries, and had changed into clean clothes. Before long, Demon Clown and the armored man returned to the cave resentfully. Among them, Demon Clown's leg was dark purple and black, and his hands twisted a flower snake, which was contorted like a pretzel. This flower snake was the pet of Senior Sister Yi. Snap! Demon Clown, with a face full of cruel resentment, tore the flower snake into several pieces. He had almost succeeded in killing Senior Sister Yi, but this death-defying pet snake had entangled him. The armored man also looked very displeased. His body armor, covering him entirely, was congealed with a layer of frost, cracked in over a dozen places, nearly ruined, and his face also suffered from frostbite. He had reacted quickly enough to avoid the core circle of the ice split ball explosion. Swish, swish. As time passed, numerous disciples of the Bone Demon Palace gathered here. I need 2 days to heal. Since the Snake King has been slain, you all start clearing this Snake King cave and mine the celestial materials, treasures, and various spiritual ores found here. Mei Changqing spoke. He opened his calm, ancient well-like eyes to give the orders and then closed his eyes to recuperate. The failure at the Snake King cave made Mei Changqing deeply reflective. He was not the impetuous kind of genius, nor did he possess Shang Guanqi's intense obsession. He didn't blame anyone for this failure. The sluggish reactions of Demon Clown and the Armored Man, as well as the failure to kill their target, drew no reprimand from him. Mei Changqing blamed himself. I underestimated him, not treating him as a real opponent of the same level. On the contrary, the adversary was always concealing his strength. Mei Changqing sighed inwardly. He had anticipated an insect attack, yet he hadn't expected that Chen Yu had hidden strengths in that copper lion roar and even possessed a yin fire pearl. If only he had known all this, or had regarded Chen Yu as an equal opponent, just using true qi to strengthen his defense of vital blood and organs would have sufficed to alleviate the impact of Chen Yu's copper lion roar. Just this small detail needed changing. He wouldn't have been severely injured by the yin fire pearl and could have intercepted Chen Yu inside the cave, blocking his escape routes. All this was merely a subtle shift in mindset. And such shifts often influenced the outcome of battles and could even alter destinies and history. 3 days later, in a hollow near the lake, crack, crack, Chen Yu's body, bones, and muscles rhythmically undulated and moved, making crisp sounds. From bones to muscles to skin, from the inside out, a deep ancient copper pattern appeared, contracting on his body like living creatures, prominent, or perhaps like tadpoles shifting about. Buzz! Suddenly, those moving copper patterns brightened up, sketching out a precise metallic glow all over his body. For that moment, Chen Yu seemed like a newly forged copper statue, his gaze electric, radiating a solemn and cold oppressive force. That was the terrifying aura combined from copper bone mastery and the pinnacle of cloud evil fist. This aura faintly surpassed the postnatal chi transformation. Bang, crack, Chen Yu stretched his arms, and the large tree that several people could embrace together immediately shattered into pieces, sending wood chips scattering several meters. Immediately, the ancient copper pattern on his surface gradually darkened, but his whole body's skin turned a bronze color, and its texture appeared incredibly refined. Huff! Chen Yu exhaled deeply, concealing the intense and fearsome aura throughout his body. After 3 days of intense training, his copper statue technique successfully advanced to copper bone mastery. From then on, the entry phase of the copper statue technique was completely finished. From the perspective of body cultivation, this was at least equivalent to the late stage of organ refining and above. After copper bone mastery, Chen Yu felt his strength had increased by about 50 to 60%, and his defensive power nearly doubled. This growth was significantly greater than in previous stages. At that moment, Chen Yu had a strong confidence that, should he encounter Mei Changqing again, even if he couldn't defeat him, he wouldn't have to make such a disgraceful escape. As for anyone below the Qi transformation realm, Chen Yu speculated that nearly no one could threaten him, and breaking through his defenses would be difficult. Swoosh! Without further delay, Chen Yu took up Helion 2's map, compared the terrain, and set off in the direction of the central garden deep within the blood burial garden. 2 days later, the pale blood-colored space, downstream of a river. Swish! A tall and sturdy youth, all alone, drifted from the outer region of the space, leaping towards his destination. The central garden is close now. Chen Yu stowed away the beastskin map in his hand, looking off into the distance at a mystical garden enveloped by a pale blood-colored membrane of light. Within the blood-colored membrane, one could vaguely discern some desolate ancient structures. That place was the center of the blood burial garden, once owned by one powerhouse after another in this secret realm, resulting in many legends that had persisted throughout time. After achieving great success with his copper statue technique, Chen Yu had ventured alone, inching closer to the central garden. During these 2 days, Chen Yu occasionally encountered disciples from either the Three Sects camp or the Bone Demon Palace. Strangely, the disciples from the Bone Demon Palace, particularly those in groups of 2 or 3 who were alone, swiftly retreated upon seeing Chen Yu, their expressions filled with wariness. It seems, the Bone Demon Palace had temporarily abandoned its encirclement and suppression of Chen Yu. Chen Yu guessed and analyzed, although the Bone Demon Palace wished to hunt him down, they didn't want to waste too much manpower and energy. After all, even the personal pursuit by Mei Changqing had ended in failure. For the average person, it was essentially a death sentence. Moreover, in the blood burial garden, the greatest opportunity still lay in that central garden. To spread their forces thin over one Chen Yu, dedicating most of their time and energy, would be a loss unbecoming. It was apparent that Mei Changqing hadn't lost his senses, but Chen Yu believed that the other party hadn't given up on the intent to kill him, just that the right moment hadn't yet arrived. Swish swish. Without hesitation, Chen Yu approached the mysterious garden shrouded in the blood-colored membrane. Disciples of Yu Sect, not a single one shall be left alive. An indifferent and ruthless voice faintly emanated from the vicinity of a hill. Boom boom clink clink. A series of intense fighting noises grew louder as they neared. Chen Yu was no longer surprised by such confrontations. Not to mention the conflicts between the three sects and Bone Demon Palace, even among disciples of the same camp, they might turn on each other for extremely precious treasures. Yu Sect. Chen Yu halted in his steps, sending out insects to scout ahead, while he himself quickly approached. At a hill, dust was kicked up as two factions clashed against each other. On one side, the Bone Demon Palace had 6 or 7 people. Leading them were a cold-faced man wielding a pitch-black saber and a beautiful young woman with a sandalwood mole between her eyebrows. Both were beyond the late stage of organ refining. Among them, Chen Yu had met the sandalwood mole young woman once or twice before. She was Zhang Ping, one of the top 3 ranked disciples in the Bone Demon Palace, who had made a move during the conflict at Baishan Spirit Garden. And at this moment, Zhang Ping had already reached the peak of refining. The remaining 5 Bone Demon Palace disciples were at varying stages of early to mid-stage of refining, each with murderous intent. A scream was heard as a disciple from the 3 sects camp was slain by 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples working in tandem. The fallen was a disciple of Iron Sword Sect. On the side of the 3 sects camp, there were 3 Yu Sect disciples and 2 from the Iron Sword Sect. The skirmish had only started moments ago, and already one had fallen. On the Yu Sect side, leading them was a detached young man in a black robe, with a hint of blood seeping in his pupils, holding a long saber, casting ferocious blood-colored saber lights like shadows. Blood-mad saber Qingxian, not bad in terms of strength, the sandalwood mole young woman said with a slight smile, her slender figure flashing around Qingxian, not engaging him head-on. Her movement technique appeared to be on par with the infinite thief. Swish. The sandalwood mole young woman raised her hand, and a deadly black thread disappeared in the void as quickly as it appeared. Qingxian's expression changed drastically, and he retreated explosively. With a swoosh, a trace of blood appeared on his shoulder, and even the premium protective armor he wore was cut open with a thin slit. Upon closer inspection, a dark, dull thread was seen looped around Zhang Ping's fingers, seeming even thinner than a regular thread. But this dark thread, in her hands, at times transformed into a sharp and sinister black fringe, ghostly elusive, yielding and tricky, and unpredictable on the defense. In terms of cultivation and speed, Zhang Ping surpassed Qingxian. With the unpredictability of that dark thread, Qingxian was firmly suppressed by this woman. Meanwhile, on another front, the late-stage organ refining cold-faced man from the Bone Demon Palace was entangled with a male and female from Yu Sect. They were none other than Nangongli and Mu Sueking. At present, the two of them teamed up and managed to fight the cold-faced man from the Bone Demon Palace to a standstill. However, after one disciple from the Iron Sword Sect was gone, there were still 4 or 5 organ refining disciples from the Bone Demon Palace remaining, holding a significant numerical advantage. Retreat back and form a defensive array. Qingxian called out softly. That sandalwood mole young woman was stronger than he had expected. Since the beginning of their clash, he had been under constant suppression. Skink skink. The 3 from Yu Sect, retreating in quick succession, regrouped. Another scream. The remaining Iron Sword Sect disciple, slightly slower, had his head severed by the sandalwood mole young woman's dark thread. Instantly, on the side of the 3 sects, only Qingxian, Nangongli, and Mu Sueking remained, all bearing injuries. The Bone Demon Palace, on the other hand, hadn't lost a single person, including the sandalwood mole young woman, the cold-faced man, and the other 5 disciples, a total of 7. Kill. The 7 from the Bone Demon Palace immediately encircled and attacked the 3 from Yu Sect. Qingxian and his 2 companions were in peril, surrounded by 7 members of the Bone Demon Palace, forced back against a small hill. I will deploy the Blood Frenzy secret blade soon, and you two seize the chance to break out. Qingxian transmitted his voice. Once he used the Blood Frenzy secret blade, he would fall into a mode of frenzied slaughter, risking harm to his allies as well. Senior Brother Chang, Nangongli and Mu Sueking had looks of reluctance on their faces. Though Senior Brother Chang's combat power could rise substantially after using the Blood Frenzy secret blade, he was up against the Bone Demon Palace's 2nd and 4th most formidable adversaries. Moreover, after unleashing this secret technique, Qingxian would also be plunged into weakness. Blood Frenzy secret blade. Qingxian's pupils were saturated with blood, as a torrent of scarlet frenzy surged from his being. In an instant, his long saber slashed through the air, casting massive blood-colored saber lights, wildly dancing with layers of blade glints and blood shadows to create a vortex of scarlet wind spanning 2 to 3 yards. Clang, clang, clang. His fearsome assault immediately forced some of the weaker disciples of the Bone Demon Palace to stagger back. Blood Frenzy secret blade? Hehe, everyone, stand back and let me have a go at him. The girl with auburn sand chuckled with apparent interest. As her words dropped, the man with a cold expression led the remaining 5 to retreat by about a dozen yards, but they did not give up on pursuing Mu Sueking and Nangongli. The following scene, however, shocked Mu Sueking and Nangongli. The frenzied Chengxian was actually stopped single-handedly by the auburn sand girl. Buzz? A sinister vermilion glow flickered from the auburn sand on the girl's forehead, and her pale face showed odd vermilion lines. Not only that, her slender arms also manifested a strange layer of fresh red lines, exuding a bizarre and formidable aura. In an instant, the auburn sand girl's inner energy as well as her strength and speed all surged without warning. Swoosh! Zhang Ping's hands twirled her black threads, stirring a vast current of dark red thread winds, nearly as overwhelmingly powerful as Cheng Xian's. Ding ding! Booming! The clash of their formidable powers instantly flattened the nearby slope. The level of their combat strength was likely touching upon the Qi transformation realm. Had these two joined forces, even if Mei Changqing himself came, they would possess the strength to fight. The difference was, when Cheng Xian utilized the Blood Frenzy secret blade, his mind nearly descended into chaos. Despite his strong combat prowess, his control was mediocre. In contrast, the auburn sand girl Zhang Ping had sharp and cold eyes. She did not solely rely on brute force, and she aimed to drain Cheng Xian's vitality as much as possible. Blood Frenzy secret blade, that's all there is to it. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Zhang Ping's mouth. In a head-on confrontation, she might be slightly inferior to the Blood Frenzy secret blade by a narrow margin. However, she had complete control over her bloodline power, and with just a brief engagement, she could force Cheng Xian into weakness. It's over. That Zhang Ping actually possesses bloodline power, Bone Demon Palace's second most secretive, so deeply hidden. Mu Sueking and Nangongli fell into despair. The two had advanced to the mid-stage of refining and could even compete with the Bone Demon Palace's top 5 when united, without falling behind. Yet at this moment, they faced the relentless attacks led by the cold-faced man from the 4th rank of the Bone Demon Palace's secrets, with injuries accumulating on their bodies. Young lady, I heard you were once the little sweetheart of Silver-Edged Spear Hunter. In the eyes of the man with a cold face, an undisguised blaze of lust and greed flickered as he stared at Mu Sueking's ethereally beautiful visage. Had it not been for Nangong Li's psychic secret technique, occasionally emerging to stem the tide of their attacks, Mu Sueking would probably have been captured already. Ha ha ha, does the Bone Demon Palace only know how to bully the few with numbers? A sonorous male voice, like the ringing of a giant bell, came from behind the Bone Demon Palace adherents. That voice seemed to carry a power that could shake the soul, causing a flutter in the hearts and blood of several Bone Demon Palace members. Who is that? Both Zhang Ping and the cold-faced man's expressions changed, sensing the pressure only a high-level expert could exert. Mu Sueking and her companion immediately recognized the voice. Brother Yu, Junior Brother Chen. Almost instinctively, they discerned the identity of the newcomer from the voice, before the people from the Bone Demon Palace could turn around to identify or react. Whoosh! A chilly spear traced a frosty silver-purple arc through the air, its evil chi howling, arriving in the blink of an eye. Be careful, it's the Silver-Edged Spear Hunter. Zhang Ping and the cold-faced man warned at the same time. However, their warning came too late. The speed of the spear was simply too fast and its strength immeasurable. PFF? The silver-edged spear drew a bloody streak, piercing through the body of a Bone Demon Palace disciple at the mid-stage of refining. The low-grade treasure soft armor on the disciple's body was as flimsy as paper pate. To avoid hindering their movement, most disciples wore treasure soft armor or leather armor, seldom donning heavy armor. Against Chen Yu's spear, all such defenses were virtually non-existent. Thud! No sooner had the mid-stage disciple collapsed dead to the ground than another scream arose. Ah! After penetrating one person, the spear's force was hardly diminished and it continued on its trajectory, piercing the chest of another Bone Demon Palace disciple ahead. No, the second Bone Demon Palace disciple, staring at the spear transfixing his chest, was filled with despair, terror, and disbelief. In just the blink of an eye, the spear had horrifically pierced through the bodies of 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples in succession. A double kill with a single throw? The Bone Demon Palace companions nearby gasped, their faces etched with shock. Thud! The silver-edged spear, trailing a streak of blood, pierced through the second Bone Demon Palace disciple. A single spear, killing 2 Bone Demon Palace disciples in the blink of an eye, left both sides in the battle momentarily stunned. In that moment, the Bone Demon Palace party, including Zhang Ping, the cold-faced man, and others, all ceased fighting. Everyone's face was filled with trepidation as they watched a tall youth make a fearless entrance. Spear Demon Hunter, Chen Yu. The cold-faced man sized up Chen Yu with an expression full of solemnity and wariness. Chen Yu's notorious reputation resounded like thunder in the ranks of the Bone Demon Palace disciples. Competing for the mysterious Water Moth Lotus, annihilating Helion 2's squad, enduring a Qi transformation realm, slaughtering Shang Guanqi with the assistance of bloodline power, and ultimately even escaping from the bitter pursuit of Mei Changqing. To this day, that demon was alive and well, nearly untouchable by anyone in the Bone Demon Palace camp. Even Mei Changqing, the Bone Demon Palace's #1 prodigy, for the sake of the bigger picture, had temporarily abandoned the pursuit of Chen Yu. Brother Yu, Junior Brother Chen, your timing couldn't be better. Mu Sueking and Nangongli, faces lit with surprise. Chen Yu's domineering entry truly shocked them, and they let out a breath of relief. They believed that with Chen Yu's arrival, even if the Bone Demon Palace had too late stage of organ refining like Zhang Ping, they could at least stand on equal footing. TSKS, one often hears about killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but who would have thought, my spear isn't to be outdone either. Chen Yu chuckled. Under everyone's gaze, he walked unhurriedly toward Mu Swecking and the others. Be careful. The cold-faced man and the remaining 3 bone demon disciples tensed, subconsciously retreating. A hint of dread and complexity flashed across the red sand girl's face. If only I had known this day would come, back at Baishan Spirit Garden. Zhang Ping sighed inwardly. Back at Baishan Spirit Garden, if she had joined the battle with Shang Guanqi, her fate might have been different. But now, Chen Yu was able to slaughter the Hylian 2 squad and in 2 encounters kill Shang Guanqi, who was aided by bloodline power, making him at least as powerful as one at her level. Russell? Chen Yu slowly advanced, making the cold-faced man and his group of 4 tense and the atmosphere oppressive. What do you want, Chen Yu? The cold-faced man and others, wary and resentful, couldn't help but retreat. Mu Swecking and Nangongli were taken aback. It seemed that the Bone Demon Palace disciples were very afraid of Chen Yu. What do I want? I'm just retrieving my spear, do you have a problem with that? Chen Yu said playfully, approaching the second slain Bone Demon Palace disciple. Pfft. Blood splashed, and Chen Yu leisurely pulled the spear from the corpse. This act caused the already tense cold-faced man to twitch fiercely in the face. Yet, this only confirmed the rumors about the spear demon hunter Chen Yu. Rumor had it that after every kill, the spear demon hunter would stingily retrieve his spear from the body. Retreat. Zhang Ping and the cold-faced man exchanged glances. She flashed away, no longer dealing with Qingxian, and joined the cold-faced man and the 4 others. Whoosh! The 5 Bone Demon Palace disciples swiftly withdrew, not wishing to linger a moment longer. Chen Yu let out a cold laugh and raised the freshly blood-wiped spear. Swish! With a flash of silver-purple shadow amid a thunderous evil chi, the spear pierced a Bone Demon Palace disciple who had fallen slightly behind. Ah! The Bone Demon Palace disciple screamed as he fell. Zhang Ping and the cold-faced man, containing their anger and humiliation, disappeared into the distant forest. Zhang, when have we ever retreated in such disgrace? If we too joined forces with all our might, would we really have no chance of winning? The cold-faced man's face was clouded with gloom. No chance. Zhang Ping shook her head, her face serene. Brother Mei once asserted that, aside from him, none of the Bone Demon Palace's true disciples could match this man. After a pause, the red sand girl continued, although I'm not convinced and would really like to fight him, there's also an enraged Qingxian over there. If you were Pang Tiancheng, I would indeed like to fight him with full strength rather than swallowing this insult. Clearly, Zhang Ping's choice was to protect the bigger picture. If she went to fight Chen Yu, who would deal with the berserk Qingxian? Perhaps then, the losses would be even more severe. The cold-faced man's pride was greatly wounded, yet he was left speechless. Meanwhile, near the hill, Qingxian, Mu Swecking, and Nangongli looked in surprise and astonishment at the swiftly departing Bone Demon Palace disciples. To think. Among the just-faced squad, 2 were from the top 5 secret disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Chen Yu's mere appearance had caused Zhang Ping and the others to retreat. Chen Yu's deterrent power among the Bone Demon Palace disciples must have been considerable. Indeed, Chen Yu's power to deter the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace was far greater than within the 3 sects camp. After all, Chen Yu's deeds of annihilating Hylian 2's squad, wounding someone in the Qi transformation realm, and escaping from Mei Changxing while coming out on top, many disciples of the 3 sects neither knew about these nor knew them in full. Junior brother Chen, we really owe you for stepping in this time. Qingxian's face was complex. How could he not see? Zhang Ping and the others were deeply wary of Chen Yu, which surpassed even his own reputation as blood-mad blade Qingxian. Senior brother Chang is too kind, we are from the same sect. This little help is nothing noteworthy. Chen Yu responded with a slight smile. Both were disciples under Elder Mao. Moreover, Qingxian was a true disciple and the most favored by Elder Mao. The group of 4 recovered on the spot near the hillside. Qingxian, Mu Swecking, and Nangongli were injured, but fortunately not severely. Senior brother Chang, your use of the Blood Frenzy secret saber is unmatched in battle, but its endurance is short, leaving you weakened afterward. Chen Yu transmitted his voice. After finishing his words, he took out a small bottle of heavenly bamboo shoot liquid and handed it to Qingxian. This small bottle of heavenly bamboo shoot liquid was enough for 2 or 3 doses. At critical moments, it could not only save one's life but even turn the tide of battle. Indeed, this liquid was very suitable for Qingxian. Junior brother Chen, the heavenly bamboo shoot liquid is too precious. I will remember this favor, brother, Qingxian said. Qingxian did not refuse and solemnly took the bottle of heavenly bamboo shoot liquid. With this liquid in hand, he was confident that in the Blood Burial Garden, as long as he did not encounter a powerhouse of Mei Changqing's caliber, there was nothing to fear from anyone else. Chen Yu smiled and said no more. What he was waiting for was exactly these words from Qingxian. Among the disciples of the same sect, it was only Qingxian whose character was considered reliable, and he also possessed extraordinary talent. Although Chen Yu was in the Blood Burial Garden, he had already set his sights on the future. Inside the Blood Burial Garden, without the interference of elders, he could now kill freely. In the fight for opportunities and fate, he would inevitably offend the Bone Demon Palace. For now, Chen Yu had already killed Shang Guanqi, offending guardian Shang Guan of the Bone Demon Palace. Killing Hylian II, whose bloodline was a direct disciple of Palace Master Fu. Once the Blood Burial Garden event ended, with the vast strength of the Bone Demon Palace, there was a high possibility that they would unify all the sects of Chu country. At that time, Chen Yu would most likely become a target of the Bone Demon Palace's relentless pursuit. He himself was not afraid. At worst, he could simply flee from Chu country. However, Chen Yu had his own family and kin to consider, which he needed to arrange for carefully, needing someone trustworthy. Of course, the above was just the worst-case scenario Chen Yu had considered. Although the Bone Demon Palace was strong, the three sects might also have their trump cards, and it was still uncertain who would ultimately prevail. An hour later, the injuries of Cheng Xian and the other two were mostly healed. Junior brother Chen, ahead is the central garden. The greatest opportunities and secrets of the Blood Burial Garden are all inside, Cheng Xian said. Chen Yu nodded and followed the three of them toward the ancient garden shrouded in a blood-colored light screen. Before long, the four of them arrived near the blood-colored light screen. The entire central garden is under the protection of an array barrier. A couple of days ago, people from the Bone Demon Palace have been trying to figure out a way to enter, but very few have succeeded, said Nangongli with a flickering gaze. It turned out, they had already arrived near here some time ago, but had not taken any action on their own. An array barrier. Chen Yu noticed that the blood-colored light screen covered the entire central garden. Even some of the ancient buildings inside were covered by separate blood-colored light screens. Swoosh! Chen Yu forcefully threw a piece of ore at the blood-colored light screen. It instantly caused a ripple of blood-colored waves. Puff! The ore turned into a pile of powder. Chen Yu's face became solemn. The power of this array barrier was terrifying. To know, the ore he had just thrown was one of the treasures from his spoils of battle, with a hardness comparable to that of a medium-grade treasure weapon. Has anyone from the Bone Demon Palace gotten in? How did they do it? Asked Chen Yu. It seems like Mei Changqing from the Bone Demon Palace has gone in, as well as a dark-skinned young man, and Chu Xingxin, who once betrayed the sect, replied Nangongli after a moment of recall. Currently, the disciples confirmed to have entered the central garden were exceedingly rare. As time passed, more people might gain entry. Chu Xingxin. Upon hearing this name, a faint hint of murderous intent flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Initially, he and Duan Xiaolong had almost been trapped by her, resulting in Duan Xiaolong losing an arm. As for how they got in, our people were too far away to see clearly. But given that the array barrier has been in existence for so long, it surely has some flaws and weaknesses. Perhaps some weaker areas are easier to breach, analyzed Nangongli. Looking for flaws and weaknesses in the array barrier? But among us, it seems no one is versed in arrays. Chen Yu said, slightly frustrated. For a moment, the four looked at each other. In terms of arrays, I did delve into them a bit in the past. Their essence is the manipulation of energy and rules of heaven and earth. We can try one by one to sense the loopholes or weak points in the array, remarked Mu Swecking. Soon, Cheng Xian and the other two began their attempts. They tried to probe the blood-colored light screen with various objects, infusing them with their inner breath in the neighboring area. The result. Indeed, some areas of the blood-colored light screen had slightly weaker defensive strength. For example, in some areas, even mid-grade treasure-level spiritual ores thrown at it would instantly turn into powder. And at rare times, a piece of ordinary spiritual ore thrown at it would just be repelled, shattering into pieces, the force much weaker. However, the flaws in the blood-colored light screen have their prohibitive power fluctuating, strong one moment and weak the next, not stable at all, unless one can sense the fluctuations in its energy. Mu Swecking's delicate brow slightly furrowed. Fluctuations in energy? Chen Yu had a flash of inspiration, thinking that his own heart seemed to have a keen sense for various forms of energy. Right away, he closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and through the mysterious heart within him, he sensed the fluctuating changes in the blood-colored light screen. Thump thump, thump thump. The beating of the mysterious heart entered a strange and slow rhythm. Chen Yu's senses, through his mysterious heart, captured a series of energy fluctuations on the blood-colored light screen. Indeed, some were strong and some were weak. The array's power in each area was fluid, fluctuating between strength and weakness. In some regions, the array's power would even occasionally fall into gaps. It really works? There's a certain pattern to this. Chen Yu was thrilled. Previously, he only knew that the mysterious heart had a calming and stabilizing effect on various chaotic forces within the body. Now, he had discovered a new ability. Through the fusion of his mind and heart, Chen Yu could enhance his sensitivity to the fluctuations of various energies. In this process, Chen Yu distinctly sensed a blood-A power diffusing throughout the space, converging toward the central garden in an unpredictable way. Thump thump, thump thump. The heartbeat turned even slower. Chen Yu suddenly had an illusion as if the operation of everything in space had slowed down. Or perhaps, it was Chen Yu's own consciousness that had entered a higher plane, his thought processes becoming many times faster. Gradually, the changes in the array's energy operation on the blood-colored light screen were reflected in Chen Yu's mind. In his mind, a blood-colored grid-like pattern emerged, with some grid areas having finer lines and emitting dazzling blood-colored energy. In some areas, the blood-colored grid was sparse and even congested, like a clogged river. The blood-colored energy in these areas was much dimmer, and occasionally there would be a momentary vacuum gap, creating a loophole in the array. Are these the flaws and weak points of the array? Chen Yu opened his eyes. Swoosh! Suddenly, He grabbed a stone and threw it at a certain area of the blood-colored light screen. Bang crack! The stone passed through the blood-colored light screen and shattered into pieces, but a small fragment entered the central garden. What? Cheng Xian, Mu Sueking, Nangongli, all looked surprised. You should know. The stone Chen Yu had just thrown was only an ordinary one, which someone at the organ refining stage could easily crush. The area just now, if replaced with a person at the organ refining stage, theoretically could enter the central garden assuming their size was similar. Brother Yu, did you find the pattern? Mu Sueking asked in surprise. I found one, but it still needs to be verified. Chen Yu smiled slightly. At the same time, in the central garden, above a majestic building, on the open-air plaza, a crystal blood pool was located at the center, surrounded by various blood-colored paths and streams. Blood from all over the blood burial garden converged and flowed toward it. In the crystal blood pool, crystal-clear waves of blood tumbled, occasionally bursting forth bunches of glazed blood flames. At the heart of the blood pool, surrounded by many blood-colored stems, was a magnificent and crystal-clear blood-colored flower. Its petals were nearly transparent, rippling with faint blood-colored ripples. Every pulsation of those nearly transparent petals, every surge of blood-colored ripples, influenced the entire energy field of the blood burial garden. I sense a subtle and powerful force approaching. It's as if there's a heartbeat, causing vibrations in my origin. A milky voice came from the magnificent blood-colored flower. He. Blood soul spirit, we share this vessel, how could I not feel it? Another ethereal female voice came from the magnificent crystal flower. Giggles. The laughter of the woman, tinged with pride, among the talents that have come in this time, there's a breath that seems familiar to me, surely someone who has come to assist. You might as well give up resisting early, aid me in shaping the body of the 10,000-year blood soul. Once we re-emerge into the light of day and sweep across the Kunyun realm, I will, at great cost, help you construct a new vessel. Get lost. The milky voice, full of anger, you humans are cunning and ruthless, why would I trust you? Want to seize and refine my body? We might as well perish together. Central garden, outside the blood-colored membrane. Cheng Xian and two others stopped, watching as Chen Yu picked up a few stones and continuously threw them towards the blood-colored membrane. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. Several ordinary stones in a row struck a certain area of the blood-colored membrane. The result? Most of the dozens of stones shattered into pieces, but many fragments entered the garden. Expressions of joy spread across the faces of Cheng Xian and the others. Everyone noticed that the stones thrown by Chen Yu formed a circle with a diameter of several feet. That is to say, Chen Yu had outlined a vulnerable area. Junior brother Chen, when did you start studying arrays? Nangongli looked on in amazement. Even with his eyes enhanced by the green eye's essence blood and exerting his mental secret techniques, he could only barely glimpse some general energy fluctuations, nowhere near as precise as Chen Yu. Cheng Xian and Mu Sueking also wore faces of surprise. Hurry and seize the time, the strength of the array in this area is only temporarily blocked. Chen Yu did not answer. Through the sensations in his heart, he discovered that the area presented a brief discontinuity, reducing the restrictive power to its minimum. So much so that even ordinary stones could not be completely shattered. Presumably, anyone protected by inner chi within the peak of refining could pass through. With a dash, Chen Yu took the lead, leaping forward from the circle marked by the stones, passing straight through. Plop! A faint, dim blood-colored ripple appeared on the membrane, but it did not harm Chen Yu in the slightest. The next moment, Chen Yu entered the central garden, feeling a blood dao power several times stronger than outside. Zing! Whoosh whoosh! Cheng Xian, Mu Sueking, and Nangongli followed through the area traversed by Chen Yu, entering the central garden. The three of them were unharmed, though their inner chi was faintly reduced by half. Did we just get in? Nangongli, surprised and pleased by their smooth entry. The central garden was the essence of the blood burial garden, previously used for cultivating rare treasures and spirit pets. Entering this garden earlier meant having a greater advantage. Let's move together, Cheng Xian proposed. They all nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the strength of their four-person team was considerable. Chen Yu and Cheng Xian were among the top combatants of the three sects camp. After Nangongli and Mu Sueking advanced to the mid-stage of refining, their strength was formidable enough to oppose the top 5 disciples of the Bone Demon Palace. Next, the four started to cautiously explore the central garden. In their view were ancient garden buildings, including pavilions, corridors, rock eyries, and man-made rivers. Moreover, numerous blood-colored exotic flowers and plants adorned the site, even the trees stained with blood. A chilling and eerie feeling arose in everyone's hearts. It's very eerie. Chen Yu walked up to a big tree spotted with blood and plucked a blood-colored leaf. What happened next shocked everyone. Upon being plucked, the blood-colored leaf wilted at an alarming rate, quickly turning yellow and dark. This tree is at least 1,000 years old, and its leaves are also extremely valuable medicinal materials. However, the moment they are plucked, their spirit essence completely dissipates. Cheng Xian's expression slightly darkened. Look quickly, that seems to be blood scale fruit. Nangong's eyes shone, staring at an orchard area. This orchard covered several acres and was planted with half-human height fruit trees bearing fruits with blood-colored scale patterns. The whole area was enveloped by a dim blood-colored light screen. Blood scale fruit? The legendary spirit fruit. Chen Yu was taken aback. It was said that consuming blood scale fruit could enhance one's physique and greatly increase strength, giving ordinary people innate divine strength. Moreover, the medicinal value of this fruit for alchemy was several times that of spirit ginseng of the same age. Some precious spirit pills suitable for those above the Giwan realm could use blood scale fruit as a crucial ingredient. It could be said, here, any single blood scale fruit was worth more than the segment of 500 years of yin corrosion bamboo obtained by Chen Yu. Blood scale fruit? Truly regrettable and lamentable. A dark-skinned young man clad in beast skin armor walked up from the side. Cheng Xian and Chen Yu were taken aback. The opponent had approached so close without their clear perception. This dark-skinned young man was not well remembered by the group. It was vaguely recalled that he was a mysterious disciple who had recently joined the Bone Demon Palace and had achieved the peak of refining. A disciple of the Bone Demon Palace. Nangongli and Mu Sueking's inner chi surged, their faces bearing killing intent, ready to strike at any moment. Cheng Xian's eyes flashed sharply, his hand already on his knife handle. However, facing the locked-on aura of the three prodigies, the dark-skinned young man seemed completely unaware, appearing lazily unconcerned. Chen Yu held a deep impression of this person's remarkable abilities. Cheng Xian and the others together were formidable, but even the demon clown or Zhongping from the top 3 of the Bone Demon Palace secret siblings would likely have to avoid their edge. The way the opponent behaved, he was completely ignoring such threats. Hey, you must be Chen Yu. I thought only Mei Changqing could barely qualify as my opponent upon entering this place, but now it seems there's another. The dark-skinned young man's gaze only briefly settled on Chen Yu's face, without even looking at Cheng Xian and the others. Hearing this, Chen Yu and Cheng Xian's group could not help but be taken aback. The audacity of this dark-skinned youth was certainly not ordinary. In his eyes, Mei Changqing, the leading talent of the Bone Demon Palace, was merely a barely worthy opponent? It is indeed I. As a disciple of the Bone Demon Palace, do you really intend to take on the 4 of us alone? Chen Yu responded indifferently. Instinctively, he sensed a pressure from this individual that was no less intimidating than Mei Changqing's, and there seemed to be an underlying unknown power as well. I am Lu Zhou. I have no interest in the enmity between the Bone Demon Palace and the 3 sects camp. I only hope that you will not become my enemies. The dark-skinned youth shrugged his shoulders. Then, he leisurely made his way deeper into the garden. Before leaving, the dark-skinned youth's gaze reluctantly swept over the blood scale fruits. What background does this guy have? Such big talk. Nangongli looked visibly frustrated. After this episode, their attention once again fell on the area where the blood scale fruits were growing. This area was covered with a layer of special blood-colored light screen, yet it was very dim. The array restrictions here, like the light membranes outside the garden, had been in existence for too long and had many flaws. Following the same method, Chen Yu and the others broke through the weak points and stepped into the blood-colored light screen. Nangongli stepped forward and carefully picked one. But as a result, the blood scale fruit had barely left the branch when it quickly withered and shrank, completely devoid of any spiritual energy. Could it be that all the natural treasures in the entire garden cannot be harvested? Nangongli was somewhat devastated. The legendary treasures were within reach, but as soon as they left their host, they immediately turned into dead objects. There must be a massive absorption array here in this central garden. All the treasures grown here are being drawn upon as nourishment. It seems to be nurturing and feeding something. Mu Sueking's bright eyes sparkled. That's exactly it, Chen Yu sighed. He suddenly thought of the legend about the 10,000-year blood soul flower. The situation here coincided with the secrets disclosed by that female disciple from the Bone Demon Palace. Over the next hour, Chen Yu and his group saw many natural treasures and bizarre plants. However, most of the treasures were individually guarded by array restrictions. Even if they could barely enter, what they obtained was merely a heap of waste. Of course, there were exceptions. The massive absorption array that enveloped the central garden also had its few flaws. Some areas not entirely covered by the array grew some rare materials, which, when harvested, were unaffected or only lost some of their spiritual medicinal potency. At one moment, in front of a pile of rocks, they discovered several green blood-colored mushrooms and 2 strands of black blood strange grass. This place was completely devoid of the blood-colored array. This area seems not to be covered by the absorption array. Chen Yu's face showed elation. After some time exploring, everyone could roughly guess which areas were not covered by the absorption array or only slightly covered with minimal effect. Green blood poison mushroom, black blood strange grass. These 2 rare materials, several hundred years old and absorbed with the local essence of the blood burial garden, contained blood-A power. These mutated centuries-old materials might be far more valuable than their original varieties. That green blood-colored mushroom originally should be the green moss poison mushroom, one of the deadliest poisons in the world. A 500-year-old green moss poison mushroom can kill a chi transformation innate, but the potency of this mutated variant is difficult to estimate. Only one type was identified by the 4. When it was time to distribute their findings, Chen Yu and Cheng Xian had certain priority rights. Among them, Chen Yu weighed his options and chose a green moss poison mushroom and a strand of black blood strange grass. He had initially planned to choose 2 green moss poison mushrooms. After all, the green moss poison mushroom could topple a chi transformation innate, especially a mutated variety. But then, the thought that the nearby black blood strange grass could grow unharmed next to such a deadly poison clearly made it no ordinary plant. Moreover, there were fewer of the strange grass than the mushrooms. Thus, he chose one of each, leaving this rocky area. Afterward, a semi-open-air garden building appeared ahead, separated by a metal wire mesh with faint blood-colored electric patterns emerging on it. This setup somewhat resembled the spirit pet shops on Hidden Lake Island, but on a much larger scale. Roar! Ferocious beast roars occasionally emitted from the mesh-covered open-air building, shaking the soul. Indistinctly, Chen Yu sensed auras as strong as those in the Qi transformation realm emanating from inside, with several even nearing the Giwen realm. Swoosh! In the semi-open air within the mesh, several massive birds fluttered their wings several meters in span, stirring up fierce sand and fierce winds. The flying birds in the air each exuded an aura at least comparable to a Qi transformation innate. Among them, one large bird with a gold beak and red feathers emitted a formidable pressure, faintly nearing the Giwen realm and occasionally displaying a layer of golden patterned red flames on its body. Moreover, inside the wire mesh building, there were also various powerful ancient beasts on the ground. One enormous blue-horned rhinoceros, resembling a small hill, emitted a pressure not inferior to the bird with the gold beak and red feathers. The ground trembled slightly as it moved. Golden beak flame bird, Qingluan giant rhinoceros, barbaric stone ape. These are all legendary rare birds and ancient beasts. Cheng Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Chen Yu sensed their conditions and found that these rare birds and ancient beasts, despite their daunting presence, were actually quite weak internally. This must be the treasure beast garden, but the rare birds and ancient beasts inside seem also to be indirectly siphoned of their essence and vigor by the absorption array. Mu Swecking explained. Exactly. Cheng Xian exclaimed, these are not at their prime. I believe that at their peak, that golden beak flame bird, Qingluan giant rhinoceros, and other ancient rare beasts were definitely above the Giwen realm, even during the middle and late stages of the Giwen realm. As ancient beasts with powerful bloodlines, their strength surpasses humans of the same Giwen level. Doesn't that mean that at their peak, any one of them could crush those old undying of the Giwen realm in Chu country? Nangongli gasped in shock. Doesn't this mean that at their peak, any one of them could crush those old immortals of Chu country who are at the Giwen realm? Nangongli's words sent a shiver through the hearts of the others. Afterward, they looked at the ancient beasts and rare birds within the silk net structure with deep fear. The battle on that day at the Giwen realm had been so powerful and staggering that it commanded immense awe and respect. Chen Yu had no doubt that some of these creatures in the treasure beast garden, once they broke free and regained their peak strength, would have the power to sweep through the Chu country sect community. It's fortunate that these ancient beasts and rare birds are trapped here. Nangongli secretly wiped away a cold sweat. No, some areas of this silk net structure seem to have holes in them. The arrays and prohibitions on it must also be unstable and have some flaws. Chen Yu disagreed. The group took a closer look. Indeed, there were some holes in the corners of the silk net structure, small ones a few feet in diameter, and large ones 1 or 2 zhang. A scream came from one side of the treasure beast garden. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the four of them saw a group of figures frantically fleeing. It's the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace, and people from Iron Sword Sect. Cheng Xian and the others were on guard. They saw a saber-toothed tiger, 3 or 4 zhang long, with fresh blood on its sharp teeth, chasing after some disciples from the Bone Demon Palace and the Iron Sword Sect. Not just that. Above their heads, there was also a black feathered eagle, with a wingspan of 4 or 5 zhang, dragging a trail of faint black wind and smoke, persistently chasing behind them. Retreat quickly, it's a postnatal transformation level spirit pet. Cheng Xian called out in a low voice. Chen Yu's heart had already sensed, both the saber-toothed tiger and the black feathered eagle were at the postnatal transformation level. However, they were much weaker than a normal postnatal transformation level ferocious beast, and the pressure they emitted was about the same as the Snake King in the previous snake den. Even so, these two spirit pets that had escaped from the treasure beast garden were certainly not something the disciples in the organ refining stage could contend with. Chen Yu saw a familiar figure within the group being chased. On the side of the Bone Demon Palace was a short, ugly teenager, none other than demon clown Pang Tiancheng. On the Iron Sword Sect's side, Chen Yu also saw a tall young man, Gao Feng, whom he had previously clashed with in the meteoric iron gambling battle. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger was pursuing 3 or 4 people from the Bone Demon Palace, while the black-feathered eagle was chasing after 3 people from the Iron Sword Sect, including Gao Feng. My fellow disciples, as members of the same sects, may I ask for some assistance? The 3 from the Iron Sword Sect, including Gao Feng, were running desperately towards Chen Yu and his group. The person who spoke was a yellow-robed girl with a wooden sword on her back, who was quite pretty in appearance and had also reached the late stage of organ refining. Damn it! Nangongli and the others cursed as they retreated. The 4 from Yunyu Sect were already trying to avoid the postnatal level bird. Yet the 3 from Iron Sword Sect were attracting it towards them. After running for a distance, the 4 from Yunyu Sect and the 3 from the Iron Sword Sect converged on one path, followed by the pursuit of the black-feathered eagle. Senior Brother Chang, that bird is very weak, its strength at most is only 50 to 60% of its peak, and it's even weaker than an average postnatal early stage. Chen Yu spoke up. Cheng Xian nodded and exchanged a glance with Chen Yu. They stopped. Although they were very dissatisfied with the actions of the 3 from Iron Sword Sect, being chased so miserably by a bird was also infuriating. Shortly after, The 4 from Yu Sect and the 3 from Iron Sword Sect met in front of an ancient corridor. Thank you all for your help. The 3 from Iron Sword Sect breathed a sigh of relief. When the two groups of people joined forces, there were 7 elite disciples, including 2 at the late stage of organ refining. Within Iron Sword Sect, the tall young man Gao Feng showed a glint of surprise when he saw Chen Yu. Let's take action. Cheng Xian, with a grim face, stood shoulder to shoulder with the yellow-robed girl from Iron Sword Sect, and they both faced the black-feathered eagle. As a result, after the clash, everyone found that the black-feathered eagle was weaker than expected. Bang! Tang! Tang! Working together, Cheng Xian and the yellow-robed girl barely withstood the hit from the black-feathered eagle, retreating a few steps but without injury. It really is weak. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. Previously, in the snake den when they killed the Snake King, they had faced the Qi transformation genius Mei Changqing head-on. It took a lot of effort to kill it. And now, the 2 late organ refiners, Cheng Xian and the yellow-robed girl, were able to hold their ground against the bird, showing its weakness. That said, Cheng Xian and the girl's combat ability was still stronger than an average peak of refining from outside. Attack together. Nanggongli, Mu Sueking, Gao Feng, and the others launched various attacks from the sides, overwhelming the black-feathered eagle. Slash! Chen Yu held the Xian heavy sword, a seemingly light and breezy stroke gathered a pale silver sword aura. With a bang, the sheer force of the heavy sword caused the black-feathered eagle to wobble midair and shriek, leaving a 2-foot-long bloodstain on its wing. With just one sword, Chen Yu's damage to the bird vastly surpassed the combined fierce attack of everyone else. Is he the spear-wielding demon hunter, Chen Yu? The yellow-robed girl showed an expression of surprise. Beside her, Gao Feng and the other person could hardly hide the shock in their eyes. Despite the bird's weakness, its defensive power was at least 60 to 70% of its peak. With just one sword strike, Chen Yu had injured the eagle's wing. If his power had been slightly stronger, he might have brought it down. It seems that after achieving copper bone mastery, my combat strength has increased significantly, Chen Yu thought to himself. He chose to stay and face the bird not only out of necessity but also as an opportunity to assess his own strength. After reaching copper bone mastery, Chen Yu could dominate anyone below the Qi transformation realm with just his physical strength. Furthermore, his inherently strong physique, strengthened by his heart, made his actual combat ability, following copper bone mastery, nearly half a step into the postnatal Qi transformation. After its wings were injured, the black-feathered eagle's mobility sharply decreased and it was relentlessly pursued and battered by the group, quickly accumulating injuries and attempting to flee. Go! A spear in Chen Yu's hand was thrown, transforming into a purple-silver arc of light amidst the howling evil Qi, striking the black-feathered eagle. Chew! The eagle let out a shrill cry as the silver-edged spear penetrated its wing, and it thumped to the ground with a plop. With the bird seriously injured and grounded, its combat power naturally halved. What followed was hardly surprising, as a round or two of group attacks by the crowd handily slaughtered the black-feathered eagle. Thank you all for helping. The yellow-robed girl from the Iron Sword Sect, wearing a grateful expression, especially thanked Chen Yu. Chen Yu's formidable strength, particularly the terrifying power of his final spear throw, had a profound impact on the 3 from the Iron Sword Sect. Although the black-feathered eagle was extremely weak, the defensive power of its Lingyu exceeded that of lower-grade treasure armor. In other words, the armor of the 3 from the Iron Sword Sect was practically useless against that spear. Puchi! Chen Yu retrieved his spear from the corpse of the eagle, paying little attention to the gratitude expressed by the 3 girls. Cheng Xian and the other 2 didn't look pleased either. After all, the 3 from the Iron Sword Sect had brought their own peril over to the Yunyu sect. How did you 3 provoke a spirit pet from the treasure beast garden? Chen Yu wiped the blood from his spear and finally spoke up. This. The 3 from the Iron Sword Sect exchanged looks, with a slight trace of embarrassment on their faces. Then, it was the yellow-robed girl who spoke up with a bitter expression. Isn't it all because of that rumor from 300 or 400 years ago in Chu country? Back then, a young man signed a spiritual pact with an ancient beast near the treasure beast garden and soared to great heights overnight. So it was here that the young man in the rumor found his opportunity. Chen Yu suddenly realized. He had heard Elder Mao mention this rumor before. That young man was on the verge of advancing to the Giwen realm, with the possibility of looking down upon the sects of Chu country with the help of the ancient beast, but alas, he was ultimately sabotaged. That's just a rumor, not everyone has such great fortune. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only one such lucky person over the centuries. Nanggongli said disdainfully. No. Gao Feng shook his head. Recently, we witnessed a Water Moon sect disciple who seemed to have signed a spirit pet pact with a fox treasure beast. The strength of that fox was nearly comparable to the postnatal Qi transformation, and even Pang Tiancheng of the Bone Demon Palace was forced to retreat in a sorry state. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu and the others were startled. It seemed there were living examples right before their eyes. This led to the disciples of the Bone Demon Palace and Iron Sword sect attempting to contact the ancient birds and beasts in the treasure beast garden, resulting in them being chased and attacked. After learning of the situation, the sight of the treasure beast garden kindled a fiery interest in the eyes of the 4 from the Iron Sword sect, including Chen Yu and Cheng Xian. The ancient beasts and rare birds in the treasure beast garden were not ordinary wild beasts. Nov.com. These treasure beasts, most of which had a certain lineage, had extraordinary talents and growth potential. If one was incredibly lucky and signed a spirit pet pact with an ancient beast from the Giwen realm that had fallen in strength, wouldn't they be able to dominate the Blood Burial Garden and perhaps even reach the peak of the Chu country sect world in the future? Of course, Chen Yu did not place his hopes on such so-called luck. If one were to be chased by an ancient beast of the innate level of Qi transformation, escape would be nearly impossible. Swoosh! From Chen Yu's sleeve, a silver-spotted iron moon strange insect darted out, quickly burrowing into the nearby foliage. Instead of going himself, he had dispatched the Iron Moon strange insect to scout the surroundings of the Treasure Beast Garden. Before long, the Iron Moon strange insect reached the vicinity of the Treasure Beast Garden, cautiously gauging the situation. Through the insect's senses, Chen Yu could feel the formidable oppressive aura of the ancient beasts within the garden. If it got too close, even the insect would tremble instinctively. Swish! Suddenly, a familiar, ragged figure darted by the corner near the Treasure Beast Garden. Chen Yu quickly directed the insect to stealthily follow. Soon, a familiar face carrying a sword came into Chen Yu's perception. LV Santong. Chen Yu's expression turned cold as he recognized the man. At that moment, LV Santong gazed at the Treasure Beast Garden and sneered. The pride of ancient beasts and rare birds would never deign to sign a pact with a human in the organ refining stage. The so-called success of that lucky individual from 300 or 400 years ago, and even his death, are far from as simple as the world imagines. After a short pause, LV Santong showed no lingering thoughts. A small sachet appeared in his hand, containing a little green-haired mouse. Squeak, squeak. The green-haired mouse sniffed the sachet a few times and then emitted a series of sounds. It should be over there. A flash of eagerness appeared in LV Santong's eyes, and he quickly darted toward a deeper location behind the Treasure Beast Garden. Moments later, a tall youth appeared at the spot, looking in the direction LV Santong had gone. How odd, LV Santong doesn't care about the temptation of the Treasure Beast Garden. What is he really after? Chen Yu's expression was curious. In the same moment, under Chen Yu's guidance, the Iron Moon strange insect quietly followed LV Santong. Underscore 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 underscore. Treasure Beast Garden, a nearby high ground. Unisac's three people, Chengxian, Mu Sueking, and Nanggongli, sat in meditation together. It's strange, why did junior brother Chen suddenly leave? Could he truly be indifferent to the benefits offered by the Treasure Beast Garden? Nanggong face was filled with confusion. Not long ago, Chen Yu had hurriedly parted ways with them, offering only a brief greeting. Before he left, junior brother Chen sent me a message. If he doesn't show up within 2 hours, he wants us to act on our own. Also, he told us not to hold too much hope for the Treasure Beast Garden. Cheng Xian's face showed a peculiar expression. Hearing this, Nanggongli and Mu Sueking had thoughtful looks on their faces. Chen Yu's hasty departure must mean he had discovered something. Not much time passed. Light footsteps were heard from a distance, and several figures were faintly discernible. It seems there are some fellow disciples. With a token in hand, Cheng Xian was even more vigilant. Soon, several Sect disciples appeared in view, led by a well-dressed man. It was the 7th prince, Huangfulin, senior brother Huangfu. Cheng Xian and the others stood up to greet him. In terms of talent and cultivation, Huangfulin was among the top in the sect, having reached the peak of refining. Moreover, he was lucky enough, barely qualifying at the 20-year-old limit, to enter the Blood Burial Garden. Junior brother Cheng, junior sister Mu is here too. Huangfulin's face beamed with joy. Ever since he entered the Blood Burial Garden, he had been laying low. At first, when Chen Yu grabbed the mysterious water moth lotus and was chased by the demon clown, Huangfulin did not offer help, resulting in the death of a female disciple due to the fallout. Seeing the powerful Cheng Xian, Huangfulin's spirit lifted. At this moment, the meeting of 2 late-stage of organ refining disciples brought their numbers to 6 or 7, significantly strengthening their group. Oh, has junior brother Chen appeared? But, junior brother Cheng, are you really planning to aim for this Treasure Beast Garden? During their conversation, Huangfulin revealed a hint of strangeness. What, does senior brother Huangfu have some insight into this Treasure Beast Garden? Nanggongli sensed something was off. That's right. Huangfulin spoke earnestly. I advise you all to give up such wishful thinking. Those powerful ancient creatures are not something we can simply sign spirit pet contracts with. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xian and the others slightly changed color. Our imperial family has sorted out some rumors about the Blood Burial Garden, especially about a predecessor from 300 to 400 years ago who signed a contract with an ancient creature and has some connections with our family. Huangfulin began to tell the story. Are there any secrets to this? Nanggong interest was piqued. First, we need to understand a common knowledge. A so-called spirit pet contract usually has humans as the master and the spirit pet as the vassal. This is inherently an unequal contract. Huangfulin paused briefly. Cheng Xian and the others nodded in agreement. Once such a contract is signed, the life and death of the spirit pet are at the whim of the human. It is a form of slavery. Consider this. How could ancient creatures with old bloodlines and high intelligence stoop to signing such a contract with humans? 300 to 400 years ago, that lucky predecessor met an ancient creature from the Giwen realm whose cultivation had fallen. But the contract they signed was not a typical spirit pet contract, but one of equal mutual benefit. Huang Fulin slowly unveiled the secrets. I've heard of this kind of contract before, where both parties have restrictions on each other, but there is no distinction of master and servant. If one party dies, the contract automatically dissolves. Nangongli nodded. In a normal spirit pet contract, if the master dies, the spirit pet is implicated and suffers backlash. According to our imperial family's analysis, the ancient creature that signed a contract with that predecessor used this special contract relationship to leave the blood burial garden. In the end, that predecessor's death was likely due to the critical inaction or even scheming of the creature, allowing it to die and thus gaining complete freedom for the beast. By the end, Huang Fulin's face turned cold. Knowing this secret, Cheng Xian and the others gasped in shock. It turned out that the legendary Fortunate One was, in fact, used by a powerful ancient creature all along. Reflecting on it, it made sense. Those powerful ancient creatures, being wise, would never simply submit to a human as a servant. Such events only occurred in the fairy tale-like heroic sagas. An hour later, in front of a broken hall in the central garden, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, as graceful as a fairy and gentle as a calm stream, floated over. This hall, also protected by an array, was unlike others in that it was enveloped by a silver pattern blood curtain. This must be the place. The exquisite girl observed the hall and then surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no other figures. If any Sect disciples were present, they would certainly recognize the girl. This elegant and peerless girl was Chu Xingxin, who had once betrayed the Sect. Break. Chu Xingxin raised her hand, and in her palm appeared a strange silver pattern blood talisman, which she flicked toward the hall. Buzz crack. The silver pattern blood talisman released a crack-like silver pattern blood light, tearing a 3-foot wide and over 10-foot high gap in the barrier's light curtain. The next moment, Chu Xingxin flashed into the light curtain, quickly slipping into the ancient and dilapidated hall. Buzz. The slashed open silver pattern blood curtain healed completely within 2 or 3 breaths, visible to the naked eye. Shortly after Chu Xingxin entered the hall, swoosh, a slovenly man carrying an ironwood treasured sword suddenly appeared. TSKS Tisk, this top-tier beauty seems to harbor some secrets, LV Santung sneered. Initially, at the Hidden Lake Conference, after witnessing the stunning beauty of Chu Xingxin, he was unable to forget her. However, what could he do? Chu Xingxin later betrayed the 3 sects and returned to the Bone Demon Palace's fold, making it difficult to make a move against her. But this time, after entering the blood burial garden, LV Santung had no scruples. He possessed a bizarre ability to identify women by their scent and had recently located Chu Xingxin, who was alone. Maybe this time, I can gain both wealth and pleasure. LV Santung's face showed excitement as his eyes appraised the ancient, dilapidated hall before him. As the direct grandson of LV Taizhou, his knowledge was naturally considerable. The position and layout of the hall, particularly the array restrictions set up, were no trifles. After a moment of contemplation, LV Santung gritted his teeth, decided to take a risk, and took out an orange glowing, sword-shaped jade talisman. Go. Following the gap Chu Xingxin had just cleaved open, LV Santung's sword-shaped jade talisman slashed down. Whoosh! A dazzling orange sword light, like a streak of silk, struck the silver pattern blood curtain, and with formidable power, tore open a gap 2 feet wide and 5 feet high. The might of that strike was almost comparable to the chi transformation innate. Swoosh! LV Santung's figure flickered, following into the ancient, dilapidated hall. However, LV Santung did not realize that, 20 paces behind him, concealed among the weeds, lurked a silver spot iron worm. In less than 10 breaths, a tall and sturdy young man appeared in front of the ancient hall, eyeing the silver pattern blood curtain. Go! Chen Yu gestured, directing the Iron Moon strange insect to approach the old hall from beneath the ground. But he discovered that the array's light barrier even enveloped the area near the ground. Clearly, the one who set up the array restrictions did not leave such a basic flaw. Zoom! The Iron Moon strange insect emerged from the soil and burrowed into Chen Yu's sleeve. Ever since feasting inside the body of the Chi Transformation Realm Snake King, the aura of the Iron Moon strange insect had reached a peak, only a hair away from the postnatal Chi transformation. This hall, Chen Yu, with a thoughtful look and a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, also recognized the extraordinariness of the hall. Other vital areas were protected at most by a single layer of blood path restriction, yet this place featured an additional, stronger layer. The miraculous talisman in Chu Xingxin's hand seemed to be specifically aimed at that restriction. And LV Santung's jade talisman, which erupted with might almost comparable to Chi transformation innate, barely managed to break through the blood curtain using brute force. This was even when most of the garden's array restrictions had lost nearly 90% of their potency over time. However, Chen Yu did not have the background of these two people, nor could he produce a correspondingly power artifact. Thump thump, thump thump, Chen Yu's heart entered a slow, peculiar rhythmic beating, sensing the copper pattern blood curtain in front of him, trying to find its flaws. What happened next was extremely surprising to Chen Yu. Pop! Between the beats of his mysterious heart, the silver patterns on the blood curtain began to agitate randomly, accompanied by a subtle, profound fluctuation. Chen Yu's senses easily captured a layer of silver crystalline patterns. This was not only easier than sensing other blood path energy fluctuations, but also more detailed and intense by a factor of 10 or more. Even more so, When Chen Yu's mind merged with his heart, he felt a faint sense of familiarity, similar to when he touched the ancient metal ball containing empty Ming force. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Yu stimulated his heart and found that the silver patterns on the blood curtain grew even more agitated, so much so that they seemed uncontrollable by the array and even dissipated a bit. His mysterious heart seemed to be able to disrupt the empty Ming force within the blood curtain. How strange. Chen Yu, pleased with his discovery, boldly approached the silver pattern blood curtain and controlled his heart to interfere with the silver pattern power. Buzz pop? Pft. After deliberately disrupting it with his heart, a portion of the silver pattern on the nearby blood curtain suddenly dispersed, causing a chain reaction with the surrounding curtain. In that instant, a fatal flaw and discontinuity appeared in the array's restriction there. Break! Chen Yu threw a punch into the air, sending out a vicious python-like dark shadow wrapped in a thunderous roar. PFFF! The dim to the point of extinction silver pattern blood curtain was punched through, revealing a gap. Although the gap wasn't as large as the previous two, it didn't prevent Chen Yu from entering. Creak creak! Chen Yu's bones made a crisp sound as he shrunk slightly in stature, then with a swoosh, he slipped through the gap and into the blood curtain. As the gap on the blood curtain gradually healed, Chen Yu quietly entered the hall. At this point, the previous two had already been inside for some time. Inside the hall was a soft, dimly lit blood light, with blood-colored luminous pearls embedded in the surrounding walls. Boom! Clang clang! Suddenly, the sound of a fight came from within the depths of the hall. LV Santong, you actually traced me here. Today, you cannot be allowed to leave. A woman's voice, chilly with intent, sounded. Chen Yu was taken aback and quickly sent his insects to scout. Deeper within the hall, stood a 10-jong-tall statue depicting a peerlessly beautiful woman dressed in a lotus blood robe, exuding a chilly aura as if she looked down on the world. In front of the statue, a man and a woman were locked in fierce combat. Xu Xingxin, wielding a blood-colored crystal sword, slashed out a swath of blood-colored sword light, powerful and grand, nearly rivaling the might of the postnatal chi transformation. With LV Santong's strength, he was somewhat suppressed and could only barely keep up using his advantage in movement technique speed. Through the insect's senses, Chen Yu witnessed the battle between the two, and he felt a rush of surprise in his heart. LV Santong's strength and movement technique were already well known to him, but that was not the issue. What truly surprised him was Xu Xingxin's strength. This woman's cultivation had reached the late stage of organ refining, or perhaps even the peak of refining, and the cultivation technique she executed seemed to belong to the Bloodpath faction, surpassing the usual top-tier beginner techniques. Even though she was at the peak of refining organ, the intensity of her inner breath neared the postnatal chi transformation. In addition, the blood-colored crystal sword in Xu Xingxin's hand resonated with the blood-dao power stored within the blood burial garden, unleashing a force far beyond the ordinary. Thus, her attack level nearly matched that of the postnatal chi transformation. In a short time, LV Santong continually retreated, his ironwood treasure sword unleashing a burst of iron-gray shadowy sword radiance. Such a formidable attack could almost repel Kunling, Chen Yu, Fang Hefei, senior brother Pei, and others during an attack at the Yin family castle. However, at that moment, the exploding iron-gray shadowy sword radiance was shattered by a dazzling blood-colored sword halo, utterly overpowering it. Little girl, what is your relationship with the Blood Moon organization? How do you possess a replica of the Blood Moon sword? LV Santong cursed amidst his struggling retreat. Your perception is quite remarkable. This is a specially customized replica of the Blood Moon sword. In the blood burial garden, it can unleash more than 40 to 50% additional power, Xu Xingxin replied, somewhat surprised. However, given that LV Santong was the direct grandson of Tailvsu, it was natural for his insights to be extraordinary. Humph. I not only know about the replica Blood Moon sword in your hand, but could it be the Blood Sun Pearl that you just obtained from beneath the statue? LV Santong spoke with a cold smirk. Blood Sun Pearl? You've even recognized this pearl, which means I cannot let you live after leaving here. Xu Xingxin's expression changed. In her left palm, there lay a dark blood-colored pearl, stained with blood and roughly the size of a thumb. Upon closer observation, the pearl revealed an intense sun-like radiance within, containing a forbidden power hard to fathom. Haha, only a legendary treasure like the Blood Sun Pearl, which exceeds ordinary treasures with its formidable inherent power and birth of a spirit, would not fit in an ordinary storage pouch. I merely guessed casually and didn't expect to be right, LV Santong sneered. Having confirmed the origin of the pearl, his eyes suddenly emitted a fiery heat as he stared at the other blood-stained dark pearl in Xu Xingxin's hand. Not long before, he had seen with his own eyes how Xu Xingxin obtained the Blood Sun Pearl from the statue's inheritance, but was unable to store it in a storage pouch. This detail led him to guess it was the legendary Blood Sun Pearl. Should the pearl appear in the outside world, those in the Giwen realm would probably compete to seize it, sparking a bloody storm. Blood Sun Pearl. Chen Yu, who was stealthily approaching, sensed a tremendously powerful energy source. At the same time, he caught the words of LV Santong, noting that Xu Xingxin had apparently obtained this priceless treasure from underneath the statue. Through the insect's senses, Chen Yu quickly saw a clue. He observed that beneath the statue of the blood-robed woman in the depths of the hall was a cubic dark silver platform made of a dark silver metal. On the front, back, left, and right sides of the dark silver platform were stone cabinets each separated by a layer of blood-colored glass emitting a silver-patterned blood radiance. 4 stone cabinets? Chen Yu felt a surge of excitement, as the layout of this hall resembled a sort of inheritance. Letting the insect approach further, the 4 blood glass-covered stone cabinets came into view. 3 of the stone cabinets contained items. The cabinet directly facing the entrance of the grand hall held a plain old token, engraved with mysterious ancient script. Inside the rear cabinet was a thick book made of beast skin, exuding a dense, eerie aura. The right side cabinet held a noble and extraordinary blood-colored lotus robe. Lastly, the cabinet on the left side, whose blood-colored glass cover was open, and evidently empty. It was clear. The treasure in the left side cabinet, which was supposed to be the Blood Sun Pearl, had been taken by Chu Xingxin. Besides that, novel.com. Chen Yu noticed a slightly recessed handprint beneath each cabinet. Among them, the open left side cabinet with a lingering trace of blood on its handprint. Looking again at Chu Xingxin, who also had blood stains on her other hand and on the Blood Sun Pearl. Could it be that some conditions are required to unlock the treasures inside the stone cabinets? Chen Yu thought reflectively. Just then, the battle inside the hall took an unexpected turn. Buzz! Chu Xingxin's blood-colored crystal sword emitted 1 or 2 crescent-shaped blood-colored sword shadows which struck LV Santong. Their powerful force was sufficient to instantly sever ordinary lower-grade treasures. Yet, unexpectedly, when the blood-colored sword shadows landed on LV Santong's shoulder, they made a plop sound. Plop! Beneath LV Santong's outer robe shone a soft silver armor, lighting up with dense circles of faint silver light that shattered the blood-colored sword shadows. Mid-grade treasure armor, and it's a high-quality mid-grade at that. Chu Xingxin couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Yu, secretly observing the fight, was equally stunned. During their last confrontation at Yan Family Castle, the treasure armor that LV Santong wore had been destroyed by the collective attack of many. But this time, due to entering the Blood Burial Garden, Tailvza had prepared a high-quality mid-grade silky armor for his own grandson to enhance his survivability. This soft silky armor's value was likely close to that of a high-grade treasure. It was normal that Chu Xingxin's earlier strike, not being an attack from the actual Blood Moon sword, failed to penetrate this silky armor. Go. While LV Santong resisted the attack, his eyes flashed with absolute ferocity and malice.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.